Lin Mo traverses a fantastical world, becoming a disciple of the Xianxia sect, tasked with menial duties. Due to his abysmal talent, he is on the verge of expulsion from the sect. To make matters worse, his sworn enemy, who has always looked down on him, awaits this moment to render him powerless. In a moment of despair, the National Cultivation Sharing System activates. Its ability is both simple and brutal. Bind a nation and gain the cumulative cultivation power of its citizens. Lin Mo is overjoyed. If he binds a supreme divine dynasty, would he not become invincible at once? However, the outcome, ding, successfully bound nation, launching Xianxia, Lin Mo's vision darkens, nearly causing him to faint. What use is binding a group of mortals? The total cultivation power equals 0. Yet, when he transmits a widely circulated body refinement technique back to launching, ding, detected that 1 million people in Xianxia have successfully begun cultivating the body refinement technique, granting the host the enhancement of 1 million first-level body refiners. Ding, detected that 100,000 soldiers have successfully cultivated Crushing Fist, granting the host insight enhancement and triggering a qualitative change. Crushing Fist automatically upgrades to the divine ability Fist that breaks mountains and rivers. From that moment on, the narrative shifts dramatically. To grow stronger, Lin Mo must guide Xianxia into a nationwide era of cultivation. Meanwhile, he harnesses the collective power of the nation to forge an unstoppable path in the fantastical realm. Years later, when the dark taboo that annihilates the heavens descends, the desperate populace beseeches Lin Mo, now the celestial emperor, to take action. Lin Mo, with his back turned to the masses, casually unleashes a single punch, obliterating the very source of darkness. A lingering sigh echoes through the heavens. This punch embodies the power of countless emperors. You cannot withstand it. Chapter 1. Starting as a menial? No worries. The 3-year period has come, and the system returns. 7 days hence, those who cannot break through to the Qi refinement realm will be sent down the mountain to seek their own paths. I hope you all take heed. At the foot of the Xianxia sect, on the stone plaza of the menial area, the voice of the sect steward is as cold as ice, striking every heart within earshot. As his words fade, the crowd erupts in chaos. Some wear expressions of relief from surviving a calamity, while many others appear ashen-faced. Lin Mo is among those who look utterly defeated. 7 days. Only 7 days. His palms unconsciously clench, nails digging into his flesh, the pain far overshadowed by his inner despair. The 8th level of body refinement looms like an insurmountable chasm, firmly keeping him outside the gates of the Qi refinement realm. 3 years have passed. He is transformed from a boy filled with dreams of cultivation into a worthless outcast on the brink of being cast out. Alas, my dream of becoming powerful is destined to shatter. Lin Mo muses bitterly, his lowered eyelids concealing all his unwillingness. At that moment, a mocking voice emerges before him, dripping with undisguised derision. Oh, isn't this our resolute Lin Mo from the Menial Institute? The newcomer's gaze is flippant, a mocking smile plastered across his face. What's wrong? You look as if you've lost your parents. Have you encountered some troublesome matter? He exaggerates, patting his head. Oh, silly me, you've always been an orphan without parents, ha ha ha. The jarring laughter silenced the surrounding murmurs. Lin Mo gradually lifted his head, and within those eyes, which should have been dull, there now flickered a chilling coldness. He fixed his gaze on the repugnant face before him and uttered a single word. Get lost. What the hell did you just say? The smile on Zhang Han's face instantly froze, transforming into a malevolent snarl. Say that again. You're just a worthless dog at the 8th level of body refinement. I've shown you mercy, yet you dare to confront me repeatedly. Let me tell you, if it weren't for you hiding in the sect, I would have crushed you long ago. Do you understand? He stepped closer, the aura of a Qi refining cultivator subtly emanating. Pressing down on Lin Mo remained unmoved, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Ah, fool, what are you babbling about? Not satisfied? Then come at me. If you dare not strike, then get lost. You're just an eyesore. You. Zhang Han trembled with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, his fists cracking ominously. He yearned to obliterate this oblivious fool with a single punch. Yet, the sect's rules were stringent. Private brawling, especially when a high-ranking disciple attacked a low-ranking one, would lead to severe punishment if discovered. Having just broken through to Qi refinement, his future was bright, and he could not afford to err at this moment. Fine, fine, fine. Zhang Han repeated the word thrice, his eyes brimming with venomous resentment. Just wait. After 7 days, when the sect expels you, you'll know what true despair is." With that harsh proclamation, Xianxia shot Lin Mo a vicious glare and turned to squeeze through the crowd, leaving. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Mo inwardly cursed his stupidity and ignored the surrounding whispers, heading straight back to his dilapidated wooden hut. With a resounding slam of the door, he severed all external sounds. Lin Mo collapsed onto the hard wooden bed, staring blankly at the cobweb-covered ceiling. An endless bitterness surged from his heart, engulfing him instantly. He did not belong to this world. 18 years ago, he was an ordinary person on Earth, only to be crushed to death by a runaway heavy truck, awakening to find himself an abandoned infant in this world. He was then taken in by a lonely old man and grew up through hardship. After the old man's death, he struggled for years to survive, until at the age of 15, he learned of the Xianxia recruiting servant disciples. To change his fate and embark on the legendary path of immortality, he came without a second thought. Fortunately, he passed the examination and became one among the multitude. The rules of Xianxia were simple. Servant disciples could be promoted to outer disciples if they broke through to Qi refinement within 3 years. Failure to do so would result in being sent down the mountain. The sect was not a charity. It could not sustain a group of untalented wastrels indefinitely. Lin Mo originally thought that as a member of the Time Traveler Army, his talent could not be too lacking. Yet reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. His talent could not be termed poor. It could only be described as exceedingly mediocre. It took him a full 3 years to barely reach the 8th level of body refinement, still a step away from the 9th, let alone the elusive Qi refinement realm. After 7 days, his expulsion from the sect was a foregone conclusion. Others traversed time, either stepping on sacred grounds or punching holy suns. Yet here I am, without a golden finger, reduced to the outdated trope of a useless character. Lin Mo laughed bitterly, his laughter laced with self-mockery and sorrow. So I was crushed to death by a heavy truck, and my luck was obliterated along with it. After the laughter, only an abyss of despair remained. He was acutely aware that a petty man like Xianxia would never let him off the hook. Once expelled from the sect and stripped of its protection, Xianxia had countless ways to ensure his demise would go unnoticed. The conflict between him and Xianxia stemmed from the simplest form of bullying. Xianxia's older brother was an outer disciple, and he used this connection to bully the servant disciples, extorting training resources. Lin Mo was stubborn and never yielded, clashing with Xianxia multiple times, thus sealing their enmity. Initially, their realms were comparable, and Xianxia could not do much to him. However, just days ago, Xianxia's brother somehow acquired a Qi-attracting pill. A pill is still a pill. Compared to the meager body refinement powder that servant disciples received every 3 months, it was exponentially superior. With that pill, Xianxia successfully broke through to Qi refinement. In just 7 days, he would officially become an outer disciple, while Lin Mo would become a homeless stray expelled from home. One would soar, while the other would plummet. At worst, I'll blow him up. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He rummaged beneath the bed for a tattered money pouch, containing all his hard-earned savings. If I spend my entire fortune, I should be able to exchange it for a regular explosive talisman at the market. When he tries to block me after leaving the sect, I'll detonate it. Even if I can't kill him, he should at least be left crippled for life. This reckless thought brought him a moment of exhilaration, but it was swiftly followed by deeper sorrow. As a dignified time traveler, it is my ultimate fate to perish alongside a scoundrel. Life felt bleak. Just when Lin Mo was engulfed in despair, even breathing felt burdensome. An emotionless mechanical voice erupted in his mind, akin to thunder from the heavens. Ding! Host's intense unwillingness detected. National Cultivation Sharing System activating. 1050. 100. System activation successful. Bound to host. Lin Mo. Chapter 2. Good news. The system has arrived. Bad news. The system is malfunctioning. The sudden sound rendered Lin Mo utterly frozen. He abruptly sat up in bed, his eyes brimming with disbelief. A system? A golden finger? Goodness. After 18 long years. Do you have any idea how I have endured these 18 years? Lin Mo trembled with excitement, his eyes even tinged with red. He had thought himself a disgrace among the ranks of transmigrators. A hapless soul without even a novice gift pack. Yet at this moment of utmost despair, it had come. It had truly arrived. System? Are you there? Lin Mo cautiously called out in his mind. I'm here. The cold mechanical voice echoed once more, startlingly tangible. Lin Mo was overwhelmed with joy. He pinched his thigh hard. The sharp pain confirmed that this was no dream. The frustrations that had been suppressed for 3 years. along with the fear of an uncertain future, vanished in an instant. In their place surged an unparalleled excitement. What a Xianxia! What being expelled from the sect? Before the golden finger, none of that mattered. I shall defy the heavens. He forcefully reined in the tumultuous emotions within, eagerly inquiring in his mind, System, what capabilities do you possess? This system is known as the National Cultivation Sharing System. Function, bind to a nation. The host will obtain the total cultivation of all individuals possessing cultivation within that nation, augmenting their own Tao foundation. The system's explanation was succinct yet left Lin Mo gasping for breath. To acquire the total cultivation of all cultivators within a nation? What does that even imply? This world, known as the Xianxia Great Realm, is vast and boundless, with nations aplenty. Among them are immortal dynasties that have persisted for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, along with supreme holy lands. These powers span territories of billions of miles, with cultivators numbering in the billions. The strong are as numerous as the stars, with saints, emperors, and legendary figures having truly existed. If he were to bind to one of those supreme dynasties, Lin Mo could hardly fathom the implications. Would that not mean he would instantaneously possess the cultivation of billions of cultivators? Ascending to the heavens in a single bound, becoming an immortal ancestor would no longer be a mere dream. At that point, forget a mere Xianxia. Even the sect master of the Xianxia sect would have to kneel before him. No, if he truly became that powerful, the sect master wouldn't even be worthy of meeting him. This golden finger is astonishingly powerful. Ha ha ha. Lin Mo could no longer contain himself. A grin stretching from ear to ear. He envisioned himself standing atop the myriad holy suns, striking down the ancient emperors, and effortlessly dominating the entire fantastical world. Calm down. Calm down. After taking several deep breaths, Lin Mo forced himself to regain his composure. The immediate priority is to complete the binding of the nation. System, initiate the binding process. Lin Mo commanded inwardly, his tone brimming with anticipation. Which divine dynasty would it be? Or perhaps a sacred land? If necessary, lowering the standards could be an option. Regardless of the outcome, he would stand to gain immensely. Ding! Nation binding program initiated. Currently retrieving nations that meet the binding criteria. Searching. Lin Mo as heart raced, anxiety gripping him as he awaited the results. This was a pivotal step that would determine his destiny. Time ticked by, each second stretching into eternity. At last, the cold, mechanical voice resonated once more. Search complete. Ding. Nation binding successful. Bound nation. Blue star. Great Xia. Boom. The moment those chilling words echoed in his mind, the ecstasy on Lin Mo's face froze instantaneously. He stood there, struck as if by lightning, utterly bewildered. Blue star? Great Xia? Why did that name sound so familiar? Wait a moment. Wasn't he that the very planet and country he had lived in during his past life? Lin Mo's mind went blank, completely overwhelmed. He had traversed realms, and the system had followed suit. Yet in the process of binding, it had returned him to where he began. What was this? Was he logging into his past life as server from another world? System, have you made a mistake? His voice trembled with disbelief. This was the Xianxia Great Realm, a world of fantasy. How could it bind him to a technological world? Binding cannot be changed. The system's response was cold and merciless, shattering the last remnants of Lin Mo's hopes. What the hell? Darkness enveloped him, his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground, nearly losing consciousness. His mental state had crumbled, completely shattered. From euphoria to despair, the transition took merely a second. This tumultuous roller coaster was too intense. The National Cultivation Sharing System shared the cultivation of its citizens. But what kind of place was Blue Star? A thoroughly technological civilization, devoid of even a trace of spiritual energy, let alone any cultivators. Binding a group of mortals could yield no cultivation at all. The total cultivation would equal zero. What difference did it make to have this system or not? No, it would be better to have none at all, at least without it. He would not have to endure this descent from paradise to despair. Was this a cruel joke? An outdated piece of garbage had been reattached to him, hadn't it? Lin Mo felt like crying without tears, convinced that the heavens had played a cruel trick on him. They offered him hope, only to crush it mercilessly. There were 7 days remaining. After 7 days, he would still face that inevitable demise. No, perhaps it would be even worse. Xianxia, that fellow, will undoubtedly exhaust every means to torment himself. It is finished. This time, it is truly over. Lin Mo sat slumped on the ground, his gaze vacant, as the flickering embers of determination and hope were extinguished by the icy waters of reality. However, just as despair enveloped his heart, a cold mechanical voice echoed unexpectedly in his mind. Ding! Detection of binding to a unique world without cultivators. Compensation mechanism activated. Matching and binding a unique agent for the host. Agent screening criteria. The individual with the deepest bloodline connection to the host. Screening complete. Ding! Agent binding successful. Agent, Lin Mo. Permission. The host can communicate with the blue star Xianxia through the agent. A series of notifications jolted Lin Mo, who had already succumbed to despair. An agent? Lin Mo? The name resonated like a thunderclap in his mind. Chapter 3. Help. Just after the 7th day. My brother has returned as a vengeful spirit to see me. On blue star Xianxia. Inside a room, Lin Mo stared at her phone with red-rimmed eyes, gazing at a rare photograph of herself with Lin Mo. In the picture, she struck a signature pose while radiating joy, while Lin Mo was the unfortunate soul who had been elbowed. As she looked at the photo, her heart ached even more, and she finally succumbed to tears. Woo, brother. How could you just be gone? Without you, who will appreciate the conquest I just learned? Woo, you left. Who will play games with me? Who will help me with my homework? Who will take the blame after I get into trouble? I no longer have a brother. Woo. After a while of crying, a rumble echoed from her stomach. Lin Mo abruptly halted her wails, nonchalantly set down her phone, and rose to retrieve a large assortment of chips, cookies, and small cakes from the cupboard. She then returned to the sofa, picked up her phone again, and resumed scrolling through Lin Mo's photos, tearing open the snack packages while continuing to sob. Clearly, her sorrow was genuine, but so was her hunger. Meanwhile, at Xianxia sect, before Lin Mo, a projection floated, visible only to him. The image portrayed his dear sister. Watching the video of Lin Mo, who was simultaneously indulging in snacks while weeping over his photos, left Lin Mo utterly speechless. Initially, seeing her cry so sorrowfully tugged at his heartstrings, causing his nose to tingle. Yet in the next moment, she abruptly ceased her tears and, with a blank expression, retrieved a pile of snacks, eating while continuing to cry. This spectacle was more than he could bear. All right. I can see why she is my beloved sister. Still so delightfully eccentric. Lin Mo was utterly speechless, at a loss for how to assess his sister. Nonetheless, he found some solace in the situation. After all, despite the sorrow, as long as she was not left to starve, that was sufficient. Recalling his earlier thoughts of complaint, Lin Mo's expression shifted back to one of seriousness. He was currently utilizing the agent feature provided by the system to observe Lin Mo. His purpose was remarkably straightforward: to make an effort. Although the system was bound to the great Xia, seemingly offering no hope, one could never ascertain whether a glimmer of opportunity might arise without striving for it. He could not allow himself to awaken such an extraordinary ability only to meet a tragic end at the hands of a petty villain. If that were to occur, he would die without closure. With that thought in mind, he no longer squandered time and directly addressed the projection of Lin Mo in his mind. Stop crying, little sister. Your brother has come to see you. The scene shifted back to Lin Mo, who, having transformed her sorrow into appetite, had completely devoured the snacks on the coffee table. Perhaps due to the absence of her favorite treats, her mood darkened even further, and her sobs rose in pitch, resembling the sound of a kettle boiling. Woo, big brother. How could you be so heartless? You were so selfish. I miss you so much. Why don't you just take me away? Lin Mo cried, losing herself in her emotions, even beginning to babble nonsensically. Just then, a voice resonated in her mind. Stop crying, little sister. Your brother has come to see you. Her sobs abruptly ceased, and her small face transitioned swiftly from sorrow to terror, her mouth agape, as if on the brink of emitting a sharp scream. No shouting. Lin Mo, hold it back. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I will reveal your secret to Mom about how you once used her favorite lipstick as paint to draw little turtles on the inside of the toilet. At this revelation, Lin Mo's face turned even paler. She hurriedly covered her mouth with both hands, determined to suppress any sound. Yet, her wide eyes and trembling body betrayed her overwhelming fear. All right, don't be afraid, little sister. I am here for something extremely important. Seeing Lin Mo quaking in fright, Lin Mo attempted to soothe her. Brother, is it really your return? She stammered, her voice quaking as the familiar sound echoed in her ears. It is I, little sister. It has truly been far too long. I have missed you dearly. This statement held sincerity. Lin Mo had not seen his sister for a full 18 years. "Oh, brother, surely I need not be this eager? It has only just been the mourning period." "Woo, brother, I was only joking. I am still young, merely 18, the prime age of a super invincible beauty. Please don't take me away. If I were to vanish, my parents would undoubtedly be utterly devastated. Moreover, if I were gone, who would provide for them? Who would offer you offerings? Without money in the afterlife, how would you ever find a wife? If you cannot marry, how would you continue the family lineage? Without the ability to pass on the family name, you would be left alone in the afterlife, a mere specter. Other spirits would undoubtedly bully you, and they might even seize your offerings." Xianxia was so frightened that she cried out loudly, muttering to herself. However, one must admit, her logic was at least coherent. Meanwhile, Lin Mo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He began to seriously question the system's decision to bind his sister as an agent. Had it lost its mind? Enough of this nonsense. "I'm not dead. I am perfectly fine." Lin Mo could no longer tolerate it and interrupted Xianxia. If she continued her tirade, he feared that he would perish from her incessant nagging before Zhang Han had the chance to finish him off. "You're lying. You've been cremated, reduced to ashes. And I was there when it happened. Although I fainted from crying outside, upon regaining consciousness, I heard our parents say that your death was quite tragic, apart from your head, which was intact. The rest of your body was painstakingly gathered with a small shovel and reassembled. You become a patchwork person." With those words, Lin Mo could no longer maintain his composure. "A patchwork person? How can you describe it so vividly?" Chapter 4. Brother, people who traverse realms are incredible. Why are you so useless? Lin Mo felt a throbbing in his temples. What the hell? A patchwork person? What the hell? Marrying in the afterlife to continue the lineage? What kind of convoluted thinking does this girl possess? After 18 years apart, how has she become even more abstract? However, despite not having seen her for 18 years, judging by her recent tone, it seems I have just crossed the 7-day mourning period in this world. Why is there such a disparity in timelines? Never mind. I will set that aside for now. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to leap through the internet and give Xianxia a good thrashing, along with his confusion regarding the time discrepancy. Time was of the essence. This was not the moment for trivialities. "Xianxia, listen to me carefully." Lin Mo's voice suddenly rose in intensity. "I'm not dead. I shall repeat it. I, Lin Mo, am alive and well. I'm not a ghost. I have traversed realms. Do you understand? It is just like what you read in those online novels. My soul has moved to another world, and I am currently in a dire situation and urgently require your assistance." Lin Mo unleashed a barrage of words, finally leaving Xianxia momentarily stunned. Traversed realms? The cries from Xianxia's side ceased, as did her sobs, seemingly processing the information. After several seconds, she finally responded in a tone heavy with skepticism and a hint of disdain, speaking softly. "Brother, are you sure you haven't had your brain damage down there? The novels I have read often depict protagonists who, upon traversing to another realm, either possess an invincible physique or are born as supreme beings. At the very least, they embody the archetypal underdog who rises from obscurity, equipped from the outset with a golden finger, effortlessly vanquishing anyone who stands in their way. Yet, why you sound as though you are faring so poorly? Should I burn more paper money for you? Is your crossing perhaps somewhat ineffectual?" Lin Mo's countenance darkened completely. "That struck a chord, dear sister." Each word pierced his heart with precision. He felt that he need not await his defeat at the hands of Zhang Han. His own sister could very well bring him to his demise first. "Silence." Lin Mo retorted defensively. "What do you know? I am merely a late bloomer. I don't wish to elaborate. Just know that I am alive and currently residing in a fantastical world known as the Xianxia Great Realm." A fantastical world? In Xia's voice, fear was finally supplanted by a hint of curiosity. Is it one of those realms with flying swords, magic, and the prospect of immortality? "Indeed," Lin Mo replied succinctly. "Wow, that's incredible, big brother." Xia's tone instantly transformed with excitement, the earlier sadness and fear dissipating in an instant. "Brother, are you now in a prestigious sect? Have you become an inner disciple, soaring through the skies on your sword? Perhaps accompanied by a beautiful senior sister or an adorable junior sister?" The corners of Lin Mo's mouth twitched. There was no beautiful senior sister, nor any adorable junior sister. However, he did have one sworn enemy who wished to see him fall. Cough, cough, but that's not important. Lin Mo vaguely shifted the topic. "I have come to you for a matter of great urgency." "Urgent matter? What can I assist you with?" Shall I help you train? Xianxia was evidently still lost in her own fantasies. Communicating with her left Lin Mo, feeling utterly drained. Nevertheless, this was his only glimmer of hope. He had to press on. Lin Mo gathered his thoughts and articulated his predicament as succinctly as possible. I am currently at the Xianxia sect, and in 7 days, there will be an assessment. If I fail, I will be expelled from the mountain. My current strength is insufficient to pass. More critically, I have a nemesis named Xianxia, who has already broken through and is merely waiting for me to be cast down so he can seize the opportunity to eliminate me. In other words, if I remain this weak after 7 days, my death is inevitable. Lin Mo's words had the desired impact. Upon hearing that her brother was to face death once more in just 7 days, Xianxia's heart leapt into her throat. What? This is so serious. Brother, you must flee. Why remain in such a wretched sect? As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Xianxia urged anxiously. I cannot run. Lin Mo replied with a bitter smile. This world is vast and perilous. Without the protection of a sect, a low-ranking cultivator like myself is no different from a lamb awaiting slaughter. Xianxia could find me with ease. Then what shall we do? Xianxia was nearly in tears. Do not panic. This is precisely why I sought you out. Lin Mo shifted the topic abruptly, realizing he had awakened a golden finger. A system. A system. Xianxia's voice soared an octave higher. I knew it. Every traveler must possess a system. Brother, hurry. Use your system to eliminate that Xianxia. If I could, why be seeking your help? Lin Mo sighed, feeling his heart grow heavier. He then recounted the details of the National Cultivation Sharing System to Xianxia. So, you mean to say that your system is bound to our great Xia? And your strength depends on the collective cultivation levels of all practitioners in our nation? But we have no practitioners here at all, just ordinary people. So your strength enhancement amounts to 0? Xianxia's mind was quick, succinctly summarizing Lin Mo's predicament. Exactly, Lin Mo replied solemnly. A suppressed laugh escaped Xianxia, but she quickly stifled it upon realizing the inappropriateness of her reaction. Ahem, brother, I apologize. I didn't mean to laugh, unless it was uncontrollable. I meant to say, your golden finger is indeed quite unique. Lin Mo had grown weary of conversation. He feared that any further words might shatter his resolve and lead to his immediate demise. Thus, my only hope now rests with you, Lin Mo asserted directly. You alone can save my life. Me? Xianxia was taken aback. How can I save you? It is simple. Lin Mo's tone turned grave. I will transmit a cultivation technique to you, and then you must do everything in your power to deliver it to the state, urging them to promote it for the entire population to cultivate. As long as there is one person in Great Xia who begins to cultivate, I can gain a measure of strength in this world. With enough cultivators, not to mention a mere Xianxia, even a Sacred Lands Master could be dispatched with a single blow. Universal cultivation? Xianxia was astounded by Lin Mo's audacious plan. This sounds utterly preposterous. For a modern nation with over 1 billion people to abandon technology and pursue cultivation, how could that even be feasible? Brother, this isn't realistic. Is it? How could I possibly reach the upper echelons of the government? If I told them my brother has traversed worlds and instructed me to promote cultivation, they would surely deem me insane and have me committed. Xianxia perceived the magnitude of the task as being more daunting than gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Of course, I am aware of this, Lin Mo replied. That is why my plan is to first pass this technique to you. You must attempt to cultivate it successfully. This will enhance our credibility. Lin Mo understood that his entire family were ordinary individuals. As Xianxia pointed out, even if she could access the higher-ups, the moment she uttered such notions, she would have already reserved a spot in the psychiatric ward. Therefore, the only somewhat feasible approach was to endeavor to have Xianxia cultivate the technique, transforming her into a practitioner. As long as one can become extraordinary, it undoubtedly enhances one's persuasive power. He would stake his reputation on it. For even at the most rudimentary level of cultivation, the foundational realm of body training, upon successful mastery, one would possess an impressive strength of 300 pounds. One must ponder, could a frail, naive girl of 18, on the cusp of her freshman year, truly wield such immense power? Chapter 5, teaching Xianxia the techniques with parents' full support, racing against time. In the living room, Lin Guohui and Chun Mei bore expressions etched with unspeakable sorrow. Their daughter appeared to have lost her mind. Just as their son had suffered an accident, their daughter, overwhelmed by longing for her brother, seemed to be spiraling into madness. In that moment, the elderly couple felt as if the sky had collapsed upon them. Alas! Mom and Dad, please do not weep. I'm not mad. What I say is true. Brother is indeed alive. He simply did not win in this world, but triumphed in another. Seeing her parents on the verge of collapse, tears streaming down their faces, Xianxia felt an urgent desperation, yet she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Even she found her own claims absurd. Brother, please devise a plan. They do not believe me. Helpless, Xianxia could only seek assistance from Lin Mo in her mind. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, observing the scene, felt equally anxious. If only he could communicate directly with their parents. Alas, he was the sole agent bound to the system in the entirety of Blue Star, leaving him to relay through his unreliable sister. Wait a moment, an idea struck him. Ask Mom and Dad what we were doing 3 years ago, just before your high school entrance exam, when you were tirelessly studying at the tutoring center. Lin Mo's voice resonated in Xianxia's mind, causing her to pause. What were you doing during my exam preparations? Didn't you say you were cheering for me from home? Confused, Xianxia conveyed this inquiry to her parents. Huh? Chunmei wiped her tears, gazing blankly at her daughter. Lin Guowei, startled, exchanged a glance with his wife before hesitantly responding, during those days, your brother and I had some leisure time, so we went to a hot spring resort in the neighboring city for a few days. We didn't want to distract you from your studies, so we kept it a secret. As he spoke, both Lin Guowei and Chunmei fell silent. Wait, this secret was known only to the two of them and their son, Lin Mo. How did their daughter come to know? Could it be? The couple exchanged another look, reading the shock and disbelief in each other's expressions. What? Yet Xianxia's focus diverged entirely from her parents. You two actually went out to play without telling me. How could you not take me along? Am I no longer your beloved daughter? Her face flushed crimson. Not from anything else, but purely from indignation. She could hardly believe that her father, mother, and elder brother harbored such a scandalous past of leaving her behind to indulge in their own whims. And they managed to conceal it so skillfully. Is there no love left in this family? Coughing lightly, Xiaoya decided to set aside her thoughts on this matter. Lin Guohui cleared his throat awkwardly. Then his expression turned gravely serious. I have a few more questions. You will relay them to your brother and report back to us. He must provide absolute confirmation. When your brother was in his second year of high school, did he steal the 500 yuan I had hidden in my WeChat account to purchase game skins? Xianxia promptly conveyed the question. Lin Mo nearly spat blood upon hearing this. Damn, this is an old grievance. He even falsely accused you of visiting inappropriate websites, claiming it caused the phone to be infected and the money was transferred away by hackers. Xianxia recounted this expressionlessly. Lin Guohui slammed his thigh in anger. What a rascal. No wonder my phone was infected. Moreover, Chunmei quickly interjected, asking if you could inquire of your brother whether he secretly disposed of the durian cheese-baked herring I made for his birthday last year down the toilet. Lin Mo's face twitched. What on earth is a durian cheese-baked herring can? That concoction must be a biochemical weapon. He claimed it was the most abstract thing he had ever eaten, preferring to consume anything else rather than that. Xianxia continued her role as an unfeeling repeater. Oh, he dares to despise me. Chunmei exclaimed in frustration, hands on her hips. One last question. Lin Guowei gestured, asking what day we departed for the resort at the hot springs. On the day before my high school entrance examination. You all returned just in time before I got home. At this moment, Lin Guohui and Chunmei were devoid of any lingering doubts. Their son was truly alive, and he had indeed traversed through time. A wave of immense joy swept away the gloom that had lingered for days, and the two embraced, laughing and crying in unison. Meanwhile, Xianxia was left utterly questioning her existence. There was no love left. She could no longer stay in this home. How could they hide so much from her? I was completely unaware of all this. Xianxia slumped onto the sofa, her entire being fading to a pallid hue. Ha, dear daughter. Don't we also share many little secrets that your brother is oblivious to? Chunmei observed her daughter's state and, breaking into laughter, humorously remarked, If I'm not mistaken, you and your brother definitely have many little secrets we are unaware of, right? Ahaha, Mom, you're absolutely right. Xianxia straightened up, a sheepish smile emerging as she recalled the mischievous deeds she and her brother had engaged in previously. Who doesn't have their own little circle? All right, Mom and Dad. Enough idle chatter. My brother is currently in a dire situation. If we do not handle this well, he may find himself with broken legs in a week, and then sold into a brothel as a furnace. Lin Xia spoke with a semblance of seriousness, startling both individuals present. Lin Mo, in another realm, felt his veins throb with agitation. Lin Xia, are you in your right mind? Consider the absurdity of your words. What do you mean I was sold to a brothel as a furnace? Oh, right. Lin Xia suddenly realized, based on the novels I've read, brother, you are far too inept to even qualify as a furnace. Oh dear, let us not dwell on these trivialities. I only meant to clarify to our parents that you are in dire straits. Her tone was casual, completely oblivious to the fact that her words had struck her brother hard. Xia, tell us, what does your brother require of us? We shall spare no effort to assist him. Lin Guohui stood up, resolutely stating his determination. It's quite simple. My brother's intent is. Lin Xia recounted Lin Mo's notion of a universal cultivation plan in its entirety. Indeed, your brother is correct. Mere words hold no weight, Lin Guohui concluded, calmly analyzing the situation. Without tangible evidence, the authorities will merely deem us insane and apprehend us. However, he added, but you mentioned we only have 7 days. Even if your brother were to impart that cultivation technique to you now, would there be enough time? Upon hearing his father's words, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, only 7 days remain. In such a brief span, could Lin Xia truly transform from an ordinary individual into a practitioner of body refinement? It had taken him 2 months to reach the first level of body refinement himself. While he acknowledged his own lack of skill, even if Lin Xia possessed slightly greater talent, 7 days seemed exceedingly limited. Damn it, is there truly no hope for me? Lin Mo's expression turned grim. Just then, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding. Friendly reminder to the host. The current time flow ratio between this realm and Blue Star is 1:6. This means that for every day that passes in this realm, 6 days will elapse in Blue Star. Only during communication between the host and the agent will the time flow in both realms remain synchronized. Upon hearing this unexpected announcement, Lin Mo's spirits soared. What? A time ratio of 1:6? Excellent. Fate has not forsaken me. His excitement nearly propelled him from his seat. 7 days, multiplied by 6, equals 42 days. Over a month's time, this glimmer of hope instantly became monumental. Lin Mo eagerly shared this monumental news with Lin Xia, who promptly related to their parents. More than a month, you say? Lin Guohui's tense demeanor relaxed. Wonderful. Let's begin. What must we do? He cut straight to the chase, his focus solely on extricating his son from peril. My brother said, the tasks you need to undertake are quite straightforward. Strive to gather some precious wild herbs, preferably those that have aged and are capable of revitalizing one's essence. Then, following the formula he provided, concoct a body-forging powder to aid my cultivation. As for me, I must now listen to his elucidation of the cultivation technique. Lin Xia conveyed Lin Mo's plan, her small face adorned with seriousness. This was a matter of utmost importance, a quest to save her elder brother's life, and she dared not be careless in the slightest. Chapter 6. All is prepared. Little sister, we rely on you. Having received Lin Mo's instructions, Lin Guohui and Chun Mei wasted no time. They began employing their various means to collect the herbs mentioned by their son. Brother, why must we gather herbs? Lin Xia's voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind, laden with confusion. Isn't cultivation reliant on spirit stones? One must take things step by step. At the initial stage of cultivation, one is not yet worthy of such lofty spirit stones. Lin Mo stifled his impulse to scoff, patiently explaining. In the vast realm of Xianxia, the earlier stages of cultivation are the body forging stage, qi refinement stage, foundation establishment stage, and spiritual sea stage. The body forging stage, as its name implies, is the foundational level. Only by refining the physical body can one harness spiritual energy and store it within the Dantian. Oh, I see, came Lin Xia's voice, enlightened. Speaking of spiritual energy, it seems we have none of that on Blue Star, do we? Brother, will I truly succeed? Lin Xia's words dripped with skepticism. Not having spiritual energy is inconsequential. The essence of the body forging stage lies in utilizing one's vitality to temper the body. So success in cultivation is entirely feasible even without spiritual energy. This is precisely why I instructed our parents to procure some aged, revitalizing wild herbs to fortify you. Lin Mo was well aware that Blue Star lacked the existence of spiritual energy. However, cultivation at the body forging stage does not necessitate it. This phase is purely about honing the physical form. What need is there for spiritual energy? As for the subsequent stages, that can be addressed later. The present troubles are the most pressing. Despite being merely at the body forging stage, if the Xia were to produce several hundred cultivators at the first level, bolstered by the cumulative power of the system, surely he could ascend to the Qi refinement stage, right? All right, I think I understand. Come on, brother, share your unparalleled skills. I am ready to begin my training. Lin Xia's small face radiated determination, prepared to embrace her brother's extraordinary legacy. Very well, then listen closely. The name of this cultivation method is the basic body forging technique. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, a voice of disdain emerged from Lin Xia's end. Basic body forging technique. Such an ordinary name. It can't possibly be anything exceptional, can it? Lin Mo felt his blood pressure rising once more. What a ridiculous notion. Given my current state, what could possibly be extraordinary? Even if there were, would you be able to comprehend it? Even this commonplace body refinement technique, ubiquitous among the sect members, necessitates my translation for you are utterly unfamiliar with the original script. Indeed, the characters of the Xianxia realm and those of the Great Xia belong to entirely different systems. Currently, as he instructs Lin Xia in the techniques, he must translate each term himself. Fortunately, the foundational body refinement technique, being an introductory method, is articulated in exceedingly simple and comprehensible language, akin to plain speech, which poses no challenge for him, a top-tier student from a prestigious university in his past life. Moreover, having immersed himself in this technique for 3 years, conveying its essence in his own words is remarkably straightforward. However, there are a few illustrations within the technique that he is uncertain how to vividly describe. Ding! The host can expend a considerable amount of mental energy to briefly transmit the content within his line of sight into the agent's mind. Well then, there is no need for concern now. Listen closely, little sister. I'm about to translate the incantation for you, so prepare a piece of paper to jot it down. Subsequently, I will transmit several images into your mind. You must remember them well, as these are crucial stances for body refinement. Lin Xia, attentive to her brother's words, promptly complied, retrieving paper and pen. Thereafter, Lin Mo commenced his translation, while Lin Xia diligently recorded the information. Before long, the translation was complete, and he also shared his understanding of the technique with Lin Xia. Then, with unwavering focus, Lin Mo fixed his gaze upon the illustrations, mentally chanting to facilitate the transmission. Did you see them? Quickly memorize them. Brother is about to lose his strength. The expenditure of such immense mental energy was no jest. As Lin Mo transmitted the images to Lin Xia, darkness enveloped his vision, nearly causing him to faint. I remember. Lin Xia's voice affirmed from the other end. I got it clear. Brother, why does your voice sound so feeble? Are you wasting away in this fantastical realm? Perhaps indulging in frivolities? No wonder you can't even break through to the Qi refinement stage. Brother, you have fallen. A long sigh escaped Lin Xia, her tone imbued with sorrow for her wayward brother. Get lost. Lin Mo bellowed with the last of his strength. I just expended a massive amount of mental energy to transmit those illustrations to you. Enough for now. I need to catch my breath. You practice for a while. I will contact you again shortly. Little sister, it all depends on you now. Good luck. With that, Lin Mo's voice abruptly faded from Lin Xia's mind. Brother? Older brother? Zili Lin Montak? Lin Xia tentatively called out several times, receiving no response. No reaction? He must have fainted from exhaustion. Very well. I shall ponder this alone. Lin Xia, carefree and untroubled, did not concern herself with Lin Mo's condition. She was filled with determination and excitement as she picked up the cultivation technique before her, integrating the peculiar body, forging movements that lingered in her mind, and began to explore her practice alone. In the Xianxia sect, Lin Mo was in his room. The projection before him had vanished, leaving him in a state of utter fatigue, his vision swirling with golden stars. Alas, it seems my mental fortitude is rather feeble. Transmitting a few images has pushed me to my limit. I cannot endure any longer. I must rest for a while. I hope that girl can comprehend the technique. With that thought in mind, Lin Mo succumbed to his exhaustion and collapsed onto his bed, drifting into unconsciousness. His decision to allow Lin Xia to practice alone stemmed from the fact that the process of body forging posed minimal danger, with no risk of demonic deviation or meridian chaos. Essentially, as long as one followed the instructions of the technique, anyone could successfully cultivate. The only variation lay in the time required. Meanwhile, outside Lin Mo's room, Zhang Han glared coldly at the door. hesitating for a long while, but ultimately refraining from barging in to eliminate Lin Mo. Humph. Very well. I shall endure a few more days. When the time comes, I will ensure that this little wretch cries out in agony. With this thought swirling in his mind, Zhang Han slowly departed. As a petty individual, he could not swallow the humiliation inflicted by Lin Mo. The anger simmered within him, and he yearned to break Lin Mo's limbs to teach him a lesson. However, any act of aggression here would surely draw attention, so despite his fury, he suppressed his wrath for the sake of his future. Thus, Lin Mo remained blissfully unaware that he had narrowly escaped a brush with death. He slept soundly from the afternoon well into the night, until an annoying insect persistently landed on his face, rousing him from his slumber. Blast it, I overslept. I wonder if Xia's made any progress. I must check. Upon waking, Lin Mo hurriedly accessed the system to observe Lin Xia's situation. However, when he beheld her, he was instantly dumbfounded. In the image, Lin Xia was effortlessly squatting with an enormous object. Her expression was one of ease and joy, not a single bead of sweat on her brow. And that object, he recognized it immediately. It was her solid wood tea table. Chapter 7. My sister is an unmatched genius? Shared success. Breaking through the 9th layer of body forging. At that moment, Lin Mo began to question his very existence. He felt as though he had yet to awaken fully, or that he was simply lost in a dream. The object Lin Xia was hoisting was unmistakably their solid wood tea table. It was the very piece their father had procured through connections from a master craftsman. Heavy and made of pure old elm wood. He recalled that during their move, it took him, his father, and 2 movers, 4 men straining together, to carry it upstairs. This thing weighed no less than 300 to 400 pounds. A delicate beauty, merely 18 years of age. Standing at a height of 172 centimeters and weighing no more than 100 pounds, was attempting to perform squats while shouldering a solid wood tea table weighing at least 300 pounds. The absurdity of this scene was utterly astonishing. Lin Mo could hardly believe it, his mind echoing with disbelief. Lin Xia, in the midst of her joyous workout, Lin Xia halted her movements suddenly, letting the tea table crash to the ground with a resounding thud. Fortunately, they resided on the 1st floor, otherwise, such a commotion would surely have summoned the neighbors from below for a confrontation. She brushed the dust from her hands and quickly responded in her mind, "Oh, brother, you're awake. I thought you might have fainted from the shock." Unfazed by her casual remarks, Lin Mo was more preoccupied with confirming a crucial fact. "Were you just lifting our tea table?" "Of course," Lin Xia replied with an air of nonchalance. "I tried it out. It's the heaviest thing at home, and it gives me the best workout." "The best workout?" Lin Mo found himself struggling to comprehend her words. "Sister, did you think you were lifting a couple of small dumbbells? Have you succeeded? Have you truly entered the realm of body refinement?" His voice trembled slightly as he posed the question. "Yes," Lin Xia responded with a breezy tone. "The foundational body refinement technique you gave me is quite effective. Following your instructions, I felt a surge of warmth in my body on the first day, and this afternoon I noticed a significant increase in my strength. I must have successfully broken through. Goodness, it seems effortless," she exclaimed. "You had previously described it as incredibly challenging, almost giving me undue pressure. Effortless? Seemingly simple?" Lin Mo lapsed into a profound silence, grappling with existential doubts. How much hardship had he endured to master this common technique? How many times had he strained his muscles to execute those awkward postures? To experience the so-called flow of energy, he had pushed himself to the brink, often suffering from nosebleeds. After enduring 2 painstaking months, he had barely crossed the threshold into the first stage of body refinement. Yet, here was his sister. After just a brief slumber, 3 days at most by Blue Star's reckoning. 3 days. She had transformed from a meek mortal into a practitioner of body refinement, capable of wielding a 300-pound tea table as if it were a barbell. Was this even humanly possible? It appeared that his sister was the true prodigy, while he, the so-called transmigrator, felt like a complete and utter failure in comparison. "Brother? Brother? Why are you silent? Are you too overwhelmed? I knew I could manage twofold. Rest assured, with me around, that Zhang Han is doomed." Lin Xia brimmed with newfound confidence. "After all, I am the first cultivator of the Blue Planet. This prestige needs no further elaboration, does it?" Lin Mo felt a profound silence settle upon him. It seemed that his Tao heart was beyond repair. Was my arduous journey across realms merely to serve as a tool for this prodigious talent, handing over techniques? Who, exactly is the protagonist here. Just as Lin Mo sank deeper into despair, the system's notification echoed unexpectedly in his mind. Ding! Binding to the nation of Great Xia detected. The first cultivator has successfully emerged. National Cultivation Sharing System officially activated. Permissions unlocked. Shared total cultivation level. Commencing initial cultivation enhancement for the host. The series of notifications abruptly pulled Lin Mo from the abyss of despondency. In the next moment, a pure and gentle force materialized within his limbs and bones. This power may not have been overwhelmingly strong. One could even describe it as somewhat feeble compared to his own 8th level of body refinement, but it was exceptionally pure, harmonizing perfectly with the vital energy he had cultivated, without any rejection, seamlessly integrating into his being. The bottleneck of the 8th level of body refinement, which had troubled him for months and had thwarted all his attempts at breakthrough, crumbled under the impact of this foreign energy. Crack! It was as if something within him shattered. A much more potent vital force erupted within him. His bones crackled, muscles trembled at an extraordinary frequency, and the flow of blood surged with sudden intensity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the 9th level of body refinement. Lin Mo slowly rose to his feet, feeling the new and surging power within him. The previous sense of weakness vanished entirely. He now felt an unprecedented vigor, strong enough to fell a bull with a single punch. This was the 9th level of body refinement. He was but a step away from the next grand realm, the chi refinement stage. The clouds of despair were swept away, replaced by boundless euphoria. Wonderful, wonderful. Truly, the heavens have not forsaken me. Ha ha! Lin Mo could not contain his laughter. In that moment, he regained his confidence and felt immensely fortunate about his sister's extraordinary talent. After all, the more gifted his sister was, the greater his own benefits would be, and the more feasible his plans would become. This was no mere sister. She was undoubtedly his superlative and invincible golden thigh. Brother, your laughter seems rather lewd. Is everything all right? Xianxia's voice timidly echoed, perplexed by her brother's sudden outburst. All is well. I am in splendid spirits. You did marvelously, dear sister. From this day forth, you shall be my only true sister. Xianxia replied. I have always been your only true sister. According to our parents' plans, I shall remain your only true sister in the future as well. Ahem. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Mo declared, in any case, your current task is to devote yourself wholeheartedly to cultivation. If you require any medicinal herbs or funds, simply inform your parents. If it's not sufficient, I will find a way. Although he currently had no concrete solutions, it was imperative to offer encouragement. Okay, Xianxia responded obediently. By the way, how much strength do you have now? Lin Mo suddenly posed a crucial question. I have no idea. There is no equipment to test it. I just feel that lifting this tea table is quite effortless, Xianxia replied, puzzled. Is that so? When your parents return, have them assist in devising a method to estimate your strength. Chapter 8. The Strength of 1,000 Pounds and the Value of Genius. When Lin Guohui and Chun may return home after procuring medicinal herbs, burdened with bags of various sizes, their eyes immediately fell upon the solid wooden tea table, now relocated to the center of the living room, and the spiderweb-like cracks on the floor beside it. The couple instantly understood what had transpired. They rushed to their daughter, examining her meticulously from every angle. Dear, are you all right? You aren't hurt, are you? Chunmei asked anxiously. Mom, what could possibly happen to me? Xianxia chuckled, stretching her limbs. I feel great, strong enough to fell dozens of cows. Lin Guohui adjusted his old waist and approached the tea table, tapping it to confirm it was still the heavy old companion it had always been. He turned to Xianxia, his expression a blend of astonishment and a hint of helplessness. All right, you say your brother wants you to test your strength? We shall assist you. Without hesitation, Lin Guohui proceeded to the dining room and lifted a solid wooden chair. This chair weighs about 40 to 50 pounds. Your mother and I will stack it on top of the tea table, and you can give it a try. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, in the small dark room of Xianxia's sect, watched this scene unfold with great interest through the system as projection. What a spectacle! A family weightlifting competition live broadcast. Lin Guohui and Chun Mei, trembling slightly, each steadied a chair and carefully placed it atop the tea table. Be careful, don't strain your backs. Xianxia cautioned from the side. Not a problem. Lin Guohui gritted his teeth and securely set the chair down on the table, followed closely by Chun Mei with the other chair. All right, dear, it's your turn. Xianxia approached the tea table, took a deep breath, grasped the edges of the table, and exerted her strength. The combined weight of the two chairs, nearly 500 pounds, was effortlessly lifted above her head in a perfect clean and jerk motion. Mom, Dad, these two chairs can't weigh more than 100 pounds combined. It still seems a bit lacking, doesn't it? Holding the tea table aloft, Xianxia appeared unfazed, even having the energy to sway it gently. Lin Guohui and Chun Mei watched in astonishment, unsure of how to react to their daughter. This was no longer their beloved little girl. She was akin to a personal bulletproof vest. Lin Guohui scratched his head, pondering the situation. Yet there seemed to be no heavier items at home. He surveyed his surroundings and finally set his sights on his own bedroom. The only significantly weighty object was the solid wood bed that he and his wife shared. I recall when we purchased it. It was said to be crafted from old materials, weighing over 600 pounds, I believe. Let us give it a try and see if I can lift it. Upon hearing this, Xianxia was instantly invigorated, placing the coffee table on the ground and dashing towards her parents' bedroom. Oh, my daughter, do be careful. Don't hurt yourself. The elderly couple, alarmed, hurried after her, fearing any mishap, although they had come to accept their daughter's entry into the realm of cultivation. That bed was indeed a hefty piece of furniture. If mishandled, it could lead to serious consequences. Xianxia approached the bed and circled around it. It's rather large. Where should I start? After murmuring a few thoughts, she swiftly formulated a plan. I'll lift it from the foot of the bed gradually, and then I'll crawl underneath to support it from the middle. Lin Mo was taken aback by her unique approach. Sister, your thought process is quite unconventional. Are you sure you're not performing some sort of acrobatics? Without further ado, Xianxia sprang into action. She positioned herself at the foot of the bed, grasping the bed frame with both hands, exerting herself, and with a creak, the weighty end of the bed was forcibly lifted off the ground. Subsequently, she braced herself against it, inching it forward until she had completely tucked herself underneath. Lin Guohui and Chun Mei watched anxiously, their hearts in their throats. Yet moments later, they realized their concerns were unfounded. Before their eyes, that enormous solid wood bed was being steadily and effortlessly raised. Beneath it, Xia's slender figure stood firm, akin to a jack supporting an immense weight. Compared to that coffee table, this bed is indeed quite heavy, came Lin Xi's muffled voice from beneath. But thankfully, it's not too challenging. Brother, we can't test anything else at home. Do you have an idea of how it feels now? If so, I'll set the bed down. If anything gets damaged, Mom and Dad will have to sleep on the floor tonight. Lin Xi's words jolted Lin Mo back to reality, as he had been momentarily stunned by his sister's astonishing feat, forgetting to contemplate anything else. Oh, all right. Sit down, but be cautious. I think I have a rough idea now, he muttered to himself. To lift a bed weighing over 600 pounds and merely find it a tad heavy, not particularly difficult? This indicated that his sister's strength must be at least over 1,000 pounds. Perhaps even that was an understated estimation. Lin Mo gasped in astonishment, utterly astounded by his sister's extraordinary prowess. Brother, what level is this? Xianxia cautiously returned the bed to its original position, then crawled out from underneath it, dusting off her clothes before lying down on the bed. In her mind, she posed a question to Lin Mo. What level are we at? Lin Mo's thoughts drifted aimlessly. To put it frankly, when I, your brother, first ventured into the realm of body refinement, I exerted every ounce of strength and could only muster 300 pounds of force. This feat was accomplished only in the abundant spiritual energy of the Xianxia Great Realm, which naturally favors cultivation. As for you, Blue Star lacks the nourishing spiritual energy. The innate constitution of its inhabitants is inherently weak. Moreover, the medicinal materials found there are far inferior to the heavenly treasures of the fantasy world. Given such deplorable conditions for cultivation, the fact that you possess over 1,000 pounds of might at the first stage of body refinement is astounding. I can hardly fathom how monstrous you would become if you were to step into the fantasy realm. Reflecting on my own meager strength of 300 pounds when I broke through to the first stage of body refinement, and comparing it to Lin Xi's terrifying data of 1,000 pounds, I couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. However, as I consider my envy, it seemed not so profound after all. For just moments ago, I had instinctively moved my body and discovered that my own strength had seemingly undergone an unimaginable increase. Wait! Lin Mo suddenly jolted, leaping off the bed. Tentatively, he threw a punch at the brick wall of the room. He didn't dare to unleash his full power, opting for only 20% of his strength. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as a distinct fist imprint appeared on the wall, surrounded by a web of cracks. Lin Mo exclaimed, "What the hell? Amazing! The strength can be directly shared and compounded." Elated, he realized that he had previously thought the system only allowed for the sharing of cultivation realms. But to discover that even fundamental strength could be shared was beyond his expectations. Perhaps, in the future, I too could tread the path of overwhelming might. In the Xianxia Great Realm, there exist exceptional geniuses endowed with sacred and divine bodies. They possess unparalleled physical prowess, dominating their peers with sheer strength, often disregarding reason. Lin Mo believed that as long as there were enough cultivators in Xianxia to continuously augment his strength, he would inevitably reach that pinnacle one day. At that point, it wouldn't matter what sacred or divine body one possessed, nor what supreme divine abilities. My fist would shatter them all. Brother, now that I am so formidable, can we commence the plan you mentioned? Xianxia's voice pulled Lin Mo back from his delightful reverie. Ah! Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. I never imagined it would happen so swiftly. I merely took a short nap. He had prepared for the worst, thinking Xianxia would require at least a month to barely grasp the basics. Who could have anticipated that his sister would exceed expectations, transforming from a frail girl into a formidable being in just 3 days? This progress had completely disrupted all his subsequent plans. Do not rush, take your time. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to proceed with caution. Given your remarkable talent, it would be wise to practice for a few more days to bolster your confidence. Once you have achieved the second level of body refinement, we can execute our plan, which will undoubtedly carry more persuasive weight. However, dear brother, you may not realize that I am on the verge of exhausting our family's finances. Xianxia sat up from her bed, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Her rapid advancement to the first level of body refinement had cost an exorbitant amount. The precious wild herbs that her parents procured, such as aged mountain ginseng and FOTI, had all been ground into powder and brewed into medicinal concoctions based on Lin Mo's prescriptions. Consumed like water, the value of a single bowl of this herbal remedy nearly equated to several months of an ordinary person's salary. Were it not for Ling Wei and Shen Mei being seasoned employees of a state-owned enterprise, having accumulated some savings over decades of work, they might have found themselves on the brink of bankruptcy. Fear not, my daughter, as Xianxia communicated with Lin Mo. Her thoughts were expressed aloud rather than through thought transmission. Upon hearing her words, Lin Guohui approached and patted Xianxia's shoulder, exuding a carefree demeanor. We can always sell a house. What's the big deal? Surely, we can still support your training. His nonchalant attitude might lead an outsider to believe he was merely discussing funding for a tutoring class. But father, where will we live if we sell the house? Xianxia's expression fell. I certainly do not wish to sleep under a bridge. Daughter, do not fret over such matters. Chen Mei interjected with a smile, stepping closer. As long as your brother's plan succeeds, do you truly believe we will lack a home? Chen Mei's words struck a chord with Xianxia. Indeed, if the plan were to succeed, she would soon become the most radiant jewel of the entire Great Xia, an individual of national treasure status. Would there be any need to worry about housing then? Alas, it was her own narrow perspective that had clouded her thoughts. All right, Xianxia's spirit ignited with renewed determination. Let's continue. Father, mother, quickly bring forth the gold coins. I shall continue to lean on you. She clenched her little fist, rallying herself. Meanwhile, Lin Mo observed this harmonious yet somewhat absurd gathering of his family with a contented smile as he switched off the projection. Chapter 9. The Mysterious Boy's Gratitude? Is this something that a mere servant disciple can possess? As he activated the projection to monitor Xianxia, the flow of time in blue star temporarily synchronized with that of the Xianxian realm. Therefore, to afford Xianxia ample time, Lin Mo did not intend to keep a constant watch over her. To forcibly synchronize the temporal flow of both realms, the system is quite impressive. Nonetheless, it matters not. The stronger you are, the more at ease I feel. Lin Mo maintained a remarkably positive mindset. He was not the type to harbor paranoia, suspecting the system of harboring ill intentions against him. What a ridiculous notion. He has traversed for 18 years, yet remains unable to even touch the threshold of the Qi refinement realm. What could the system possibly see in him? Is it because of his handsome appearance? Or is it due to his utter incompetence? If it is the former, then the system possesses remarkable discernment. With a crisis seemingly on the verge of resolution, Lin Mo's mood lightened significantly. He chuckled at himself, ready to retire for the night. After all, it was still the dead of night, and there was nothing else to occupy his time. Ah, no, he could actually strive to improve himself, rigorously honing his skills. Yet at this moment, no amount of training would yield substantial results. Ordinarily, 7 days would suffice to solidify his recently attained 9th level of body refinement. But to advance further would be nothing short of a fool's errand. Since it held no significance, why waste time? Better to embrace idleness. Alas, sleep eluded him. With such vitality, he could easily spend the night hauling cement at a construction site. Nevertheless, as a distinguished cultivator in the miscellaneous division, even with a boost, he could not afford to slacken his efforts. The surge of energy from his recent breakthrough coursed through him, invigorating him to the point where slumber proved elusive. Thus, Lin Mo resolved to rise from his bed and adopt the cultivation stance of the body refinement realm, continuing his practice. He trained until the first light of dawn graced the sky. Just then, a faint knocking echoed from outside his room. "HM, at this early hour, who could be seeking me?" Lin Mo peered out the window, where the horizon was just beginning to blush with dawn. Filled with curiosity, he approached the door. "Who is it?" "Mo go, it's me, Fan." Lin Mo paused for a moment before opening the door. "What brings you here at this hour?" he inquired, as he opened the door to reveal a graceful and reticent youth standing outside. This boy was one of the few friends with whom Lin Mo could exchange a few words within this sect. "Mo go, let us talk inside." Li Fan wasted no time, cautiously glancing around before swiftly entering the room. "What is going on?" "You're acting all mysterious," Lin Mo remarked, closing the door behind them. His confusion palpable. "Mo go, yesterday afternoon, I saw that Zhang Han lingering not far from your door. However, he ultimately left. I suspect he was vexed by the reprimand you gave him earlier and sought revenge. Yet, due to the sect's regulations, he dare not act," Li Fan said, his expression grave as he regarded Lin Mo. "Humph. That wretched creature truly believes he can dominate the sect." Then Montak's anger flared, wishing he could rush out and grind Zhang Han's head into the ground. However, recalling his own mere 9th level of body refinement, he had no choice but to suppress his fury for the time being. "Brother, is that all you came to tell me? Rest assured, that mutt fears the strong. Within the sect, he wouldn't dare to cross me. No need to worry. But still, thank you, my friend." Elena Makaupata Li Fan's shulde. Gratitude evident in his demeanor. "Brother Mo, this is nothing. If you hadn't stood up for me back then, the last relic my parents left me would have been snatched away by that beast. To me, this is an immense favor." Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Lin Mo instinctively glanced at the rusted iron sword cradled in his arms. This sword was indeed the relic of Li Fan's parents. Such a dilapidated weapon. Yet that brute Zhang Han had intended to seize it, determined to take it for himself. Had Lin Mo not intervened out of sheer indignation, that sword would have likely been reduced to scrap metal by Zhang Han. Ah, it was merely a trifling effort. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. However, this demeanor only served to intensify the resolve etched upon Li Fan's face. "Brother Mo, I have come here for no other reason. In 7 days, all disciples who fail to reach the Qi refinement stage will be expelled from the sect. By that time, Zhang Han will undoubtedly come looking for trouble." Li Fan paused momentarily before continuing. "Do not worry, brother. If that Zhang Han dares to come, I shall confront him. Besides, we still have 7 days. The outcome remains uncertain." Lin Mo scrutinized Li Fan, noting that he still seemed to be a mere 6th level in body refinement, seemingly more inept than himself. Naturally, had he not been so ineffectual, it would not have been necessary for him to come to Lin Mo's aid. "Brother Mo, do not concern yourself with me. I had already resolved to leave the sect. This opportunity to descend the mountain is fortuitous." Li Fan's declaration left Lin Mo astounded. He had already made the decision to depart? Indeed, the reasons are not convenient to elaborate upon. "Brother Mo, I cannot repay your kindness, so please accept this elixir." With that, Li Fan carefully produced an exquisite small porcelain vial from his bosom and extended it towards Lin Mo. "Brother, what is this?" Lin Mo was taken aback, failing to reach out for it. The elixir, known as the Greenwood Qi Nourishing Pill, was a 3rd-grade elixir. Its effect was to enable an entirely untrained mortal to directly break through to the Qi refinement stage without any side effects. "Brother Mo, I offer you this elixir in hopes it will aid you in remaining within the sect." Li Fan's expression was exceedingly earnest. However, as the term 3rd-grade elixir registered in Lin Mo's ears, he was rendered speechless. "What? A 3rd-grade elixir? Surely my hearing is not failing me. Is this something that mere disciples of our standing can possess?" It should be noted that the elixir that had aided Zhang Han's breakthrough was merely a 1st-grade one. The body refinement powders familiar to them were nothing more than worthless refuse, lacking even a grade. What then could be said of a third-grade elixir? It was a treasure that even most outer disciples could only dream of. Li Fan, a disciple of little worth, somehow possessed an extraordinary elixir, a treasure of unparalleled value within the confines of the auxiliary courtyard. Mo, I understand this is hard to believe, but please trust me. The elixir is genuine. Observing Lin Mo's dazed expression, Li Fan found the situation indeed perplexing. He gently removed the cork from a vial. Instantly, an indescribable and enchanting fragrance wafted into Lin Mo's senses. Wow, the potency is so rich. This elixir is undeniably authentic. Although he had never tasted it, he had certainly heard tales of its wonders. Lin Mo was nearly certain that the elixir was genuine. Isn't it yours, brother? Never mind. Everyone has their own opportunities. I shall refrain from inquiring about its origins. However, you must take this back. It is far too valuable for me to accept. You should consume it yourself. He did not question Li Fan about the elixir's provenance. Considering Li Fan's tragic background, the boy was likely not ordinary. Could he be the protagonist archetype? Nevertheless, he declined the elixir. Firstly, its value was staggering, and secondly, it seemed not to hold much significance for him at the moment. Noticing Lin Mo returning the elixir, Li Fan was momentarily taken aback. He understood all too well what this elixir represented for a disciple of the auxiliary ranks. Had Xianxia been present, he would have lunged for it like a mad dog. Yet, Lin Mo merely expressed surprise before resolutely rejecting it, not even displaying the slightest hint of greed. Truly, Moge's magnanimity and integrity were admirable. To be fair, even he had felt his heart race with desire upon acquiring this elixir. Yet, in the face of such immense temptation, Lin Mo maintained his composure. How could one not be in awe of him? Alas, while Mo exhibited such noble traits, heaven had only bestowed upon him an unremarkable talent. It was indeed a matter of regret. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, Li Fan's mind was racing with thoughts that could fill an 80,000-word novel. Enough of lingering here. With such a magnificent elixir, you should hurry back and consume it. Wouldn't it be splendid to ascend directly to an outer sect disciple? Observing Li Fan's momentary distraction, Lin Mo smiled and reminded him. Mo, please do not say that. I am determined to give you this elixir. Furthermore, I have made up my mind to leave the sect today. If the opportunity arises in the future, I will return to visit you. I sincerely hope you take care of yourself. Li Fan deeply bowed to Lin Mo, and without waiting for further words, he placed the elixir on the table, turned, and exited, leaving Lin Mo standing in the room, bewildered as he gazed at his departing figure. Chapter 10. Ascending in one step, cultivating Qi to the 6th level. Lin Mo stood rooted to the spot, watching as Li Fan's figure vanished into the morning light, rendered speechless for quite some time. He lowered his gaze to the exquisite porcelain bottle on the table, then raised his eyes to the empty doorway, feeling as though his mind were faltering. What on earth is happening? A usually taciturn young man, seemingly more downtrodden than himself, casually produces a third-grade elixir and simply offers it without hesitation. A third-grade elixir. Such a treasure would incite a frenzy among countless outer sect disciples in the Xianxia sect, even causing some inner sect disciples to feel envious. How could Li Fan dismiss such a precious item so readily? And what was this about a resolute decision to descend the mountain today? Good heavens! Lin Mo suddenly felt as if he had been blind all along. Li Fan was no mere waste of talent. He was undoubtedly the archetype of a protagonist, orphan, bearing a legacy, perhaps even laden with deep-seated enmity, and now, having fortuitously encountered an opportunity, he was prepared to embark on his journey of monster slaying and leveling up. This narrative was all too familiar to him. Could it be that I am merely an ordinary NPC on the path of some protagonist defying fate? Lin Mo couldn't help but shudder, quickly banishing this ominous thought from his mind. Very well, I shall not dwell on it. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Li Fan is not as simple as he appears, a fact I should have realized long ago, considering how evident these traits are. However, this elixir, Lin Mo approached the table, delicately lifting the small porcelain bottle. The vessel felt warm to the touch, akin to a piece of fine jade. Gently removing the cork, he inhaled deeply, and an exceptionally pure medicinal fragrance surged through his nostrils, causing every pore in his body to open wide. The slightly unstable energy from his recent breakthrough to the ninth layer of body refinement solidified and steadied under the influence of this aromatic essence. A remarkable find. Truly a remarkable find. No wonder it is a third-grade elixir. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just the scent alone had such extraordinary effects. If he were to consume it directly, he could nearly guarantee that he would not only break through to the qi cultivation realm, but might even leap to the second or even third layer of qi cultivation. At that point, during the assessment in 7 days, not only would he avoid expulsion from a sect, but he could also directly ascend to the status of an outer disciple. And that scoundrel, Zhang Han, he would be able to handle with ease. Yet, this elixir is so precious. Very well, I shall remember this kindness. At worst, I can repay this favor once I have grown stronger. Based on Lin Mo's speculation, even if Li Fan truly possesses some fortuitous destiny, this elixir should also be of immense benefit to him at present. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Li Fan offered it to him to aid his journey. One must admit, such an act stirred a sense of gratitude within Lin Mo. He had not anticipated that a seemingly casual act of kindness would yield such a fruitful outcome today. Li Fan is indeed a remarkable individual, and he truly repays kindness. After sealing the bottle tightly, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude. It appears that even without the awakening system, he can navigate through this crisis smoothly. A single act of benevolence has drastically altered the trajectory of his life. Of course, this is primarily due to Li Fan's commendable character, as he is someone who values gratitude and reciprocity. Had he been in the company of a more selfish individual, such a response would have been utterly inconceivable. In fact, it is likely that such a person would have long forgotten him. Ah, third-grade elixir. I wouldn't have dared to dream of such a luxury before. Even the modest body refinement pills required careful saving, let alone a potion I have never even laid eyes upon. But now, it seems I can indulge myself. As he caressed the small porcelain bottle in his hands, Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement. With this elixir, he could easily step into the realm of qi cultivation. At that point, becoming an outer disciple would be a certainty. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly shut the door and secured it tightly. He then sat cross-legged on his bed, preparing to consume the elixir. However, just as he brought the potion to his lips, he hesitated. Li Fan mentioned that the effects of this elixir are sufficient for an ordinary person without any cultivation to directly break through to the qi realm. Given that I am at the 9th level of body refinement, would it not be somewhat wasteful for me to take it? Moreover, with my mediocre talent, even with such a powerful elixir, it is likely that I would only reach the 3rd level of qi cultivation at most. If only I could give this elixir to Xianxia. As he pondered, he instinctively set the elixir down for the time being. He was well aware of his own limitations. The effects of the same elixir would be vastly different depending on whether it was consumed by a genius or someone less gifted. Considering Xianxia's exceptional talent, if she were to take this elixir, her advancement would undoubtedly far surpass his. At that moment, he realized that he could not deliver the elixir to Xianxia. System, can I transmit items to my agent? Though he thought it unlikely, Lin Mo still held on to a glimmer of hope as he inquired. Ding, of course you can. The host may transmit 1 item to the agent every 60 days, which translates to 360 days on Blue Star. Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. What? Why didn't you mention this earlier? I thought it was impossible. I was almost left in the dark. Lin Mo couldn't help but express his frustration with the system. Ding, because the host did not ask. All right, you're the system, you have your reasons. Just remember to remind me of important directives in the future. Understood? Lin Mo exclaimed, his mouth agape, ultimately resorting to a speechless request. Ding, complying with the host's instructions. Excellent. Now I can maximize the benefits of this elixir. System, please deliver this elixir to Xianxia. Receive command, initiating transmission. Ding, transmission successful. Meanwhile, in Blue Star, in the Great Xia, Xianxia lay languidly on her bed, listlessly scrolling through her phone, her lips murmuring incessantly, I'm so hungry. Where are Mom and Dad? Where's my snack? If I don't replenish my energy soon, this aspiring cultivator will perish on her bed. At that moment, the air before her rippled unexpectedly. Suddenly, an antiquated porcelain vial materialized out of thin air, landing with a soft thud upon her blanket. Xianxia blinked in disbelief, initially thinking it might be a mirage born from her hunger. After all, how could something simply appear out of nowhere? Yet, as she could not resist the urge to poke the vial, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. What is this? Is some hidden, powerful cultivator playing tricks on this novice? No, if there were truly another practitioner, my brother would undoubtedly know. What could this possibly be? Just as Xianxia pondered over the porcelain vial in confusion, her brother's voice, laced with excitement, resonated in her mind. Sister, don't just stand there. This is the Qingmu Qi Nourishing Pill, an absolute treasure. Quickly consume it. The concept of a Qi Nourishing Pill was foreign to Xianxia, but her brother's fervent tone indicated its extraordinary value. Without a second thought, she seized the vial, uncorked it, and poured the dragon-sized pill, glowing with a cerulean aura, into her mouth. After a quick taste, she swallowed it whole. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that surged into her abdomen. The next moment, boom! A surge of unfathomable and terrifying medicinal power erupted within her body like a volcanic explosion. Xianxia felt every cell in her body rejoicing ecstatically. The meridians that she would have needed to painstakingly open one by one were now effortlessly unblocked by this rampant medicinal force. Body refinement, 2nd level. Body refinement, 3rd level. Body refinement, 9th level pinnacle. In merely a few breaths, she traversed the entire path of the body refinement realm. But that was not the end. The immense medicinal power, combined with the blood vitality within her that had reached its zenith, surged towards the intangible barrier at her dantian, launching a formidable assault. Crack! A subtle sound echoed. The greatest chasm between mortals and cultivators, the bottleneck of the Qi refinement realm, was instantaneously shattered. A surge of pure spiritual energy, transformed from potent medicinal power, blossomed within her body. It was fervently absorbed, coalescing within her dantian into the first thread of her own spiritual force. She had successfully entered the first realm of Qi cultivation. Yet, the medicinal potency showed no signs of waning. 2nd realm, 3rd realm, 4th realm, 5th realm. Only when her cultivation soared to the 5th realm did the terrifying medicinal power finally subside. Xianxia slowly opened her eyes, feeling the strength within her magnified countless times compared to before. In a moment of inspiration, she thrust her fist forward. Bang! The nearby tables and chairs erupted into a cloud of splinters. A resounding boom echoed through the air. Is this the Qi cultivation realm? Is this what spiritual power feels like? Gazing at the chaos before her, Xianxia's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Simultaneously, far away in the Xianxia Great World, Lin Mo also experienced his own transformation. Ding! Detected that the cultivator Xianxia of Daxia has broken through to the 5th realm of Qi cultivation. National Cultivation Sharing System is bestowing cultivation enhancement upon you. Boom! A surge of pure power, 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than before, materialized within Lin Mo's body. His 9th level of body refinement could not withstand even a second against this force. Crack! The barrier of Qi cultivation shattered. The merging of vital energy and spiritual force birthed an entirely new power within him. 1st realm, 2nd realm, 3rd realm. His cultivation skyrocketed like a rocket until it reached the pinnacle of the 6th realm. Lin Mo slowly straightened his body, feeling the surging spiritual power in his dantian, his eyes gleaming with ecstatic joy. After 18 years of stagnation, at this very moment, he had finally entered the Qi cultivation realm, becoming a true cultivator. From now on, the skies would be his limit. The humble life of a menial disciple would finally be a thing of the past. All of this was merely due to the system he had awakened just a day prior. Chapter 11. The plan commences. How to engage with the higher echelons. On Blue Star, in Daxia, Xianxia sat dazed on her bed, surrounded by disarray. The tables and chairs that had been intact moments ago were now reduced to a pile of debris, and the air still carried a hint of sawdust. She glanced at her small fist, then at the aftermath, her mind swirling in confusion, questioning her identity, her location, and her actions. Just a moment ago, she had been a novice at the 1st level of body refinement, nearly impoverishing her family, and now she had inexplicably become a formidable figure in the Qi cultivation realm. Had she inadvertently skipped some paid content? She felt as if she had awakened from a surreal dream after fainting from hunger, just as she was engulfed in existential doubts. Lin Mo's voice resonated perfectly in her mind. How do you feel, little sister? Upon hearing this, Xianxia sprang up, bewildered by the sudden surge of strength she experienced. What has happened? How did I transform so dramatically? It was the elixir, Lin Mo revealed. Elixir? You mean the substance in that small vial? Lin Xia's eyes widened as she recalled the pill she had consumed, radiating a greenish aura. Is that a celestial pill? Its effects are astonishing. Brother, you must confess, have you befriended a wealthy patron in a fantastical realm, or perhaps unearthed the grave of a powerful being? Lin Montak chuckled. Your imagination would undoubtedly shine in a novel. Regardless of the elixir's origin, just know that your brother is formidable. This third-grade elixir, the Qingmu Qi Nourishing Pill, is specifically designed to elevate mortals to extraordinary heights. For someone with your innate talent, its effects are truly remarkable. Well done, my dear sister. Keep up the great work. Lin Xia was utterly astounded by this revelation. A third-grade elixir. Although she lacked understanding of the classification, the name alone exuded grandeur. Wow, brother. You've bestowed upon me an incredible boon. I feel as if I could fell an elephant with a single punch. No, at least two. With excitement, she leaped off the bed, reveling in the unprecedented power coursing through her body, eager to test her newfound abilities. I've discerned your current cultivation level. You are at the 5th stage of Qi training, Lin Mo remarked softly. However, I must caution you. The spiritual energy within you diminishes with every use, and Blue Star lacks the resources to replenish it. Use it sparingly. What? Lin Xia's exhilaration evaporated instantly. No replenishment. Does that mean I've merely attained a semblance of immortality? She then attempted to sense the energy around her, her expression shifting to uncertainty. Wait, brother. I think I can perceive a special energy in the air akin to the spiritual energy released from the elixir, albeit extremely thin. So faint that the minuscule amount I spent on that punch may take a day or two to recover. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned. A wave of overwhelming joy surged within him moments later. There truly is. Though scarce, it was indeed spiritual energy. The presence of spiritual energy indicated that Blue Star possessed the fundamental conditions for cultivation. The only drawback was the sluggish pace of cultivation, akin to a snail's crawl. But was this significant? Not at all. For Lin Mo, this was monumental news. The passage of time on Blue Star compared to the Xianxia Great Realm was a staggering 6-1. While 6 days elapsed on Blue Star, only a single day passed in his realm. Even if the practitioners of the Blue Star progress slowly in their cultivation, the acceleration of time endows them with a cumulative growth in their spiritual prowess that is nothing short of astronomical. This certainly surpasses the gains achieved through solitary, arduous training by several magnitudes. A veritable windfall. Remarkable. Splendid. Sister, it appears our plans can be expedited. There is no need to delay any further. Let's act now. Immediately, Lin Mo's voice brimmed with an irrepressible excitement. Really? Lin Xia echoed his enthusiasm. Excellent. Once our parents return, we shall convene a meeting to strategize how to confront the nation. Before long, Lin Guohui and Chun may return home, laden with bags of ingredients and medicinal herbs. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Lin Xia's room, where the wooden furniture lay in ruins, as if obliterated. Darling, have you evolved again? Lin Guohui gazed at the heap of wooden debris, his lips twitching. Chen Mei wore an expression of resigned familiarity. Clearly, after days of relentless upheaval, the couple's capacity to withstand shock had been significantly fortified. Lin Xia, feeling slightly sheepish, scratched her head and, in their presence, revealed her newfound cultivation level. I have reached the 5th stage of Qi refinement. Despite being somewhat prepared for the news, Lin Guohui and Chun Mei were rendered speechless by the revelation. Just days ago, their daughter had been an ordinary girl, powerless in her pursuits. Now, she had transformed into something extraordinary. And now, after consuming a single pill, she had ascended from superhero to celestial being. The absurdity of this progression was more exhilarating than a roller coaster ride. Subsequently, the family gathered on the sofa, engaging in fervent discourse regarding their next steps. Directly contacting the higher-ups is, without doubt, unrealistic, Lin Guohui remarked, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply, his brow furrowed. We lack the connections and status. Even calling a municipal hotline requires queuing. Hence, the only viable approach is to create some stir that will attract attention. However, it must not be too overwhelming to incite public panic, yet sufficiently astonishing to capture the immediate focus of the authorities. At this juncture, the trio's gazes converged, and a bold idea simultaneously blossomed in their minds. 3 hours later, at the largest police station in the western district of Jianghai City, Several officers in uniforms stood perplexed before a wall. A substantial hole had appeared, penetrating through the thick bearing wall. The edges of the hole were remarkably smooth, as if meticulously sliced by some high-energy weapon. The perpetrator of this chaos was an innocent-looking, seemingly harmless young girl. I. The station chief, Wang, and an experienced officer nearing 50, pointed at the gaping hole and then at Lin Mo, his mouth agape, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. Half an hour ago, a family of 3 entered his office, shrouded in mystery, claiming they had state secrets to report. Wang had served as a police officer for over 20 years. He had encountered all sorts of bizarre situations. He had dealt with individuals claiming to be alien ambassadors and those asserting they had discovered futuristic technology. Upholding his professional integrity, he invited the family into his office. However, as soon as they began to speak, he nearly lost his composure. The young girl asserted that they hailed from a secluded lineage of immortals. Now responding to the call of the times, deciding to emerge from seclusion to offer their cultivation techniques to the state and lead the populace in the pursuit of immortality. Good heavens! To encounter a family of awakened cultivators in this new era was utterly overwhelming. Wang couldn't help but laugh, but quickly adopted a serious demeanor and asked, "Do you truly believe I resemble a fool?" Little did he know the turmoil brewing within him. They had arrived with such an air of secrecy, only to suggest filming a short video in his office. Had he not seen the resemblance between the girl and his own daughter, he would have already subjected them to a week of state hospitality. Yet what transpired next shattered his materialistic worldview that he had built over decades. The delicate young girl, in an effort to substantiate her claims, lightly struck the wall of his office with a punch. And then there was no more wall. I'm sorry, uncle. I recently just broke through, and my strength was a bit unmanageable. Surely, we are not liable for this, right? Lin Mo said, glancing at Wang Yun, who appeared petrified. She swore she only intended to leave a fist imprint on the wall to demonstrate her power. Who could have anticipated that her chi cultivation at the 5th level would be so formidable that she accidentally punched through the wall? Fortunately, there were not many people in the precinct at the moment. Otherwise, this would have been quite the debacle. And no, compensation is unnecessary. Absolutely not. Wang Yun's body trembled slightly as he vehemently shook his head. Compensation? What an outrageous notion. All he wanted to ascertain was whether he was dreaming. Could this young girl truly have punched through a reinforced concrete load-bearing wall? Director Wang, you should now believe our words, shouldn't you? Lin Guohui observed Wang and with an unruffled demeanor. To avoid unnecessary complications, perhaps we should address this situation first? It would be difficult to explain should any ordinary citizens enter. His calmness jolted Wang Yun back to reality. Yes, this matter must not leak. Oh right, yes, Xiaodi. Quickly. Go. Close the precinct's doors. Put up a sign for internal renovations. No one is permitted to enter today. Wang Yun shouted at a young officer who was equally dumbfounded. The young officer, startled, hurriedly scrambled out. Subsequently, Wang Yun escorted Lin Mo and her family to a more secluded interrogation room. After completing these formalities, he instructed Lin Mo to inscribe the words "World Peace" on the steel tabletop with her finger, etching them deeply into the surface. Observing the profound indentation of the characters, Wang Yun finally relinquished all resistance. Trembling, he picked up the internal phone and, with a voice quivering to the point of distortion, began to contact his superiors. Chapter 12. The Tremor at the Higher Echelons. The Dao Ancestor Plan, initiated, although Wang Yun reported to the higher-ups at the first opportunity. His low rank necessitated a gradual escalation of the report. Nevertheless, a day later, Lin Mo and her family successfully encountered the individuals they sought to meet. In a heavily fortified underground base within the capital of Daxia, Lin Guohui, Chen Mei, and Lin Mo sat upright in an excessively spacious conference room. The room was sparsely populated. Apart from their family, there were 4 others present. These 4 were Qin Ming, the director of the National Security Bureau, his deputy Li Zhanggu, Zhang Zhenghua, and Lu Jianxi, the key figures responsible for addressing the emergent situation. It was impossible to ignore the gravity of the moment. The individuals whom she had only seen on television in the past were now in close proximity, and the sheer aura of authority emanating from them made the young girl feel uneasy. "Ah, my dear girl, please do not be anxious. We are already apprised of your information. Now, we elderly gentlemen would like to pose a few questions, if that is agreeable." Qin Ming, having reviewed the files, offered a gentle smile to Lin Mo. "Certainly, Director Qin. I shall speak candidly. Lin Xie responded, nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grain. Observing her daughter's nervousness, Chun Mei instinctively grasped her hand, though she herself was also quite apprehensive, her palms slick with perspiration. It was hardly surprising, for any one of these four individuals could cause the entire daxia to tremble with a mere stamp of their foot. The gathering of all four signified that something of national importance was afoot. Indeed, significant events were on the horizon for daxia, at least from the perspective of the four elderly men present. My dear girl, you claim to hail from a secluded family of cultivators. However, according to the records I have examined, your ancestors for 5 generations were nothing more than utterly ordinary commoners. Of course, I do not presume that our capabilities could unearth the secrets of a hidden sect of cultivators. But if possible, could you kindly elaborate on your family's background? Qin Ming's tone was exceedingly gentle, and his demeanor was notably accommodating, leaving no room for criticism. Even Lin Guowei found this unexpected. It appears that the significance that daxia places on this matter far exceeds my expectations. Given this, we need not harbor excessive concerns. With this thought, Lin Guowei nodded at Lin Xie, signaling her to reveal the truth. Upon noticing her father's gesture, Lin Xie quickly comprehended and proceeded to explain without hesitation. Director Qin, I apologize, but we are not a reclusive family of cultivators. The reason we spoke as we did before meeting you was out of caution. For the truth is indeed extraordinarily bizarre. Upon hearing Lin Xie emphasize the word extraordinarily twice, an elderly man in military attire raised his brow, intrigued. Oh, I'm most curious to hear just how bizarre it is. Could it possibly be more remarkable than effortlessly breaking through a wall? Speak, young lady. Rest assured, our conversation here is entirely secure. The speaker was Li Zhanggu, a resolute general of daxia, whose words were firm and unwavering. Beside him, Zhang Zhenghua and Lu Jianxi nodded in unison upon hearing this, as they were well aware that the utmost confidentiality surrounded this matter. After all, they had gone to great lengths to convene in this clandestine military facility. If any information were to leak, it would render their efforts futile. Then, I shall proceed. I hope the esteemed directors can grasp the essence of my account. Lin Xie did not hold back, promptly recounting everything that had transpired in the past few days, as if pouring forth beans without reservation. There was no need for concealment, as Lin Mo had instructed her to be forthright. After all, his ability to grow stronger was intrinsically linked to the entirety of daxia. Their fates were intertwined. Thus, there was no reason to withhold any information. From the tragic accident that befell her brother Lin Mo, to the sudden emergence of his voice in her mind, and subsequently the appearance of the first cultivation method, body refinement technique, followed by the miraculous elixir that propelled her to the 5th level of qi training, Lin Xie elucidated the entire process with clarity and without omission. Soon, she concluded her narrative, and the conference room fell into an eerie silence. The 4 elders across from her, as expected, were left utterly astonished. Their expressions were a tapestry of vivid emotions, shock, disbelief, skepticism, and contemplation intertwined, rendering their seasoned faces a portrait of unprecedented complexity. Qin Ming, who had been holding his teacup, froze mid-air, unable to proceed. Li Zhanggu's sharp gaze lost its focus at this moment. Zhang Zhenghua, trembling slightly, adjusted his spectacles, seemingly trying to discern whether this young girl was fabricating her tale. Yet, no matter how intently he scrutinized her, Lin Xie's eyes remained as clear as crystal. Lu Jianxi simply closed his eyes, leaning back against the chair, his chest rising and falling gently, lost in contemplation. The amount of information was overwhelmingly vast, so immense that even these 4 seasoned individuals, accustomed to tempestuous affairs, felt as if their processors were on the verge of overheating. His son had traversed into a fantastical realm. Moreover, he had awakened a system capable of binding to a nation. Due to his affiliation with the unrestrained Xia, he sought to appoint his sister as an agent. Subsequently, he transmitted cultivation techniques back, enlisting the nation's assistance in nurturing cultivators to augment his own strength. Was this not the very plot of some science fiction narrative? Ahem. At last, Qin Ming set down his teacup, a soft cough shattering the silence. He turned his gaze towards Lin Xie, his expression once again assuming a serious demeanor. What you imply is that your brother Lin Mo is currently situated in a place known as the Xianxia Great Realm. Indeed, Lin Xie nodded vigorously, and his method of becoming stronger is contingent upon the increasing number of cultivators and their elevated prowess on our Xia side, thereby granting him greater power? Li Zhanjuan interjected, his fingers ceasing their aimless tapping. Precisely, My brother conveyed that as one prospers, all prosper. As one suffers, all suffer. Hence, your visit today is to seek collaboration with the nation to promote the cultivation techniques your brother transmitted. Zhang Zhenghua's inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. Yes, that is our objective. This time, Lin Mo responded, taking a deep breath before speaking. Esteemed directors, while this notion may seem implausible, Xia herself stands as the best testament. After family deliberation, we believe this endeavor is beneficial for the country and the populace, and it may even alter the course of humanity's future. Thus, we have chosen to place our faith in the nation. His words resonated with conviction, plunging the four in his silence once more. Esteemed colleagues, this is a matter of great significance, and we must deliberate carefully. May we be granted a moment to confer privately? After exchanging glances with the other three, Qin Ming spoke. Certainly, we shall await your return here. With Lin Guohui's consent, the quartet swiftly exited the conference room and entered another. What are your thoughts? Is this matter genuine? I observed the young lady's demeanor, and her words did not seem to be fabrications. Moreover, the breached, load-bearing wall and her own inconceivable strength serve as irrefutable evidence. But what of this young man, Lin Mo? Is he trustworthy? This is somewhat difficult to ascertain. However, I have scrutinized his background, and prior to his untimely demise, he was a fervent patriot. Furthermore, should he indeed be bound to such a system, I believe his stance would align with ours. What then is the essence of this system? Is it extraterrestrial technology? A product of a higher dimensional civilization? Or perhaps a legendary treasure from myth? This, I fear, remains beyond our comprehension. The most pressing question at hand is, what course of action shall we pursue? Shall we refuse, or shall we accept? Refusal? Out of the question. An opportunity to embark on a new path lies before us, and any visionary leader would be remiss to decline it. This is the destiny of our nation, a leap for civilization itself. To accept this, however, one must weigh the risks. What societal transformations will arise from a nationwide pursuit of immortality? How will resources be allocated? Will it attract the attention of other nations? A flurry of questions flashed through the minds of the four, each swiftly analyzed and deliberated. In a brief span, their opinions clashed intensely, yet ultimately converged into a singular consensus. This endeavor must be undertaken, Qin Ming declared with resolute finality. Furthermore, it must be executed with the utmost standards, at the fastest pace, and with the greatest intensity. Li Zhonghua added, his military decisiveness unmistakable. I concur. This is an unprecedented opportunity that the great Xia cannot afford to miss. Zhang Zhenghua nodded in agreement. In light of this, a charter and a plan are essential. Lu Jianxi concluded. At this juncture, solemn expressions adorned their faces. First and foremost, this plan must remain a top secret, with its codename chosen with utmost care. Since the source of it all lies with Lin Mo's impartation of knowledge, why not? Qin Ming slowly rose, approaching the grand floor-to-ceiling window. Although the view outside revealed only a heavy alloy wall, he envisioned the imminent ascent of the great Xia. Turning back to the trio, he enunciated each word with gravitas. This initiative shall be named the Tao Ancestor Project. As these four words echoed, silence enveloped the conference room. The other three felt as though their breaths had momentarily ceased. How could they not comprehend the profound significance of the term Tao Ancestor in the mythology of the great Xia? It embodies the source of the Tao, the progenitor of myriad laws. The name signifies Qin Ming's profound regard for this matter, as well as the unparalleled ambition and aspirations it embodies. Excellent. The Tao Ancestor Project. What a splendid name, Li Zhonghua exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table, his face alight with excitement. Our mission is to cultivate a Tao ancestor for our great Xia. Subsequently, countless practitioners shall follow. Qin Ming spoke solemnly. Henceforth, we shall establish the Tao Ancestor Project Committee, personally led by the four of us. We must mobilize the entire nation to pave a celestial path for Comrade Lin Mo and for the future of our great Xia. May the people of the great Xia soar like dragons, standing tall upon the blue star and even at the pinnacle of the universe. Chapter 13. The Elder of the Xianxia Sect's Exaltation. A treasure discovered? Directly becoming an inner sect disciple. What? The Tao Ancestor Project? Listening to Lin Xia's report in his mind, Lin Mo appeared somewhat bewildered. He had anticipated that matters might progress smoothly, but he never imagined it would unfold to such an extraordinary degree. Just over a day in Blue Star time had passed, and the great Xia had decisively approved his request, even naming it the Tao Ancestor Project. It is well known that Daxia is a realm entirely devoted to technology, with no historical traces of cultivation techniques. Thus, the term Daozu in this plan is self-evident. Indeed, Director Qin holds me in high esteem. It appears I am to be nurtured as an otherworldly Taoist ancestor, enabling a continuous transmission of teachings back to Daxia. Lin Mo's conjecture is not without merit. This is indeed their intention. Since Daxia lacks a cultivation civilization, the only hope for the entire civilization to embark on the extraordinary path rests upon Lin Mo, a genuine practitioner residing in a fantastical world. For Daxia as a whole, Lin Mo represents the origin of this pioneering journey, the singular harbinger of teachings. To refer to him as Daozu would not be an exaggeration. Very well, since the authorities are so supportive, I must not falter. The immediate priority is to acquire a cultivation technique for the qi refinement stage. Without such a technique, relying solely on the body's instinct to passively absorb spiritual energy would yield an efficiency no better than that of a crawling turtle. That girl Xia also needs to change her technique. In the vast Sangshuan realm, only upon entering the qi refinement stage does one truly qualify as a practitioner. Once a breakthrough occurs, the previously common body refinement technique becomes utterly obsolete. It lacks the inherent ability to actively absorb and refine the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. To grow stronger, one must cultivate a genuine technique. As for where to find a qi refinement technique, the skills and techniques of the Xianxia sect are stored in the scripture pavilion atop the mountain. However, to gain entry, one must at least possess the status of an outer disciple. Lin Mo stroked his chin, beginning to ponder. The simplest method would naturally be to select a technique from the sect's scripture pavilion. Yet, this requires the identity of an outer disciple. For Lin Mo, this status is easily attainable. After all, he currently stands at the 6th level of qi refinement. With such cultivation, he would undoubtedly rank among the elite of all outer disciples. The issue lies in the fact that a servant disciple must pass the sect's unified assessment held every 3 months to advance. The next assessment is merely 6 days away, coincidentally, the very day he was scheduled to be dismissed. 6 days, when converted to the time on Blue Star, equals 36 days, over a month, considering Xia's aptitude. A month without a technique would squander an immense amount of potential, certainly a significant loss. No, I cannot wait. I must find a way to become an outer disciple ahead of schedule. 6 days may not seem long, but in the past, he would have waited. However, with the system in place, time equates to cultivation, and cultivation is life. Every moment is exceedingly precious. Wasting a day would leave him lamenting for half a day. After pacing a few steps in his room, Lin Mo's gaze sharpened with determination as he exited, making his way directly to the core hall of the sect atop the mountain. He intended to seek out the sect's steward to inquire if he could be granted a special exception to undergo the assessment early. Xianxia sect, Outer Affairs Hall. Lin Mo sought out a steward responsible for managing the affairs of the outer disciples. The steward, engrossed in his paperwork, raised his head only briefly upon hearing Lin Mo's request to undergo the outer disciple assessment ahead of schedule. Without lifting his gaze, he inquired nonchalantly, "Which academy? And what is your name?" From the Servitors Academy, Lin Mo came the reply. At the mention of the Servitors Academy, the steward paused, his pen halting mid-motion. Finally, he looked up and scrutinized Lin Mo with a newfound intensity, his demeanor shifting to one of palpable impatience. "Servitor disciple, you should stay put in the Servitors Academy and await the unified assessment in 6 days. Are you not aware of the sect's regulations? And you dare to request an early examination? Who do you think you are?" Anticipating such a reaction, Lin Mo refrained from engaging in further discourse. Instead, he calmly released a fraction of his aura, which was imbued with the energy of the 6th stage of qi refinement. Boom! A surge of spiritual energy, far beyond the ordinary for one at the qi refinement stage, instantly pervaded the room. The steward, who had previously exuded disdain, became utterly still. His pen clattered to the table, ink splattering everywhere, yet he remained oblivious to the chaos. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on Lin Mo. 6th stage of qi refinement. You, servitor disciple, have achieved the 6th stage. This steward, who had served in the outer sect for over a decade, felt his worldview shatter. He quickly realized the treasure he had stumbled upon. a disciple who could cultivate to the 6th stage of Qi refinement in the desolate Servitors Academy. Devoid of resources, what a concept! A genius, an unparalleled prodigy. Wait here, do not leave. The steward's attitude underwent a complete transformation. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the room, evidently heading to inform the sect elders. Lin Mo, remaining composed, stood still and awaited their arrival. Soon, 3 formidable auras approached with remarkable speed. 3 elders adorned in ceremonial robes materialized before him, each possessing cultivation at the Spirit Sea realm. It is you who has reached the 6th stage of Qi refinement in the Servitors Academy? The leading elder, with piercing eyes, scrutinized Lin Mo intently. Lin Mo maintained his poise and once again released his cultivation aura. The 3 elders exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a shared astonishment as they sensed his energy. Indeed, it is truly the 6th stage of Qi refinement. A solid foundation, pure spiritual energy. This does not seem like a forced elevation. Incredulous. How could one cultivate in such a barren place, devoid of techniques and elixirs? The 3 elders regarded one another, their astonishment evident. The leading elder turned to Lin Mo and asked, "Young man, enlighten us on how you achieved the 6th stage of Qi refinement." Lin Mo had already prepared a plausible excuse and replied earnestly, in response to the elder's inquiry, "I must confess, I am uncertain." Shortly after entering the Xianxia sect, the disciple suddenly felt a profound affinity with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth one day. Subsequently, even without any cultivation technique, this ethereal energy began to flow continuously into his body. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders momentarily gasped in surprise. The phrase special physique instantly flashed through their minds. The Grand Elder stepped forward, extending his hand to probe Lin Mo's condition. However, as soon as his consciousness made contact with Lin Mo's body, it felt as if it had plunged directly into an endless abyss, leaving him unable to discern anything. It was no surprise that he could not perceive anything, for Lin Mo was currently cloaked by the system's veil. Nevertheless, rather than doubting, the Grand Elder's conviction in his hypothesis only deepened. It was undoubtedly the awakening of some exceedingly rare special physique, which rendered him incapable of measuring its depth. What a treasure they had found. The Xianxia sect had truly stumbled upon a gem this time. Then, suppressing his overwhelming joy, he inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Since you have already entered the Qi refining realm, why did you not apply earlier to become an outer disciple, instead choosing to remain in the servants' quarters?" This question echoed the curiosity of the other 2 elders. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, revealed a composure that belied his youth. Respectfully responding to the elder, "I believe that cultivating too rapidly may not necessarily be advantageous. This could lead to an unstable state of mind, potentially sowing the seeds of future troubles on my path of cultivation. Therefore, I willingly spent 3 years in the servants' quarters, chopping wood and fetching water, cleaning the courtyard, all to temper my heart and seek a state of mental completeness." As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire hall descended into a profound silence. The 3 elders, all at the spiritual sea realm, regarded Lin Mo with expressions akin to that of beholding a rare creature. They were utterly astonished. Little did they expect that this seemingly 18-year-old youth could possess such profound insights, recognizing the significance of mental state in cultivation. This young man was not only gifted, but possessed an unparalleled disposition. They collectively felt that the future of the Xianxia sect might very well rest upon this youth. Indeed, what an admirable effort to cultivate one's heart. The Grand Elder clapped his hands in laughter, his face radiating admiration. With such a temperament, what worries could there be about achieving the great Tao? From this day forth, you shall no longer need to serve as an outer disciple. I shall take it upon myself to make an exception and elevate you directly to the status of an inner disciple. Chapter 14. Selecting Cultivation Techniques, Breaking Through Again, and Achieving the 8th Layer of Qi Refinement. On the way to the scripture hall, Lin Mo weighed the warm jade token in his hand, his heart a tumult of emotions. When he had arrived, his life plan had merely encompassed how to become an honorable outer disciple, allowing him to officially procure resources from the scripture hall. Who could have anticipated that plans could change so swiftly, with just a slight revelation of his strength? He soared to new heights, instantly becoming an inner disciple. An inner disciple. This title was not to be equated with that of an outer disciple. Though it differed by but a single character, the status was as disparate as the heavens and the earth. In the entire Xianxia sect, there are over 300 outer disciples, forming the foundational layer of the sect. In contrast, the inner disciples number merely around 30. Each of these 30 individuals has reached the foundational realm, representing the true core of Xianxia sect. It can be said that the inner disciples are indeed the pillars of the sect. Such an unexpected development has occurred. The sect's regulations state clearly that only those who break through to the foundational realm may ascend to the inner sanctum. Yet, to my astonishment, an exception was made for me. This is truly remarkable. As Lin Mo walked, he silently lamented. Just yesterday, he was on the verge of being expelled from the sect due to his lackluster talent, only to be confronted by a bitter rival at the mountain gate, threatening to incapacitate him. However, today not only was he spared from expulsion, but he also bypassed the outer disciples entirely, transforming into a distinguished inner disciple. His ascent was akin to a rocket launch. He vividly recalled the expression on the Grand Elder's face, one of pride in having discovered an unparalleled talent for the sect. It can only be said that one's imagination can be a troublesome affliction that requires remedy. Nonetheless, for him, this is indeed a momentous fortune. The scripture hall is situated atop the main peak of Xianxia sect, taking the form of an ancient 3-story stone tower. Upon presenting his inner disciple token, the elder on duty did not even glance up, simply waving him through with a gesture. This is privilege. Outer disciples, on the other hand, must register, adhere to time limits, and navigate the borrowing process akin to visiting a library. Inside the scripture hall, towering shelves reach up to the ceiling, laden with various martial arts manuals, while the air is imbued with a faint aroma of ink and the essence of time. Lin Mo did not linger on the first floor, as the manuals stored there were of a lower caliber, unworthy of his attention. He ascended directly to the second floor. The number of martial arts manuals on the second floor drastically diminished, yet each volume surpassed the inferior texts on the first floor in quality. The techniques within the Sichuan Great Realm are categorized into 4 major tiers: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, with each tier further divided into 4 sublevels: Low, Middle, High, and Exceptional. Lin Mo surveyed the area and quickly identified several manuals of the highest grade on the second floor. Among them were Low-grade Xian tier, Qingyuan Sword Technique; Low-grade Xian tier, Liuhua Heart Sutra; Middle-grade Xian tier, Xiaoqi Induction Technique. He picked up the Xiaoqi Induction Technique and briefly reviewed the introduction. This technique is characterized by its balanced and harmonious nature, allowing cultivators to cultivate a pure and potent spiritual energy, with the potential to support advancement to the Golden Core realm. This already constitutes one of the sect's most treasured secrets. This will suffice. Lin Mo did not hesitate further. Although the upper limit of the Golden Core realm may seem modest, it is entirely adequate for his current needs. Once his strength has increased, he can pursue even more superior techniques later. Having decided on his primary cultivation method, Lin Mo began to contemplate martial skills, movement techniques, and spells. These 3 elements are similarly classified according to the tiers of Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. He wandered through the martial arts section, ultimately selecting the most unremarkable volume of the low-grade Yellow rank technique, Crushing Fist. Indeed, it was the most inferior of the Yellow rank techniques. This was not for his own use, but rather intended for the body-refining cultivators of the Great Xia, who were soon to emerge. The reason being that this technique, which he deemed unworthy, required no spiritual energy to activate. Instead, it was propelled by one's vitality. This made it perfectly suitable for body-refining practitioners. Next came the movement techniques. Such skills can be invaluable for survival in critical moments. Thus, Lin Mo placed considerable importance on them. He meticulously scrutinized the movement section on the second floor for an extended period before finally selecting a high-grade Yellow rank technique, Illusory Steps. Primarily, the Xianxia sect lacked any movement techniques of a Xian rank, leaving him no choice but to opt for this one. Furthermore, the description of this technique asserted that upon reaching mastery, one's form could become elusive, enabling the practitioner to evade countless attacks within mere inches, rivaling the low-grade Xian rank techniques. It certainly sounded impressive, hence he made his choice. Lastly, there were the spells. As a competent cultivator, one cannot solely rely on close combat. A means of long-range attack is essential. In the spell section, he discovered a low-grade Xian rank lightning spell, Radiant Thunder. This spell could transform spiritual energy into bolts of lightning, boasting rapid attack speed and considerable power. After selecting these 4 volumes, Lin Mo descended the stairs and performed a brief registration with the supervising elder. The elder maintained his usual lethargic demeanor. But upon noticing Lin Mo's selection of purple cloud chi technique, he slightly opened his eyes to verify his inner sect disciple token. Upon leaving the scripture repository, Lin Mo followed the guidance of the token to his newly assigned residence within the sect. It was an independent courtyard situated on a mountainside. The courtyard was adorned with flowers and grass, featuring a serene meditation room dedicated to cultivation. With an ambience of tranquility and a concentration of spiritual energy far superior to that of the servants' quarters. The disparity in treatment was akin to heaven and earth. Entering the meditation room, Lin Mo secured the door and eagerly took out the purple cloud chi technique to begin his study. However, an hour passed. Lin Mo stared at the text of the manual, his mind a blank slate. What on earth was written here? The heavenly stems and earthly branches, yin and yang. The 5 elements, the meridians and acupoints. Each character was familiar, yet when woven together, he felt utterly illiterate. He felt as though he had been transported back to high school, facing a brand new mathematics textbook. That sense of helplessness was all too familiar. Damn, I can't grasp it, simply can't comprehend it. Lin Mo realized an awkward truth. His comprehension seemed to remain at an utterly dismal level. Consequently, he temporarily relinquished his struggle, retrieved paper and pen, and began diligently translating. He painstakingly transcribed the contents of the purple cloud chi technique word by word into the characters of the Great Xia. Subsequently, he meticulously crafted the 3 manuals, Crushing Fist, Illusory Steps, and Radiant Thunder, using the same method. Upon completing this task, he bundled the translated study materials and sent them to Lin Xia. Sister, my future relies on you. Best of luck, you are the most formidable. After transmitting the materials, Lin Mo let out a long sigh of relief and once again picked up the original manual of Xianxia induction technique, continuing his diligent contemplation. However, he was taken aback after barely half an hour. Suddenly, a tremendous and pure surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him without warning. This force was so overwhelming that it instantaneously washed over his limbs and bones, causing his meridians to resonate with a delightful hum. The reservoir of spiritual energy within him began to swell at a visibly frenzied pace. Peak of Qi Refinement Level 6. The bottleneck shattered. Qi Refinement Level 7. Mid-stage of Qi Refinement Level 7. Peak of Qi Refinement Level 7. With another gentle sound, the bottleneck was breached once more. Qi Refinement Level 8. Only upon stabilizing at Qi Refinement Level 8 did this tumultuous surge of spiritual energy gradually subside. Lin Mo stood frozen, his mind blank for several seconds. Slowly, he lowered his gaze to his hands and felt the spiritual energy within him, which had multiplied in strength several-fold. What has transpired? I did nothing. I merely sat here flipping through a book, yet I ascended 2 levels as if propelled by a rocket. In the next moment, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. He suddenly realized. It was Lin Xia. It had to be Lin Xia. Goodness, is this girl a monster? How much time has passed? Perhaps only a few hours on Blue Star? Has she truly comprehended the mid-grade mystic technique and succeeded in cultivating it? Lin Mo's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. While he was still questioning his existence over the ancient texts, his sister had already entered the realm at lightning speed and was rapidly elevating his cultivation. The disparity between individuals was staggering. Chapter 15. Lin Xia's astonishing performance. On Blue Star, in the Great Xia, within a clandestine military base, a vast training ground had been specially designated, dotted with uneven artificial hills to simulate a complex mountainous environment. At this moment, a petite figure was swiftly darting among the faux hills. Her movements were astonishingly light, each step leaving behind an almost lifelike afterimage. Within mere breaths, the area was filled with dozens of Lin Xia's phantoms. Some were leaping, others spinning, creating a dazzling spectacle that rendered it nearly impossible to discern her true form. If outsiders were to witness such a scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim they had seen a ghost. Yet, this was merely the result of Lin Xia's training in illusory steps. After completing her agility training, Lin Xia's figure abruptly halted before a 10-meter-high, artificial hill. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and with a delicate white hand extended forward, she exclaimed, "Yao Lei." Instantly, the air crackled with electricity as a short blade composed entirely of purple lightning coalesced in her palm. In the next moment, the lightning blade shot forth. transforming into a violet streak that accurately struck the artificial hill. A tremendous boom resonated throughout the training ground. Upon contact with the lightning blade, the hill, constructed from specialized cement and reinforced steel, was utterly obliterated by an overwhelming force, disintegrating into a fine powder that cascaded down. Xianxia ceased her movements, gazing at her creation with a face beaming with pride. Meanwhile, in the observation area at the edge of the training field, Qin Ming and the others, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, were collectively rendered speechless. Clearly, the recent scene had astonished them beyond belief. They found it hard to fathom that a human could wield such incredible power. Seeing the four elders' astonished expressions, Xianxia flashed and appeared directly before them. With an air of pride and lifting her small face, she called out, "Great-grandfather, second-grandfather, third-grandfather, fourth-grandfather. How about that? Am I impressive?" She unabashedly addressed all four as grandfathers. It was evident that she was now entirely free of the previous tension and restraint when facing these elders. Rather than feeling displeased by the endearing address from a young girl, the four men wore genuine smiles, delighted by her affection. They cherished her closeness, especially since Xianxia was currently the sole link to Lin Mo. To put it bluntly, her significance in the eyes of Qin Ming and the others far surpassed that of their collective age and experience. Incredible, truly remarkable. Qin Ming was the first to regain his composure, his face a canvas of uncontainable admiration and astonishment. "Child, this is nothing short of divine prowess. Is this the martial technique your brother sent back?" Li Zhanzuan quickly followed up with an inquiry, his curiosity reaching a boiling point. Xianxia nodded vigorously, yes. Li Zhanzuan pressed further. "What about its difficulty? Is it hard to cultivate?" Upon hearing this question, Zhang Zhenghua and Lu Jianxi immediately turned their attention to her. Xianxia tilted her head thoughtfully and, after a moment of contemplation, responded in an uncertain tone. "As for the difficulty, how should I put it? I find it quite simple. Just like the mid-level mystical technique my brother sent back, I only glanced at it for a while before easily grasping the fundamentals." As she spoke, she seemed to recall something and added, "Upon mastering the Xixiao Inqi Ju, it seems that the residual potency of the elixirs within my body has been fully absorbed, and inadvertently, my cultivation has advanced to the 6th level of qi practice." Upon hearing this, Li Zhanzhuan's lips twitched slightly, as he did not naively believe that this was an easy feat. He had not forgotten that. According to Lin Xi's earlier words, she was hailed as an extraordinary genius capable of astonishing even in the realm of fantasy. Thus, if they were to truly accept the simplicity of those 4 words, it would indicate a lack of understanding on their part. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ming spoke up. "Xiaoya, could you kindly share the techniques and martial skills you have just acquired with us?" As these words left his mouth, the other 3 exhibited expressions of hopeful anticipation. They had long been burning with curiosity, but had hesitated to ask a young girl for such knowledge. Thankfully, Qin Ming, with his thick skin, took the initiative to voice the request. "Of course, there's no problem at all. This was meant to be shared with all of you," Xianxia replied, amused by the eager expressions of the elderly gentleman. Without further ado, she retrieved several booklets printed on ordinary A4 paper from her small bag and handed them to the group. The basic body forging technique had already been submitted earlier. Goodness, is this truly a method for cultivation? The group carefully cradled the booklets in their hands, treating them as if they were precious treasures, unable to part with them. They understood that the seemingly ordinary booklets contained knowledge capable of transforming the future of the entire daxia and even the blue star. Subsequently, they all simultaneously opened the books in their hands. However, while they recognized the individual characters, the arrangement left this old man feeling utterly bewildered. Zhang Zhenghua was the first to succumb. He had once read through dozens of intricate and diverse important documents in a single day, yet he could still process them with remarkable order. However, now, as he gazed at the Xixiao Inqi Ju, this remarkably experienced elder felt as if he were reading an alien script. It was incomprehensible, utterly beyond his grasp. Lu Jianxi quietly closed the illusory steps, a bitter smile spreading across his face. "Xiaoya, how is it that you have managed to master this in such a short time? Truly, you are the extraordinary genius your brother spoke of. Alas, we old fellows cannot even comprehend the first sentence." He had previously entertained the notion that even if he lacked talent, with his years of knowledge and experience, he should at least grasp the general idea of something a young girl could understand. However, Upon encountering the content regarding the circulation of spiritual energy and the nuances of footwork, he realized he was gravely mistaken. The pursuit of cultivation hinges upon one's comprehension. Without such insight, all efforts are in vain. Ha! You two are no match for me. At least I can grasp the essence of the first couple of sentences. Li Xianxia laughed heartily, having read the collapsed fist. Due to years of military training, he had dabbled in the art of harnessing vital energy, enabling him to decipher a fragment of its content. Qin Ming was similarly inclined, having managed to comprehend some of the overarching principles of the purple sky qi guiding technique. However, understanding alone is futile. The prerequisite for mastering this technique is to first attain perfection in the body refinement method, successfully opening the dantian, and formally entering the realm of qi cultivation. Yet, they remained mere mortals for the time being. Nevertheless, they were not anxious, for the Tao Ancestor Project had officially commenced. As a precaution, the first step of the plan involved a small-scale experiment. They selected 200 of the nation's most elite soldiers from a pool of millions. In terms of physical prowess, willpower, and loyalty, these 200 soldiers epitomized the pinnacle of the Great Xia army. Now, they had gathered and were en route to this base, poised to become the vanguards of the Great Xia civilization on the path to the extraordinary. Chapter 16. Commander of the Tao Ancestor Project, Lin Mo. In the conference room, the gazes of Qin Ming and his companions were intense, like 4 glaring 1,000-watt bulbs, making Lin Mo feel quite uncomfortable. Confused, she could only ask, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" At that moment, Li Xianxia solemnly cleared his throat and stated, "Xiaoya, after careful deliberation, we have decided to appoint you as the commander of the Tao Ancestor Project." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's mind experienced a momentary blackout. The sound echoed in her head as she questioned her own hearing. The commander? The commander of the Tao Ancestor Project? This was a top-secret national initiative. How could they appoint an 18-year-old girl, one who had yet to set foot in a university, to such a position? Without their minds, Lin Mo's eyes widened, her small hands flailing in front of her. "Second grandpa, you must be joking. How could I possibly take on the role of commander? If I were to lead the nation astray, it would be utterly disastrous." She shook her head vigorously, wishing she could vanish on the spot. However, Li Xianxia's expression remained grave, devoid of any jest. "No, we are serious. You are the only one fit for this command." This Lin Mo felt utterly overwhelmed. She truly lacked the confidence. Managing a small group of 3 or 5 people was already a hassle for her. Now they expected her to oversee a national project? This was not merely pushing a duck onto a perch. It was akin to strapping a duck to a rocket for launch. At that moment, Lu Jianxi chuckled heartily. "Xiaoya, do not worry. We 4 old fellows will fully support you. Moreover, only you can accomplish this task." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhenghua nodded in agreement, a look of approval on his face. Lao Lu was not mistaken. "Xiaoya, perhaps the 4 of us can chart a course for the grand vessel of Daxia. Yet it is solely you, the chief designer, along with your brother, the future Taoist ancestor of Daxia, who can steer it towards the extraordinary starry seas." Chief designer? Upon hearing this novel title, Lin Mo felt utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening today? Are they bestowing high accolades upon her? The titles of chief commander and chief designer sound so grandiose. Can they truly be attributed to an 18-year-old girl like her? Are their evaluations of her not a tad excessive? Ha! Do you feel overwhelmed by such immense responsibility? Qin Ming, observing Lin Mo's dazed expression, instantly grasped her thoughts. He continued to elucidate. "Xiaoya, do not underestimate yourself. You are the foremost cultivator of Daxia, no, of the entire Blue Star, and a prodigy in the art of cultivation. The Taoist ancestor plan is of paramount importance as Daxia embarks on the era of universal cultivation. As the saying goes, each field has its own expertise. One cannot expect us, a group of elderly men utterly ignorant of cultivation, to lead the nation in the path of immortality. Therefore, this task truly belongs to you. Indeed, it is not that they insist on entrusting such a monumental responsibility to an 18-year-old girl, but rather that, throughout the entirety of Daxia, only Lin Mo is capable of undertaking this endeavor. She is the first cultivator of Blue Star, the sole representative of Lin Mo, and possesses absolute authority in matters concerning cultivation. Even the 4 of them must yield in this regard. Fortunately, they are more than willing to do so. It seems to be the case. Lin Mo was persuaded. Indeed, in terms of cultivation, these elderly gentlemen, whose ages collectively exceed 300 years, fall short compared to her. A novice who has only practiced for a few days. Well then, esteemed grandfathers, I shall not decline. However, I must clarify that I am not well-versed in specialized matters. I will only oversee the cultivation aspect. Seeing the eagerness of the four elders, Xianxia contemplated for a moment and resolutely agreed. After all, she would need to issue various directives to her elder brother in the future, and possessing a degree of authority would certainly facilitate matters. Nonetheless, this authority seems rather substantial. No problem. Upon hearing Xianxia's consent, Li Zhangjuan's face broke into a gratifying smile. From this day forth, all matters pertaining to cultivation will be under your full responsibility. The four of us, along with the entire daxia, will wholeheartedly support you. Li Zhangjuan added, young girl, never hesitate. Should you require any resources, equipment, or personnel, do not hesitate to voice your needs. In the Taoist ancestor plan, your words will constitute the highest directive, and all must comply. Thus, amidst the lively exchanges among the four, Xianxia ascended to the position of chief commander of the Taoist ancestor plan, her status soaring to unprecedented heights. As she basked in the flurry of compliments from the others, Xianxia gradually accepted this reality. Half a day later, in the square of the base, the 200 elite soldiers, meticulously selected from a million-strong army, have successfully assembled at this moment. Each stands tall and imposing, exuding an aura of ironclad resolve that is palpable even from a distance. However, beneath their calm exteriors, a tempest rages within them, emotions swirling chaotically, yet to be quelled. Prior to their arrival, they received only the highest-level directives, remaining oblivious to the purpose of their gathering. Just moments ago, under the direct supervision of the National Security Bureau, they found themselves signing bewildering confidentiality agreements. Subsequently, they listened intently as Director Qin outlined their mission. They would unconditionally obey the commands of the Supreme Commander of the Tao Ancestor Project, becoming the first cohort of extraordinary forces in the Great Xia. What these extraordinary forces entailed was beyond their comprehension, but clarity would soon dawn upon them. As the 200 elite soldiers formed ranks, Director Qin, accompanied by his 3 associates, ushered forth a diminutive figure to stand before them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Comrade Xianxia, the Supreme Commander of the Tao Ancestor Project. From this moment on, you're to fully comply with her every command. Do you understand? Li Zhangwa introduced Xianxia to the assembled elite. In unison, the soldiers turned to gaze at her, collectively taken aback. The commander? This, a seemingly underage girl? With porcelain skin and a petite stature, she appeared as if a mere gust could sweep her away. Surely, they were not dreaming. Yet, being the finest soldiers in the nation, discipline was ingrained in their very being. Despite the tumult within, they manifested no outward sign of dissent. In a synchronized motion, they rendered a standard military salute to Xianxia. We salute you, Commander Lin. Their voices thundered, resonating throughout the square, a testament to their exceptional status as elite warriors. Ahem, there's no need for such formality. Everyone, Xianxia responded, somewhat flustered by the collective roar of the formidable soldiers, shyly waving her hand in acknowledgement. Ha! Little girl, no need to be overly polite with them, Li Zhangwa said, moving beside her with a low chuckle. Now, showcase your abilities and let them behold your prowess. As a military man, Li Zhangwa understood the dynamics of a troop composed entirely of stalwart warriors. A fragile girl would have little persuasive power. Thus, he refrained from further explanation, instead urging Xianxia to demonstrate her capabilities. All right, while at work, I should address you by your title, Director Li. Xianxia quickly corrected herself, realizing her faux pas. Not a problem. Address me however you wish, Li Zhangwa waved dismissively. This exchange left the 200 soldiers nearly wide-eyed in astonishment. Was this amiable elder truly the supreme authority in their military, a figure whose commands were obeyed without question? Their unwavering belief, the iron-willed general? What extraordinary being is this little girl to receive such treatment? Ahem, my dear, how about you engage in a friendly spar with them? That would provide them with a more visceral experience, suggested Li Zhangjuan, slightly tightening his expression as he addressed Xianxia. What if they get hurt? General, please reconsider. What if something happens to Commander Lin? 2 distinct voices chimed in simultaneously. One was Xianxia, while the other belonged to the temporary captain of the team. They exchanged glances, each registering shock in the other's expression. Worry not, Li Zhangjuan reassured the captain. If you manage to harm even a single hair on Commander Lin's head, I shall personally award your entire team with honor medals. Without allowing anyone a moment to respond, He declared, "All present, begin the sparring." Obedience to orders is the soldier's sacred duty. Once the general issued the command, the 200 soldiers instantly fell into combat readiness. They swiftly dispersed, forming a massive encirclement, displaying tactical acumen that was nothing short of astonishing. However, before they could execute their next move, a series of fleeting shadows, imperceptible to the ordinary eye, zipped past them. Then came the sounds of rapid thuds. Bang, 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 bang. The cacophony blended into a singular roar, akin to machine gun fire tearing through sandbags. In the blink of an eye, half of the 200 fully armed soldiers lay sprawled on the ground. The remaining half, bewildered, had yet to grasp what had transpired when they felt an overwhelming force strike their chests or backs, sending them airborne. Moments later, the last of them also succumbed to the same fate. In an instant, the vast square was filled only with groans of pain, devoid of any other sound. The only ones still standing were the 4 directors, who had witnessed grand spectacles before yet were still stirred by the breathtaking display, along with Lin Mo, who remained rooted in place, as if she had never moved. Chapter 17, Kunlun Team. A month's time, 100 in the body refinement realm. It was an overwhelming, one-sided annihilation. Gazing at the fallen elite soldiers sprawled across the square. Even though Xianxia had anticipated such a result, he was nonetheless taken aback by the sheer spectacle. These were not merely 200 green recruits. They were the creme de la creme, selected from a 1,000,000-strong army. Each one could easily handle 10 opponents on their own. Yet what transpired? Under Lin Mo's prowess, they barely lasted 10 seconds. This was no friendly sparring. It was a dimensional strike. Unbelievable, Xiaoyu. Is there truly such a vast chasm between cultivators and mortals? Xianxia adjusted his glasses, his face a mask of disbelief. He distinctly recalled Lin Mo wielding a formidable lightning spell, the very one that had obliterated the specially crafted rockery into rubble. However, just moments ago, she did not employ any special techniques. She merely relied on her agility to incapacitate all 200 elite soldiers. Third grandfather is not quite as you think. Lin Mo explained earnestly. According to my brother, once one enters the Qi refining realm, they are completely beyond the realm of ordinary mortals. With the enhancement of spiritual energy, an individual's potential becomes exceedingly formidable. Therefore, it is indeed due to my advanced cultivation level. Had I remained in the body refining stage, it would not have been so outrageous. Upon hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Li Zhanjuan could not help but inquire, what level of strength does one possess in the body refining stage? Lin Mo tilted her head in contemplation before responding. Well, I did not stay in the body refining stage for long, but when I was at the first level, I possessed over 1,000 pounds of strength. She paused briefly before adding, my brother has calculated that with my astonishing rate of growth, by the time I reach the 9th level of body refining, I should possess at least 10,000 pounds of strength, if not 20,000. 20,000 pounds! Li Zhanjuan was taken aback by this figure. What does this even signify? Even a legendary king of Western Shu from ancient tales could not compare to such a magnitude. He finally confirmed that the disparity between cultivators and ordinary people is indeed vast, beyond the realm of common reason. Xiaoya, that extraordinary strength of 20,000 pounds must surely be a result of your exceptional talent, right? Has your brother mentioned what the average level of the body refining stage is? Lu Jianxi, aware that Lin Mo's circumstances should not be deemed typical, ventured to ask. He has mentioned that an ordinary first-level body refining practitioner can at least increase their strength by 300 pounds, and upon reaching the 9th level, they would possess at least 3,000 pounds of strength. Moreover, breaking into the Qi refining realm does not significantly enhance physical strength. As the focus shifts away from the corporeal form, Lin Mo has elaborated on this matter with me, so I have it firmly in mind. Is it true that merely attaining the body refining stage guarantees an increase of at least 300 pounds of strength? That is already quite impressive. And this is not even considering true cultivators. It is truly unfathomable how terrifying the strongest beings in your brother's realm must be. Xianxia remarked with a deep sense of awe. While these elder gentlemen shared their hushed conversations, the 200 soldiers gradually rose from the ground. Lin Mo had exercised restraint in her strikes, so they did not sustain severe injuries. Otherwise, had she unleashed her full power and utilized the spell Brilliant Thunder, countless would have been left incapacitated. However, while their physical injuries were minimal, the psychological impact was monumental. What on earth? Were we not supposed to be sparring? Why was I taken down without even seeing my opponent? The most perplexing part is that I have no idea who it was that brought me down. Throughout the encounter, that young girl commander merely stood in place, not moving an inch. Yet they only beheld a fleeting illusion. Is it not astonishing? Indeed, even the four of us felt a profound shock at the time. Nevertheless, this is the undeniable truth. Li Zhanjuan stepped forward and proclaimed loudly to the 200 soldiers who had just reformed their ranks. Your commander is none other than a genuine cultivator. You have heard of cultivators, have you not? They are the legendary practitioners of immortality. What? This time, even though they were the most elite troops, they could not suppress their collective gasps of astonishment. It was quite beyond their control. After all, anyone who hears such an outrageous claim would be unable to restrain their body in expressing that indescribable shock. Shocked, are you? Indeed, you should be. However, do not remain in shock for too long, for the Great Xia has officially commenced the Tao Ancestor Plan. Li Zhanjuan's words resonated powerfully. From this moment forth, the Great Xia shall steadily enter the era of universal cultivation, and you shall be the vanguards, the pioneers of this initiative. Therefore, young men, take pride in this. The names of the 200 of you will ultimately be inscribed in the annals of Great Xia's history. Now, let Commander Lin bestow a name upon your squad. With that, Li Zhanjuan turned his gaze directly towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the responsibility of naming the squad. However, naming a squad was merely a trivial task. After a moment of serious contemplation, she promptly had an idea. Let us call it the Kunlun Squad. Excellent choice. Upon hearing Lin Xie's naming, the four immediately expressed their admiration. Kunlun, the source of mythology and the progenitor of mountains. The significance of this name is profoundly far-reaching. To name it thus signifies that the extraordinary journey of Great Xia shall commence from this very place, destined to stand tall upon the pinnacle of the world. Much like the Kunlun sacred mountain. Thus, the Kunlun Squad, now endowed with a name, officially embarked on their journey of cultivation under Lin Xie's guidance. However, during their first lesson, Lin Xie finally comprehended a simple yet profound truth. She was indeed different from ordinary individuals, for what appeared exceedingly simple to her. The body forging technique seemed as intricate as a celestial script to these 200 ironclad men. Reporting to the commander, a resonant yet somewhat embarrassed voice rang out. Chun Gang, the original temporary captain of the Kunlun Squad, now officially appointed captain, stood up after perusing the printed material on the body forging technique for a full 2 hours. His face flushed and sought Lin Xie's guidance. I do not understand. What exactly is the sensation of qi and blood flowing? As he spoke, it was as if a switch had been flipped. Everyone simultaneously lifted their heads. 200 battle-hardened men exchanged glances, each bearing a similar expression of clarity intertwined with foolishness. One might mistakenly think it was the scene of a freshman orientation at some university. This. Lin Xie was equally bewildered. Observing the seriousness etched on their faces, she initially assumed they grasped the concepts with ease. However, as she gazed upon the students' expressions of confusion, her mind was awash with questions. I apologize, Commander, Chun Gang sheepishly admitted, scratching his head. The material is simply too advanced for us. We find it quite challenging to comprehend. If I were to decipher it on my own, I fear it would take me several days just to understand the meaning of the initial sentences. He could read each character, yet struggled to connect them to his own physicality. Thus, he could only look towards Lin Xie, the sole beacon of hope for guidance. Ahem, I beg your pardon. It's my first time serving as a commander, and I lack experience. Lin Xie eventually realized that, as the instructor, she needed to embody that role. Well then, let me explain. With that, she quickly cleared her throat and began to elucidate the key points of the body refinement technique. Fortunately, this task was a mere trifle for her. Although her time practicing the technique had been brief, her innate understanding allowed her to thoroughly grasp its foundational principles. Consequently, guiding the others required little effort. Thus, the training regimen of the Kunlun team progressed fervently. During this period, Qin Ming and his 3 companions rarely left, witnessing the transformation of the 200 soldiers firsthand. At times, they would even sit cross-legged on the ground alongside the soldiers, attentively absorbing Lin Xie's teachings. Time flew by. 1 month later, within the conference room, Qin Ming and his companions exchanged smiles as they reviewed the materials submitted by Lin Xie. After a month of rigorous training, an impressive 123 of the 200 soldiers had successfully sensed their vital energy and blood officially entering the first level of the body refinement realm. This outcome was sufficient to affirm the feasibility of universal cultivation. The rise of the Great Xia was just around the corner. Chapter 18. System Upgrade. Astonishing Insights Bestowed. Successful breakthrough into the Foundation Establishment Realm. In the tranquil cultivation chamber of the Xianxia sect, Lin Mo sat cross-legged. Suddenly, a faint purple radiance flickered from his being, enveloping him in an instant. The violet light ebbed and flowed like rippling water, forming a delicate halo around his body. Moments later, this purple luminescence receded entirely, merging into his interior. Lin Mo opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath laced with impurities, feeling remarkably refreshed. At last, I have succeeded. He moved his somewhat stiff neck, a hint of joy gracing his features. It was worth the sleepless 5 days of relentless effort. I have finally mastered this Xiaoqi induction technique. Indeed, since my last breakthrough to the 8th level of Qi refinement, Lin Mo had not rested but rather tirelessly delved deeper into the cultivation methods at hand. There was no room for complacency. For a cultivator, once they enter the Qi refinement stage, the cultivation method becomes the very essence of their journey. It dictates the efficiency of their spiritual energy circulation, governs the pace of their advancement, determines their strength, and ultimately shapes the heights they may attain in the future. Without a cultivation method, it is akin to driving a car devoid of an engine. Not only is acceleration impossible, but even starting the vehicle becomes an unattainable feat thus. It is imperative that he first grasps the fundamentals of this technique. However, his innate understanding is painfully lacking. What appears to be a simple method, the Xiaoqi induction technique, in Lin Xia's eyes, becomes a daunting challenge for him. For 5 consecutive days and nights, he nearly fused with the meditation cushion, abstaining from food and sleep just to barely scrape through the basics of this technique. Alas, such talent is so dismal that even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. Lin Mo couldn't help but internally berate himself. Fortunately, he has external support. Otherwise, even with the elixir gifted by Li Fan, he might never touch the threshold of the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. He sighed, and then felt a wave of relief wash over him. In this fantastical realm where human life is worth less than that of a dog, lacking innate talent means one must rely on external aids to compensate. Calculating the time, 5 days have passed here, which would equate to 30 days on Blue Star. He wondered how far Xia had progressed with the Tao ancestors' plans. Previously, he had refrained from communicating with Lin Xia to focus on understanding the technique. Now that he has grasped the basics, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief, naturally becoming concerned about matters in the Daxiao realm. However, before he could contact Lin Xia through the system, a flurry of notification sounds began to bombard his mind. Ding! Detected an increase of 2 body refinement stage cultivators in Daxia, enhancing your abilities. Ding! Detected an increase of 5 body refinement stage cultivators in Daxia, enhancing your abilities. Ding! Detected an increase of 17 body refinement stage cultivators in Daxia, enhancing your abilities. Ding! Detected an increase of 8 body refinement stage cultivators in Daxia, enhancing your abilities. The incessant system notifications exploded in Lin Mo's mind like firecrackers, leaving him momentarily dazed. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, waves of pure, gentle energy manifested within him, converging into his dantian. While each individual surge was not particularly potent, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. In his perception, his cultivation level began to incrementally rise. What? Has Daxia achieved results? Lin Mo abruptly slapped his thigh, swiftly coming to the realization. This familiar sensation of enhancement, this recognizable system notification, could only mean that someone in Daxia had successfully entered the body refinement stage. My heavens, what efficiency! Lin Mo paced excitedly within the confines of the small meditation chamber. He pondered how many people had broken through this time. 100? 200? Could this wave of enhancement propel him directly into the foundation establishment stage? His heart brimmed with anticipation. The distinction between the Qi refinement stage and the foundation establishment stage is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Only upon establishing the foundation can one possess even a modicum of self-preservation in this fantastical realm. The notification chimes in his mind persisted intermittently. Each occurrence signified a further enhancement of his cultivation. The sensation of becoming stronger while remaining motionless was nothing short of exhilarating. This entire process endured for a good 6 or 7 hours before the relentless notifications finally began to subside. Lin Mo immediately turned his focus inward. He discovered that his cultivation had securely stabilized at the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement. Only a thin layer of metaphorical paper stood between him and the foundation establishment stage. Alas, upon realizing this, Lin Mo's excitement dwindled significantly. Was it truly the case that the support of 123 first-level body refinement cultivators had merely kept him at the peak of qi refinement? Was he so close yet so far? Couldn't he just one more come through? Just one would suffice to elevate him. Lin Mo mumbled to the air, hoping for a miracle to occur. However, his mind fell into silence, and the system ceased its activity. Was that it? Was he truly stuck here? Reluctantly, he braced himself to accept this frustrating reality when suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. An energy far more potent than the combined strength of the previous 123 erupted within him without warning. This force surged like a torrent, instantly flooding his dantian. The previously steady operation of the Xianxia induction technique was propelled to its utmost limits, and the technique began to operate autonomously. The formidable barrier of his realm succumbed to this overwhelming force without even a moment's resistance, shattering with a resounding crash. In that instant, Lin Mo's dantian expanded dramatically as the gaseous spiritual power was ruthlessly compressed, ultimately coalescing into a small lake of spiritual energy. He had established his foundation. Simultaneously, the system's notification finally echoed in his ears. Ding! Agent Xianxia has successfully advanced to the 7th level of qi refinement. The system has completed its synchronization for the host. Wow, that's impressive, little sister, experiencing a transformation akin to a rebirth within, along with a power that far exceeded that of the qi refinement stage. Lin Mo felt as if he might take flight from sheer exhilaration. What bliss! What sheer ecstasy! What a surprise if not this! What is timely assistance if not this? In the most pivotal moment, one must rely on one's own little sister. Yet, even more thrilling news awaited Lin Mo. The system's notification chimed once more, and this time the content sent a tremor through him. Ding! Detection of over 100 cultivators successfully appearing in the Great Xia. System upgrade requirement 1 fulfilled. Ding! Detection of the host successfully breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. System upgrade requirement 2 fulfilled. The system began its upgrade, prompting a moment of surprise for Lin Mo, who found the prospect of such an upgrade unexpectedly delightful. He suppressed his excitement and awaited the outcome patiently. After a brief interval, a familiar electronic voice resonated once more. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new feature, Insight Sharing Enhancement. What could this Insight Sharing Enhancement entail? Before Lin Mo could ponder its implications, he experienced a jarring sensation in his mind. A torrent of profound information flooded into his consciousness, encompassing deeper operational methods of the purple sky breathing technique, the essence of the ever-shifting steps of illusory steps, an advanced comprehension of the radiant thunder spell. These insights did not require him to study them. Rather, they seamlessly integrated into his being, merging with his existing memories as if they had always been part of him. The purple sky breathing technique, which had previously taken him 5 days of arduous contemplation to even grasp, now felt intimately familiar, akin to having practiced it for several years. The movement technique, illusory steps, which he had not yet had the chance to explore, now surged forth as an instinctive ability, allowing him to effortlessly execute the most intricate steps at will. As for the radiant thunder spell, it felt as if it were at his fingertips. Is this truly what Insight Sharing Enhancement entails? The magnitude of this unexpected boon left Lin Mo utterly astonished. He now comprehended that as long as someone in the Great Xia was cultivating, he would not only gain cultivation benefits, but also directly share in their insights. This was indeed the essence of insight enhancement. In merely 2.5 days, he could test his strength in the beast forest. It was astonishing. The techniques that he had only barely grasped were now perfected. Moreover, the movement technique and spell he had yet to practice were also fully realized. Could it be that Xianxia, his sister, had achieved mastery over them all? Otherwise, how could he have received such enhancements? Reflecting on his now perfected techniques and the recently unlocked system feature, Lin Mo understood that his sister, Xianxia, had reached the pinnacle of her abilities within a mere month. After all, only she in the Great Xia was qualified to cultivate these arts. Yet, Mastering them all in just 1 month seemed utterly extraordinary. In the vast realm of Xianxia, the proficiency of martial arts is generally categorized into 4 stages: initiation, minor success, major success, and perfection. The path to perfection becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. It was said that even the most talented disciple from the Xianxia sect, after 2 years of cultivation, could only attain major success in a low-grade, profound technique. However, my sister managed to master the proficiency of the mid-tier techniques within just a month. One extraordinary talent she possesses. Lin Mo suddenly recalled the case of the outer sect's top genius. It was said that this individual, upon breaking through to the qi refining stage, succeeded in just half a day to grasp the low-tier techniques. Subsequently, within a mere 2 years, he had cultivated the techniques to a consummate level, an achievement that even prompted the sect leader to personally commend him. Yet, in comparison to Xianxia, he appeared as a mere novice. Regardless, the more astonishing she becomes, the more it reflects upon me. I can only hope for her to become invincible. Now it is time to praise my dear sister. With this thought, Lin Mo began to reach out to Xianxia with a beaming smile. In the underground base of the Great Xia, within a chamber dedicated to Xia's cultivation, she was earnestly practicing when she suddenly heard a voice echoing in her mind. My dearest and most exceptional sister, I miss you dearly. The overly sentimental tone made Xianxia shudder involuntarily. Ugh, brother, that is so cheesy. Why do you have to speak in such a nauseating manner? She concluded her practice, her exquisite face displaying a look of disdain. Ahem, dear sister, all thanks to your diligent efforts. Your brother has successfully established his foundation. Lin Mo shared this joyous news with his younger sister. Established your foundation? So soon? Wow, that is wonderful. Does that mean you're invincible within the sect now? Xia's initial surprise quickly transformed into a radiant smile, delighted for her brother. Not quite. There are still elders in the spirit sea realm within the sect, as well as the unfathomable sect leader. My current cultivation level merely positions me as a pillar within the sect, Lin Mo replied with a shake of his head, realizing the path to invincibility was still long ahead of him. Let us set that aside for now. I must ask, did you truly master the techniques and spells within just a month? Upon hearing this, Xianxia seemed momentarily stunned. A month? It wasn't that long. I only took 2.5 days to fully comprehend them. She corrected him earnestly. What? Just 2.5 days? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's voice took on a different tone. Goodness, the practice duration was merely 2.5 days? He could hardly contain his astonishment. To have fully mastered those techniques in such a brief time. Was she even human? Xianxia, sensing her brother's shock, couldn't help but inquire, brother, how does this level compare? Can I rank among your peers? Lin Mo was rendered speechless. Could she rank among them? This was far beyond merely ranking. She would utterly surpass everyone in their sect. Compared to Xianxia, he deemed the members of his entire sect to be utterly inept. Alas, my dear sister, I find myself wondering whether, had you been the one to traverse here, you would have, after 18 years, become the revered saintess pursued by countless prodigies in that legendary supreme sanctuary. Lin Mo's sentiments were genuine. He was truly astounded by Xia's extraordinary comprehension and talent. Is that truly the case? Am I really so remarkable? Upon hearing his words, Xia's eyes sparkled with joy, narrowing into crescent shapes. Indeed, it is true. Even this is a conservative assessment, Lin Mo affirmed with unwavering certainty. Yet, my current cultivation speed resembles that of a snail. I hardly feel like a genius. The thought that it took her an entire month to advance from the 6th to the 7th level of qi refinement caused Xia's expression to fall. She felt she had tarnished the term genius. After all, true prodigies could leap several levels in a single month, couldn't they? My dear sister, in an environment where spiritual energy is nearly non-existent, your ability to break through a realm in a month is nothing short of genius. Consider that many outer disciples of our sect take 3 to 4 months to achieve even a minor breakthrough. Lin Montauk jested. To excel, even in a refugee-like cultivation environment speaks volumes of your potential. Is that so? Very well. Hearing Lin Mo's encouragement, Xianxia felt somewhat reassured. It turned out that her pace was not slow. Rather, it was the environment that hindered her. However, the scarcity of spiritual energy on Blue Star indeed placed a significant burden on her progress. I shall persevere. Once my strength is formidable and my status elevated, perhaps I can devise ways to improve the environment of Blue Star. Lin Mo felt a sense of urgency regarding Lin Xia's exceptional talent, which was constrained by her surroundings. Yet, there was little he could do at present. It was clear that the means to transform the environment of a realm like the Xianxia Great World was far beyond the reach of a mere foundation establishment cultivator like himself. One could only hope for a brighter future, but the present was a different matter. Very well, brother, you must strive diligently. We shall endeavor to ensure that you become invincible in that realm sooner rather than later. Lin Xia nodded, her expression resolute. Truly, you are an admirable sister. Lin Mo replied, rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations. But for now, I must focus, having just achieved a breakthrough. I need to acclimate myself to my newfound powers. Seeing his sister's understanding nature warmed Lin Mo's heart. After briefly inquiring about their parents' well-being, he concluded the communication. He had his own affairs to attend to. Although he had attained the foundation establishment stage and had maximized his proficiency in techniques and spells, he had yet to engage in actual combat. It was time to venture forth and test his abilities. As a cultivator, one must inevitably accumulate practical experience. One cannot become an unparalleled stronghold merely by theoretical knowledge. In pursuit of self-discovery regarding his current prowess, Lin Mo resolved to depart from the sect and venture into the southern beast forest, a favored locale for disciples seeking to hone their skills amidst the plethora of magical beasts. However, as he approached the mountain gate, an epiphany struck him, prompting a swift return to the sect's main hall. Since he was already there, it would be prudent to undertake a sect mission, allowing him to complete a task while perhaps earning a bit of extra income. Indeed, the thought of his current financial plight tugged at his heartstrings. As a foundation-building cultivator, he found it inconceivable to be in such dire straits. Before long, he arrived at the task hall within the sect's main pavilion. The place buzzed with activity, as numerous disciples perused and submitted various missions. Lin Mo navigated through the crowd and cast his gaze upon the expansive mission board affixed to the wall. The tasks were diverse, ranging from the collection of spiritual herbs to the extermination of magical beasts. His objective was clear, the beast forest. A brief scan allowed him to swiftly identify a specific task. Mission: hunt 10 first-tier intermediate iron-skinned wild boars and collect their tusks. Reward: 100 contribution points and 10 low-grade spirit stones. First-tier magical beasts corresponded to the Qi refinement stage of cultivators, with intermediate first-tier beasts roughly equating to the 4th or 5th level of Qi refinement. This task seemed almost trivial for him. This is it, he thought. Approaching the responsible attendant for registration, he pointed at the task. Senior brother, I shall take this one. The attendant glanced at him and then at the task details, casually remarking, iron-skinned wild boars have tough hides and thick flesh, and they are quite ferocious. It will be prudent for you to form a team. Thank you for the advice, senior brother, but I can manage alone, Lin Mo replied with a smile. Seeing his determination, the attendant refrained from further persuasion and promptly processed his registration. Very well, take your identification token and proceed. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Mo accepted the token and turned to leave. Having just broken through to the foundation-building realm, he was brimming with enthusiasm. Upon exiting the task hall, he employed his perfected illusory step, transforming into an elusive specter that no ordinary eye could detect, and swiftly departed from the sect. The disciples stationed near the mountain gate remained oblivious, standing idly as they yawned, unaware that someone had slipped past them right under their noses. Meanwhile, Lin Mo raced toward the southern beast forest. Chapter 20. The Might of a Fist. A perilous encounter with fellow disciples? The beast forest was dense with towering trees, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Amidst a thicket, a group of formidable iron-skinned rhinoceroses, their bodies encased in thick, horned armor, were digging into the ground with their massive horns. Suddenly, they all lifted their heads, their gazes fixed ahead. Before them, a figure appeared, exuding an air of leisure and contentment as he strolled toward them. The iron-skinned rhinoceroses paused momentarily, then erupted into a furious rage. Joking aside, they are indeed the sovereigns of this region. Even the most common first-tier demon beasts dare not provoke them lightly. Yet, here stands a human, brazenly stepping into their territory, as if disregarding their dominance entirely. In response, they unleashed savage roars and charged forward with their heavy hooves. Such enthusiasm! The newcomer was none other than Lin Mo. He gazed at the ferocious beasts with an expression devoid of trepidation. Simply raising his hand, he pointed gently ahead. In an instant, A dazzling purple lightning bolt materialized from thin air, enveloping the few iron-armored rhinoceroses at the forefront. Zing, amidst the deafening crackle of electric arcs. Those creatures could barely utter a cry before being reduced to charred remains. Subsequently, under the onslaught of the violent thunderous force, they were utterly disintegrated, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing this, the remaining iron-armored rhinoceroses were instantly struck with terror, their eyes wide with fear. However, before they could turn to flee, another bolt of lightning descended. The world fell silent. Ah, truly, the perfected Yao Lei possesses formidable might. Lin Mo blew at the non-existent dust on his fingers, quite pleased with his own accomplishments in battle. Remarkably, this was merely a casual strike, not a full exertion of his strength. Had he been earnest, he could have obliterated that group of iron-armored rhinoceroses with just a single move. Just then, the ground trembled violently. A colossal bear, significantly larger than the previous iron-armored rhinoceroses and covered in rock-like scales, emerged from the woods. Its massive paws glimmered with an earthy yellow aura of spiritual energy. This was none other than a top-tier first-grade demon beast, the rock-armored giant bear. Its power was formidable enough to rival that of a peak chi refinement cultivator. Roar! The rock-armored giant bear, evidently disturbed by the earlier thunderous display, glared at Lin Mo and let out a deafening roar, charging toward him with immense force. Yet, in the face of this behemoth, Lin Mo did not even lift an eyelid. He simply extended his fist forward. The crushing fist. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling light effects, only an utterly unremarkable fist. However, the moment this fist made contact with the bear's enormous paw, an indescribable and terrifying force erupted. The massive body of the rock-armored giant bear abruptly stalled. In the next instant, it began to disintegrate from its paw, exploding into a cloud of crimson mist. One punch. Obliterated. Goodness, is that all it took? Lin Mo shook his hand in astonishment at the outcome. He was aware of his formidable strength, yet he never anticipated it would reach such heights. Combined with the recently perfected crushing fist that Xianxia had mastered, he could indeed obliterate a top-tier first-grade demon beast renowned for its strength with a single blow. It is noteworthy that he had not employed any spiritual energy. He merely relied on his physical strength to obliterate the rock-armored giant bear. Such a feat is indeed astonishing. It appears I have underestimated the power I possess after enhancement. Currently, my augmented strength is no less than 60,000 pounds. Coupled with the perfected level of the collapsed fist, it seems rather comprehensible that I could shatter a first-tier top-tier beast with a single blow. I even speculate that if this punch were to land upon a foundation establishment cultivator, even with a protective spiritual barrier, the impact would likely be shattering. Lin Mo pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. He gradually attained a clearer understanding of his present strength. He could now affirm with absolute certainty that the physical body of a foundation establishment cultivator would not withstand a single punch from him. However, once a cultivator reaches the chi refining stage, they typically possess a spiritual barrier. Therefore, he harbored doubts about whether his current physical strength could breach the barrier of a foundation establishment cultivator. Perhaps it would not be so easy. The spiritual barrier at the foundation establishment level possesses considerable resilience and is not easily breached. Nonetheless, as the number of cultivators in the Great Xia increases exponentially, and my strength continues to ascend, it will not be long before even foundation establishment cultivators, not to mention those at the more formidable spiritual C or even golden core stages, may find it challenging to withstand my might. Contemplating the promising prospects of the future, Lin Mo felt a wave of exhilaration. His strength has the potential to accumulate indefinitely, as long as the Great Xia continues to thrive. It is only a matter of time before he becomes an invincible force. Having traversed the Beast Forest twice, he has gained a fair understanding of his capabilities. Now, it is time to fulfill his sect mission. With this thought, he focused his mind, oriented himself, and proceeded deeper into the Beast Forest. His mission objective was to locate 10 first-tier intermediate iron-skinned wild boars. Yet, having found no trace thus far, he would have to venture further into the depths. Meanwhile, approximately 10 miles away, in a secluded valley, a young man clad in the attire of an outer disciple of the Xianxia sect was engaged in a fierce battle against a pack of fire-wreathed demon wolves. The fiery wolves, classified as advanced first-tier demon beasts, are notoriously brutal and skilled in coordinated attacks. An average peak chi refining cultivator would find them formidable adversaries. Yet at this moment, the young man displayed exceptional swordsmanship, moving with grace and agility, effortlessly countering the onslaught of wolves. Each swing of his sword unleashed a sharp beam of light, precisely severing the throats of the demon wolves. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of the fiery wolves. The young man sheathed his sword and stood tall, surveying his handiwork with a hint of pride. He adjusted his slightly disheveled robes before directing his gaze toward the center of the valley. There, a small flower, wholly crimson and seemingly ablaze, swayed gently in the breeze. The flameheart grass, an invaluable auxiliary spiritual herb used in the concoction of certain Foundation establishment elixirs, is indeed of considerable worth. The purpose of his journey was precisely for this. Just as he approached, wearing a relaxed expression and preparing to harvest the spiritual herb, a howl erupted from the depths of the valley, filled with fury and authority. The sound waves reverberated, causing the entire valley to hum ominously. The young man's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed to the side of the flame heart grass, carefully uprooted it, and swiftly placed it into his storage bag. Then, he turned and fled. What a joke! The pressure emanating from that howl could only belong to a second-tier beast, equivalent to a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. As a 9th-level Qi practitioner, staying behind would be tantamount to courting death. The young man executed his movement technique to its utmost, transforming into a wisp of green smoke as he frantically raced towards the valley's exit. However, he was fast, but the creature behind him was even faster. A frenzied and searing aura surged from behind, the terrifying sense of oppression making his heart race wildly. Damn it! A quick glance backward revealed a colossal wolf, larger than an ordinary fire wolf by threefold, its fur ablaze like roaring flames, fixating its brutal gaze upon him. It was none other than the second-tier intermediate beast, the Fire Wolf King. He could not shake it off, since escape was futile. He had no choice but to fight with all his might. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he abruptly halted, turning to confront the pursuing Fire Wolf King, unleashing his spiritual energy with reckless abandon. The Yellow-tier Supreme Sword Technique, Flowing Wind Sword. He struck with all his strength. In an instant, dozens of azure sword shadows manifested, intertwining to form a net that enveloped the Fire Wolf King. This was his ultimate skill, perfected to its zenith. The power of this strike even brushed against the threshold of the Foundation establishment stage. Yet, before this blow, capable of annihilating any Qi practitioner, the Fire Wolf King merely raised its paw with disdain. Clang! A series of metallic clashes echoed. The seemingly indestructible sword net struck the Fire Wolf King's claw, leaving only a few sparse white marks. The young man's expression froze. Was this the power of the Foundation establishment stage? The disparity was dishearteningly vast. The Fire Wolf King appeared thoroughly enraged by his futile assault. It opened its gaping maw and let out a roar. A massive claw wreathed in blazing flames, striking down towards the young man with lightning speed. The protective spiritual energy surrounding the youth was as fragile as a layer of window paper before this claw, shattering effortlessly. With a sickening sound, the claw tore through flesh and bone, leaving a deep gash across his chest, the wound charred and emanating the scent of roasting meat. Ugh! The young man emitted a muffled groan as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered motionless. He felt the rapid passage of vitality as he watched the Flame Wolf King, its eyes ablaze with cruelty and mockery, approach him step by step, an overwhelming wave of despair surging within him. Was he, the esteemed first genius of the Xianxia sect's outer disciples, truly destined to die in such a humiliating manner at the jaws of a beast? Just as he prepared to close his eyes and await death, a voice, tinged with curiosity, suddenly resonated from behind him. Are you a disciple of the Xianxia sect? Chapter 21. Brother, your path is wide. Strike and crush the Flame Wolf King. Observing the half-dead youth not far away, Lin Mo began to contemplate. The attire he wore unmistakably identified him as a disciple of the Xianxia sect's outer circle. This indicated that the individual was his fellow sect member. However, he appeared to be severely battered by the colossal wolf, leaving Lin Mo to ponder whether he should offer assistance. He weighed the potential outcomes in his mind. Although they were fellow disciples, there was no guarantee that saving him would elicit gratitude. In this era, ungrateful wolves lurked everywhere. Even the Xianxia sect harbored someone like Zhang Han. If this unfamiliar fellow turned out to be another version of that beastly Zhang Han, Then rescuing him would only invite trouble upon himself. As Lin Mo grappled with his internal conflict, Wang Chun, lying on the ground, managed to turn his head with great difficulty towards the source of the voice. Upon catching sight of the tattered yet recognizable uniform, which was indeed the standard attire for the sect's servant disciples, he was left utterly stunned. A servant disciple had come? Wait, they were deep within the beast forest. How could a mere servant disciple, who had yet to even step into the Qi refining realm, venture to such a perilous place? Was he courting death? Wang Chen's heart plummeted. Damn it! He had hoped for reinforcements, only to find a reckless fool. Observing Lin Mo standing there in a daze, a bitter smile crossed Wang Chen's face. The newcomer was merely a servant disciple, not even at the Qi refining stage. In the presence of the second-tier intermediate flame wolf king, what difference was there between him and a slightly larger ant? Resigned to his fate, Wang Chun thought it better to expend his final breath to hold off the beast, giving this young man a chance to escape. If he could return safely to the sect, perhaps he could relay the news to the elders and seek vengeance for himself. Accepting that he was beyond saving, Wang Chun steeled himself and shouted with all his might towards Lin Mo. Hey kid, are you stunned? This beast is comparable to a Foundation establishment cultivator. You cannot contend with it. I will hold it off. You must run. Remember, when you return to the sect, seek out the Grand Elder. Tell him that I, Wang Chun, perish today at the jaws of this vile wolf, and hope that one day the sect can avenge me. Upon hearing these words and witnessing the resolute expression on Wang Chen's face, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Oh, you intend to hold off the vile wolf at the cost of your life, allowing me to escape? Are you serious? Lin Mo instinctively inquired. What nonsense is this? What is wrong with you, the menial disciple? Is your mind so dull that you cannot comprehend human speech? Hurry up. If you do not leave now, we shall both perish here. As Lin Mo not only failed to flee, but also remained rooted in place to confirm the situation. Wang Chun was nearly driven to laughter by his frustration. What a fool. Can he not perceive the gravity of the situation? Ha, this is amusing. Very well. You are quite the character. I shall grant you a chance at survival. Observing the exasperation etched upon his companion's face, Lin Mo chuckled. All right, my brother. Your path seems to be quite expansive. Thus, I must extend my hand to assist you. What? Save me. You, a mere menial disciple? Have you lost your mind? Wang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning the very integrity of his hearing. A menial disciple, and I commanded you to flee, yet you remain here, brazenly claiming you wish to save me. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? At that moment, the second-order Firewolf King, having grown weary of the incessant chatter between these two insignificant creatures, became irate. Do you presume I am inconsequential? How dare you carry on as if I do not exist? The Wolf King, furious, offered them no chance for further discourse, and, with a colossal paw ablaze with flames, descended mercilessly towards the ground where Wang Chun stood. It intended to reduce the severely injured one to mere pulp before proceeding to crush the weaker one behind him. It was over, utterly finished. The Wolf King's strike was formidable and infused with wrath, leaving Wang Chun with no time to react. He could only watch in horror as the massive claw, accompanied by a howling wind, loomed larger before him. Alas, had he known, he would not have acted so impulsively, venturing deep into this beast-infested forest. Now, even if he found the crucial spiritual herb for alchemy, he would have no life left to utilize it. And this dim-witted individual, ultimately, he had failed to save him. Wang Chun sighed heavily, slowly closing his eyes, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. However, seconds passed, and the excruciating pain he had anticipated did not come. What is happening? Why am I not dead yet? Wang Chun, filled with confusion, abruptly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he beheld a scene he would never forget. That seemingly fragile menial disciple had, with a single hand, grasped the Fire Wolf King's colossal claw, halting the tremendous blow mid-air, rendering it unable to descend even a fraction. What? This? How is this possible? Wang Chun could not suppress his exclamation. Utterly bewildered, he could hardly fathom what he was witnessing. Yet Lin Mo had no time to indulge in his astonishment. TSK, as expected of a second-order intermediate beast, its strength is indeed considerable. However, compared to me, it appears to still fall short. Feeling the relentless force of the Wolf King's claws attempting to break free, Lin Mo's arm remained steadfast, granting him a clearer understanding of his current strength. He realized that he had perhaps underestimated the power of his own physical form. The Wolf King, a beast comparable to foundational realm cultivators, seemed to possess only half the raw physical strength that he did. Of course, like human cultivators, demonic beasts do not rely solely on their physical might. They also wield demonic power, observing the futility of extricating its claws. The Fire Wolf King quickly recognized it had encountered a formidable opponent. It immediately summoned its demonic energy, igniting its other paw in a blaze of flames, exuding a destructive aura as it aimed a fierce strike at Lin Mo's head. Huh, an ambush, you say? Lin Mo unleashed a decisive blow. In a split second, he released the Wolf King's claw, striking first with a powerful punch. The sound of impact reverberated through the air as an overwhelming force struck the Wolf King's chest at close range. The thin layer of demonic energy shielding it shattered instantly, and its massive form was sent soaring over 100 meters, crashing through several stout trees before finally coming to a halt. Very well, if you seek death, I shall oblige. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo resolved to eliminate any chance of retaliation. After all, it was a second-tier intermediate demonic beast. While the likelihood was slim, one could never be too cautious of hidden talents or abilities. Having traversed this fantastical realm for 18 years, Lin Mo had always adhered to one principle: stability. Thus, following the powerful blow that sent the Fire Wolf King flying, he hesitated not a moment longer. He immediately summoned nearly half of his spiritual energy to unleash the perfected spell, Radiant Thunder. In an instant, a colossal purple thunderblade, extending several dozen meters, materialized before him, radiating a terrifying aura capable of obliterating all in its path. He directed it forcefully toward the struggling Wolf King, who was attempting to rise. The resounding roar echoed throughout the forest as the beast, barely able to regain its footing, was effortlessly cleaved in two by this unparalleled strike. Charred remains fell to the ground, emanating wisps of smoke. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Chun stood agape, unable to close his mouth in astonishment. Chapter 22. Astonished Wang Chun. Playing the fool? Who is this senior brother? A second-tier intermediate demonic beast had been dispatched so effortlessly. Lin Mo gazed at the Wolf King's charred body, now split in two and still emanating the scent of burnt flesh, and instinctively stroked his chin. Indeed, quite impressive. The question arises, is this creature still valuable? The fur, bones, and blood of a second-tier demonic beast could fetch a handsome price at the sect's task hall, and he found himself in dire need of funds. Adhering to the principle of frugality, Lin Mo resolved to venture forth and ascertain whether there remained any opportunities for gain. He took a step towards the pile of charred remains. Behind him, Wang Chun, sprawled on the ground, gazed at Lin Mo's departing figure, his worldview precariously teetering on the brink of collapse. What had he witnessed? A mere servant disciple, single-handedly withstanding a fearsome strike from a second-tier intermediate demonic beast? A servant disciple, propelling that beast 100 meters away with a single punch? A servant disciple, effortlessly unleashing a lightning spell that instantly vanquished the blazing Wolf King, comparable to a foundation-building cultivator of the 5th or 6th level. Is this truly what one would label a servant disciple? If this is a servant disciple, then what does that make him? The outer sect's foremost genius, merely a lackey responsible for serving tea and water to the servant disciples? Wang Chen's mind had completely malfunctioned, leaving him in a state of utter blankness. He even forgot the wound on his chest that continued to bleed profusely, merely staring vacantly at Lin Mo's silhouette as he approached the carcass of the Wolf King and gave it a couple of kicks. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's expression was far from pleasant. Alas, it was entirely ruined. He nudged the charred corpse with his toe, discovering that the Wolf King's fur had been thoroughly carbonized, crumbling at the slightest touch. As for the bones, they had become exceedingly brittle under the terrifying might of the lightning, utterly unusable. The essence blood? It had long since evaporated under the intense heat. After all his efforts, apart from astonishing a fellow sect member, he had gained nothing of value. A total loss. With a sigh, Lin Mo left the carcass of the Wolf King, returning to Wang Chen's side. Are you all right? Lin Mo inquired casually, casting a glance at his beleaguered companion on the ground. Cough, cough. Wang Chen was jolted back to reality by the question, inadvertently straining his wound, and immediately coughed up a few mouthfuls of clotted blood. Fortunately, he was not on the verge of death. Thank you, junior brother. No, I mean thank you, senior brother, for your life-saving grace. Wang Chun hastily corrected himself. if he still regarded the individual before him as merely a servant disciple. He would truly be devoid of reason. This was undoubtedly a concealed inter-sect senior brother. As for why he donned the attire of a servant disciple, given the awe-inspiring punch and the colossal lightning blade that had just been unleashed, he dared not inquire. Nor did he wish to. There's no need for gratitude. We are all fellow disciples. It was but a trifling effort. Lin Mo waved his hand nonchalantly. For him, given his current prowess, it indeed felt like a mere trifle. However, observing Wang Chen's precarious state, a hint of concern crept onto Lin Mo's face. Although he had saved him, leaving him here seemed rather unkind. Yet he still had not located his mission target and could not linger indefinitely. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "Can you still walk?" Wang Chen immediately grasped the implication of the question. The senior brother evidently had his own matters to attend to, and it was his own delay that hindered him. He quickly nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, senior brother, it should not be a problem." After speaking, a fleeting look of pain crossed his face as he retrieved a small jade vial from his robe and poured a verdant pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, releasing a gentle medicinal essence that spread throughout his body, alleviating much of the excruciating pain in his chest. His breathing also steadied slightly. Moments later, Wang Chun took a deep breath, bracing himself against the ground in an attempt to rise. However, he overestimated his own strength and underestimated the impact of the Fire Wolf King's claw. Just as he managed to find his footing, the world spun before his eyes. His legs buckled, and he fell straight to the ground. Ah well, one must see a task through to the end. Lin Mo sighed as he swiftly supported him. Observing Wang Chen's state, it was clear that not only would he struggle to walk out of here, but even a casual first-tier beast could easily regard him as a meal. My apologies, senior brother, for the trouble. Wang Chun's face flushed crimson as he was assisted by Lin Mo. Once a celebrated figure among the outer disciples of Xianxia sect, he had never felt so humiliated. Today, not only had he been nearly vanquished by a wolf, but he was also reduced to relying on a junior-looking brother to walk. How disgraceful! Yet, compared to shame, his life held greater significance. Had it not been for this fortuitous encounter with the senior brother, he might have met his end here, becoming nothing more than a pile of wolf dung. Enough with the idle chatter, Lin Mo said, securing Wang Chen's arm as he prepared to lead him away from this perilous place. Just as he was about to move, a sudden thought struck him, and he casually inquired, "By the way, do you know if there are any ironhide wild boars nearby? I accepted a task when I left the sect that requires 10 of their tusks." Wang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Ironhide wild boars? Were they not intermediate-tier beasts? Why would this formidable senior brother undertake such a task? Was it for the sake of experiencing life? Or perhaps to feign weakness? Could it be that he harbored some peculiar proclivity? With Lin Mo's humble attire indicative of a menial disciple, countless thoughts raced through Wang Chen's mind. But he wisely refrained from probing further. As the saying goes, one should not attempt to decipher the thoughts of a great figure. He quickly recalled the terrain of the beast forest, having spent years honing his skills there, and he was well acquainted with the distribution of most ordinary beasts. Senior brother, if you head southeast from here for about 3 miles, you will find a marshland, which is the habitat of the ironhide wild boars. He promptly provided Lin Mo with a clear direction. All right, lead the way, Lin Mo nodded. With Wang Chun as his living map, the task at hand became considerably simpler. Approximately after the burning of an incense stick, Lin Mo assisted Wang Chun in reaching the vicinity of the marshland. Indeed, even before they approached, a series of grunting sounds reached their ears. A dozen wild boars, their bodies cloaked in dark fur and adorned with sharp tusks, frolicked in the mud. Then Montauk heighted, leaning Wang Chun against a tree. He then raised his hand and with a delicate snap of his fingers directed towards the herd of boars. A nearly imperceptible flash of violet lightning flickered momentarily. In the next instant, the movements of 10 boars froze abruptly, collapsing to the ground with their feet in the air, not a single sound escaping their lips. Subsequently, with a mere gesture, 10 pairs of pristine tusks were severed from their mouths and flew towards him. He casually collected the tusks before returning to Wang Chun's side to support him once more. "Let us go, we're leaving." The entire process flowed seamlessly, lasting no more than a few seconds. Wang Chun, resting against the tree, had witnessed the entire spectacle, his mouth agape, yet no words emerged. How terrifying! How utterly terrifying! This senior brother's command over power had reached a realm beyond his comprehension. Furthermore, that lightning spell evoked a sense of familiarity. It seemed to be the formidable yet arduous to master thunder technique of the Xianxia sect, known as Yao Lei. Yet in the hands of this senior brother, it appeared effortlessly executed, evoking a sense of ease in its application. Could it be that this senior brother had perfected Yao Lei to its fullest extent? No wonder he was so powerful. A conjecture formed in Wang Chen's mind, as he too had perfected his sword technique. However, he was well aware of the immense difficulty in mastering the thunder technique, which surpassed the rank of his sword art. Who exactly is this senior brother? He appears even younger than I. How can he possess such formidable power? Wang Chen pondered silently, not daring to voice his inquiries. Lin Mo, oblivious to Wang Chen's thoughts, directly employed the illusory step, guiding Wang Chen's arm as they traversed unobstructed out of the beast forest. Naturally, this left Wang Chen in awe once again. The perfected illusory step, he recognized it, for he too practiced the illusory step, albeit only at a proficient level. Upon exiting the forest, the sky outside had begun to take on a golden hue. The medicinal effects of the pills within Wang Chen's body had completely manifested, stabilizing his injuries. Though still quite weak, he found himself capable of moving without issue. Senior brother, this is where I shall part ways. I can return to the sect on my own, Wang Chen remarked appreciatively, halting in his tracks. Lin Mo assessed him, noting that he indeed no longer appeared on the verge of collapse, and nodded in agreement. He himself wished to further explore the beast forest, hoping to encounter something of value. Thus he had no intention of returning just yet. Take care then. Lin Mo released his grip and turned to leave. However, Wang Chen suddenly stepped forward and grasped his arm. Senior brother, please wait. Lin Mo turned back to see Wang Chen carefully extracting a small flower, entirely crimson and seemingly alive with flowing flames, from his storage bag. It was the Yinxin grass, the very herb he had nearly risked his life to obtain. Chapter 23. Wang Chen's gratitude, the blow to his pride. Taken aback by Wang Chen's gesture, Lin Mo was unsure of its meaning. He inquired, "What is this?" "Senior brother, you saved my life. Such a great kindness deserves no thanks, and this spiritual herb is my token of gratitude." Wang Chen solemnly presented the small flower with both hands. Lin Mo did not accept it, as he was unfamiliar with the herb. However, the rich spiritual energy emanating from it indicated that it was undoubtedly a valuable item. Seeing Lin Mo's lack of response, Wang Chen assumed he did not recognize it and hastily explained, "Senior brother, this spiritual herb is known as Yinxin grass, one of the primary ingredients for refining the third-tier foundational elixir, the foundation establishment pill. Consuming this pill increases the chances of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage by a remarkable 20% for cultivators at the peak of the qi refinement stage." Surprised by this revelation, Lin Mo paused momentarily. The foundation establishment pill? It certainly sounded impressive. An increase of 20% in breakthrough chances would surely incite countless peak qi refinement cultivators to fight over it. Yet for him, it held no significance, as he had already attained the foundation establishment stage. As for his younger sister, Xianxia, who possessed extraordinary talent, giving her such a thing would be an affront to her abilities. Moreover, his act of saving Wang Chen had stemmed purely from an amiable disposition toward him. He had no intention of seeking favors in return. Reflecting on this, Lin Mo waved his hand to decline. "There is no need for such gestures. I saved you simply because I found you a decent person, and, as fellow disciples, it was merely a trifling effort." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Wang Chen grew anxious. "Senior brother, to you, it may be a trivial matter, but to me, it was a life saved. You must accept this Yinxin grass, otherwise my heart will be troubled." Seeing the unwavering determination on Wang Chen's face, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. This fellow possessed quite the principles. Intriguing indeed. After sizing up Wang Chen and reflecting on his own dire financial situation, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. How about this? Lin Mo cleared his throat and spoke in a conciliatory tone. "If you truly feel indebted, simply give me some spirit stones as a reward." He articulated his request with a sense of justification. There was no denying it. He was indeed in dire straits. Despite being a formidable foundation establishment cultivator capable of effortlessly dispatching second-tier beasts, he possessed not even a fragment of spirit stone. If this were to be revealed, it would surely astonish many. Yet, the occurrence seemed entirely reasonable in his case. After all, just 6 days prior, he had merely been a humble disciple who had never even laid eyes on a spirit stone. Indeed, although his identity token had been upgraded to that of an inner sect disciple, he had yet to claim a new set of robes. This was precisely why Wang Chun had mistakenly perceived him as a seasoned expert playing the role of a simpleton. In reality, Lin Mo was not deliberately playing the fool. He harbored no particular fascination with such deceptive antics. After all, pretending to be a fool could lead one to unwittingly become a true fool. He was simply impoverished and pressed for time. What? That cannot be. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Wang Chun's first reaction was one of refusal. He believed this inscrutable senior brother was merely sparing his feelings. The value of a flame-heart herb far surpassed that of mere spirit stones. It was evident that the senior brother had realized he had nearly sacrificed his life for this herb and, out of compassion, was willing to settle for a lesser compensation to ease his conscience. However, Wang Chun, as the foremost genius of the outer sect of Xianxia sect, possessed his own pride. Senior brother, please do not say any more. Wang Chun's resolve only grew stronger. Although the flame-heart herb was precious, he firmly believed that his life was of greater worth. His venture into the depths of the beast forest was originally intended to procure the herb for his foundational breakthrough. Yet, he had not anticipated the formidable second-tier beast guarding it. Had it not been for the timely intervention of his senior brother, he would have certainly met his end today, reduced to a mere pile of dust. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, he insisted on offering his token of gratitude. As his excitement grew, he summoned an air of courage and retrieved a jade box from his storage bag. With utmost care, he placed the flame-heart herb inside, took 2 steps forward, and forcefully pressed it into Lin Mo's hands. Lin Mo stood momentarily stunned, holding the jade box, unable to comprehend the situation. In this day and age, who would insist on giving away favors so earnestly? Very well. Since the other party was so adamant, if he were to decline further, it would seem rather ungrateful. Would he appear foolish for rejecting a generous gift? Although he had no use for the herb himself, he could always exchange it within the sect for something else or directly for spirit stones. Then I shall not refuse, Lin Mo said, weighing the jade box in his hand before tucking it into his robes. With relief washing over him at Lin Mo's acceptance, Wang Chun let out a long sigh. He was a principled individual. To receive a life-saving favor without reciprocation would become a lingering torment on his cultivation journey. Well then, I shall not impose further on you. Senior brother, please continue your work. I will take my leave. Having delivered the gift, Wang Chun did not intend to linger. He still bore injuries and needed to return swiftly to recuperate. All right, my junior brother, take care on your way back. Having received his belongings, Lin Mo's demeanor towards Wang Chun evidently became much warmer. Even his address changed. He smiled as he advised Wang Chun, then prepared to return to the beast forest, eager to encounter any unfortunate souls to hone his skills. However, just as he turned to leave, Wang Chun called after him. Senior brother, please hold on. May I ask your esteemed name? Lin Mo paused it. Indeed, after all this time, he had not introduced himself, nor did he know Wang Chun's name. Lin Mo, and you? He replied succinctly, casually inquiring in return. Lin Mo. Wang Chun rapidly searched his mind for this name. Among the inner disciples, was there a senior brother with the surname Lin? There seemed to be, but none by that name came to mind. Could it be a more low-key senior? Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Chun's mind, but upon hearing Lin Mo's inquiry, he quickly responded with respect. In reply to senior brother, I am Wang Chun. An outer disciple. Wang Chun, is it? Yes, I shall remember that. Just as Wang Chun had no impression of Lin Mo's name, Lin Mo held no recollection of Wang Chun's identity. The outer sect's top talent? He had previously been a mere servant disciple, rarely venturing into the outer sect, so it was natural he would not recognize him. Perhaps he had heard rumors about the outer sect's top genius, but regrettably, he had never known the name. Thus, after nodding and smiling at Wang Chun, Lin Mo did not linger and once again entered the beast forest, leaving Wang Chun standing there in a daze. So, he merely remembered? Wang Chun pondered Lin Mo's last words, a wry smile surfacing on his face. Indeed, my so-called title as the outer sect's top genius means nothing in the eyes of true powerhouses. Wang Chun, today you have truly grasped the meaning of there are always greater mountains and more skilled individuals beyond the horizon. That reclusive senior brother Lin Mo is undoubtedly a prodigy, surpassing you. No, surpassing the vast majority of individuals within the sect. As he gazed at Lin Mo's elegant retreating figure, the pride Wang Chun had held as the outer sect's best dissipated in that moment. In its place arose an unprecedented yearning and a fierce, burning ambition. Chapter 24. Unexpected gains, a sudden increase in wealth. Moon Coldflower? As night fell, the area where the inner disciples of Xianxia sect resided fell into a serene stillness. Lin Mo sat on a stone bench in his small courtyard, cradling an unusual little flower in his hand. The flower emitted a pristine glow, its petals crystal clear, resembling exquisite ice carvings. Wisps of chilling air emanated from it, causing a thin layer of white frost to form on his palm, rendering it somewhat stiff. This spiritual herb, though smaller than the flame heart grass Wang Chun had thrust upon him, contained a far denser essence of spiritual energy. It is evident that this spiritual herb surpasses the flame heart grass in rank. How fortunate I am to have retraced my steps. Otherwise, this unexpected treasure would have eluded me. As I behold this remarkable herb in my hand, a wave of emotion washes over Lin Mo. After bidding farewell to Wang Chun, he adhered to the principle of having come this far, turning back into the beast forest, eager to seek out a few unfortunate creatures to hone his skills. However, the beasts at the periphery proved to be woefully weak, easily vanquished with a single punch, devoid of any thrill. Thus, he boldly ventured into the valley where Wang Chun had previously encountered danger. Not long into his journey, he came upon a formidable foe, a second-tier high-level beast, the Nether Serpent. In all fairness, this serpent was an entirely different caliber compared to the Fire Wolf King he had faced before. Not only did it possess a smidgen more strength than he did at that moment, but its serpentine hide was remarkably resilient, boasting an absurd level of defense. Consequently, as Lin Mo engaged in combat with the serpent, he could no longer maintain the previous tranquility with which he had approached the battle. Unleashing his full strength, he barely managed to gain the upper hand amidst the serpent's ferocious assaults. This was largely due to his perfected movement technique. The perfected illusory steps were indeed invaluable. With a mere shift of his form, he could instantaneously conjure 18 phantoms, each vividly lifelike and indistinguishable from the real. The sophistication of this technique was certainly on par with those of lower-grade mystic movements. It was precisely because of this perfected technique that Lin Mo could continuously evade the serpent's lethal strikes, ultimately seizing a fleeting opportunity to unleash a brilliant lightning strike, accurately cleaving through the serpent's vital spot, thereby slaying it completely. After dispatching the serpent, Lin Mo discovered a small flower radiating a gentle glow near its lair by a pool of water. Without a moment's hesitation, he uprooted it. Yet, at the very instant he secured his prize, a chilling, terrifying aura erupted from the depths of the valley, locking onto him with unyielding precision. The sensation was akin to being targeted by a primordial beast, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Startled, Lin Mo summoned every ounce of strength and fled. Fortunately, his perfected movement technique proved adept at facilitating his escape. The nameless terror pursuing him could not catch up to his full-speed dash. That chilling aura undoubtedly belonged to a third-tier beast. At present, I am merely at the first stage of foundation establishment, relying solely on my perfected techniques, movement, spells, and physical capabilities that far exceed those of my peers to barely defeat a serpent comparable to those in the late foundation stage. Yet, in the face of a third-tier beast, akin to a Spirit Sea Realm expert, I would surely be at a disadvantage. Thankfully, my speed allowed me to evade a fate akin to that of Wang Chun, who had ventured too confidently into the beast forest today and nearly met a dire end. Reflecting on that moment still sends a shiver down Lin Mo's spine. Unexpectedly, it has not been long since he nearly mirrored Wang Chun's tragic fate. However, unlike Wang Chun, who had someone to rescue him in times of peril, should he truly meet his demise, it is likely that no one would be left to collect his remains. Of course, he is vastly different from Wang Chun in several respects. First and foremost, he is a genuine cultivator of the foundation establishment stage, and second, his strength is undeniably formidable. With the support of various perfected skills, his combat prowess is far from that of a novice in the foundation establishment realm. Moreover, coupled with his impeccable agility, he is confident that he would not be outpaced by those flying cultivators of the Spirit Sea realm. One cannot help but wonder what treasure could warrant the guardianship of a third-tier demonic beast. Alas, my knowledge of spiritual herbs is woefully lacking, and it appears I must dedicate some time to remedy this deficiency. Lin Mo examined the spiritual herb in his hand with a look of helplessness, unable to discern its true nature. Nevertheless, it must be something of great value, given that it is protected by a third-tier demonic beast. Never mind. I shall inquire at the task hall tomorrow and see if I can exchange it for other resources. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo carefully enveloped the peculiar spiritual herb with a thread of spiritual energy to prevent the loss of its essence. In truth, possessing a storage bag would have perfectly resolved the issue of energy depletion. However, he did not have one. It was not that he was incapable of acquiring one. At the Xianxia sect, every disciple who ascended to the inner sect was granted a storage bag free of charge. Yet, after his promotion, he was preoccupied with various matters, first communicating with the system and his sister, then hastily venturing out to hone his skills, completely forgetting to collect it. As for Wang Chun, an outer sect disciple, possessed one, it can only be said that his title as the top among the outer disciples was not without merit. That storage bag was one of the rewards bestowed upon him for being a prodigious disciple. At the break of dawn the next day, Lin Mo could hardly contain his excitement as he made his way to the task hall with his spoils in hand. "Senior brother, I have come to submit a task," he announced. The same steward as yesterday was on duty, glancing at Lin Mo with a casual smile. "You have arrived quite early, junior brother." "Very well." Place the task items on the counter. Lin Mo nodded and placed 10 pairs of wild boar tusks upon the counter. Subsequently, he handed his identity token to the steward, and his account was credited with 100 contribution points and 10 low-grade spirit stones. "By the way, senior brother, do you also purchase items here?" Lin Mo inquired, retrieving his token. The steward paused in surprise, but eventually nodded. "Junior brother, how much do you think these items of mine are worth?" Lin Mo asked as he produced the jade box given to him by Wang Chun, followed by the item wrapped in beast skin from his back. Placing everything on the counter. "Is this the gallbladder and skin of a netherworld giant python?" The steward gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the items laid before him. "Did you kill this?" His tone was laden with disbelief. "Indeed, it was I who slayed it," Lin Mo affirmed. Lin Mo nodded with composure, for there was nothing to conceal. Junior brother, no, I mean senior brother. Forgive me for my earlier lack of discernment." Upon receiving Lin Mo's verbal confirmation, the attitude of the steward underwent a complete transformation. What a jest. The nether python is a formidable second-tier high-level beast, a true exemplar among its kind. A typical cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage would undoubtedly find themselves outmatched in a solitary confrontation. Although he served as a steward in the task hall, his cultivation level was merely at the 5th stage of foundation establishment. Should he be left to face this enormous python alone, the sole outcome would be to be devoured as a snack. Yet this disciple before him had the prowess to slay the beast single-handedly, a capability that far surpassed his own. "How much can these be exchanged for in low-grade spirit stones?" Lin Mo inquired, indifferent to the steward's shift in demeanor, his focus solely on monetary matters. Returning to senior brother, the python's gall is rich in energy and serves as an excellent alchemical material. With a recovery price from the sect set at 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, the python's skin is also valuable for crafting, and considering its preserved integrity, I can offer 500 low-grade spirit stones for it. What do you think? The steward quickly calculated the worth of these items, presenting a fair offer. "Very well. Please convert it to spirit stones," Lin Mo replied without hesitation, confident in the sect's fair dealings regarding the spoils of its disciples. "Excellent, senior brother. I shall credit it to your identity token at once. You may then directly exchange it at the sect's internal affairs hall." The steward efficiently completed the necessary paperwork. "By the way, do you recognize these 2 spirit herbs?" Lin Mo then produced the 2 spirit herbs. Is that actually flame heart grass?" The steward immediately recognized the flame heart grass, a wave of astonishment washing over him. "Senior brother, this flame heart grass is a principal ingredient for refining foundation establishment pills, and it holds considerable value. The sect offers 6,000 low-grade spirit stones for its recovery." After quoting the price for the flame heart grass, the steward turned his gaze to the ice flower held in Lin Mo's other hand. However, despite priding himself on his extensive knowledge, he found himself at a loss. What a peculiar spirit herb. Forgive my ignorance. I truly cannot identify it. Cannot identify it? Lin Mo felt a pang of disappointment and prepared to return the herb to the jade box that had previously contained the flame heart grass. However, just as he began to move, a soft exclamation caught his attention. "Oh, is that the moon-cold flower?" Chapter 25. Elder Su Qinghan of the Pill Hall, Lin Mo's calculations. "Oh, is that the moon-cold flower?" The voice was gentle and delicate, akin to a warm breeze brushing against his ear. Lin Mo paused, turning towards the sound. To his surprise, a woman had appeared by the counter. She donned a graceful azure dress, adorned with a few simple embroidered orchids. Her long black hair elegantly pinned up with a simple wooden hairpin, with a few strands cascading down beside her cheek. The young woman possessed skin as flawless as snow, her exquisite features radiating a unique gentleness characteristic of the women from the picturesque waterside towns of Jiangnan. Upon her arrival, the attendant behind the counter instantly donned a respectful expression, promptly bowing in greeting. "I have met Elder Su." Lin Mo found himself momentarily taken aback. Elder? This stunning beauty appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years his senior, yet she held the esteemed title of elder within the sect. He dared not show any disrespect and bowed in return. Disciple pays respects to the elder. However, he was entirely unfamiliar with this Elder Su. Yet, anyone who ascended to the rank of elder in the sect must possess a cultivation level, at least at the spiritual sea realm. This meant that the seemingly youthful woman before him was undoubtedly a formidable practitioner of the spiritual sea realm. There's no need for excessive courtesy. Su Qinghan's voice remained soft and gentle. She first regarded Lin Mo with curiosity before her attention shifted to the small flower emanating a chill in his hand. "Might I ask you to show me that spirit herb you hold?" Before Lin Mo could respond, the attendant swiftly leaned in, lowering his voice to speak. "Brother, Elder Su is an esteemed elder of our Xianxia sect's alchemy hall, renowned for her unparalleled mastery in the art of alchemy. She certainly knows the intricacies of that spirit herb." Lin Mo's heart stirred at this revelation. An elder of the alchemy hall? The highest authority in alchemical expertise? He realized he had encountered a truly exceptional talent. Without further hesitation, he readily extended the peculiar little flower towards her. "Please take a look, Elder." Su Qinghan delicately extended her slender, fair fingers, carefully accepting the moon-cold flower. She brought it closer to her eyes for a meticulous examination. The petals were crystalline, imbued with a cold essence, and the ice patterns adorning it were perfectly natural, precisely 9 in number. The spiritual energy was abundant, and the medicinal properties were remarkably preserved. As she observed, she murmured softly to herself, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. Indeed, this is an exceptionally aged, moon-cold flower. One of the primary ingredients for crafting the 4th-grade pill, the breakthrough pill. Su Qinghan's explanation was earnest and professional. After identifying the spirit herb, she returned it to Lin Mo, showing no inclination to claim it for herself. "Breakthrough pill?" Lin Mo inquired with curiosity, having no knowledge of such elixirs. "Yes. The breakthrough pill is a 4th-grade elixir designed to assist peak practitioners of the spiritual sea realm in increasing their chances of successfully breaking through to the golden core realm." Su Qinghan patiently elucidated, noticing his lack of understanding. Then, with a slight parting of her lips, as if hesitating momentarily, she addressed Lin Mo once more. "Disciple, I must confess, I have been in search of this precious spirit herb for quite some time, yet have been unable to procure it. Would you consider parting with it and selling it to me? Rest assured, I will ensure you do not incur any loss." "To sell it to Elder Su?" Upon hearing those words, Lin Mo's mind immediately sprang to life. The primary ingredient for concocting a 4th-grade breaking realm pill is undeniably precious. If this item were to be auctioned off in Tianyun City outside the sect, it could fetch an astronomical price that he could scarcely fathom at this moment. However, a thought flickered through his mind. Casting a glance at the young elder before him, he recalled her esteemed position as the alchemy elder of the Xianxia sect, the most accomplished alchemist among them, and a brilliant idea took shape in his heart. Thus, he adorned his face with a sincere expression and spoke to Su Qinghan. "Elder Su, you may simply refer to me as Disciple Lin Mo. As for this moon-cold flower, I am willing to present it to you as a gift." Upon hearing his words, not only did Su Qinghan exhibit evident astonishment, but even the attendant beside her appeared taken aback. Lin Mo paid no heed to their reactions and continued, "However, I do have a request, and I wonder if the elder might grant it." "Present it to me?" Su Qinghan's delicate features displayed clear surprise at Lin Mo's initial statement. To give away a rare, spiritual herb capable of producing a 4th-grade pill without any compensation? That was no trivial matter. Her curiosity was piqued. "Then, Lin Mo, what is the request you speak of?" Without hesitation, Lin Mo replied, "Elder, I hold a profound interest in the art of alchemy. Might I implore you to teach me?" Indeed, this was the true intent of Lin Mo. To be candid, he found little enthusiasm in the monotonous task of tending to the alchemical furnace daily. Yet, he believed that should he master the art of alchemy, he could impart this knowledge to his sister, Xianxia, who resided far away on Blue Star. In due course, Xianxia could then share it with the Xia. There existed some herbs on Blue Star. Although the spiritual energy was sparse and the medicinal potency feeble, if one could successfully refine them into pills, their efficacy would undoubtedly surpass that of merely grinding them into powder and dissolving them in water by 100-fold. This could fundamentally accelerate the enhancement of the cultivation levels for the citizens of Xia, a strategic technology of immense significance. Once successful, the boost to his cultivation would be incomparable to a mere few tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. After hearing Lin Mo's request, Su Qinghan was once again momentarily speechless. She had envisioned various possibilities. Perhaps Lin Mo intended to use the moon cold flower as a favor, seeking her assistance in refining a precious pill in the future, or perhaps he sought to exchange it for a substantial sum of spirit stones and contribution points. Yet, she never anticipated that his request would be to learn alchemy from her. "Elder, are you listening?" Lin Mo could not help but remind her as he observed her lost in thought. "What do you think of my proposal?" Brought back to reality by Lin Mo's call, Su Yinkan regained her composure. Her gentle gaze scrutinized Lin Mo once more, as if deliberating the feasibility of the proposal. After a moment, her slightly furrowed brows relaxed into a serene expression. "Very well, Lin Mo. Since you wish to learn the art of alchemy, I shall do my utmost to teach you." She agreed. To her, the moonchill flower was indeed extremely important. Trading the flower in exchange for instruction in alchemy was not something she couldn't accept. Still, this deal puts you at a disadvantage. Su Qinghan added another sentence. In her view, a complete moonchill flower was priceless, while teaching alchemy only cost her some time and effort. For Lin Mo, this exchange was not fair. "How about this? Come back to the alchemy hall with me first." After saying that, Su Qinghan did not linger any longer. She turned around and walked straight out of the mission hall. Seeing this, Lin Mo quickly put away the moonchill flower and followed after her at a brisk pace. Watching the two figures leave side by side, the attendant behind the counter revealed an expression mixed with envy and gossip. "TSK, this senior brother Lin Mo, he has something else," he muttered softly, trading a single moonchill flower for Elder Su's personal guidance. What a calculation. Absolutely brilliant. But then a bolder thought popped into his mind. Don't tell me he is trying to pursue Elder Su. After all, although Elder Su held the status of an elder, she was only in her early 20s. At such a young age, she had already reached the spirit sea realm. Her talent was peerless, and her beauty breathtaking. Countless disciples in the sect regarded her as their dream lover. Unfortunately, Elder Su usually kept to herself. If she wasn't refining pills, she was in seclusion, cultivating, leaving others with no chance to even get close. Yet this Lin Mo, who looked unfamiliar and seemingly new, had somehow seized the opportunity and directly created a situation for private interaction. Impressive, truly impressive. The attendant sighed in admiration, silently giving Lin Mo's maneuver a thumbs up in his heart. Chapter 26. Can Great Xia produce a pill furnace? The sincerity of Su Qinghan. Lin Mo had no idea that, in the attendant's eyes, his actions had already taken on an entirely different meaning. If he knew what the other party was thinking, he would probably just reply, "You're overthinking it." He admitted that Elder Su was undeniably a great beauty, gentle in temperament, and easy to approach. But he was not the kind of man who lost his senses at the sight of a pretty woman. At this moment, all his thoughts were focused on one thing only: how to become stronger as quickly as possible. He had no time for romantic entanglements. What attracted him about Su Qinghan was solely her identity as an elder of the alchemy hall, and the alchemy techniques she possessed. Soon, following Su Qinghan's steps, Lin Mo arrived at an area that felt distinctly different. This was the alchemy hall. Even the air was filled with a faint medicinal fragrance, completely unlike the rest of the sect. Inside the alchemy hall were more than a dozen independent rooms. Lin Mo casually glanced around and, through partially open doors, could see massive pill furnaces standing within. A question surfaced in his mind. Pill furnaces. Did these pill furnaces have some kind of special construction? When the time came, would Great Xia be able to replicate them? The thought made Lin Mo feel a trace of worry. Alchemy was impossible without a pill furnace. It was the most fundamental tool of all. In the realm of Daxia, a world dominated by technology, one would scarcely expect to encounter such fantastical elements. Even if they did exist, they would merely serve as decorative items, unlikely to yield any genuine alchemical results. Relying on them to supply Daxiao with alchemical furnaces would be excessively inefficient. He can only transmit items to Xianxia once every 60 days, which translates to a full year in the time of Blue Star. Moreover, what utility can a single alchemical furnace truly provide? Its impact is negligible, utterly incapable of satisfying the vast population of Daxia. Furthermore, the opportunity to transmit items is exceedingly precious, and he intends to reserve it for more critical needs. Squandering it on an alchemical furnace would indeed be unwise. Walking beside him, Su Qinghan noticed Lin Mo pause, lost in thought as he gazed at the alchemical chambers, and couldn't help but find it amusing. To be honest, she had fleetingly entertained the notion that this disciple might be seeking a pretext to draw closer to her. However, observing Lin Mo's earnest examination of the furnace dispelled her doubts. This disciple was genuinely captivated by the art of alchemy. With this in mind, she spoke up, her voice gentle. Curious, are we? These alchemical chambers are currently unoccupied. You may enter and explore. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo graciously accepted. Thank you, Elder Su. I'm indeed curious. He then selected the nearest alchemical chamber and entered alongside Su Qinghan. As soon as they stepped inside, Lin Mo strode directly toward the towering alchemical furnace, which loomed several heads taller than he. Without hesitation, he began to inspect it, tapping on the bronze surface with his knuckles, producing a dull thud as he endeavored to discern its structure and material through sound and touch. This action elicited a hint of confusion from Su Qinghan. Didn't you come to learn about alchemy? Why are you so intrigued by the furnace itself? Yet, she refrained from voicing her curiosity, speculating that perhaps Lin Mo had never encountered alchemy before, thus finding the tools of the craft exceedingly novel. After a brief period, Lin Mo concluded his examination, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had discreetly sent a wisp of his consciousness to investigate and could ascertain that this was merely an ordinary alchemical furnace. The interior lacked the complex formations he had imagined, and the base harbored no specialized construct for storing celestial spiritual fire. Indeed, it was an exceptionally mundane furnace, one that Lin Mo was confident Daxia could easily replicate. A smile involuntarily graced his face. The most significant challenge had been resolved. Lin Montak, are you particularly fascinated by the furnace? Su Qinghan, amused by his sudden smile, inquired. I apologize for causing you to laugh, Elder. Lin Mo regained his composure, scratching his head, and quickly explained, I have always been curious whether the alchemical furnace used in potion making is some extraordinary artifact, inscribed with intricate formations and runes, or perhaps concealing a unique flame. Oh, Ise, Su Qinghan tuklet softly. It is perfectly normal for you to harbor such thoughts, as the alchemical furnace is indeed a crucial companion for an alchemist. However, the furnaces here are merely the most ordinary of mundane items, lacking the extraordinary capabilities you envision. Pausing for a moment, she continued, look at this one. As her words fell, Su Qinghan elegantly revealed a delicate and compact alchemical furnace before her. Lin Mo glanced over and observed that this furnace was suffused with a warm glow, emanating a subtle radiance, with a faint scent of elixirs wafting from its surface, contrasting starkly with the massive bronze furnace nearby. Perplexed, Lin Mo directly inquired of Su Qinghan. Disciple is unclear. Why does the furnace in Elder Su's possession differ so greatly from those? He gestured towards the enormous furnace and then back to the small one before Su Qinghan. Lin Mo, you should be aware that in the cultivation realm, artifacts are categorized from low to high as tools, spiritual tools, magical treasures, and spiritual treasures, correct? Lin Mo nodded, as he was familiar with this fundamental knowledge. What does Elder Su imply? Have you not yet grasped the meaning? Su Qinghan's tone carried a hint of guidance. These large, ordinary alchemical furnaces have not attained any rank. They do not even qualify as tools, hence devoid of the mystique you imagine. In contrast, the one in my hand is a low-grade spiritual tool. Sukingani laberatif. Its interior is inscribed with formations that assist in potion making. Ah, I see, Lin Mo said, enlightenment dawning upon him. Yet, he quickly found himself with another question. What differences exist in the potion-making process between these ordinary furnaces and the one in Elder's possession? The distinctions are significant. Sukingan replied succinctly. A superior alchemical furnace not only facilitates a more effortless potion-making process for the alchemist, but also markedly enhances the probability of success and the quality of the elixirs produced. Moreover, it is crucial to note that to concoct potions above the second grade, one must employ a ranked alchemical furnace. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo comprehended fully. The reason these enormous furnaces were so commonplace was that they were intended for disciples to practice, suitable for concocting low-grade potions of the first or second tier. To create higher-grade potions, one must utilize a genuine high-grade alchemical furnace. Is it true that only second-grade potions can be concocted? Indeed. For the present state of the Great Xia, that is entirely sufficient. After all, the land of Great Xia is replete with thin spiritual energy. Even if one were to discover some herbs, their quality would scarcely be high. Thus, even if they were provided with a divine furnace capable of crafting immortal elixirs, without the corresponding top-tier spiritual herbs, it would be futile. Lin Mo pondered this in his heart. Very well, follow me, Su Qinghan said. Noticing Lin Mo's lingering doubts had dissipated, she stowed away her alchemical furnace and led him to her personal alchemy chamber. Once inside, she contemplated briefly before retrieving 3 items from her storage ring: a furnace the size of her waist, and 2 porcelain vials of different hues. These contained third-grade elixirs, the Jade Dew Rejuvenation Pill and the Vitality Pill. Su Qinghan handed the 2 vials to Lin Mo. The former will swiftly restore your spiritual energy, while the latter aids in rapid healing. Take them, she insisted, not allowing him the chance to refuse as she placed the vials into his arms. Elda, there's truly no need. Lin Mo attempted to decline, but Su Qinghan interrupted him. Accept them. That moon-cold flower you possess is invaluable. I wouldn't want to feel indebted. With her words, Lin Mo ceased to resist. Thank you, Elder Su. Seeing him accept the elixirs, Su Qinghan gestured towards the small furnace. This was gifted to me by my master when I first began my studies in alchemy. It is a superior-grade magical tool, suitable for crafting third-grade elixirs. Now, I present it to you, hoping it will assist you on your future path in alchemy. This. Lin Mo gazed at the furnace, momentarily taken aback. He believed it would be of no use to him. He had already resolved to first learn how to use a standard alchemical furnace to craft first and second-grade elixirs, which was the technology most beneficial for promotion in the Great Xia. Elder Su, this furnace must hold special significance for you. I believe I won't need it at this time. Please take it back. Now, take it. Su Qinghan's tone remained gentle. This furnace will only gather dust here. Giving it to you ensures it serves its purpose and honors my master's expectations of me. Well, if it's being offered, I shan't refuse. Lin Mo conceded, nodding in acceptance. Next, you need to take these books. With a wave of her hand, a pile of thick tomes appeared on the stone table before Lin Mo. He casually picked up a few, reading the titles: Introduction to Alchemical Principles, Fundamentals of Fire Control and Alchemy, and A Beginner's Guide to Herbal Compendium. Each was foundational knowledge essential for mastering alchemy, precisely what the Great Xia needed most. Thank you very much, Elder Su, Lin Mo expressed sincerely. By the way, please take good care of this moon-cold flower. Acknowledging the substantial goodwill shown by Su Qinghan, Lin Mo felt compelled to fulfill his promise. He retrieved the jade box from his robes and offered it to her. Thank you, Lin Mo, Su Qinghan said, carefully accepting the jade box. Upon opening it and confirming the moon-cold flower was unharmed, a genuine smile illuminated her face. With the exceptional moon-cold flower in her possession, she might be able to concoct the boundary-breaking pill, assisting her master in transcending the current impasse. Should her master successfully ascend to the Golden Core realm, the stature of the Xianxia sect would be further solidified, and they would no longer need to fear the covetous gazes of the nearby sections. Lin Mo, however, remained oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling in Su Qinghan's mind. He was currently preoccupied, gazing at a pile of books and a Dan furnace at his feet, troubled by the sheer volume of items that seemed impossible to transport in one trip. It appeared he would need to make several journeys. Wait, why complicate matters? I could simply head to the Internal Affairs Hall to collect a storage bag and return to pack everything up. Having arrived at this conclusion, he proceeded to explain his situation to Su Qinghan. What? You have only recently become an inner disciple? You haven't yet claimed the storage bag distributed by the sect? Upon hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Su Qinghan was momentarily taken aback. But what about your strength? She had always assumed that Lin Mo was at least a seasoned disciple who had immersed himself in the inner sect for many years. Otherwise, how could he have single-handedly slain the formidable second-tier advanced demon beast, the nether giant python? Who would have thought that Lin Mo had only been an inner disciple for less than 6 days? Witnessing Su Qinghan's astonished reaction, Lin Mo was prepared to recycle the excuse he had previously used to appease the Grand Elder. However, before he could speak, a powerful aura approached swiftly from afar, descending upon them. Haha, you two are indeed here. A resonant voice accompanied a figure that appeared at the entrance of the Dan room. Chapter 27. Paying respect to the master of the Xianxia sect. Master, why are you acting like a sycophant? The newcomer was a middle-aged man clad in a simple gray robe, his face bearing the marks of time. His aura was both restrained and unfathomable. Lin Mo could discern with a mere glance that this individual was a formidable presence far beyond his imagination. Which elder from the sect could this be? While Lin Mo pondered in confusion, Su Qinghan suddenly displayed a look of joy and hurried forward to greet him. Master, what brings you here? Ho not? I have come to find this little fellow. The middle-aged man smiled gently at Su Qinghan before shifting his gaze to Lin Mo. This left Lin Mo utterly astonished. He could assert with absolute certainty that he had never met this esteemed figure before. Before he could voice his inquiry, Su Qinghan hastily introduced him. Lin Mo, this is my master, and also the head of our Xianxia sect. The sect master? Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. After all this time, this distinguished individual was the current leader of the Xianxia sect? He dared not show any disrespect, and promptly stepped forward to bow in reverence. Disciple Lin Montauk, greeting the sect master. Lin Mo's demeanor was profoundly respectful. He was acutely aware that the strongest individual in the entire Xianxia sect was none other than this sect master. However, having been a lowly servant disciple for 3 years, he had yet to encounter even an elder, let alone the sect master. His daily existence revolved around fetching water and chopping wood, rendering him almost invisible. Fortunately, he has now transcended that most rudimentary status. Non aforak shasiba formalitias. Very well. Sect Master Sikong Yang scrutinized Lin Mo with a gaze brimming with uncontainable delight. Truly, he is the prodigious child of our Xianxia sect. In just 5 or 6 days, he has remarkably ascended from the 6th level of Qi refinement to the Foundation Establishment realm. Such innate talent surpasses even that of Honor in her prime. The more Sikong Yang observed Lin Mo, the more his satisfaction grew, and the smile on his face widened. What? 5 or 6 days to leap from the 6th level of Qi refinement to the Foundation Establishment realm. Master, is what you say truly authentic? Su Qinghan, standing nearby, was rendered speechless, her beautiful visage etched with disbelief. 5 or 6 days, traversing 3 minor realms and an additional major realm? If this were true, wouldn't it imply an average advancement of over 1 realm per day? Such a pace of cultivation seems more ludicrous than riding a rocket. Isn't it astonishing? Sikong Yang chose not to respond directly. Instead, he lowered his voice and spoke in a conspiratorial manner. However, what if Lin Mo possesses an exceedingly rare special constitution? A special constitution? Su Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Lin Mo with a gaze mingled with shock and realization. She understood all too well what a special constitution entailed. It signified a favored child of heaven, a true genius. If Lin Mo truly possessed such a 1 in a million special constitution, then his daily ascent in the Qi refinement realm would not be entirely unfathomable. As Lin Mo felt the penetrating stares of the master and disciple as if he were an extraterrestrial, he suddenly realized that his earlier casual remarks made to appease the Grand Elder might have been a tad exaggerated. The notion of a special constitution could be overwhelmingly impactful for a minor sect like Xianxia. However, having uttered those words, he could not retract them now. Besides, what other justification could he offer to elucidate his seemingly miraculous rate of advancement? Surely, he could not claim that an entire nation stood behind him. With this thought, the burden of the special constitution seemed manageable. After all, his situation was far more extraordinary than any so-called special constitution. Sect Master, do you require my presence for a specific reason? Lin Mo, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Sikong Yang's gaze, initiated a dialogue to dispel the silence. It is nothing of great import, Sikong Yang responded with a cheerful demeanor. A few days ago, the Grand Elder and the others reported your existence to me. Unfortunately, I was preoccupied with pressing matters and could not meet you at the earliest opportunity. By the time I finished my tasks, I discovered that you were in seclusion, so I refrained from disturbing you. However, before I knew it, you had left the sect. Thus, I made a point to seek you out early today. To my surprise, you have bestowed upon me an extraordinary surprise, Sikong Yang remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment. The Nether Serpent, a paragon among second-tier high-level beasts, is a formidable opponent even for cultivators at the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment. Yet you, a mere novice in Foundation Establishment, have managed to vanquish it single-handedly. Your talent may, perhaps, be even more terrifying than what the elders have speculated. Upon hearing Xianxia's explanation, Lin Mo finally comprehended the situation. So, this esteemed sect leader wished to meet me, only to have missed me perfectly for several consecutive days. Have I inadvertently caused the leader to miss our encounters multiple times? My apologies, sect leader. I recently acquired a new technique and, filled with eagerness, have been engrossed in secluded cultivation. Lin Mo scratched his head, revealing a simple-hearted smile. It's of no concern. Xianxia waved his hand and then shifted his tone, his expression turning serious. Ahem, Lin Mo, is it? I must ask, would you be willing to take me as your master? Xianxia's question left Lin Mo momentarily stunned. Huh? Is this development happening a tad too swiftly? How do we leap directly to the apprenticeship phase? Well, I understand that with your extraordinary talent, you likely regard my humble cultivation level with disdain. After all, in the Xianglin domain, my Xianxia sect is merely a minor sect. However, should you choose to apprentice under me, I, Xianxia, can assure you that I will spare no effort in nurturing your potential. As the sect leader of Xianxia, Xianxia possessed insights far beyond those of ordinary elders. He was acutely aware that a truly unique constitution holds limitless potential for the future, let alone the small Xianxia sect. Even the entirety of its Xianglin domain is but a constricted pond. A genius like Lin Mo could not be retained by the Xianxia sect. It could even be said that they could not aspire to such greatness. Yet, Xianxia discreetly cast a glance at Su Qinghan beside him. For the sake of his cherished disciple, he must lower his stature today and find a way to draw closer to Lin Mo. Otherwise, he feared for Su Qinghan's future. Su Qinghan, entirely oblivious to her master's complex glance, gazed eagerly at Lin Mo, curious about his decision. Under the fervent scrutiny of this master-disciple duo, Lin Mo felt somewhat flustered. Goodness, have I become a prize catch? Judging by the earnest expression of this sect leader and his heartfelt words, he seems genuinely intent on taking me as his disciple. However, what benefit would taking on a master provide for me? My cultivation relies entirely on the resources shared from Xianxia. My personal practice is merely the icing on the cake. Thus, the absence or presence of a master-esque guidance seems to make little difference. Lin Mo lowered his head, beginning to ponder internally. Xianxia and Su Qinghan, noticing his contemplation, maintained a silent agreement to wait patiently for his decision. Returning to the matter at hand, the act of taking on a master may not hold significant value for my own cultivation. It seems to bear no detriment either. Moreover, as I am apprenticed to the sect leader, will I not enjoy greater freedom within the sect? Perhaps even improved benefits? Upon reflection, it appears there is no loss in this decision. Thus, I shall proceed with it. After a meticulous analysis of the advantages and disadvantages, Lin Mo realized that the act of becoming a disciple was overwhelmingly beneficial. It merely meant having a benevolent master while securing a position in the Xianxia sect that would allow him considerable autonomy. This was indeed a foolproof venture. With this understanding, he no longer hesitated and deeply bowed before Xianxia, performing the formal gesture of respect. Disciple Lin Mo, I pay my respects to my esteemed master. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback by Lin Mo's sudden bow. Was it truly this effortless? He had accepted so readily. The emotions swirling within Xianxia were complex. He had prepared for a lengthy persuasion, even willing to be somewhat shameless to take Lin Mo under his wing. Yet, Lin Mo had so effortlessly acquiesced. Were not prodigies typically imbued with a sense of pride? How could he possibly regard a mere peak spirit sea cultivator like himself? No, why dwell on that? He had agreed to be my disciple, which is an immense blessing. I must respond promptly. Xianxia snapped back to reality, his face alight with euphoric delight, and he rushed forward to assist Lin Mo in rising. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my second personal disciple, he exclaimed. Come, Lin Mo. Allow me to introduce you to your senior sister, Su Qinghan. Xianxia, with great enthusiasm, led Lin Mo to Su Qinghan, his expression radiating warmth. Junior brother, it is a pleasure to meet you. Lin Mo responded graciously, offering a gentle smile to Su Qinghan. Oh, junior brother, there is no need for such formality. Su Qinghan was still somewhat dazed. Just moments ago, he had been merely a newly acquainted disciple, and now, in the blink of an eye, he had truly become her junior brother? Splendid. My disciple, come here, this is a welcoming gift for me. Xianxia laugid heartily. sweeping his hand to reveal an array of exquisite treasures that suddenly adorned the ground before Lin Mo. Pills, spiritual herbs, spirit stones, talismans, and even a few artifacts emanating considerable energy, forming a veritable mound. A welcoming gift? Is all of this truly for me? Lin Mo was momentarily rendered speechless by the sight before him. The assortment was eclectic, seemingly encompassing everything. Are you certain this is merely a welcoming gift and not the entirety of your life as savings being bestowed upon me? My disciple, do not stand on ceremony with your master. Sikong yang proclaimet grandly. Ah, by the way, I overheard your earlier conversation. You do not possess a storage bag, correct? A trivial matter. Here, take this storage ring of mine for your use. Before his words could fade, Sikong Yang decisively removed an ancient ring from his finger and, without affording Lin Mo a moment to react, slipped it onto his hand. Lin Mo was utterly bewildered by this chain of events. Wait, master, are you being overly generous towards me? You even gifted me your storage ring? If you're going to give it to me, why not at least empty its contents first? Lin Mo found himself grappling with the absurdity of the situation. In typical master-disciple relationships, it is the apprentice who seeks to honor their mentor. Yet here, the roles seemed entirely reversed, leaving him with an uncanny sense that his master was the one fervently trying to please him. Moreover, as the prominent leader of the Xianxia sect, why did he now appear to be acting like a sycophant? Lin Mo was at a loss for how to assess the overly enthusiastic demeanor of his newfound master. Chapter 28, Sikaging Spitarnis, Su Inan Thein. Ultimately, Lin Mo accepted the valuable gifts and left in a daze. After his departure, tranquility returned to the alchemy chamber. Su Qinghan led Sikong Yang into her dedicated alchemy room. Master, look at this. Su Qinghan carefully opened a delicate jade box, revealing the moon cold flower inside. Haha, I recognize it. It's a moon cold flower, isn't it? A gentle smile graced Sikong Yang's face. In truth, I was aware of your earlier conversation in the task hall. I watched you from a distance. Upon seeing the flower, his expression remained unfazed as he continued. Excellent. Once you refine the breakthrough pill, it will provide you with an additional layer of assurance when you advance to the golden core stage. Sikong Yang believed that, given Su Qinghan's talent, her ascension to the golden core realm was a certainty, perhaps even without the need for the breakthrough pill. However, it was always prudent to prepare for the unexpected. Having such a treasure to safeguard her path brought him a measure of peace. Su Qinghan was momentarily taken aback. No, master, I am merely at the 4th level of the spirit sea. I am far from the golden core stage. My intention was to refine the breakthrough pill for you. This way, you can break through to the golden core realm. For me? Upon hearing this, the smile on Sikong Yang's face froze. You have been gathering materials for the breakthrough pill all this time, and it was all for me? Yes, master. You have been stuck at the peak of the spirit sea for many years, unable to advance to the golden core realm. Ever since I learned alchemy, this thought has lingered in my mind. Su Qinghan nodded vigorously, her face brimming with anticipation. Regrettably, in this small place, the moon-cold flower is exceedingly rare. I have not encountered one for several years. I never expected that my junior brother would have such fortune to find a moon-cold flower that has only recently matured. She excitedly explained, yet failed to notice the complex expression that had overtaken Sikong Yang's countenance, devoid of any trace of joy. To my astonishment, Honor collected these materials solely for my sake. Yet, regrettably, even with the breakthrough elixir in hand, it remains impossible for me to ascend to the golden core realm. Contemplating my predicament, Sikong Yang's expression darkened further, and he lowered his gaze, concealing the bitterness within. Master, what troubles you? Have I displeased you with my actions? Upon witnessing Sikong Yang's reaction, Su Qinghan's initial exuberance swiftly dissipated, leaving her flustered, fearing she had erred. She merely wished to assist her master in breaking through. Why then was he seemingly upset? No, Honor, Sikong Yang gently raised his hand, tenderly stroking her head. You have done remarkably well, and I am truly touched. However, he sighed deeply, the weight of his solitude and helplessness resonating within that sigh, causing Su Qinghan's heart to tighten in sympathy. How can this be? She could hardly accept such a response. Master, why is this so? Since my earliest memories, you have been a peak cultivator of the spirit sea, with an exceptionally solid foundation. With the help of the breakthrough elixir, you must be able to attain the golden core realm. In her understanding, her master was a seasoned powerhouse at the pinnacle of the spirit sea, with profound depth, the possibility of breaking through to the golden core realm with the elixir's aid. was not merely a certainty, but at least a probability of 70 to 80%. Alas, Hunter, in the blink of an eye, you have grown so much. Your cultivation is nearly on par with mine, Xianxia remarked as he gestured for Su Qinghan to sit beside him on a stone bench, his voice imbued with a sense of weariness. There are matters we must discuss. Matters? Su Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, sensing a marked difference in her master's demeanor today. Yet she obediently sat, awaiting further discourse. However, the very first words to escape Xianxia's lips struck her like a thunderbolt. In truth, my realm is not that of the peak spirit sea. I have fallen from the transformation realm. Transformation realm? Su Qinghan stood abruptly, her face painted with incredulity and shock. What you say, master? The transformation realm is a legendary existence throughout the Songlin domain, a superpower that can command respect. Her master had once been such a figure. Why then had he descended to such a state? And why did he confine himself to the modest Xianxia sect? Do not be alarmed. Allow me to explain. Xianxia gently grasped Su Qinghan's arm, urging her to sit once more, and then began to recount a tale long buried for over 20 years, a narrative directly intertwined with her, yet profoundly unfamiliar to her. After a considerable time had passed, so I was entrusted to you by my parents on their deathbed. Su Qinghan, having absorbed her master's narrative, felt as though she were in a daze, her mind a blank slate. According to Xianxia's account, she had been but an infant in swaddling clothes when her biological parents fled with her. The forces pursuing their family were of astonishing magnitude. Her parents were formidable individuals far beyond Xianxia's imagination. Yet, during that fateful pursuit, they exerted every ounce of their strength, ultimately meeting a tragic end in a mutual destruction with their enemies. Before their fall, they entrusted their child to Xianxia, who was merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage at that time and had once benefited from their kindness. Xianxia honored his promise and accepted this grave responsibility. However, not long thereafter, whether through leaked information or prior preparation on the part of their pursuers, he too became the target of an assassination. Initially, those who hunted him were only at the nascent soul level, a challenge he could manage. But soon, formidable beings at the god transformation stage emerged. In a desperate bid, Xianxia was forced to employ a forbidden technique, recklessly igniting his own life and foundational essence to temporarily elevate his realm to the god transformation stage, severely wounding his adversaries. Exhausting his last vestiges of strength, he fled to the desolate and remote Songlin domain, where he concealed himself. This evasion lasted for over 20 years. As a consequence of forcibly utilizing that secret technique, he had drained all his potential, suffering irreparable damage to his foundation, causing his realm to plummet to the pinnacle of the spirit sea stage, unable to advance even a fraction further. Is it for me that you have fallen to such depths, master? Su Qinghan gazed upon the weathered man before her. He was not her father, yet he was akin to one, having raised her since childhood, imparting his teachings and guiding her in life. She had always assumed her master was merely an old cultivator trapped at a bottleneck, never realizing that beneath his unremarkable exterior lay a burdensome past and profound sacrifices. Tears could no longer be restrained, cascading down her cheeks. Foolish child, do not weep. Xianxia extended his hand, gently wiping away the traces of her tears with his rough fingers. It was only fitting for me to fulfill your parents' last wishes, as they had saved me from perilous circumstances. Moreover, after all these years, I have come to regard you as my own flesh and blood. It is only my regret that I lack the power to completely eradicate the dangers that threaten you. Guilt and self-reproach welled up in Xianxia's eyes. He had recently sensed a deterioration in his condition. The hidden injuries within him were becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Perhaps, in the near future, he would even lose the ability to protect Su Qinghan, and that terrifying force pursuing her was undoubtedly still searching for them. Master, who is responsible for my parents' demise, and who has driven us to such dire straits? Xianxia's haggard appearance filled Su Qinghan with sorrow. She yearned to uncover the nature of the existence that had cornered them into such a desperate situation. To be honest, I am also unclear. Your parents' fall was far too sudden, leaving no time for them to impart such knowledge to me. Xianxia shook his head. However, based on the family crest on the jade pendant your mother left you, combined with all the clues I have discreetly gathered over the past 20 years, I have roughly deduced your origins. He paused, each word laden with gravity. It is the ancient lineage that stands atop the vast and profound realm. the supreme sanctuary that alchemists across the world yearn for, the absolute sovereign that single-handedly commands an entire continent, the Dan state, the Su family. Chapter 29. The perplexed Lin Mo. Have I been set up? Xianxia's special disciple. Lin Mo was blissfully unaware of the subsequent conversation between Yang and Su Qinghan. Otherwise, he would have surely scoffed at the sheer melodrama of it all. At this moment, he found himself seated in his humble abode, gazing at the pile of items that Yang had thrust upon him, his unease growing with each passing moment. Firstly, leaving aside other matters, the ancient storage ring resting upon his finger sent shivers down his spine. The instant he had probed its depths with his divine sense, he was taken aback by the vastness of the space contained within. Goodness, could this ring truly hold 2 or 3 small mountains? Indeed, it was that exaggerated. It is worth noting that the storage bags uniformly distributed to inner disciples by the sect possess an internal capacity of merely 50 to 60 cubic meters. How did Lin Mo ascertain this? Naturally, during his return journey, he had taken a detour to the Internal Affairs Hall to collect his rightful share of the inner disciple benefits and made a personal comparison. The result of this comparison revealed a stark contrast. His storage ring and the meager storage bag side by side illustrated a disparity akin to that between a villa and a doghouse. Was the storage space of all rings so prodigious? Or was it merely the case that this particular one, bestowed by his thrifty master, was of an exceptionally high grade? Lin Mo found himself perplexed. Previously, he had been nothing more than a lowly servant disciple, with all his possessions contained within a single bundle. He had never encountered such high-end items as storage rings and was thus oblivious to their intricacies. However, with the storage bag serving as a reference, he could reasonably deduce that the ring in his possession was certainly of a superior grade. Yet, Yang had so nonchalantly gifted it to him without a hint of hesitation, leaving Lin Mo utterly bewildered. Ah, well, it is futile to ponder. Since it is a gesture of goodwill from my master, I shall accept it with gratitude. Unraveling the mystery serves no purpose. Lin Mo had never been one to burden himself unnecessarily. With a mere thought, 3 artifacts emanating a gentle aura materialized before him. A verdant long sword, a jet-black longbow, and a silvery spear. Each appeared to be extraordinary, though their exact quality remained elusive to Lin Mo's limited experience. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Once he pricked his finger to acknowledge them as his own, the artifact's details would undoubtedly reveal themselves. Thus, Lin Mo swiftly recognized each artifact as his own. What followed left him in utter astonishment. Goodness gracious, is this for real? 2 supreme spiritual instruments and 1 inferior artifact. Lin Mo was completely dumbfounded. Although he was somewhat ignorant, he had heard through the whispers of the sect that ordinary golden core practitioners typically wielded only upper-grade spiritual artifacts. Such levels of equipment were generally the domain of ancient beings at the nascent soul stage. What was going on? Why could his rather unremarkable master casually present him with such extraordinary items? And not just 1, but 3? It was utterly absurd. His master was at most a golden core cultivator. How could he afford such lavish gifts? Had he not exhausted his own resources? Was he not living a modest life? Lin Mo felt increasingly bewildered. Something seemed amiss. Even if Yang believed him to possess a rare and exceptional constitution with boundless potential, it hardly warranted such extreme favoritism. This investment was excessively extravagant. Something was off. Unusual occurrences often heralded deeper mysteries. Was I being set up? It appeared he would need to find an opportune moment to subtly inquire about his master's true intentions. A grave expression settled on Lin Mo's face. He sensed that Yang's actions likely held ulterior motives. The items he now possessed felt almost too burdensome. Without understanding Yang's genuine intentions, he could not use them with peace of mind. Thus, Lin Mo temporarily returned the artifacts to his storage ring. He resolved that until he could clarify the situation with Yang, it would be prudent to seal away these extraordinary items that exceeded his current understanding. Subsequently, he turned his attention to more pressing matters. He retrieved the foundational alchemy texts given to him by Su Qinghan and embarked on the familiar task of translation. Soon, a fresh batch of simplified Chinese introductory alchemy books emerged. Well, this volume, titled A Preliminary Interpretation of the Herbal Compendium, could be set aside since it was improbable that the spiritual herbs documented within could grow on the lands of the Great Xia. After carelessly tossing this temporarily unnecessary book back into his storage ring, Lin Mo eagerly began to contact Xianxia. In a highly confidential training room within an underground base on Blue Star, Lin Mo stood with her hands on her hips, her expression serious, as she supervised 6 special students. "Oh dear, third uncle, no. That's not how you dance when you raise your right arm 30 degrees. She exclaimed. Yes. Yes, just like that. Hold it steady, don't move. Fourth uncle, why are you squinting? Don't doze off. Otherwise, if you get your posture wrong and end up with an injury, it will be quite the ordeal. And you too, mom and dad, stop whispering and slacking off. Do you still wish to become true cultivators soon? Look at granduncle and second uncle. Their postures are impeccable. Take a cue from them." Watching his daughter confidently directing the training while struggling to maintain a peculiar body cultivation stance, Lin Guohui felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. "Oh daughter, how easy it is for you to speak when you aren't the one doing the work. The postures of this physical training are increasingly bizarre. How could these elderly bones of ours manage such feats with ease?" Indeed, the 4 directors, whose ages collectively approach 300, nearly faced dire consequences when they first attempted the exercises due to their excessive range of motion. Had it not been for Lin Mo's quick reflexes to channel a few strands of spiritual energy into their bodies, stabilizing their vital energy and blood flow, these 4 might have perished in the line of duty. "My dear daughter, our physical constitution cannot be compared to those robust young warriors outside, who resemble calves in stature. It is truly a challenge to reach the proper form in such a short time. Moreover, I noticed Vice Director Lu's face has turned pale. We should let him rest for a moment." Chun Mei, too, was on the brink of exhaustion, unable to restrain herself from pleading with her daughter. "Oh, mother, spare the excuses. You are nowhere near your physical limits. With me watching over you, nothing untoward will happen. Grandpa C is merely experiencing a surge of vital energy, which causes a bit of dizziness. It is nothing serious." Lin Mo waved her hand, her words eliciting wry smiles from the 6 individuals present. Yet, they understood that Lin Mo's intentions were for their benefit. Under normal circumstances, given their physical conditions, it was nearly impossible for them to successfully enter the realm of physical training within such a short time. However, for the past month, Lin Mo had dedicated time each day to provide them with special care, using her precious spiritual power to nourish their bodies and enhance their constitution, thus granting them the possibility of approaching the threshold of cultivation. Therefore, the 6 were determined not to disappoint Lin Mo's expectations. Moreover, should they indeed manage to enter the realm of physical training, the benefits for them would be immeasurable. In no time, an hour had elapsed, and the 6 individuals present continued to grit their teeth and persevere. At that moment, however, Lin Mo suddenly paused and called for a halt. My brother has contacted me unexpectedly. He mentioned something of great importance. Let's conclude our practice for today. I must discuss matters with him." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Qin Ming, on the verge of fainting from the exertion, perked up and urged, "Xia, you must go at once. The matter at hand is of utmost importance." Lin Mo nodded, her form flickering before disappearing from sight, heading to her private quarters to inquire what significant matters Lin Mo wished to convey. Chapter 30. Transmitting Alchemical Knowledge to Daxia. "Brother, do you remember Zhang Han? Wow, brother. I didn't expect your life to be so delightful after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Have you really become involved with the enchanting senior sister? I recall you possess the ability to briefly show me the scene over there. Let me see what my future sister-in-law looks like. Is she beautiful?" Observing Lin Mo's excited expression on the system's light screen, Lin Mo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "So after all the experiences I just shared, the only thing you retained was that I have a beautiful senior sister? Moreover, we have only just met for less than a day, and you dare to call me sister-in-law? Can you please refrain from such exuberance?" Lin Mo sighed in exasperation. "Do be quiet. Can you not discern the crux of the matter?" "The crux?" Lin Mo, on the other side of the screen, puffed out her small chest defiantly. "Brother, the matter of continuing our lineage is of utmost importance to the Lin family. If you don't believe me, just ask our parents. I wouldn't bother asking them. Then Montag retorted, "If I could contact our parents, would I need an unreliable sister like you?" Upon reflection, he realized he might indeed require her help, especially since their parents did not possess Lin Mo's prodigious talent for cultivation. "Hey brother, why have you fallen silent? Are you still there?" All right, I was just jesting. I understand the main point you mentioned. It's about finding a way for Daxia to learn alchemy." Lin Mo certainly grasped the seriousness of the matter. Her earlier remarks were merely playful banter, a customary sibling pastime that left her feeling unsettled if a day passed without some teasing. I'm glad you understand. Therefore, we must first master the foundational knowledge of alchemy. Relieved to see Xianxia back to her usual self, Lin Mo hurriedly continued. I get it. It seems I'm to once again serve as your human typewriter. Brother, when will you be able to transmit this information effortlessly? That would certainly save me a lot of trouble. Thinking of the laborious task of manually transcribing the various cultivation techniques Lin Mo sent back. Xianxia couldn't help but voice her frustrations. Do you think I wouldn't want that? Lin Mo rolled his eyes. I would gladly grant you unlimited transmission of items. Enough complaining. This time, the material is quite extensive, so let us hasten our efforts. Lin Mo was not inclined to waste too much of Xianxia's time, as the time dilation ratio of 1 to 6 meant that an hour wasted on his end equated to 6 hours for launching, a rather costly price to pay. Xianxia understood this logic and quickly began her transcription work alongside Lin Mo. The content this time was indeed far more intricate and voluminous than previous techniques. If an ordinary person were to undertake this task, they would likely struggle to complete it even after a night of sleepless effort. However, Xianxia was no ordinary individual. As a bona fide qi refining practitioner, her physical prowess and mental acuity far surpassed that of mere mortals. Multitasking was a trivial endeavor for her. Thus, with the siblings' efficient collaboration, Xianxia successfully transcribed all the alchemical materials Lin Mo had organized in a mere hour, without a single error. All done effortlessly. Xianxia set down her pen, gazing at the neatly stacked papers before her, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Finally, it's over. I'm practically parched from all this talking. Upon the completion of his task, Lin Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. By the way, how have things been on your end lately? He inquired casually. It has been over a day since we last communicated, which must mean that at least a week has passed for you, right? How is it that there have been several breakthroughs in just this week? Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. Since receiving his previous enhancements, he had observed through the system feedback that only 8 practitioners at the first stage of body refinement had made progress, and this rate of growth seemed rather sluggish. Unfortunately, my brother, it seems that the remaining few possess somewhat inferior talents. I suspect we may have to wait a few more days, Xianxia replied with resignation. She had increasingly come to appreciate the vast disparities that talent could create. As for herself, she had long since excluded her own abilities from consideration. Merely looking at the 200 members of the Kunlun team, their talents varied greatly. Despite her diligent guidance and the nation's resources, the fastest member to reach the body refinement stage had taken a full 29 days. Lin Mo understood the difficulties faced by those in the early stages of cultivation in the Xianxia region and advised, very well, at least once the research on elixirs is completed, it should significantly reduce the challenges of attaining the body refinement stage. Just ensure you pay attention to this matter. Rest assured, brother, I will consult with granduncle about this shortly, Xianxia promised earnestly. By the way, didn't you mention that 7 days from now was your scheduled departure? That fellow, Xianxia, was still boasting about wanting to break your legs. She swiftly changed the subject. And now that you have established your foundation, can you really tolerate that? With a mischievous grin, revealing her small fangs, Xianxia emitted a villainous laugh. Hearing the name she mentioned suddenly evoked a sense of disconnection in Lin Mo. Truth be told, over the past few days, he had scarcely given Xianxia a second thought, nearly forgetting his existence altogether. After all, what was his current identity, status, and strength? The Xianxia who had once posed a considerable threat to him now seemed no more significant than an ant on the roadside. With a mere flick of his finger, Lin Mo could crush him 1,000 times over. Ha, little sister, you're correct, Lin Mo chuckled. Though Xianxia hardly registers as a concern for me now, I did not intend to let him off easily. Coincidentally, tomorrow marks the day of the outer disciples' assessment. I shall give him a fitting surprise. A glint of cold resolve flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated room within the outer disciples' quarters of Xianxia's sect, Xianxia remained blissfully unaware that he had been sentenced to death by Lin Mo. He was lost in his own world, repeatedly fantasizing about the events of the morrow. Imagining Lin Mo being ruthlessly expelled from the sect due to failing his assessment, I envisioned myself standing before him, mercilessly breaking his limbs one by one. Gazing down upon his agonized cries and pleading gestures, just the thought of such a scene sends shivers of excitement coursing through me. Chapter 31. The initiation of the servant disciples assessment begins. Xianxia, are you searching for me? Time swiftly passes, and a day slips by in the blink of an eye. Today, the Xianxia sect appears much like any other day, with mists swirling in the mountains, and celestial cranes calling, exuding an aura of tranquility. However, this serenity does not extend to the servant disciples' courtyard. For the hundreds of disciples within, today marks a pivotal moment that will determine their future. As dawn broke, the square of the servant disciples was already teeming with life. Approximately 200 individuals gathered, the atmosphere so oppressive it was nearly suffocating. At the forefront of the crowd stood a young man clad in the attire of an outer sect disciple, his cultivation at the 5th level of chi refinement. He surveyed the anxious and apprehensive faces below him, his expression calm. He was one of the outer sect disciples responsible for overseeing this assessment. Typically, such evaluations of servant disciples do not require the labored deacon's intervention. They are conducted by these outer sect disciples, who afterwards receive a handsome sum of sect contribution points. The appointed time had arrived. The young man spoke, his voice resonating clearly throughout the square. Now, all disciples who have failed to break through to the chi refinement stage, please come forward to receive a portion of resources for your descent from the mountain, and then depart. As his words echoed, an eerie silence fell over the crowd. Most disciples immediately bowed their heads, their faces etched with reluctance and despair. They understood fully that they had lost their qualification to remain within the sect. After a brief moment of stillness, movement finally stirred in the crowd. One by one, those who had not succeeded lined up silently, approaching to receive a small package of resources from the outer sect disciples. This was the sect's final severance pay for them. With the packages in hand, they trudged away, their steps heavy and forlorn, glancing back towards the mountain gate, each step laden with nostalgia and reluctance for the path of immortality they were leaving behind. A bunch of useless trash, finally scramming off? They deserve it. Zhang Han melded into the remaining crowd, watching the departing figures with an overwhelming sense of superiority swelling within him. Although his own talent could be likened to that of a mere scrap, he was fortunate to have an elder brother. It was solely through the unwavering support of his outer sect brother that he had barely managed to break through to the 1st level of chi refinement before the deadline. Unlike these individuals, lacking talent, strength, and even connections, he questioned the purpose of their continued existence. Wouldn't it be better for them to perish sooner? Wait, suddenly, something felt amiss. As he observed, Zhang Han's brows furrowed in confusion. Where was that little wretch Lin Mo? Why had he not been seen? He widened his eyes, desperately searching for Lin Mo's figure among the departing crowd. Yet from beginning to end, he failed to spot the one he loathed with every fiber of his being. Could it be that he had fled in advance? The thought barely formed before he dismissed it. No, that is impossible. I specifically arranged for someone to keep watch at the mountain gate. If that little wretch had run down the mountain, I would have known at once. He must be cowering in some corner of the servant quarters, fearful of being discovered by me. Very well, your struggles are destined to be in vain. Once I pass the assessment and officially become an outer disciple, you shall come to know what true despair is. With this thought, Zhang Han's already lecherous face twisted into an even more grotesque smile. Soon, the disqualified servant disciples began to leave the square, leaving behind only a sparse handful of individuals. In an instant, the vast servant quarters appeared somewhat desolate and empty. At that moment, the outer disciple responsible for the assessment spoke again. Very well. Those of you who have managed to break through to the chi training realm before the deadline have shown a degree of luck. However, this does not guarantee that you will all become outer disciples. For servant disciples, in addition to meeting the realm requirements, one must also possess the most fundamental combat prowess. At this juncture, the outer disciple paused, casting a deeply reverential glance at the silent disciple behind him, before announcing in a loud voice, "You are exceptionally fortunate today. For supervising your assessment is our outer sect's foremost genius, Senior Brother Wang Chun. Now, please welcome Senior Brother Wang Chun to speak." The outer disciple swiftly stepped aside, looking at Wang Chun with eager anticipation. Speak? Such a hassle? Wang Chun was taken aback. He had not anticipated this formal procedure before the assessment. He thought he would merely need to call for the start. Nevertheless, since there was a process, he decided to utter a few words. Ahem, my name is Wang Chun, the foremost of the outer sect. The moment he spoke, the breaths of the dozen or so servant disciples below caught in their throats. Perhaps many of you have heard of me. I am aware that you likely feel your current status is world apart from mine. However, I wish to convey to you that you should not underestimate yourselves. Even as servant disciples, there may yet be opportunities in the future to catch up to me, or even surpass me. As he spoke, an image of a powerful figure clad in servant garb, which instilled a profound sense of pressure within him, involuntarily surfaced in Wang Chen's mind. For a moment, his thoughts became somewhat disoriented. Senior brother, senior brother? The outer disciple beside him noticed his sudden distraction and hurriedly whispered a reminder. Huh? Oh. Wang Chun snapped back to reality, gazing at the envious and admiring looks cast upon him by the disciples below. Preferring not to prolong his words, he directly announced, "Well, that is all I have to say. Let the assessment begin." Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, two outer disciples on standby immediately sprang into action, working together to bring forth a massive iron cage. Within this cage was a wild boar, its body entirely shrouded in black bristles. Subsequently, they deftly constructed a rudimentary arena with barriers and released the wild boar within. This creature was the weakest of the first-tier, low-level demon beasts, known as the iron-skinned wild boar, possessing strength comparable to a practitioner at the first level of chi refinement. Wang Chun announced the examination rules. "I do not demand that you slay it. Merely entering the arena and engaging with it for the duration of a burning incense stick shall suffice for you to pass." This proclamation brought delight to the group of servant disciples, who perceived the task as deceptively simple. However, they soon realized how gravely mistaken they were. As the least gifted among the servant disciples, nearly half of them failed to complete this seemingly straightforward assessment, despite being merely the weakest of first-tier demon beasts. The boar's ferocity and its glistening tusks instilled dread in the hearts of these fledgling practitioners. Sighing, Wang Chun lamented his initial hopes of finding potential among this batch of servant disciples. Observing the 8 or 9 disciples who had failed the examination, along with the 4 who had passed yet bore visible injuries, he could not help but shake his head in disappointment. "Hey, you over there, it's your turn. Please proceed," Wang Chun urged, fixing his gaze on the last remaining disciple in the arena, who appeared somewhat dazed. Is it really my turn?" Zhang Han shuddered at the sound, his legs trembling. He had just witnessed the boar's ferocity firsthand, seeing several individuals sent flying by its charge. The thought of those tusks piercing him sent chills down his spine. "Is this what frightens you?" Wang Chun remarked, exasperated by Zhang Han's apparent cowardice. While the previous participants had at least mustered the courage to face the challenge, this last disciple seemed utterly feeble. "You have 10 seconds. If you do not enter the arena, you will forfeit." Wang Chen's words jolted Zhang Han into action, and disregarding his trepidations, he steeled himself and stepped into the arena. At that moment, a nearby disciple lit an incense stick. Once Zhang Han entered, the iron-skinned wild boar wasted no time. With a low growl, it charged towards him. Terrified, Zhang Han fled around the arena, desperately evading the beast. Did he not notice that, after a dozen rounds of combat, the boar's stamina was waning? Watching Zhang Han sprinting around in panic, Wang Chun could only laugh in frustration. Incompetent, utterly incompetent, he thought, doubting how such a weakling had managed to reach the chi refinement stage. Despite the evident vulnerability of a wild boar, had he mustered the courage to retaliate, there was a significant probability he could have slain the creature. Yet, the adversary was reduced to a mere dog, chased relentlessly. What kind of cultivator is this? It is a disgrace to the entire sect. Onlookers among the external disciples exhibited disdainful expressions, certain that such a spineless coward would undoubtedly fail the trial. Indeed, though the exhausted iron-skinned boar could not immediately catch up to Zhang Han, his excessive panic led him to trip over his own feet. The boar seized this opportunity without hesitation, lunging its sharp tusks toward Zhang Han's thigh. In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed throughout the errand disciple dormitory. Help! No, please, I'm going to be eaten by the pig. I'm going to die. Save me, save me. My brother is an external disciple. You must help me." Zhang Han's cries were so unbearable that even Wang Chun and the others grimaced. What irked Wang Chun further was the implication of Zhang Han's plea. As he invoked his brother's status, was he attempting to leverage familial connections? He had no idea which external disciple had such a useless sibling. Nevertheless, since Zhang Han had seemingly given up, Wang Chun resolved to grant him that fate. Just as he prepared to dispatch the wild boar with a flick of his spiritual energy, the boar unexpectedly whimpered, retreating as if it had encountered a horrifying entity. Trembling in a corner, observing this, Zhang Han, who lay on the ground, was initially taken aback before erupting in joy. Heaven is aiding me. No need to save me. I can endure. Zhang Han, in his ecstatic relief, wore an abhorrent expression of survival. What use is such a wretch within the sect? Wang Chun was certainly not inclined to recognize this achievement. If this constituted passing the assessment, how unfair it would be to those who had previously failed. Contemplating this, he prepared to declare Zhang Han's failure. At that moment, however, a gentle voice unexpectedly reached his ears, causing him to momentarily pause. He swallowed the words he had on the tip of his tongue, waiting quietly for the incense to burn out. Soon enough, the incense extinguished, and Zhang Han had passed the trial. Ha! I have succeeded. I am finally an external disciple, liberated from this worthless identity. Zhang Han exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he stood, dragging a leg pierced and bleeding, limping towards Wang Chun. Oof. Though I have sustained some injuries, my fortune is immense, and I have nonetheless passed the trial, he thought with a sense of pride. And as for you, Lin Mo, you little wretch, your fortune shall not be so favorable from here on. Watch as I reveal your hidden secrets. As soon as the sect casts you out, I shall make you experience the torment I have endured. A sinister gleam flickered across Zhang Han's face, and then he directly bowed to Wang Chun, exclaiming loudly, Master Brother, I must report that there is still one person in the servants' courtyard who is hiding, attempting to evade this assessment. Upon hearing this, Wang Chun remained silent. But the outer sect disciple beside him inquired eagerly, Oh, who do you refer to? His name is Lin Mo, who merely reached the 8th layer of body refinement just a week ago. The outer sect disciple nodded in acknowledgement. Naturally, it was impossible for someone who had only attained the 8th layer of body refinement a week prior to have broken through to the chi refinement stage by today. Thus, he prepared to lead others in search of this disciple who was trying to escape the assessment. At that moment, a leisurely voice drifted from not far away. Samhan, are you looking for me? Everyone paused in astonishment and turned towards the source of the voice, spotting Lin Mo walking calmly towards the center of the plaza. Samhan, of course, noticed Lin Mo as well. Upon seeing the exquisitely crafted, brand-new robe adorning Lin Mo, he couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. Lin Montauk, Lin Montauk. I thought you were cowering in some corner, terrified to the point of wetting your trousers. Who would have thought you still had the audacity to come out on your own? Ha ha. Indeed, if you didn't come out, you would have been dragged out like a dog. Zhang Han's face was marred by sickly excitement. His lewd expression twisted into something even more grotesque. Hearing Zhang Han's audacious insults directed at Lin Mo, the nearby outer sect disciples, including the leading Wang Chun, underwent a drastic change in countenance. Wang Chun remained silent. The other outer sect disciples, unlike the ignorant Zhang Han, recognized the attire Lin Mo wore. Those were the garments of inner sect disciples. This implied that the person being so brazenly insulted by Zhang Han was, in fact, a senior brother of the Foundation Establishment stage. What did it mean to be a senior brother of the Foundation Establishment stage? Within the entire outer sect of the Xianxia sect, there is only Master Brother Wang Chun at the peak of chi refinement, one step away from Foundation Establishment. Yet even he had to show utmost respect and bow to an inner sect senior brother. But how dare Zhang Han speak to such a figure in that manner? Had his brain been muddled by a pig? The outer sect disciples froze in place, their breath stilled. They could scarcely fathom how dire Zhang Han's fate would be when this inner sect senior brother unleashed his wrath. They fervently hoped they would not be caught in the fallout. Aside from these outer sect disciples responsible for the assessment, the remaining servant disciples, whether they had succeeded or failed, naturally witnessed the scene unfold. However, they also noticed the unmistakable terror etched on the faces of the outer disciples, as well as the gradually darkening expression of Wang Chun. This left them somewhat perplexed. As fellow servant disciples, Lin Mo and his companions were somewhat familiar with each other. Yet today, Lin Mo appeared to be markedly different. The air of composure he exuded, the profound confidence emanating from his very core, the nonchalant attitude he adopted in the face of all adversities, and the exquisite garments he wore, acquired from some unknown source. All these attributes combined to overshadow even the brilliance of Wang Chun, the most talented disciple of the outer sect. This evoked a peculiar illusion among the servant disciples present. They felt as though Lin Mo was the esteemed senior brother, while Wang Chun had unwittingly assumed the role of the junior. Samhan, oblivious to the changing expressions of those around him, was consumed by a singular thought. The wretched creature he regarded as a thorn in his side was on the verge of being ruthlessly expelled from the sect. At that moment, he vowed to make it so that Lin Mo would find no solace in life or death. With this in mind, Zhang Han cast another glance at Lin Mo's expression, which caused him to frown involuntarily. He realized that Lin Mo's demeanor remained utterly placid, his gaze scarcely lingering upon him, as though he were of no consequence whatsoever. This blatant disregard ignited a surge of nameless fury within Zhang Han. How dare he? Why was this little wretch unafraid? I see. He must be pretending to be calm, unwilling to lose face in front of me. Very well, I shall gradually dismantle his dignity, making him acutely aware of what true despair feels like. With this thought, a sinister smirk crept across Zhang Han's face. Lin Mo, stop feigning composure. Your desperate pretense is utterly laughable. Allow me to share some delightful news. I have successfully passed the assessment. Henceforth, I shall bear the esteemed title of an outer disciple. He puffed out his chest, deliberately placing emphasis on the words outer disciple. Do you comprehend? An outer disciple, far more noble than you. A pitiful wretch on the brink of being cast aside. Ha ha ha. And you, soon to be expelled from the sect like a stray dog. TSK, tell me, does the thought not leave you trembling in fear? Are you not engulfed in despair? Zhang Han's gaze fell upon Lin Mo's resplendent new robe, his mockery intensifying. Oh, you've even donned new attire. The fabric appears quite exceptional. Did it cost you your entire fortune? What? Do you wish to maintain some semblance of dignity as you face your demise? Very well. In light of your ceremonial flair, I shall grant you an opportunity. Now, kneel before me and beg, licking my shoes clean. Perhaps, in a moment of benevolence, I might intercede on your behalf with the sect and spare you from your fate. Zhang Han Yue spoke with growing excitement, as if he could already envision Lin Mo kneeling at his feet, weeping and begging for mercy. The moment those words left his lips, the expressions of the outer disciples behind him underwent a complete transformation. They now regarded Zhang Han as though he were a corpse. How audacious for a mere luck-driven fool who had barely passed the assessment to dare demand that a formidable foundation-building expert kneel and plead for mercy. This was a sure path to his own demise. After the barking had ceased, Lin Mo, unfazed by Zhang Han's tirade, spoke with an air of indifference. Now that you've finished your barking, kneel. What did you say? Zhang Han's smile instantly froze. He could scarcely believe his ears. You, how dare you? Can't you understand? Senior brother Lin commands you to kneel. Boom! Just as Zhang Han prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Wang Chun, crashing down upon him. In that moment, the already unsteady Zhang Han found himself with no room for resistance. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Crack! The sharp sound of a bone fracturing echoed as the already injured leg succumbed to the immense force, rendering it utterly useless. Chapter 33. The Frantic Zhang Han. Surely, I must be dreaming. My leg is completely ruined. The moment Zhang Han knelt, excruciating pain erupted from his knee, swiftly radiating throughout his entire body. He trembled, his face pale as a ghost. Oof, be silent. If you dare to scream again, I shall cripple your other leg. Wang Chen's words were devoid of warmth. This statement lodged in Zhang Han's throat, causing him to gaze up in disbelief, his eyes burning with rage as he trembled and pointed a quivering finger at Wang Chun. How dare you? How dare you treat me this way? Impudent! An outer disciple, eager to seize an opportunity to showcase his prowess, approached Zhang Han, who still dared to point at Wang Chun, and delivered a harsh kick to Zhang Han's chest. Zhang Han let out a muffled grunt as he toppled backward, engulfed in a wave of searing agony. I see you have lost your mind and forgotten your place, the disciple barked, startling Zhang Han into lucidity. Indeed, the figure before him was the esteemed outer sect senior brother, a being even his own brother dared not provoke. How could he have been so foolish as to point a finger and question him? From where had such audacity sprung? As this realization coursed through him, a chill ascended his spine, rushing to the crown of his head. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled to crawl toward Wang Chen's feet. However, Wang Chun, sensing his intentions, effortlessly sidestepped him. Zhang Han fell flat, undeterred, and began to prostrate himself on the ground, his voice trembling with fear. Senior brother, forgive me. I have just succumbed to my affliction. My mind is turned muddled, leading me to utter nonsensical words. As he spoke, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to his own face. Master brother, I am at a loss as to what I have done to incur your ire. Please, I shall amend my ways. I solemnly promise. He stood there utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why Wang Chun had suddenly turned on him. Did you not hear the words I just spoke? Wang Chun gazed down upon him, his expression unwavering. Senior brother Lin has commanded you to kneel. After uttering this, Wang Chun disregarded Zhang Han on the ground, swiftly turning to face Lin Mo, adjusting his robes, and then respectfully bowing. Greetings, senior brother Lin Mo. Ah, junior brother. It is a pleasure to see you again. Lin Mo smiled, placing a hand on Wang Chen's shoulder. Only then did Wang Chen straighten up, instinctively taking a half step back to stand behind Lin Mo, arms at his sides, remaining silent. This display of submission immediately stirred a tempest of astonishment among the other outer disciples. What is happening? Their master brother, the illustrious first genius of the outer sect, possessed his own pride. In the past, even when encountering inner sect disciples, his demeanor, while respectful, was primarily rooted in recognition of their status. He would never exhibit such a stance of subservience as he did today. This was utterly out of the ordinary. The outer disciples exchanged glances, each discerning the same thought reflected in the other's eyes. It seemed that this senior brother Lin held a position of considerable esteem among the inner disciples. Otherwise, what could compel their master brother to behave in such a manner? Realizing this, they dared not exhibit any hint of negligence, promptly mimicking Wang Chen's actions. Stepping forward to bow respectfully to Lin Mo. We pay our respects to senior brother Lin. There is no need for such formalities, my dear junior brothers. Lin Mo's demeanor remained gentle, instantly alleviating the anxiety of the trembling disciples. Subsequently, they instinctively positioned themselves a step behind Wang Chen, awaiting the directives of this venerable senior brother in silence. The remaining dozen or so miscellaneous disciples on the square had been rendered incapable of thought by the spectacle unfolding before them. Their minds lay blank, utterly unable to fathom the events transpiring. Why, in their eyes, did these esteemed outer brothers, who were formidable in strength, now display such humility before Lin Mo? Was he not merely a lowly servant disciple like themselves? Not only they, but even Zhang Han, who lay prostrate on the ground, found his mind completely incapacitated. What have I witnessed? These outer disciples are addressing Lin Mo as their senior brother? Ha ha! Surely I have yet to awaken. This must be a dream. Impossible. How could this be real? This cannot possibly be true. He mumbled to himself, his expression contorting between anguish and madness. Behold as I rend this wretched creature asunder. Witness my resolve to shatter this illusion. After a fleeting moment of stupor, Zhang Han's eyes blazed crimson, a primal growl erupting from his throat. He resembled a rabid dog, dragging his severed leg, propelling himself towards Lin Mo with his hands. However, Wang Chen would not allow him to succeed. He exchanged a knowing glance with two disciples beside him. Instantly comprehending his intent, they advanced, each delivering a forceful stomp onto Zhang Han's back and leg, pinning him firmly to the ground, rendering him incapable of movement. Release me. Let me go. You insolent scoundrels. Do not impede my quest to shatter this illusion. Zhang Han thrashed wildly, exerting every ounce of strength to writhe, yet all was in vain. An illusion? At this juncture, you still dare to believe it is but a dream? Wang Chen observed the frenzied Zhang Han, his disdain palpable. What sort of refuse had managed to infiltrate the sect? Let me enlighten you. The individual before you is none other than Lin Mo, who ascended to the status of inner disciple just days ago. You lie. Ça m'embellovet. Impossible. This wretched creature was merely at the 8th level of body refinement a week ago. How could he possibly leap past the outer sect to become an inner disciple? If he could achieve that, I could easily become the sect leader myself. Indeed, this must be a dream. Zan Hana damanli rejecta bang shenza sartions. Increasingly convinced that he was ensnared in an absurd nightmare. To think that Xianxia sect harbors such disciples is a true disgrace. Wang Chen's patience was waning. Enough. Allow me to clarify the truth for you. Lin Mo is not merely at the 8th level of body refinement. His prolonged stay in the servants' courtyard was solely to temper his resolve. Wang Chen's voice rose sharply as he began to publicly recount Lin Mo's exploits. From Lin Mo's unprecedented promotion to inner disciple by the Grand Elder, to his rapid advancement to the Foundation establishment stage within mere days, and not long ago. His heroic act of saving Wang Chen's life. All of these events resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. Upon concluding his account, aside from the already informed Wang Chen and the protagonist Lin Mo, the entire assembly in the square was rendered speechless by this unbelievable revelation. Observing their stupefied expressions, Wang Chen felt a sense of rightful vindication. They ought to be astonished. After all, he too had been taken aback by the steward's words when he sought information about Lin Mo the previous day. Notably, that steward was the very one Lin Mo had sought for an early assessment, who had also witnessed the Grand Elder's extraordinary promotion of Lin Mo to inner disciple. Impossible. This cannot be real. All of this is a fabrication. Inner disciple? I do not believe it. I refuse to accept it. As he absorbed this information, Zhang Han collapsed onto the ground, his body beginning to twitch involuntarily. He incessantly recited his denials, his eyes devoid of focus, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. As a mere servant disciple, he audaciously overstepped bounds, brazenly insulting his inner sect seniors. Even when restrained, he remained obstinate, harboring intentions of assault. According to the sect's regulations, I possess the authority to nullify your cultivation and expel you from the sect. Wang Qin's chilling words resonated like a verdict. He believed such a wretch was unworthy of having Brother Lin intervene personally. No, please spare me, I beg you. Do not strip me of my cultivation, please. Wang Qin's emotionally detached pronouncement brutally yanked Zhang Han from his self-deception. The harshness of reality left no room for doubt. He abruptly turned towards Lin Mo, fervently bowing in submission. Lin Mo? No. Master Lin, Brother Lin, I, Zhang Han, am no better than a beast. I implore your mercy. Let me off lightly, if you please. Alas, Zhang Han, had I known it would come to this, why did you act so foolishly? Lin Mo finally spoke, his tone unwavering, revealing neither joy nor anger. Very well, I, Lin Mo, am not a petty person. Since our paths have crossed, I shall grant you an opportunity. With that, a subtle smile graced Lin Mo's lips. Kneel here and administer 3,000 slaps to yourself. If you can accomplish this, not only will I refrain from troubling you, but I will also ensure that junior brother Wang Chun acknowledges your status as an outer sect disciple. Lin Mo's words struck Zhang Han's ears with a sharpness that also carried a glimmer of hope. Without a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. It's a promise, Master Lin. I shall begin at once. Upon hearing this, the two outer sect disciples who had been standing over Zhang Han immediately withdrew their feet, fearing Lin Mo might renege. Zhang Han scrambled to rise from the ground, a foul odor wafting from him. Ignoring this, he immediately began to strike his own face with fervor. Observing this, Lin Mo turned away, nodded at Wang Chun, and then departed without a backward glance. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Lin Mo had merely dealt with a trivial matter. As Lin Mo left, Wang Chun promptly instructed the two disciples behind him. You two, ensure this man completes his 3,000 slaps. Remember, maintain the intensity. Do not allow him to cheat. Rest assured, senior brother, we will see to it. The two disciples exchanged knowing glances with Wang Chun, which eased his concerns. Subsequently, Wang Chun hastened to follow in Lin Mo's footsteps. Moments later, the entire servant-disciple courtyard echoed with the sharp sounds of slaps and the anguished wails akin to a slaughtered pig. Chapter 34. The Wounded Sikong Yang? Sukingan, Master. We cannot deceive our junior brothers. Senior brother, once that fellow has completed his 3,000 slaps, will we truly allow him to remain in the outer sect? Wang Chun has caught up with Lin Mo, unable to suppress the questions swirling in his mind. Why not, indeed? I have always adhered to my promises. Lin Mo did not halt his pace, responding succinctly. Very well, since it is the wish of my senior brother, I shall comply. Wang Chun nodded in agreement, for he believed that someone like Zhang Han was utterly unworthy of being a disciple of the Xianxia sect. However, since Lin Mo had already spoken, he felt it unwise to argue further. Yet, while I may suggest he be allowed to join as an outer disciple, Lin Mo's tone shifted. This, however, does not imply that I shall let him off so easily. Junior brother, you seem quite persuasive among the outer disciples. Could you assist me with a task? Upon hearing Lin Mo request his aid, Wang Chun immediately came to a halt, bowing respectfully. Senior brother, you need only say the word. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall not refuse. It is not a difficult matter. Lin Mo leaned closer to Wang Chun, lowering his voice as he conveyed a few words. As Wang Chun listened, his expression morphed from solemnity to a peculiar one, ultimately settling into a knowing smile. Rest assured, senior brother, this matter is in my hands. He straightened up, affirming, I will ensure that Zhang Han fully experiences what it means to receive the care of an outer brother. Well then, thank you, junior brother. I shall treat you to tea another day. I have some matters to attend to now, so I shall not linger. Very well, senior brother, you carry on, and I shall take my leave. With that, Wang Chun turned and retraced his steps toward the square of the deacon's courtyard. Watching Wang Chun's figure gradually recede, accompanied by the faint echoes of anguished cries in the air, a smile returned to Lin Mo's face. Spora Sung Han. Huh, how could that be possible? Does he truly think Lin Mo is a benevolent soul who repays kindness with kindness? To be fair, had their exchanges merely consisted of trivial disputes, given his current status, he would indeed be reluctant to dwell on them. However, Zhang Han had been intent on his demise from the very beginning. Had it not been for his awakening of the system at a critical moment, and the pill gifted to him by Li Fan, today could very well have marked his day of reckoning. To expect Zhang Han to spare him once he gains power? Today's demeanor made it abundantly clear that such a hope was utterly unfounded. Likewise, Lin Mo would never let Zhang Han off the hook. His stance towards any threat to his existence has always been one of zero tolerance. As for why Lin Chun did not simply instruct Wang Chun to incapacitate and expel Zhang Han, only to find an opportunity for a complete resolution later, it was simply because he did not wish for Zhang Han to meet a swift end. After all, death is a form of liberation. He intended for Zhang Han to first glimpse a flicker of hope, to believe that through sheer tenacity, he had persevered, successfully entering the outer sect and securing a bright future. Then bit by bit, that hope would be thoroughly crushed. He sought to make Zhang Han experience the harrowing descent from paradise to hell, only to claw his way back to heaven, only to be unceremoniously kicked into an endless abyss of despair. TSK, he was merely Zhang Han, no longer deserving of his consideration. Lin Mo shook his head, instantly erasing the matter from his mind. The significant shift in identity and status had fundamentally altered his perspective. In the past, Zhang Han had been a threat warranting careful vigilance. Now, he found himself relieved of the burden of direct confrontation, as the prodigious Wang Chun from the outer sect was eager to act on his behalf. Such a trivial character no longer merited any of his mental energy. For Lin Mo, the paramount concern was to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible. He set his feet in motion, no longer lingering, and proceeded directly toward the grand hall of the sect at the mountain summit. Addressing Zhang Han was merely a matter of convenience. His true purpose for the day was to seek out his rather unorthodox master, Yang. The extraordinary treatment he had received from the latter had left him with lingering doubts. He intended to confront him directly, to discern the true nature of his intentions. Lin Mo was unwilling to be ensnared in a scheme without any foreknowledge. Before long, Lin Mo arrived at the mountain's peak, where the magnificent hall of the sect stood before him. He adjusted his robes, approached the grand doors, and lightly rapped upon them. Disciple Lin Montauk, requesting an audience with master. Ah, is that you, junior brother? Come in, came a response not from Yang, but from Su Qing'an. Lin Montauk paused momentarily, but without further thought, pushed open the heavy doors and stepped inside. The scene that unfolded before him left him utterly astounded. There, pale as death and devoid of color, Yang sat cross-legged on a nearby mat, his breath faint. His senior sister, Su Qing'an, anxiously hovered nearby, her face etched with concern. Lin Mo was taken aback. This was an unexpected sight. What had befallen his unorthodox master? Why did he appear so gravely weakened? Senior sister, what has happened to master? Lin Mo hurried to Su Qing'an's side and quietly inquired. However, before she could respond, Yang, with his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them. Cough, it's nothing serious. Merely a few minor ailments. Yang's voice was exceedingly weak, yet he spoke with an air of nonchalance that rendered Lin Mo's expression somewhat peculiar. Minor ailments? You look as pale as a corpse, yet you still insist on downplaying it? What on earth is going on? What circumstance could reduce a golden core master to such a state? Indeed, in Lin Mo's understanding, Yang, as the sect leader of Xianxia, should be a formidable figure at the golden core level. After all, several nearby sect leaders of comparable stature were undeniably golden core powerhouses. In this manner, it is only natural that Yang would not be an exception. However, Lin Mo could not foresee that Yang was indeed the anomaly. Master, are you all right? It is I, Honor, who is of no help to you. Observing the exceptionally poor complexion of Yang, Su Qing'an felt an overwhelming sorrow. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and her face was etched with guilt. In her view, if her alchemy skills were more refined, if she could concoct a higher-grade elixir, perhaps it could alleviate Yang's long-standing hidden injuries. Alas, such feats were beyond her current capabilities, as producing fourth-grade elixirs was already her utmost limit. Ah, do not worry. I am well, truly. Enough of this. Honor, your junior brother is still here. Yang forced himself to maintain composure, managing a faint smile for Su Qing'an. Witnessing this tender display of mutual care between master and disciple, Lin Mo unexpectedly interjected. Master, Is there something you and senior sister are concealing from me? Upon hearing these words, Yang's body visibly stiffened, momentarily at a loss for a response. Noticing this reaction, Lin Mo's conviction grew stronger. Yang indeed harbored secrets from him. However, the kindness shown to him was genuine, leading him to ponder what exactly was at stake for himself. Just as Yang fell into silence, Su Qinghan spoke up first. Master, do not continue to hide the truth from junior brother. It is unjust to him. We must not deceive him because of my presence. Observing her master's hesitation, Su Qinghan showed little reluctance. I had no intention of keeping this from him indefinitely. Yang sighed deeply, his expression complex. I merely wished for him to attain a higher realm before discussing this matter, believing it would be easier for him to accept. He conceded, indeed, this is merely my selfish desire. I should not keep secrets from your junior brother. Listening to their discourse, Lin Mo felt a chill run through him. How naive he had been to think that fortune would fall from the heavens without consequence. There were indeed pitfalls awaiting his misstep. Fortunately, he had exercised caution, or he might have fallen into a trap. Chapter 35. The Sacred Land of Xianxia. A cultivation method that requires no spiritual energy. Within the Grand Hall, as Yang and Su Qinghan slowly recounted the tale, Lin Mo finally grasped the entire truth. Of course, the majority of the narrative was delivered by Yang. For these matters were news that Su Qinghan had only learned the day prior. Good heavens, such a melodramatic turn of events? Lin Mo found himself in a state of utter shock. He never anticipated that his seemingly unremarkable master was once a formidable being at the god transformation stage. Even more astonishing was the revelation that this beautiful senior sister he had only known for 2 days hailed from the esteemed Su family of Dan State, an ancient lineage of remarkable distinction. However, is this scheme not rather commonplace? Such treatment, typically reserved for protagonists, how could it befall me? Is it possible that in my moment of despair, I have become the protagonist myself? Lin Mo found himself at a loss for words. As he fell into contemplation and ceased speaking, a hint of bitterness appeared on Yang's face. My disciple, please forgive my selfishness. The reason I took you as my apprentice is twofold. Firstly, your talent is indeed extraordinary, and I cannot bear to see you languish in obscurity. Secondly, at this point, Yang paused, seemingly struggling to articulate his thoughts. Lin Mo inferred that his master wished for him to assist in safeguarding his senior sister. Without the need for further elaboration, he grasped the entirety of Yang's intentions. It was simply that, given his declining health, he sought a new protector for his treasured disciple. Ah, you've deduced it correctly. To be frank, my current condition is dire. Unless I refrain from engaging in combat, I risk collapsing at any moment. Therefore, for Honor's safety, I have no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo could only smile wryly. Master, you truly hold me in high regard. Even with your formidable cultivation in the transformation realm, you nearly failed to protect senior sister. How can I, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, possibly ensure her safety? This is nothing short of jest. Given Su Qinghan's illustrious background, the forces pursuing her were evidently formidable. The thought of confronting such a colossal power at his current level was utterly preposterous. Although this senior sister was quite amiable, Lin Mo had known her for barely 2 days. He was not noble enough to risk his life for someone he hardly knew. After all, given sufficient time, he would inevitably become invincible in this world. There was no need to shoulder such immense peril. Observing Lin Mo's helpless expression, Su Qinghan spoke up. Indeed, master. The forces pursuing me are exceedingly powerful. Even if my junior brother possesses unparalleled talent, he has yet to mature and would not stand a chance against them. Therefore, master, I must respectfully decline your proposal. My junior brother has a promising future ahead, and I will not allow him to be embroiled in this matter. Suinales resolut stens momentarily stand Lin Mo. Before he could even consider his response, this seemingly benevolent senior sister had outright negated the proposition. Truly, she was a kind-hearted girl. Yet, regrettably, he was genuinely powerless in this situation. Honor, please do not be so hasty in your rejection. I am fully aware of the immense disparity in strength between us. However, there remains a way. Upon hearing this, Yang did not lose hope, but instead continued. Oh? What does master mean? Lin Mo felt a surge of curiosity. This seemingly unfortunate master had fallen to such depths. Could there still be some hidden card up his sleeve? Disciple, with your current strength alone, it is utterly impossible for you to contend with the forces pursuing Honor. In fact, not just you, Even a being at the void transformation stage or a harmonization expert would likely be unworthy to face such formidable powers. Listening to Xianxia's words, Lin Mo found them to be rather redundant. Was this something that needed to be pointed out? The adversary dared to pursue a member of the Su family, who dominated a state. They must surely belong to a terrifying power of equal standing. Such forces, perched atop the pinnacle of the Xianxia realm, might even include those legendary saints. What could beings of the void, transformation, and harmonization stages possibly achieve before a saint? Master, I comprehend all this. Do reveal your hidden card quickly. Otherwise, I fear I may struggle to bear the heavy responsibility. Lin Mo felt that Xianxia was dawdling and urged him on. Huh, you are indeed astute. I do possess a hidden card. Behold. As Xianxia spoke, he retrieved a token radiating intense heat from his storage ring. This token was entirely crimson, forged from an unknown divine metal, its surface smooth and warm, adorned with a vividly carved sun totem, emanating tendrils of heat that elevated the temperature of the entire hall. What is this? The moment the token appeared, the surrounding temperature surged several degrees, startling Lin Mo. This is the final hidden card, the emblem of the Holy Sun Sanctum, the Holy Sun Token. With it, you are qualified to participate in the assessments of the Holy Sun Sanctum and thus join its ranks. The Holy Sun Sanctum? Upon hearing this name, Lin Mo was taken aback. Alas, his knowledge was limited. He had never heard of such a place. However, from its name alone, it was evident that it was a transcendent power, far surpassing the Xianxia sect. Master, what kind of place is this? Su Qinghan also found the name unfamiliar. Despite her significant background, she was merely a destitute fugitive at present. It is understandable that you both are unaware, having never ventured beyond the Songlin domain. In truth, the Xianxia realm is divided into 27 states. We are currently in the Holy Sun state, which is further divided into 192 domains. Xianxia began to enlighten Lin Mo and Su Qinghan with some common knowledge. At that moment, Lin Mo realized just how insignificant his current location was. Good heavens! I had thought the Xianxia sect was a novice village. Yet you tell me the entire Songlin domain is a novice village? After hearing this, Lin Mo was left in a daze. Indeed, the vast Songlin domain, which spanned several times the area of his previous world, was merely one of the weakest domains in the Holy Sun state. Compared to other major domains, it was not only barren, but also pitifully lacking in strong individuals. In the grand scheme of the entire Azure Xian realm, this place could only be likened to a novice village. Master, what then is the sacred land of the fiery sun? Su Qinghan was astonished to learn just how vast the world truly was. However, after her initial surprise, she quickly inquired about the crucial details. Much like the Su family of Danzhou, the sacred land of the fiery sun is the absolute sovereign of our Shenyang prefecture. It is a place yearned for by countless cultivators in Shenyang, replied Xianxia with utmost reverence. Is that truly the case? I am not particularly surprised, Lin Mo nodded, having anticipated this outcome. However, to be fair, he was not particularly interested in such a lofty place at this moment. The depth of such a supreme sanctuary was overwhelming. Given his current strength, he would be unable to navigate it and would likely be reduced to a mere footnote, risking a disastrous downfall. Therefore, it would be wiser to remain in the Qingshan sect or the Songlin domain for the time being, biding his time until his power grows. As he contemplated this, Lin Mo prepared to outright decline Xianxia's suggestion. Yet, upon hearing Xianxia's next words, he found himself wavering. You may not be aware, but the founder of the sacred land of the fiery sun is the legendary sovereign of the sacred sun. It is said that within the sacred land, there exists the supreme imperial scripture of that being. Unlike our typical cultivation methods, this scripture harnesses not spiritual energy, but the pure, sanctified power of the sun. Indeed, this was why the sovereign of the sacred sun had vanquished innumerable strong foes, leaving an indelible mark of glory in ancient history. Chapter 36. All right, you've successfully persuaded me. I shall ensure your safety. A method of cultivation that requires no spiritual energy? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was plunged into deep contemplation, his mind racing. The power of the sun, while merely a unique energy distinct from spiritual energy for cultivators in the Azure Xian realm, held immeasurable significance for the realm of the Xia, which he was bound to. What was the greatest challenge faced by Blue Star? The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was exceedingly thin, akin to a land devoid of magic. Thus, regardless of the tier of the methods he transmitted back, The people of Xianxia found their efforts futile, making slow progress in their cultivation. They could only rely on arduous practice, slowly accumulating spiritual power at a snail's pace. However, the power of the sun was different. The Azure Xian realm possessed a sun, and Blue Star had one as well. This was a force that illuminated all realms, omnipresent and formidable. If he could obtain that imperial scripture and transmit it back to Blue Star, allowing the entire populace of Xianxia to cultivate this method, what a magnificent scene it would be. In that eventuality, everyone could directly bask in the sunlight while cultivating, leading to a qualitative leap in their cultivation speed. The enhancement in his own cultivation would also experience exponential growth. This was no mere enhancement. It was a grand avenue leading straight to the heavens. This method must be acquired. No matter what, it must be secured. After a brief yet intense contemplation, Lin Mo resolved to make a decision. However, he refrained from expressing it immediately, deftly steering the conversation towards the token. Master, from where did you acquire this token? Sighing, Xianxia took hold of the Xianxia token, gently caressing it as if lost in reminiscence. This, in fact, is one of the items entrusted to me by Honor, his parents, many years ago. They understood that with my strength at the time, safeguarding Honor was an arduous task. Thus, they entrusted this token to me, hoping I could use it to gain entry into the sacred land of Xianxia and become a disciple therein. Should I succeed, the sanctuary would naturally offer protection, and the pursuers would hesitate to act recklessly. Now I see, Lin Mo replied, enlightened. This token served as the final safeguard left by Su Qinghan's parents. Unfortunately, before I could embark on my journey to the sacred land of Xianxia, I was ambushed. Xianxia's expression turned somber. You are aware of what transpired next. My foundation was utterly destroyed, my cultivation plummeted, and I am no longer the person I once was. Thus, the qualification to join the sacred land has become a mere jest for me. After listening, Lin Mo was beset by new queries. If that is the case, Master, why not allow senior sister to carry this token and participate in the assessment? If she succeeds in joining, wouldn't all our problems be resolved? Upon hearing this, Xianxia shook his head with a wry smile. It is not that simple. The requirements to become a disciple of the sacred land of Xianxia are exceedingly stringent. The first stipulation is to reach the nascent soul stage before the age of 30. Although Honor possesses commendable talent with ample resources, it is not entirely beyond hope for her to attain the nascent soul stage before 30. However, she cannot meet the second requirement. The second requirement? Lin Mo pressed further. Pisikal Constitution, Xianxiang articulatad subchinkli. To join the sacred land of Xianxia, not only must one meet the cultivation threshold, but the demands for physical strength are also exceedingly high. Not? Xianxia did not continue. But the implication was clear. Su Qinghan was not adept in physical cultivation. Yet I have discerned something. Suddenly, Xianxia shifted the focus back to Lin Mo disciple. Although you are currently merely at the foundation establishment stage, your physical strength surpasses that of the average spiritual C cultivator. Moreover, I can sense that your physique seems to be strengthening with each passing moment. At these words, Lin Mo felt a stir within. Master can perceive the changes in my physique? Indeed, his body was strengthening continuously as the Kunlun team in Daxia was consistently training, and all that power was being relayed back to him in real time. However, he had not anticipated that Xianxia could see through this. If it were the elders, they might not have discerned the underlying truth, Xianxia remarked with a hint of pride. Yet in my earlier years, I also practiced physical cultivation methods and am quite familiar with the fluctuations of a cultivator's vitality. Your physique is currently remarkably robust, causing an overflow of vitality that seems almost ready to burst forth. With just a slight examination, I can effortlessly discern the level of your physical prowess. The term body refinement technique ignited an intense fervor within Lin Mo's heart. Indeed, his esteemed master is truly a figure of hidden depth. The possession of such a rare treasure as a body refinement technique is astonishing. This is an invaluable asset that must be extracted somehow. However, if I were to decline his proposal now, it would be challenging to broach the subject again. What a predicament! Should I accept or reject? Lin Mo found himself momentarily ensnared in internal conflict. Perhaps I should clarify one pivotal question. Master, if I were to forego this Holy Sun token, would there be any alternative means to gain entry into the Fiery Sun sacred land? Certainly, came the straightforward response from Xianxia. As the absolute sovereign of St. Yang Prefecture, The Fiery Sun's sacred land recruits a select group of the most exceptional talents as disciples every 10 years. The most recent recruitment took place 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Lin Mo was taken aback. This means the next recruitment would not occur for another full 8 years? Indeed, that is correct, Xianxia confirmed with a nod. 8 years. Lin Mo was rendered utterly speechless. 8 years in the vast realm of Xianxia translates to a staggering 48 years in the time of Blue Star. Nearly half a century. Such an interminable duration. If the great Xia could possess that imperial scripture, who knows what formidable cultivation enhancement it could provide him. I cannot wait. I absolutely cannot afford to wait. This Holy Sun token must be secured. Yet, this object is perilously hot to handle. Accepting it would signify the burden of safeguarding Su Qinghan, confronting a terrifying force bold enough to pursue even the Su family of Dam Prefecture. Just as Lin Mo wrestled with his internal turmoil, unable to reach a decisive conclusion, Su Qinghan suddenly took action beside him. Master, please grant the Holy Sun token to Junior Brother. Given his innate talent, we should assist him rather than use such matters to hinder him. As for me, a serene smile graced Su Qinghan's face. Master, I should have perished with my parents during that pursuit. It was you who disregarded everything, sacrificing your own future to rescue me, granting me over 20 years of a stable and extraordinary life. For me, this is already immensely fulfilling. In the days to come, I wish to no longer live in hiding, nor do I wish to be plagued by fear. I simply desire to remain by your side, quietly spending my remaining days. I fervently wish that my circumstances do not entangle more innocent individuals. Master, I implore you to honor my request. With that, Su Qinghan bent her knees and knelt directly before Xianxia. Hana, what are you doing? Xianxia was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly stepped forward to assist Su Qinghan in rising. Get up, let us speak while standing. Why must you endure this? Master, I am not suffering. Su Qinghan replied, lifting her tear-streaked face, yet a smile adorned her lips. Having your companionship brings me immense happiness. In my heart, you have long been like a second father to me. She gently linked her arm with Xianxia's, her words sincere. Sighing deeply, Xianxia gazed at his disciple whom he had raised since childhood, his eyes instantly reddening. His weathered face was etched with sorrow and reluctance. He exhaled a long sigh, but ultimately acquiesced. In truth, I have grown weary of living in fear. This token is a relic of your parents. Naturally, it belongs to you, and you have every right to decide its fate. He turned to Lin Mo, flicking his wrist, causing the Crimson Holy Sun token to soar directly before Lin Mo, hovering in place. Disciple, this token is now bestowed upon you. I will no longer impose any obligations upon you. I merely hope it proves beneficial. This unexpected turn of events left Lin Mo momentarily speechless. He had never anticipated that his benevolent master and senior sister would choose to gift him this invaluable Holy Sun token without any conditions or expectations of return. He could easily take the token and walk away, and neither of them would dare to stop him. But would he do such a thing? One could only say he was not John Han after all. All right, I concede. You two have successfully moved me. He continued. Li Fan and Wang Chun understand the importance of gratitude. As their elder brother, if I cannot grasp this simple truth, would I not be akin to a stray dog? I will not take this token for free. I will protect her. With this resolve, Lin Mo felt no hesitation remaining in his heart. He reached out, firmly grasping the hovering Holy Sun token and placing it into his storage ring. After completing this act, he raised his head, a smile returning to his face. Master, senior sister, do not worry. I will accept this token and participate in the Holy Sun sex assessment. As for senior sister, he paused, each word resonating with conviction. I promise, as long as I draw breath, no one shall lay a finger on her. Chapter 37. Unwavering Conscience. Senior sister, you and T want our predicament to be exposed, forcing us to flee. Would you? What? Disciple, have you truly agreed? Upon hearing Lin Mo's resolute declaration, Xianxia stood frozen in place. He had envisioned countless possible reactions from Lin Mo, perhaps a polite refusal, a rational analysis of the pros and cons, or a proposal of alternative conditions. However, he could never have anticipated that Lin Mo would agree so decisively, without a hint of hesitation. It is crucial to understand that this decision bore the weight of potentially fatal consequences, a matter of grave seriousness. Within Xianxia, a tempest of emotions surged. Gratitude touched sentiment. Yet above all, a profound sense of guilt. He was transported back to over 20 years ago when he faced a similar crossroads. He could have easily abandoned the still infant Su Qinghan and ventured alone to the sacred land of Yang, clutching the Holy Sun order in pursuit of the unparalleled path toward strength. Given his innate talent at that time, the chances of passing the assessment were exceedingly high. Yet, he ultimately refrained from such an act. He believed in repaying kindness and remaining loyal. These were his guiding principles and the essence of his heart. Even if it meant sacrificing his life, he did so without regret. But how could he demand Lin Mo make the same choice? This young man possessed a future far more resplendent than his own at that age. Junior brother, this must not be. Before Sikong Yang could extricate himself from this intricate web of emotions, Su Qinghan had already lost her composure. She hurried to Lin Mo, disregarding everything else, and seized his hand, shaking it fervently. Listen to your senior sister, focus on your cultivation, and do not concern yourself with matters that do not pertain to you. The warmth and softness of his palm, tinged with a slight chill from her anxiety, startled Lin Mo. It was his first intimate contact with a woman outside of his family. Junior brother, are you listening? Your future is limitless. I am not worth such a sacrifice from you. Do not be foolish. Observing her delicate hand, gripping his and the exquisite visage so close, fraught with panic and urgency, Lin Mo regained his composure and smiled instead. Senior sister, your words are mistaken. What do you mean by matters that do not concern me? His expression turned earnest. I have already pledged myself to master yesterday. Therefore, you're my senior sister. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. By this measure, you could indeed be considered my elder sister. When an elder sister is in trouble, how could a younger brother stand idly by? His words were articulated with clarity and heartfelt sincerity, leaving Su Qinghan momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After speaking, Lin Mo even exchanged a knowing wink with Sikong Yang. Master, do you not agree with this reasoning? Sikong Yang observed his two disciples, and the creases on his face seemed to soften, although they were still tinged with profound guilt and a sense of relief, a complex blend of emotions. He did not respond, but merely sighed. Very well, my decision is made. This matter is settled. Lin Mo no longer afforded them the opportunity to dissuade him and took the initiative. Master, senior sister, please do not worry excessively. To give you a glimpse into my capabilities, my talents are far greater than you can imagine. I did not hastily agree to this matter. Rather, it was a decision forged through careful contemplation. This is indeed the truth. After all, he desires that technique capable of harnessing the sun's power. However, he is equally reluctant to take advantage of these two unfortunate souls. In the pursuit of immortality and enlightenment, one must attain clarity of thought and act without remorse. Should he today take the sacred sun token with a clear conscience while remaining indifferent to Su Qinghan's plight, his heart of cultivation would undoubtedly be tainted, adversely affecting his future endeavors. Thus, in exchange, he must embrace this karmic bond. This is not only a means of aiding them, but also a way of assisting himself. Ahem, of course, my current strength is indeed quite feeble. Lin Mo shifted his tone, his expression turning grave as he addressed them. Therefore, master and senior sister, until I have truly matured, I implore you to exercise utmost caution. Caution? Both Sikong Yang and Su Qinghan were momentarily taken aback, clearly perplexed by this contemporary terminology. It means, Lin Mo elucidated, that you should remain as inconspicuous as possible, refrain from wandering about, and particularly avoid revealing anything in public. It will be best to remain within the sect and not venture elsewhere. Rest assured, my disciple, I understand even without your words. Sikong Yang replied with a wry smile. In truth, for over 20 years, in her quest to conceal our whereabouts, Honor has scarcely strayed a step from the gates of Xianxia sect. At this, he cast a tender glance at Su Qinghan. At her age, a young girl should be filled with curiosity and yearning for the outside world. Master, it is of no concern. Su Qinghan, sensing Sikong Yang's Wield, quickly shook her head. I have always preferred tranquility and have little interest in the outside world. I am content to remain in the sect, accompanying you. Upon finishing her words, she promptly turned back to Lin Mo, seemingly eager to continue her persuasion. Ah, no, senior brother, we're discussing your affairs. Listen to me. Enough. Senior sister, your counsel will not sway me. Lin Mo interjected, cutting her off. My decision is resolute and will not be easily altered. Let's turn the page on this matter and speak of it no more. Noting that Su Qinghan still wished to speak, he leaned in closer and whispered, audible only to the three of them. Senior sister, I trust you do not wish for the matters we discuss here to be leaked, forcing us into a life of fugitives, do you? This statement had an immediate effect. Su Qinghan promptly sealed her lips, a look of trepidation crossing her face. Very well. I have no further inquiries. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at Sikong Yang's still pallid visage. I observe that Master S condition remains precarious. Let's not disturb him. He should rest well for now. I shall take my leave. As he turned to depart, he suddenly recalled something and halted, glancing back at Su Qinghan with a mischievous smile. Senior sister, if you do not release your hold, I may be compelled to take you along with me. Su Qinghan exclaimed in surprise, only to realize that she had unknowingly grasped Lin Mo's hand tightly. Her delicate face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. She hastily released her grip and lowered her head in embarrassment. I'm so sorry. Junior brother, I was just too excited. It's all right. Lin Mo responded cheerfully, waving his hand dismissively. Sister's hand is quite soft. Holding it is rather relieving. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan buried her head even lower, her ears turning a rosy hue, no longer daring to meet his gaze. Witnessing this scene, Sikong Yang, whose face bore the marks of time, suddenly broke into a radiant smile. He felt that perhaps, this time, he had truly found a better and more reliable haven for honor than himself. Chapter 38. Another imperial scripture? An unexpected gain, the indestructible scripture of dominance. In the room, Lin Mo gazed at the 2 tomes of martial arts manuals before him, lost in contemplation. These were what Sikong Yang had forcibly thrust into his hands before his departure, claiming they were his true treasures and the 2 manuals he had once mastered. He picked up one, its cover emblazoned with the 5 characters Gangjin like Gongju. This manual was classified as an Earth-tier supreme text, and was particularly focused on sword cultivation. It dawned on Lin Mo that his esteemed master had once traversed the path of swordsmanship. It is well known that becoming a sword cultivator is no simple feat, demanding exceptional talent. After all, one cannot merely wield a sword and practice a technique to call oneself a sword cultivator. A practitioner must at least comprehend a genuine sword intent to even step into the realm of swordsmanship. This single requirement is enough to deter over 90% of cultivators. Thus, those who ascend to the rank of sword cultivator are undoubtedly individuals of remarkable aptitude. So, he was a sword cultivator. No wonder he was willing to forsake his future to protect his senior sister. Sword cultivators often uphold their convictions, remaining unyielding. Their character is indeed trustworthy. Lin Mo mused with profound sentiment. He finally understood why Sikong Yang had resolutely honored his promises in the past. It was simply because he was a true sword cultivator. After this reflection, Lin Mo began to strategize. The quality of this manual was exceptionally high, being Earth-tier supreme, and its potential could support a practitioner's cultivation up to the Great Ascension realm. Moreover, as a sword cultivation manual renowned for its offensive prowess, it far surpassed the Xianxia manual he was currently practicing. Therefore, there was no doubt that he would commit to studying this manual. However, despite its formidable strength, it paled in comparison to another tome. The other manual was the true highlight of this acquisition. While sword cultivation manuals are indeed precious, how could they possibly compare to a genuine imperial scripture? Even if it were merely a fragment of an imperial scripture, consisting only of the introductory volume. After setting aside the martial manual in his hands, Lin Mo gently picked up the adjacent scroll that resembled jade, his heart unable to contain the burgeoning excitement within him. Indeed, the other body refinement technique bestowed by Sikong Yang was none other than the genuine imperial scripture. Its title, The Unyielding Sutra of Dominance, belonged to the legendary supreme being, the dominant emperor who attained divinity through the flesh. Although it was merely an introductory volume, it remained an unparalleled treasure capable of driving innumerable cultivators to madness. Yet now, it had effortlessly come into his possession. As for how Sikong Yang, a swordsman, acquired this precious artifact, one could only surmise that this benefactor of his was once a person of profound fortune in his youth. It was during his early travels that he obtained it from an ancient secret realm. This secret realm happened to be a trial ground for selecting disciples of the dominant emperor's lineage, which is why this introductory volume was left behind. It was also through the unyielding sutra of dominance that Sikong Yang had the confidence to pass the assessments of the sacred land of Sunfire. Otherwise, relying solely on his prowess as a swordsman would not suffice to meet the stringent physical requirements set by the sacred land. According to legend, Mastering the unyielding sutra of dominance to its utmost could forge an immortal and indestructible body, allowing one to ascend to the rank of emperor through sheer physicality. However, the introductory volume Lin Mo possessed could only facilitate the cultivation of two stages. The first stage, the blood and chi refining furnace, and the second stage, the dominant aura shield. Even so, its strength exceeded imagination. I shall practice both of these techniques. However, for now, I must first cultivate the metal splitting technique. As for the introductory volume of the Unyielding Sutra of Dominance, I am not yet ready to practice it. Lin Mo's thoughts continued to unfold. The cultivation threshold for this technique astonishingly required a physical strength of 200,000 pounds. Yet my current strength barely reaches 60 to 70,000 pounds, leaving a significant gap. In the vast realm of Xianxia, the number of body cultivators is actually scarcer than that of swordsmen. The reason lies in the formidable difficulty of tempering the body compared to the conventional absorption of spiritual energy by other cultivators. Not only is the progress slow, but it also demands exceptional innate talent and consumes vast resources. Take, for instance, the requirement of 200,000 pounds of pure physical strength. Even a powerful being at the divine transformation stage cannot achieve this without relying on spiritual energy. Yet, once such a being employs spiritual energy, the destructive power of a casual strike far surpasses a mere 200,000 pounds of strength. Given this, who would foolishly tread this arduous path? Of course, this is not to say that body cultivators lack advantages. A formidable body cultivator possesses an indestructible physique, rendering ordinary techniques ineffective against them. Their abundant vitality significantly enhances their recovery capabilities, allowing them to endure prolonged battles. In the later stages of cultivation, a solid physical foundation can further aid them in withstanding stronger laws of heaven and earth, making breakthroughs more seamless. However, reaching such heights is exceedingly challenging, indeed. Moreover, the threshold for physical cultivation is sometimes even more demanding than that of sword cultivation, which has rendered physical cultivation a rarity within the entire realm of cultivation. Even Sikong Yang, upon acquiring this imperial scripture, found himself initially unable to meet the necessary conditions for its practice. However, fortune smiled upon him when he discovered a medicinal pool within the secret realm of the imperial scripture, dedicated to tempering one's physique. After absorbing the remnants of its medicinal potency, he barely achieved the requirements to practice this technique. Regrettably, the entry threshold for this imperial scripture is indeed quite formidable. Even if it were to be disseminated back to the great Xia, the number of those capable of practicing would likely be exceedingly few. Nevertheless, it comes with an exceptionally intricate foundational method for refining one's physique, which proves to be immensely valuable. With this, even the likes of Xianxia could continuously enhance her physical form until the day she is truly able to practice the imperial scripture. Having skimmed through the scroll in his hand, Lin Mo finally exhaled in relief. Achieving a strength of 200,000 pounds, bolstered by the might of the nation, is merely a matter of time. However, within the great Xia, including Lin Xie, such an achievement remains a daunting challenge. For after reaching the body refinement realm, a cultivator's breakthroughs tend not to emphasize physical prowess, rendering any enhancement in corporeal strength minuscule. To continue improving one's physical strength, one must possess specialized techniques or seek out a genuine physical cultivation scripture. The Indomitable Emperor scripture is undoubtedly a premier physical cultivation technique. Yet its entry barrier is exceedingly high. Fortunately, the scripture's author anticipated this, embedding within the introductory scroll a profoundly sophisticated foundational method for refining the body. The value of this foundational method is comparable to that of a top-tier physical cultivation scripture. This is the true worth of the imperial scripture. However, while this foundational method lacks the entry threshold of the first volume of Indomitable Emperor scripture, it is remarkably time-consuming to cultivate. Yet, is this truly a concern for Lin Mo? He has no intention of arduous self-cultivation. He relies entirely on shared cultivation. For him, it suffices that there are individuals in the great Xia engaging in practice. The more practitioners there are, the better. His system fundamentally thrives on the principle of quantity. TSK. No time to waste. Let us commence the translation. Following this, it will be time for my Tantian faction to assist in enhancing the proficiency of the technique. Resolute in his decision, Lin Mo wasted no time and immediately began the translation work. Luckily, despite the language barrier, The overall meaning of the characters in the Xianxia Great Realm is not vastly different from that of the Great Xia. Thus, translating the techniques into Chinese posed no difficulty for him. Soon, both techniques were completely translated. Task accomplished, it was time to contact Tongtian faction. With a mere thought, Lin Mo reached out through the system to Xianxia, who was far away on Blue Star. A gentle luminescent screen began to materialize before his eyes, revealing the charming and adorable figure of Xianxia within. Chapter 39. Is the alchemy plan stalled? Perhaps we should seek some Taoists to try? Before commencing the transmission of the cultivation method, Lin Mo habitually shared his experiences with Xianxia. This was not merely a habit of Lin Mo's. Rather, Xianxia, with her insatiable curiosity, was ever fascinated by her elder brother's adventures in this otherworldly realm. Consequently, as a half-besotted brother, Lin Mo could hardly decline her modest request. Thus, to avoid the pangs of conscience for unjustly benefiting from the Holy Sun Order, you agreed to protect your unfortunate senior sister from such a formidable foe? Upon hearing this, Xia's face was awash with astonishment as she perceived her brother's experiences increasingly resembling those of a protagonist in a novel. Indeed, alas, who can blame me for being a person of conscience? Lin Mo shrugged, responding with a sense of resignation. Come on, brother. I know you too well. You must have taken a liking to that beautiful senior sister of yours, haven't you? Let me guess, is her figure stunning? Not only does she possess captivating long legs, but she is also incredibly generous. Coupled with her kind nature, even I, as a girl, find myself moved. It would be quite strange if you remained unmoved. Xianxia wore an expression that suggested she had seen through him, leaving Lin Mo speechless. To be fair, Su Qinghan's beauty was indeed beyond reproach, and her physique was certainly generous. Moreover, her gentle and pure disposition made it hard for any normal man not to be swayed. However, Lin Mo had never been one to let his lower head rule his upper in his previous life, and upon arriving in this fantastical world, this tendency to seek stability was only heightened. The choice between life and beauty was no dilemma for him. It was not even a question to ponder. Yet this situation was evidently different. That Holy Sun Order held profound significance for him, and taking advantage of it would only lead to a fracture in his mentality, thus compelling him to accept this entanglement of fate. However, had he resolutely declined at that moment, even if he had managed to acquire the Holy Sun Order for free, Si Kanyang would not have entrusted him with the treasured remnants of the unyielding dominant scripture, would he? One can only say that every sip and peck is predestined. Were you wandering in thought, you girl? The forces pursuing Su Qinghan are exceedingly terrifying. Your brother is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Even with the backing of the nation, I dare not be so reckless. Lin Mo could not help but retort. True enough, brother. After all, you are quite the coward. You were once terrified of dying from a single sting from a little bee, so it is indeed improbable for you to act so bravely. Xianxia acknowledged with a serious expression and a nod. Lin Mo's face darkened further. Damn, was that a little bee? It was a fearsome hornet. Is this truly my dear sister? Why does she always take pleasure in mocking me? Oh, dear brother, if we speak of it this way, your beautiful senior sister must be utterly devoted to you by now. Is it possible that she is overwhelmed with emotion? As I prepare to cleanse myself and adorn with fragrance this evening, I shall hasten to your abode and plunge into your cozy bed, offering myself entirely to you. My dear brother, do get ready. Your fortune is about to unfold. Xianxia suddenly displayed a mischievous smirk, leaving Lin Mo visibly exasperated. You little rascal, maintain some decorum. What do you mean by offering oneself? Things cannot escalate so swiftly. It should at least take a month or two. How infuriating. I've been dragged into your antics. Lin Mo pressed his hand to his forehead, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Ah, brother, you must admit you harbor feelings for the beautiful senior, do you not? Moreover, as for offering oneself, that is merely a matter of time. I am eagerly anticipating the arrival of my nieces and nephews. Xianxia was certain that her brother would end up with the enchanting senior. Lin Mo, however, had no intention of defending himself any further. The more he protested, the worse it would become. He decided to let it be. Brother, why the silence? Very well, let us discuss something of substance. Satisfied with having rendered her brother speechless, Xia's expression shifted to one of seriousness, completely shedding her earlier playful demeanor. Brother, let us be honest. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel is indeed quite gallant. But do you truly possess the confidence to confront the impending crisis? She was genuinely concerned about the challenges her brother was about to face, especially considering that their adversaries were audacious enough to pursue even the members of the top factions of the Xianxia realm. If I can successfully enter the sacred land of Yangyang, then it should not pose a significant problem. However, the prerequisites for entering the sacred land are cultivation and physique. One must reach the Yuanying stage, which I still lack considerably. As for physique, I am uncertain, but I likely fall short there as well. Therefore, dear sister, we must devise a way to galvanize the forces of the great Xia. Otherwise, I fear the path ahead may be perilous. Witnessing Lin Xia's serious demeanor, Lin Mo too adopted a grave expression. His confidence in making promises stemmed from the support of the great Xia. If they could significantly expedite the progress of the Tao ancestor plan within a short time frame, then this crisis would be manageable. If not, the risks would be considerable. Should the dangers prove to be overwhelming, he would prefer to return the Shenyang order rather than wade into this murky water. At worst, he could wait countless years until he became truly invincible, and then seek a way to revive his beloved master and senior. Rest assured, brother, leave this matter in my hands. Those techniques that harness the power of the sun for cultivation, our great uncle and the others surely understand their significance. We will exhaust every effort to secure them for you. Lin Xia recognized the importance of this endeavor and was resolute in her commitment to see it through. By the way, dear sister, how is the progress of the alchemy plan? Have any of those in your circle begun to grasp the fundamentals of alchemical knowledge? Lin Mo suddenly inquired, shifting the topic. Alas, my dear friend, progress has not been particularly smooth. My grand uncle has assembled a team of elite medical experts, yet they seem unable to comprehend the theoretical underpinnings of the subject matter. This matter has caused Lin Xia considerable distress. The alchemy project, being a crucial component of the Taoist ancestors' plan, was promptly prioritized. Regrettably, after nearly a week, the results have been rather meager. Those esteemed specialists, while they can grasp some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and a bit of alchemical theory, the Western medicine experts are utterly baffled. Despite their relentless scrutiny over the past week, it appears they remain no closer to understanding any of it. Is it truly unexpected? Indeed. For the genuine art of alchemy is undeniably advanced, even for a technological world. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, Lin Mo was not particularly surprised. He had noted during his translation that much of the knowledge concerning alchemy is intricately linked to cultivation, involving numerous intricate principles. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that modern individuals find it incomprehensible. Sister, let us think outside the box. I have a suggestion. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo's mind sparked with an idea. What suggestion? Lin Xia inquired, momentarily taken aback. Each profession has its own specialties. Perhaps we should consult a few Taoists. They should be familiar with the study of alchemy, even if their own practice does not yield the true elixirs of the cultivation realm. There might still be some common ground. Historically, within the great Xia, the Taoist tradition has always embraced the study of alchemy. Although it may differ from the practices in the Xianxia realm, Lin Mo felt that at the very least, those Taoists would likely grasp the concepts of alchemy more swiftly, much quicker than contemporary individuals. They would also find it easier to accept. Hey, brother, you're absolutely right. What a brilliant idea. How did I not think of this? Lin Xia's eyes lit up, realizing this was indeed an excellent suggestion. Well, that is why I'm your brother. Your little brain could use a bit more practice. All right, let us get to work. I'm counting on you now. Oh, and before I forget, I haven't passed on the techniques we acquired this time. Sister, hurry up. Don't waste time. Get to copying. Chapter 40. Oh no. Has the Taoist sect violated a heavenly decree? Have we truly stirred the National Security Agency? In the Great Xia, at Baiyin Temple, Zhang Qingfeng, the president of the Taoist Association, sat with a cup of goji berry tea, his face marred by concern as he scrolled through his phone. On the screen, a particularly glaring headline from a financial news article caught his eye. The compassionate group plans to go public in Hong Kong next year, potentially becoming the first Buddhist concept stock globally. Sighing heavily at this news, Zhang Qingfeng felt as though the goji berries in his cup had lost their sweetness. This is outrageous, utterly unacceptable. That bunch of monks next door is on the verge of transforming the merit box into a POS machine. And now they wish to ring the bell for an IPO? What about our Taoist principles? We strive for tranquility and simplicity. As time drifts on, the impoverished monk mused that he might soon have to take his disciples beneath the overpass to sell protective talismans. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became. He casually opened a Taoist chat group and shared a piece of news, adding a remark. Dear fellow practitioners, I have come to an epiphany. We must evolve with the times and embark on some revenue-generating projects. Perhaps online consecration, AI fortune-telling, or virtual blessings. Let us strive to expand and strengthen our Taoist community. Upon uttering these words, the group fell silent for approximately half a minute, until a timid young monk finally replied, President, last month when you live-streamed talisman crafting, the platform suspended you for 7 days due to alleged feudal superstition. Zhang Qingfeng's expression instantly soured, nearly choking in disbelief. Alas, it seemed that his Taoist sect was destined to remain stagnant. Just as despair settled in, and he contemplated shutting off his phone to escape the reality, a vehement knocking echoed at the office door. Come in, he called. The door swung open to reveal 2 men dressed in plain clothes, tall and imposing, their faces etched with sternness. The formidable aura they exuded made even the seasoned Zhang Qingfeng's heart skip a beat. This was no ordinary encounter. Are you Zhang Qingfeng, the president of the Taoist Association? Inquired the leading man, his voice devoid of any inflection. Indeed I am. And you are? Zhang Qingfeng rose, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Their presence radiated an undeniable authority. We are from the Kunlun team of the Great Xia, the man continued, producing a red-covered identification card from his pocket and briefly displaying it before proceeding. By directive from higher authorities, we require your immediate cooperation. Cooperation? In what capacity? Is this an investigation? Zhang Qingfeng stammered, his mind racing with anxiety. I will certainly comply. Panic flooded his thoughts. Had some indiscreet Taoist been flaunting their practices, drawing unwarranted attention? Or had his previous foray into overseas Taoist forums been discovered? That shouldn't have been possible. As Zhang Qingfeng trembled, desperately conjecturing the reason for their visit, the man spoke again. President Zhang, the higher authorities request that you swiftly gather all Taoist practitioners nationwide who possess profound knowledge of the art of alchemy. The man's words detonated in Zhang Qingfeng's mind like thunder. Alchemy? Are you serious? He stammered in disbelief. Brother, what era are we in? Alchemy today is merely about health supplements or philosophical musings. Who genuinely believes in concocting elixirs of immortality? What is the government planning? Are they intending to eradicate feudal superstition once more, starting with our sect? A sense of impending doom washed over him. Indeed, alchemy, the man reiterated, his tone unyielding. Remember, we require the most exceptional individuals, those with solid theoretical foundations and preferably practical experience. Once the list is compiled, we will conduct a selection process. This is a directive of the highest order. Execute it immediately. Gazing into the emotionless eyes of his counterpart, Zhang Qingfeng swallowed a myriad of questions that lingered at the tip of his tongue. He harbored no doubt that uttering even a single word of dissent could lead him to an unfortunate fate. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, affirming his commitment to fulfill the task at hand. Yes, I assure you I will complete the mission. With a sudden snap to attention, he offered a military salute, only to awkwardly amend it to a respectful bow upon recalling his identity as a Taoist priest. In the ensuing 3 days, the entire Taoist community of the Great Xia was swept up in an unprecedented storm. A directive of the utmost importance, originating from the headquarters of the Taoist Association, was disseminated through various channels to ancient temples nestled deep within the mountains across the nation. Countless Taoist priests, engrossed in their spiritual practices, teachings, or even live broadcasts, received this perplexing yet gravely serious order. As the president of the Taoist Association, Zhang Qingfeng personally made several phone calls to notify his colleagues. On the other end of the line, his old acquaintances were left bewildered. Hello, old Zhang, what on earth is this? The country is seeking alchemists? Are you mad? Or am I? Surely you Haven tea overindulge in health supplements? Qingfeng, we are simple, honest folk. We've never engaged in any illicit activities, have we? Please don't frighten me. My heart isn't robust. I assure you, my knowledge of alchemy is purely theoretical, gleaned from books. Ipusas no genuina habilitas. Mercury and lead are toxic. Has the president been drinking counterfeit liquor? The formulas passed down from my ancestral master were merely for treating diarrhea. Can those even be counted? In response to their myriad of excuses, Zhang Qingfeng delivered a singular, resolute reply. This is a national order. You must come. The consequences of non-compliance are yours to bear. Consequently, despite their confusion, no one dared to neglect the command. A nationwide census of Taoist alchemical experts was swiftly initiated. After thorough vetting, A total of 18 esteemed Taoist elders, whose combined ages exceeded a millennium, including Zhang Qingfeng, were summoned to the capital. They were escorted in a vehicle with completely tinted windows, navigating a labyrinthine route for an extended duration, ultimately arriving at an underground base heavily secured to the point of suffocation. As Zhang Qingfeng and a group of elderly Taoist priests, clad in flowing robes, entered a spacious conference room, a palpable sense of trepidation enveloped them. The room already housed 4 elderly gentlemen seated quietly. Upon laying eyes on these 4 venerable figures, Zhang Qingfeng felt his breath catch in his throat. Although he had only seen them on the news, their iconic visages were unmistakable to him. The National Security for Directors, Thud, a nearly 90-year-old Taoist priest from Wudong, sensing the gravity of the situation, nearly faltered in his stance. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingfeng's thoughts spiraled into despair. What grave transgression had they committed to warrant the presence of these 4 for judgment? All the Taoist priests bowed their heads, rendered silent as if caught in a chilling stillness. The atmosphere in the conference room so quiet that one could hear the sound of their own heartbeat. Esteemed masters, there is no need for trepidation. As the Taoists trembled in apprehension, Qin Ming spoke. His tone was gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I have summoned you today for a matter of great significance, one that pertains to the fate of our nation and the future of the great Xia, requiring your wisdom. The terms national fate and future caused the elder priests to exchange bewildered glances. What connection could a group of hermits, devoted to self-cultivation, have with such weighty matters? Qin Ming did not keep them in suspense. He gestured to his secretary to distribute a document to each Taoist present. Please examine this material. Zhang Qingfeng, trembling hands receiving the document, found it to be merely a stack of ordinary A4 paper. As he focused his gaze, he was struck by the title emblazoned across the top, Overview of Basic Alchemical Theory. His eyelids twitched as he hurriedly read further. Harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as fire, refining the essence of medicinal materials, using one's divine consciousness as a guide, harmonizing the forces of yin and yang, and the 5 elements to condense the medicinal power matrix. For anything below a second-grade elixir, such rigor was unnecessary. However, for anything above, one must emphasize the resonance between spiritual energy and medicinal power patterns. After reading just a few lines, Zhang Qingfeng felt as though his worldview was being ground into the earth beneath him. Each word was familiar, yet together they formed a script seemingly from another realm. What was this medicinal power matrix? What were medicinal power patterns? Where had the state procured such unconventional materials? Surely this was too far-fetched. The elder Taoist found his lips turning pale, deeply shaken. Director Qin, forgive my ignorance, but this theory is utterly unprecedented. It is nothing short of fantastical. Indeed, this surpasses our understanding of alchemy. The conference room erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, each elder's face etched with shock and confusion. They could comprehend the contents. Yet it was precisely this understanding that illuminated the vast chasm between what they knew of alchemical arts and what was presented before them. Qin Ming listened intently, his expression unchanging. His gaze drifted to a corner where an elderly Taoist priest, the oldest among them, remained silent. This venerable figure, hailing from Longwu Mountain and known as Xianxia, had reached the remarkable age of 102, a living relic of the Taoist tradition. In that moment, Xianxia was fixated on the document in his hands, his frail body trembling slightly, yet a newfound brilliance ignited within his murky eyes. Master Xianxia, Qin Ming spoke softly. Have you discerned something? At his words, all eyes turned to the ancient priest. Xianxia did not respond verbally. Instead, he extended a quivering hand, pointing to the contents of the document, his lips moving as he murmured in a voice that bordered on a dreamlike reverie. Marvelous, truly ineffable. This method may indeed be capable of refining an elixir. Chapter 41. The challenges faced in promoting universal cultivation. Paving the way in advance, the modified exercise for body refinement. The 18 venerable Taoist priests with graying beards were respectfully escorted from the conference room. Along the way, Zhang Qingfeng, trembling with excitement, turned to his fellow practitioners and exclaimed, Esteemed friends, I have attained enlightenment. Our revered ancestor has manifested. The nation calls upon us to concoct elixirs, and they are indeed genuine treasures. The resurgence of the Taoist sect begins today. Those financial monks next door have ultimately confined themselves to a narrow perspective. Upon hearing these words, The group of exhilarated Taoists erupted in jubilation. The president is magnificent. We have directly entered the core project team of the nation. They laughed heartily. I always said in critical moments we must rely on our Taoist teachings. Tranquility and non-action is the true path. I can already envision how history will document our achievements a century from now. The old priests glowed with vitality, seemingly foreseeing a radiant future where the Taoist sect surpasses the Buddhist sect, reclaiming its peak glory. They harbored not a shred of resentment towards the impending underground endeavors, but rather, each one appeared invigorated as if fueled by enthusiasm. However, once the Taoists departed, the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense once again. Let us discuss. If we were to initiate a universal cultivation plan now, supported by financial subsidies, could the nation sustain it? Xianxia's face contorted into an expression more sorrowful than tears. It is virtually impossible. Our country's population is too vast, and the expenses would be astronomical. More critically, based on the consumption of the Kunlun team, the medicinal materials required for cultivation cannot keep pace with our current reserves. Xianxia, known for his impatience, slammed his hand on the table and declared, "What shall we do? We cannot simply stand idly by. Comrade Lin Mo cannot wait, unless the yield of those medicinal materials could multiply several hundredfold overnight. As simple as growing cabbage, there seemed to be no viable solution." Xianxia spread his hands, a look of helplessness upon his face. The conference room fell into silence. The materials required for body refinement are each costly and have lengthy growth cycles. It is implausible to simply increase production on demand. At that moment, Xianxia broke the silence and promptly convened the nation's foremost agricultural scientists to form a specialized task force. He urged them to set aside all current projects and devote their efforts entirely to improving those medicinal materials, shortening growth cycles, and enhancing both yield and potency. Xianxia furrowed his brow. That is a distant solution, not one that quenches our immediate thirst. Then let us begin with the military. Xianxia's voice rang out resolutely. Our great Xia boasts 1,000,000 strong soldiers, both in spirit and physique. Let us allocate all resources to them first. With 1,000,000 body refinement practitioners, I refuse to believe we cannot significantly elevate Comrade Lin Mo's prowess. I concur, Qin Ming nodded. One cannot achieve a great endeavor in a single bite. We must prioritize the military before the populace, progressing cautiously. Once the Agricultural Science Academy yields results, we can then disseminate knowledge to the entire nation. Indeed, sound reasoning. Xianxia agreed, yet he posed a new question. Even so, we must prepare in advance for universal dissemination. You are all aware of the difficulty of the foundational body refinement exercises. For the average individual, this is undoubtedly a discouraging endeavor. Upon hearing this, Xianxia nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in the statement. Indeed, today's youth struggle even with an 800-meter run. To thrust them into such rigorous practice would likely land them collectively in the ICU. We cannot afford to be hindered by this obstacle when the plan is formally implemented. This is, without a doubt, a significant issue that demands resolution. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia tentatively suggested, "Why not consult with our dear Yu? Perhaps she could simplify and adapt that intricate and challenging body conditioning routine into a set of calisthenics, which could then be promoted nationwide." This approach would not only enhance physical fitness and improve the national physique, but also familiarize them with the foundational movements required for future formal training, effectively serving two purposes. A splendid idea. Xianxia's eyes sparkled. Let us proceed with this plan. Summon Xiaoyu. Before long, the bewildered Lin Xia was summoned to the conference room. Calisthenics? Listening to the grandfather's proposal, Lin Xia widened her eyes, questioning her auditory faculties. Are you serious, gentlemen? Aside from primary and middle school students, who engages in such activities these days? Young lady, do not concern yourself with who participates. Xianxia, wearing an expression that conveyed youthful ignorance, leaned in closer, inquiring if there were any technical issues. Simplifying the movements while preserving the core techniques is certainly feasible, Lin Xia mused, but I fear it may not gain traction. People might find it awkward. Fear not, Xianxia assured her confidently. We will handle the promotion. Your task is merely to create it. It should be simple and accessible for all ages while maximizing effectiveness. Seeing the eager anticipation in the eyes of the four men, Lin Xia felt reluctant to decline. Moreover, She understood that their motivations were rooted in their desire to advance the collective training of the populace for the sake of their own kin. Thus, she agreed without hesitation. Very well, I shall take this upon myself. Noticing their urgency, I will begin my research immediately. And so, Xianxia immersed herself in the unprecedented task of transforming the body conditioning regimen into a modified calisthenics routine. Time flew by, and soon, 2 days later, a significant news report surged to the top of trending platforms. Daxia official media, to enhance the physical fitness of citizens and meet the challenges of the new era. Daxia officially launches the first-generation national citizen calisthenics. Daxia is soaring, encouraging the populace to engage enthusiastically in learning. Instantly, the entire internet erupted with excitement. Chapter 42. The mysterious calisthenics sweeps Daxia. Eagle sauce. What on earth are they doing? As the news broke, the online realm transformed into a joyous sea. The topic of Daxia is soaring calisthenics skyrocketed to the top of the trending list at a meteoric pace, accompanied by a bright red explosion emoji. In the comments section, various experts showcase their skills. Daxia is soaring? The very name makes me chuckle. Why not call it the air calls? It feels like a renaissance of sorts. My grandfather's creations hardly bear such rustic names. A wistful return to the 1980s? Thank you for the invitation. While at my desk, I stumbled upon this and laughed too heartily, much to my employer's chagrin. Now, I find myself penning an apology. As for the higher-ups, perhaps your boss is secretly chuckling too. By the way, who conceived this choreography? Is it meant to evoke the image of a great bird soaring? To me, it resembles a chick pecking at grains. I have downloaded it. Prepare to practice with my girlfriend tonight, aiming for a touch of romance. How delightful that would be. In no time, a plethora of humorous edits and comedic imitation videos flooded the internet, as netizens expressed their fond greetings to this newly unveiled, contemporary calisthenics routine. However, the joy of the online community was short-lived. The following day, an official directive was disseminated to all governmental institutions, schools, and enterprises across the nation. The crux of the message was straightforward yet severe. Promote the Daxia in flight calisthenics, incorporating it into annual performance evaluations with penalties for noncompliance. Instantly, the online sentiment shifted dramatically. I retract my previous statements. This routine is indeed imbued with vigor and grace, embodying the uplifting spirit of our people. I am at my wit's end. Our company has mandated that every morning at 9 o'clock, all employees must gather in the plaza for collective exercises, with the administration recording it on mobile devices. Those who dare to slack off should brace for optimization. Help! Our university has transformed morning exercises into this routine as well, with our instructor personally supervising, stricter than monitoring for cheating. Mockery has turned into lamentation. The ocean of joy evaporated overnight, leaving only an endless sea of despair. Just as public discontent peaked, the official counteroffensive commenced. First, the nation's most popular young celebrities began posting videos of themselves performing the exercises on their social media accounts. Although the movements appeared somewhat awkward, the enthusiasm of their fans was undeniable. How handsome he is, even doing calisthenics with such charm. Oh my, I've got the same routine as my wife. I shall commence practice today. Following this, primetime slots on major television networks began airing expert interviews in a loop. An esteemed, silver-haired academic appeared on screen, earnestly declaring, through our team's meticulous calculations and analyses, each movement of the Daxia and flight routine can effectively stimulate deep muscle groups, enhance blood circulation, and with consistent practice, significantly improve the suboptimal health of our citizens. Particularly for the youth, regular engagement not only fosters skeletal development, but also boosts cognitive activity, making learning more efficient. The experts spoke with such authority, inundating viewers with an array of jargon that left many in a daze. Yet, the true spectacle that left everyone agape followed in the news, as even the national security personnel took the lead in performing this calisthenics routine, exhibiting such earnest expressions and impeccable form. The imagery was nothing short of striking. Wait, is this real? Am I seeing things? Is that Director Chin among them? Goodness gracious! I find myself utterly bewildered, yet profoundly astonished. The fact that these individuals are personally leading the exercises raises the question. Could this gymnastics be some form of mystical art? I too wish to partake. With the fervent promotion from the authorities, the atmosphere surrounding gymnastics gradually began to shift. Many have noticed that by committing to a daily practice, their bodies seem to feel significantly lighter, Brothers, this is indeed remarkable. After years of suffering from cervical spondylosis, merely half a month of exercises has rendered my pain nearly non-existent. Indeed, my mother, who has hypertension, has been joining me daily, and just yesterday, her blood pressure showed a remarkable decrease. Previously, running 1,000 meters felt like a Herculean task, yet now ascending 5 flights of stairs feels effortless. This exercise truly possesses something extraordinary. As the initial group began to relish the benefits, the principle of what is delightful becomes widely embraced began to take hold. An increasing number of individuals transitioned from a passive approach to an enthusiastic engagement in practice. Just as the public's enthusiasm was kindled, the authorities seized the opportunity to release a brand new instructional video across the internet. The video opens with sweeping aerial shots, accompanied by stirring and majestic music, a far cry from the monotonous tunes of the past. The camera zooms in on 200 members of the Kunlun squad, clad in black combat uniforms, standing statuesque in a vast training ground. Each individual exudes a formidable presence, their breaths deep and steady. As the music builds, the 200 move in perfect unison, each motion bursting with explosive power. Simple stretching exercises take on the force of earth-shattering might, each leap seemingly capable of fracturing the ground beneath them. This is no longer gymnastics, it is a war dance. The viewers at the forefront of the video are rendered speechless, and after a brief moment of silence, the comments section erupts. What on earth is this? Is this truly a form of gymnastics? You dare to call this gymnastics? It's utterly spectacular. Look at those muscles. That sense of power. I'm filled with adrenaline and want to rush downstairs to perform a set right now. This is the dawn of a new era for Xianxia. The previous celebrity versions were nothing but child's play. Leading this assembly of formidable men is a young woman clad in a white training outfit, who becomes the most captivating figure in the video. Although slender, her movements are precise, each gesture imbued with an indescribable rhythm and grace. Sunlight bathes her, as if bestowing upon her a divine radiance. Her already pure and charming visage, transformed through her training, exudes an ethereal quality that is breathtaking. Who is this enchanting instructor? Within 3 minutes, I demand her entire biography. Oh, mother, I believe I've fallen in love. For her, I would gladly perform the exercises 10 times a day. No, 20 times. What celestial beauty is this? She seems to have stepped straight from the pages of a painting. I implore the authorities to grant her an account. We are ready to support her in any endeavor. Thus, Lin Mo, completely unguarded, swiftly ascends to fame on the internet, garnering her first wave of admirers and earning the affectionate title of gymnastics fairy from netizens. In Xianxia City, within a certain community, after director Wang of the police station turned off his phone, his expression became intricate. While others may be oblivious, he was acutely aware. The girl who once punched a hole through a load-bearing wall in his office had now become the national leader of the calisthenics program. The implications of this transformation were unmistakable. This exercise regimen undoubtedly paved the way for national fitness. With this thought, he could no longer remain seated. He dashed towards his son, who was engrossed in an animated series, and his wife, who was applying a facial mask. Stop watching. Everyone get up. It's time for exercise. What? Dad, we already exercised today. His son looked utterly bewildered. What do you mean by exercise? That was just slacking off. From this moment on, 10 repetitions every day. Miss even one, and you won't eat. Wang's tone left no room for dissent. His wife removed her facial mask, equally perplexed. Old Wang, what's gotten into you? Did the unit issue new directives? Wang could not explain. A confidentiality agreement weighed heavily on him, and revealing even a fragment of information would be treasonous. He took a deep breath and spoke with the utmost sincerity. Trust me. Trust the nation. This is immensely beneficial for us. Practice. Train to the limit. Seeing her husband's unprecedented seriousness, though filled with questions, Wang An's wife chose to believe him. Thus, the three of them commenced an intense training session in the living room. Meanwhile, in the White Eagle Federation, the Grand Leader sat behind a large desk, his gaze somberly fixed on a world map, contemplating how to further solidify the Federation's global dominance. Knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon urgently. Kumin, the Grand Leader called out impatiently. A blonde secretary hurried in, clutching a folder, her forehead glistening with perspiration. Sir, urgent matters, she said, placing the folder on the desk. Her voice taut. We have just compiled some recent intelligence regarding Xianxia, and one particular point has left our intelligence agency baffled. Hearing this, The Grand Leader lazily glanced at the folder and flipped it open. What nonsense is this? Have they constructed another aircraft carrier or unveiled an even more terrifying donquai? The secretary swallowed hard, leaning slightly forward and lowering her voice. No, sir, neither. It is even more bizarre. They are mobilizing all 1.4 billion citizens to perform a set of calisthenics. Chapter 43. Can practicing calisthenics transform one into a superhuman? Calisthenics? The Grand Leader gripped the document tightly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes, feeling his authority had been challenged. He slammed the document onto the desk, his expression dark and foreboding. Is this it? You spent hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars for this? 1.4 billion people collectively waving their arms and legs? Huh, what a monumental joke. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the secretary's forehead as he cautiously adjusted his glasses. Commander, he began. The analysts from the intelligence agency believe this situation is rather extraordinary. Such a large scale, compulsory nationwide mobilization must be driven by a profound strategic intent that we have yet to comprehend. Intent? What sort of intent could there possibly be? The Supreme Commander of the White Eagle threw the documents back onto the desk with a scoff. The only intent is that they have finally realized how frail their citizens truly are. Look at the citizens of our White Eagle Federation. Each one is robust and towering, either lifting weights in the gym or engaging in extreme sports outdoors. What about them? At most, they perform some ridiculous square dance in the park. The secretary hesitated, attempting to make his case. However, Commander, according to our informants, those who persist in this exercise regimen are indeed experiencing an unscientific improvement in their physical fitness. Unscientific? The Supreme Commander interrupted him, rising and strolling to the window with his hands clasped behind his back. The most unscientific thing in this world is that you dare to suggest how I should conduct my affairs. Do you truly believe that by practicing some calisthenics, they can transform themselves into superhumans? Spare me the jest. The secretary opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the logic was utterly unfounded. Well then, are you the commander or am I? The Supreme Commander of the White Eagle said impatiently, waving his hand. Such trivial matters need not occupy my precious time in the future. I have far more important tasks at hand, such as restoring the greatness of the White Eagle Federation. Now be gone. The secretary, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, retreated with his folder in a dejected manner. The office fell silent once more, and the Supreme Commander picked up his phone, deftly navigating to a social media platform, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His fingers danced across the screen as he quickly composed a new post. I hear that a mysterious Eastern nation is undertaking a grand nationwide exercise with 1.4 billion people exercising together. How amusing. Perhaps this is their method of maintaining public health? Let's applaud their efforts. This sardonic tweet, once posted, immediately ignited a firestorm across the international web. Netizens from the White Eagle Federation seem to have found a new source of amusement, as various parody videos and memes spread like wildfire. Some edited together footage of the Great Xia's calisthenics alongside videos of their own governors flexing their muscles, accompanied by comical music. Others took to the Great Xia's social media, inundating it with a barrage of mocking comments. Oh my gosh, is this the legendary martial arts? It seems less vigorous than my grandmother's rehabilitation exercises. My goodness, are they imitating some kind of bird courtship with those grand gestures? We play football, while they play in the mud. We build muscle, and they do gymnastics. Hilarious, seeing the audacity of the White Eagle Federation to mock them. The netizens of Great Xia were not to be trifled with. An international online spat over the calisthenics erupted instantaneously. Laughable. We do some exercises, and you all are so concerned. How fearful must you be? They are anxious indeed. Watching us improve, certain nations can only stomp their feet in frustration, resorting to keyboard warfare. Enough of the mockery. Instead of wasting time here, why not attend to your freely soaring peanuts? Should misfortune befall you, do not lament bitterly. The online uproar is deafening, yet the upper echelons of the Great Xia remain unfazed, as if these tempestuous debates are mere figments of imagination. They are preoccupied with far more pressing matters. Enormous orders are surreptitiously funneled through various disguised commercial channels, flowing from the Great Xia to herbal markets around the globe. What? A mysterious buyer has cleared out the stock of blood dragon vines in South America, paid in full in cash. European ginseng has been completely acquired. The buyer is rumored to hail from the Great Xia, with but one demand: procure as much as possible. Our company has just received a substantial order, specifying the acquisition of all aged mountain ginseng in our warehouse, an exorbitant price that seems almost charitable. Global herbal suppliers are in a frenzy. They cannot fathom the intentions of these suddenly emerging buyers from the Great Xia. Yet this does not prevent them from weeping tears of joy as they amass wealth beyond their wildest dreams. Countless precious herbs are dispatched from all corners of the world, converging through various maritime, aerial, and terrestrial routes, ultimately gathering in a hidden underground base within the capital. Meanwhile, in a special training chamber within the base, Xianxia sits cross-legged, surrounded by a layer of faint golden energy. This energy is remarkably sharp, slicing through the air with a delicate hissing sound. Before her, an A4 notebook flips rapidly, containing the profound secrets of the Earth-level supreme cultivation technique, Gongjin Liakongju. The intricacies of this technique far exceed those of the mystic-level methods she previously practiced. However, for Lin Mo, whose cultivation talent and comprehension are nothing short of extraordinary, the so-called difficulty is non-existent. Suddenly, Xianxia exhales a breath of turbid air, which shoots forth like an arrow, leaving a faint white mark on the alloy wall ahead. She opens her eyes, and a brilliant golden light fleetingly glimmers within her pupils. She has reached the 9th level of qi refinement, achieving perfection. In just a few short days, she has not only fully comprehended this Earth-level supreme technique, but has also ascended directly to the pinnacle of qi refinement. Gongjin Liakongju is indeed formidable. The spiritual energy within her carries an indomitable sharpness. Lin Mo rises, stretching her limbs and savoring the surging power within. She approaches the weapon rack in the center of the room and picks up a silver-white alloy longsword. With the technique perfected, it is time to practice the accompanying swordplay. Indeed, this cultivation method is thoughtfully paired with a complementary sword technique named Liakong Sanjian, also of Earth-level supremacy. Lin Mo closes her eyes, and the first form of the sword technique materializes in her mind. First form, Xianxia. The sword energy erupts like spring thunder, resonating in silence, striking swiftly and with unparalleled velocity. In the next moment, she suddenly opens her eyes, her wrist flicking. Buzz! A nearly imperceptible, slender sword energy was unleashed in an instant, surpassing the limits of the naked eye's perception. At the opposite end of the training chamber, a specialized steel target used for testing power silently bore a pinhole-sized puncture. Quite impressive. It seems I possess a remarkable talent for becoming a sword immortal. Lin Mo gazed at her masterpiece, nodding in satisfaction. The essence of this strike lay in its swiftness and concealment, striking without a trace. She felt that executing it was not particularly challenging for her. Taking a deep breath, she commenced the practice of her second technique, chasing lightning. The sword light flickered like electricity, traversing the intangible, with an unpredictable trajectory that rendered it nearly impossible to defend against. Her figure within the training room instantaneously became blurred. Waves of golden, electric sword energy flashed around her, each flicker accompanied by a remarkably precise slash. The room resonated with the dense sound of air being torn apart, as if dozens of her were simultaneously wielding their swords. When she finally regained her stance, the metallic walls surrounding her were etched with crisscrossing, terrifying sword marks. This technique was suited for group battles or for disorienting opponents. Lin Mo murmured, feeling her understanding of the sword play deepen yet again. Finally, she positioned the sword horizontally across her chest, channeling her sharp spiritual energy fervently towards the blade. The silver sword gradually became enveloped in a blinding golden radiance, warping the very air around it. Rift in the void, she declared, gathering her golden sword energy to unleash a strike capable of tearing through space. With a fierce cry, Lin Mo exerted all her strength and swung forth this earth-shattering blow. A crescent-shaped golden sword light erupted from the blade, and wherever it passed, the space ahead emitted a deafening hum under the strain, visibly warping with intense distortion. It resembled a mirror about to shatter under a heavy blow. Yet, at a critical moment, Lin Mo's heart raced, and she hastily severed her spiritual energy supply. Abruptly retracting her hand, she realized that if she were to execute this strike, the training room would surely be rendered utterly unserviceable. Chapter 44. The Tai-Bai Sword Intent. A sword that splits mountains. The onlookers were stunned. The golden sword light abruptly dissipated mere centimeters from the wall. the ensuing gust of wind causing the specialized alloy wall to emit a thunderous roar under the strain. Xianxia surveyed the relatively spacious training chamber. Her brow furrowed in concern. This will not do. I cannot fully unleash my potential here. The third move of Rift in the Void emphasizes an unyielding momentum that tears apart everything in its path. Yet, within this underground base, she felt constrained, fearing that a misstep could obliterate this multi-billion-dollar facility. More importantly, she sensed that as her technique operated, the spiritual energy in the surrounding air was becoming increasingly sparse. This underground space was, after all, artificially constructed with a severely limited spiritual energy content. If she remained in such an environment, how could she hope to cultivate effectively? Upon contemplating this, she could no longer remain in place, turning on her heel to exit. Moments later, within the conference room, Xianxia laid bare her troubles before Li Zhanjuan and the other three, who exchanged glances in bewilderment. Are you suggesting that this base currently limits your potential? Zhang Zhenghua asked, perplexed. Indeed, Xianxia affirmed with a nod. The space is too confined, and the spiritual energy is insufficient. I require an expansive, natural setting to practice my swordsmanship, ideally in a desolate mountain range. Li Zhanjuan suddenly thumped his thigh, exclaiming, how could we have overlooked this? Cultivating immortality surely necessitates a celestial realm for optimal results. What folly it is to confine our moon girl to a basement. He immediately turned to his secretary, who was standing by. Quickly investigate. Within 100 kilometers of the capital, locate the most remote, unfrequented mountain. Furthermore, Li Zhanjuan added, notify the military district to initiate a state of heightened alert. Secure a 20-kilometer perimeter around that mountain. No creature shall pass through. He rose with fervor, his face alight with excitement. This girl represented the sole hope for the ascendance of the great Xia. It was not merely a matter of changing her training location. If she desired the stars, they would devise a means to construct a ladder to reach them. In less than half an hour, a formidable convoy of specialized vehicles and armed helicopters escorted Xianxia as it thundered out of the underground base, racing toward an unnamed mountain on the outskirts. Upon disembarking from the vehicle and inhaling the crisp mountain air for the first time, she felt transformed. The atmosphere was suffused with an indescribable sense of well-being. Although still thin, the spiritual energy here was markedly richer compared to the stifling, recycled air of the underground facility. Her internal Gungjin, Laikong Ju, began to operate spontaneously, eagerly drawing in strands of spiritual energy. It dawned upon Xianxia that cultivation indeed could not be separated from the natural world. It seemed imperative to find a renowned mountain to reside in henceforth. Otherwise, remaining in a concrete structure daily might lead to her becoming an iron-clad immortal. With this realization, Xianxia silently committed the matter to memory. Moon girl, how do you find this place? Li Zhanjuan upruka, gesturing toward a small hill approximately 300 to 400 meters high, adorned with lush vegetation, his face beaming with delight. We have cleared a 20-kilometer radius. Feel free to exert yourself. If this is insufficient, we shall find a larger one. This is ample, Xianxia replied, her eyes glimmering as she surveyed the hill. It was the quintessential target for her sword practice. Without further ado, she nodded to the others, leaped forward, and gracefully soared several meters before landing steadily in an open space at the foot of the hill. The 200 members of the Kunlun team swiftly dispersed, establishing a perimeter, their expressions solemn, yet their gazes fixed intently on the young girl in the center. They yearned to witness firsthand the formidable prowess of their instructor. Xianxia took a deep breath and swiftly drew her sword. The moment she invoked Xianxia, a slender, golden sword aura surged forth, leaving an unfathomable pit in a massive boulder 100 meters away. With Chui Dian, her figure transformed into a flurry of afterimages. As countless golden sword energies flickered chaotically against the mountainside, each strike sending forth a cascade of shattered stones and dust. This spectacle left the four observers at a distance with their eyelids twitching in disbelief. Such destructive power. Lu Jianxi adjusted his glasses, feeling as though his worldview had been irrevocably shaken. Li Zhanghua, exhilarated, patted Qin Ming on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Did you see that? If that maneuver were aimed at a tank, what do you suppose would happen?" Qin Ming paused thoughtfully before slowly articulating, "I suspect it would split in two." With a remarkably clean cut, Zhang Zhenghua, upon hearing this, earnestly added, "I believe we must re-evaluate the definition of individual combat capability. Meanwhile, amidst their discussion, Xianxia was wholly absorbed in her swordsmanship. She practiced Liakong Sanjian repeatedly, transitioning from unfamiliarity to proficiency, and from proficiency to perfection. The mountainside bore witness to a plethora of intersecting sword marks. As if it had been subjected to relentless torment, the entire peak diminished in stature. Gradually, Xianxia became oblivious to the sword in her hand, and her own body faded from her awareness. She felt as though she had transformed into a wisp of wind, a beam of light. The sword was no longer merely a tool for executing techniques, but had become an extension of her will. In her mind, the profound essence of Gongjin Liakong Ju coursed through her thoughts like constellations in rapid motion. Sharpness, tearing, and invincibility. These were the quintessence of Gongjin. Yet at this moment, she sensed something beyond mere form. It resembled an ancient poet, intoxicated, who, with a flourish of ink, creates an immortal masterpiece. It transcended technique. It was an outpouring of emotion, a spiritual elevation. Why should her sword not embody this? Why confine herself to rigid techniques? What would transpire when the swiftness of Xianxia merged with the transformation of Chuidian, flowing freely? Suddenly, verses she had memorized in her school days surfaced in her mind. 10 steps to slay a man, 1,000 miles leave no trace. When the deed is done, I brush off my garments and hide my name. Silver saddle shines on a white horse, swift as a shooting star. Tai Bai as a star, is gold, and is poetry. Xianxia murmured these lines unconsciously. She envisioned a swordsman clad in white, atop the celestial realm, raising a cup to invite the moon, dancing with a long sword inebriated. Where the sword light reached, the Milky Way rolled back, and the heavens dimmed. Within that swordsmanship, there were no fixed moves, only boundless grace and grandeur. A flash of enlightenment cleaved through her consciousness like lightning. Buzz! At that moment, the Gongjin spiritual energy surging within her underwent a profound transformation. The originally pure and sharp golden aura now bore an additional layer of luminous clarity akin to moonlight, becoming even more dynamic and profound. The essence of the Tai Bai sword. Enlightenment. The onlookers outside the arena sensed an abrupt transformation in the young girl's demeanor. If she had previously appeared as an extraordinary blade unsheathed, radiating with brilliance, at this moment, she stood akin to a resplendent moon suspended in the heavens, serene, solitary, yet imbued with unparalleled power capable of severing all. The members of the Kunlun team felt their breaths grow labored, as if enveloped by an invisible pressure, their very souls trembling in fear. What is this? Li Zhangguo's pupils constricted, his heart racing. Just as everyone was immobilized by this sudden surge of energy, Xianxia moved. She slowly raised the long sword in her hand. Its tip angled toward the sky. There was no earth-shattering aura, nor dazzling brilliance. She simply waved it casually toward the mountain peak, which she had already reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, as if brushing away the dust from her sleeve. A seemingly inconspicuous yet radiant golden sword light emerged, flying slowly enough for everyone present to discern its trajectory clearly. It traveled in utter silence, devoid of any sound of slicing through the air. However, the moment this sword light made contact with the mountainside, the entire world seemed to be paused. There was no explosion, no rumble. In the frozen expressions of awe and disbelief, the towering mountain, hundreds of meters high, split apart silently from the center. A smooth, mirror-like surface appeared at the mountain's core. After a brief pause of about a second, the upper half of the mountain slowly slid down, collapsing with a thunderous roar, sending plumes of dust into the air. One strike, and the mountain was cleaved. With a faint thud, Xia's petite frame swayed, her long sword propped against the ground, barely preventing her from toppling over. Her complexion was as pale as paper, her internal energy completely drained by that singular strike. Meanwhile, on the distant open ground, whether the battle-hardened Kunlun team or the 4 members accompanying Li Zhanggua, all stood as if paralyzed, collectively petrified. Li Zhangguo's mot, un agape. His cigarette dropping to the ground unnoticed. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. Strike a tank? Such a trivial matter. Does a tank even qualify? Even a carrier could be sliced like a cucumber, couldn't he? Chapter 45. I have trained in swordsmanship for over 30 years. Yet your moment of serendipitous enlightenment surpasses me. The astonishment of Sikong Yang. Amidst the swirling dust, Xianxia gazed at the mountain before her, now forcibly reduced by half. Feeling somewhat dazed, She had merely immersed herself in her sword practice, sensing she had grasped something, and then casually made a sweeping motion. Who could have anticipated that the spectacle would escalate to such grand proportions? She endeavored once more to summon that enigmatic power within her. Yet all she perceived was a profound emptiness in her dantian, accompanied by a wave of feeble, stinging sensations coursing through her meridians. The spiritual energy was entirely depleted. Given the meager concentration of spiritual aura in Blue Star, restoring herself to a state of completeness would likely require no less than 10 to 15 days. How are you? Are you all right? Just as she was engulfed in her distress, several figures, propelled by a gust of wind, rushed towards her. At the forefront was Li Zhanjuan, who steadied her faltering form, his face etched with urgency and concern. Zhang Zhenghua and the others soon gathered around, their gazes flitting between Lin Xie and the distant, mirror-like cliff face, their throats constricting involuntarily. Even now, they trembled in awe from that unparalleled sword strike moments ago. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. Lin Xie waved her hand, her breath somewhat labored. Exhausted? Li Zhanjuan's eyes widened. What exactly transpired with that strike? The momentum was simply indescribable. He found himself at a loss for words. It was a supreme power that seemed capable of cleaving the very heavens, difficult to encapsulate in mere language. Nothing much, just practicing when I suddenly had an epiphany. An epiphany? The corners of the four men's mouths twitched in unison. Is that what you call it? If you were to have a few more such insights, would the entire Blue Star be cleaved in two? Seeing their bewildered expressions, Lin Xie composed her thoughts and continued to elucidate. It's akin to the sudden enlightenment often described in fantasy novels, I suppose. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. While I was honing my sword technique, I became so engrossed that a sudden realization dawned upon me, leading me to grasp something uniquely my own, which I have termed the Tai-Bai sword intent. Tai-Bai sword intent. The four collectively gasped, their bodies freezing in astonishment. Though they were not well versed in cultivation, they possessed enough understanding of the weighty significance of terms like enlightenment and sword intent. Had Lin Xie truly mastered such an elusive concept with such ease? It seemed almost preternatural. Splendid. Truly splendid. Once he regained his composure, Zhang Zhenghua trembled with excitement, his hands shaking. With you and your brother here, it is indeed a great fortune for our great Xia and a blessing for our nation. Li Zhanjuan, however, waved his hand dismissively. Let us not linger on that. We must return to the base immediately. Yu is in a poor state and needs to rest. At his words, the expressions of the other three sharpened, and they hurriedly surrounded Lin Xie, hastening back to the impregnable underground fortress. Meanwhile, in the Zhongshuan Great Realm, at the Xianxia sect, Lin Mo sat cross-legged in his chamber. With his eyes closed, his body underwent a remarkable transformation. Waves of comprehension regarding the Gungjin Liakong Ju surged into his mind, as if he had diligently cultivated for years. The bottleneck of his understanding in the technique appeared fragile, easily shattered like paper. Immediately thereafter, the essence of each technique from the three swords of breaking the void surged forth like a tidal wave, instantaneously absorbed and comprehended by him until perfection was achieved. However, just as he mastered the swiftness of the awakening, the transformation of the lightning, and the dominance of the void, a far grander and more profound insight surged into his consciousness without any forewarning. It was an essence of lofty solitude, chilling clarity, nonchalant grace, and overwhelming power. He envisioned a white-clad sword immortal, reclining amidst the clouds, a single sword illuminating 19 states with its cold radiance. The Tai-Bai sword intent. Lin Mo abruptly opened his eyes, his body rising uncontrollably. His thoughts seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, compelling him to step out of the room and into the courtyard. As he concentrated, a gleaming azure, long sword materialized in his grasp. This sword was a precious low-grade magical artifact, the finest among the three weapons previously bestowed upon him by Xikong Yang. The pure gold spiritual energy within him began to operate frantically in an unprecedented manner, and a cool, radiant glow quietly manifested upon the blade. He made no deliberate movements, simply following the impulse that arose within him, and with a single stroke, he slashed toward the cloudless azure sky. With a hum, a sword light that fused pure sharpness with a radiant clarity soared into the heavens in an instant. Though seemingly not grand in scale, it contained an unparalleled will that commanded the submission of all things. Wherever the sword light traversed, the protective array above the Xianxia sect emitted a piercing wail. with countless array patterns flickering ominously, seemingly on the verge of being torn asunder. In that moment, the entire Xianxia sect was enveloped by this soaring sword intent. All disciples, both inner and outer, who were cultivating at the time, felt a profound tremor in their hearts, as if a sharp blade hovered above them, making even breathing a laborious task. Some stewards attending to their duties halted their actions, gazing in horror toward the sky. In the main hall of the sect, Xianxia, having regained much of his strength, was attending to sect affairs. Yet, when that familiar gold energy surged forth alongside the supreme sword intent, he abruptly rose from his seat, causing the jade slip in his hand to fall to the ground due to the shock to his spirit. This is Lin Mo's aura. But how could this sword intent be possible? His face was etched with astonishment and disbelief. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of light, recklessly flying toward the area of the inner disciples. With a resounding crash, Xianxia landed heavily outside Lin Mo's courtyard, gazing at the figure standing with the sword within, his body trembling uncontrollably. He then rushed forward in a flurry, his voice dry and hoarse. "Why, you have comprehended the sword intent." Lin Mo, regaining his senses, felt tumultuous waves rising within his heart. What was happening? That girl, Xia, I instructed her to fully master the techniques and swordplay. How did she inadvertently help me unlock this tie by sword intent? Is this even part of the technique? One might say, is the path to transcendence not exceedingly boundless? Is there truly no hint of external assistance? After a moment of silence, Lin Mo suppressed the tumult within and regained his composure. He gazed at his astonished master, who was rendered speechless, and humbly remarked, "The disciple's success is merely a stroke of luck. A fleeting moment of inspiration during sword practice led to this insight." Luck? You dare to label this profound comprehension of at least 40% of extraordinary essence as mere fortune? At the utterance of those words, Xianxia's lips twitched violently, and he felt a wave of despair wash over him. He fixed his gaze on Lin Mo, sensing the foundation of his understanding crumbling. Luck? The refinement of this sword intent, the elevation of its essence, surely corresponds to no less than 40%. A full 40%. He had toiled for over 30 years in the sword path, barely scratching the surface of 30%. Had his decades of arduous effort been eclipsed by the serendipitous enlightenment of another? Xianxia felt a heaviness in his chest, nearly choking on the bitterness of his own blood. He suddenly realized that his understanding of this disciple had been woefully superficial. A prodigy? No. This was nothing short of a monster, whose disciple, upon first encountering the sword path, could directly grasp 40% of its essence. Is there no room left for others? Lin Mo remained blissfully unaware of his master's profound dismay, as he himself was still quite unfamiliar with the concept of essence. Thus, he began to earnestly inquire, "Master, what precisely is this essence?" Xianxia took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his astonishment, and commenced imparting knowledge. Essence is the unique power formed when a cultivator integrates their understanding of the great principles of heaven and earth into their martial skills. Whether it be sword intent, fist intent, or blade intent, all adhere to this principle. Essence is categorized into 10 levels. The first to third levels signify a preliminary understanding. The fourth to sixth levels indicate entry into the realm, and the seventh to ninth levels represent mastery. Should one achieve the 10th level, they attain the pinnacle of perfection. A hint of yearning colored Xianxia's voice. Reaching this apex allows for a qualitative transformation of essence, manifesting as momentum. Momentum embodies the nascent form of domain. Once it is summoned, it can wield the forces of heaven and earth to oppress one's adversary. If one perfects their momentum, a minuscule opportunity arises to create a unique divine ability of their own. After absorbing this knowledge, Lin Mo finally grasped the concept of essence with clarity. He had not anticipated that Lin Xia's moment of enlightenment would yield such significant benefits for him. Meanwhile, Xianxia gazed at his disciple with a heart full of emotion. The initial shock gradually replaced by a euphoric thrill. He calculated that with Lin Mo's current foundation-building cultivation, combined with top-tier techniques and swordplay, and bolstered by this astonishing 40% of Tai-Bai sword intent, it would be no mere match for an ordinary Spirit C cultivator. Indeed, even a peak Spirit C practitioner would find it difficult to withstand a single strike. Of course, this presumes the opponent lacks an understanding of essence. Should they possess some form of essence, that would present an entirely different scenario. However, not every extraordinary genius can easily comprehend the essence of the realm. According to Xianxia's understanding, even within the entirety of the Zhonglin domain, those who can grasp such profound concepts are exceedingly rare. With this thought in mind, the complexity and peculiarity that adorned Xianxia's face dissipated, replaced by an extraordinarily radiant smile. Lin Mo is truly a prodigy. The safety of Qinghan is now assured. Chapter 46. The method to rapidly cultivate spiritual herbs? My frugal master has once again acquired gold coins. Soon, Xianxia was sent back by Lin Mo under the pretext of needing to digest his insights. He swiftly returned to his quarters, closed the door, and initiated contact with Xianxia through the system. Sister, you are nothing short of a deity to me. A luminous screen unfurled before him, revealing Xianxia's charming figure. However, in stark contrast to Lin Mo's excitement, the girl in the projection appeared pale, seemingly drained of vitality and utterly lacking in spirit. Instantly, Lin Mo's elation was supplanted by concern. His brow furrowed as he hastily inquired, Sister, what has happened? You look so feeble. Upon hearing her brother's voice, Xianxia was momentarily taken aback before a helpless smile graced her lips. Don't mention it, brother. Earlier, while practicing my swordsmanship, I exerted too much force and inadvertently depleted my spiritual energy. Moreover, I created quite the spectacle. She rubbed her temples and succinctly recounted the incident where, while practicing in the mountains and experiencing a sudden enlightenment, she unintentionally cleaved a mountain with a single stroke of her sword. Lin Mo was utterly bewildered. What? You severed a mountain with one sword strike? Are you serious? You, a mere chi refinement cultivator, managed to split a mountain hundreds of meters high with a casual swing? Are you jesting? This defies all reason. Logically speaking, even with his current foundation establishment cultivation, coupled with 40% of the Taibai's sword intent, he could not possibly cleave a mountain with all his might. As for the sea of spirit realm, Lin Mo suspected that even that was unlikely. Sister, are you certain you aren't exaggerating? A mountain, really? Lin Mo questioned, his skepticism palpable. Even if Xianxia had grasped sword intent, her current cultivation level should not have allowed her to unleash such extraordinary destructive power. There must be some misunderstanding. Why would I deceive you? Xianxia puffed her cheeks in mild frustration. The mountain peak is still bald from the incident. However, it seems I cannot replicate such a powerful strike at the moment. Reflecting on her previous experience, Xianxia added uncertainly, in that fleeting moment of enlightenment, I felt as if I was one with the surrounding world, as though I could harness the power of the environment. All in all, when I swung that sword, I exerted little effort, yet the force was immense, one with nature, harnessing the power of the elements. Upon hearing this explanation, a spark of realization ignited in Lin Mo's mind, instantly recalling the knowledge Xianxia had just imparted to him. I understand now, Lin Mo exclaimed, slapping his thigh. What you experienced was far more than a mere enlightenment of sword intent. In a moment of epiphany, through sheer serendipity, he briefly grasped the power of momentum. At this, he promptly recounted to Xianxia the teachings of Xianxia regarding artistic conception, momentum, and even divine powers. Artistic conception is divided into 10 parts, and when it reaches perfection, it can transform into momentum. Momentum is the embryonic form of a realm, capable of harnessing the forces of heaven and earth. Your state at that moment must have been a brief entry into the threshold of momentum, which allowed you to unleash that world-shattering sword strike with your chi training. Now makes sense. Xianxia suddenly realized, her face lighting up with a proud smile. No wonder I felt invincible at that time. This beautiful maiden is indeed a prodigy in cultivation. Indeed, Lin Mo agreed, nodding earnestly. Your talent is boundless, little sister. TSK, since you have inadvertently touched the threshold of momentum, transforming sword intent into sword momentum in the future should pose no challenge. Lin Mo's tone brimmed with anticipation. Keep it up, little sister, and strive to comprehend sword momentum soon. Rest assured, big brother, when have I ever let you down? Xianxia declared confidently, puffing out her chest before changing the subject. By the way, big brother, it's been a while since we last connected. There are matters I must report to you. She then proceeded to recount a series of significant events that had transpired in the Great Xia over the past few months. From the prioritization of military training to their adaptation of the body forging technique into a nationwide calisthenics program and the enthusiastic public response, even including the mocking derision from the White Eagle Federation online. She shared it all with Lin Mo. Lin Mo listened in astonishment. Goodness, your efficiency is remarkable. Transforming the body forging technique into calisthenics? It seems that Director Qin must have sought out some extraordinary talent. Extraordinary talent? Am I not that very talent? Xianxia proudly lifted her chin, grinning mischievously. The idea actually came from my second uncle, but I was the one who personally adapted it. Now, the citizens of Great Xia call me the calisthenics fairy. Am I not impressive? Lin Mo could only chuckle at her expectant demeanor. By the way, big brother. Xianxia suddenly pouted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. That vile White Eagle Federation had the audacity to ridicule my design calisthenics, claiming the movements resembled those of a clown. They nearly drove me to despair. The White Eagle Federation? Lin Mo paused slightly, the memories of this excessively free-spirited nation becoming somewhat hazy. Are they still behaving in such a manner? Never mind, let them be. Can mere ants comprehend the thoughts of a dragon? In due time, we shall see if they can still laugh. Then Montauk scoffed. With both Xianxia and himself present, the future of Great Xia would encompass the entire Starry Sea. The insignificant White Eagle Federation would soon find themselves devoid of the qualification to even gaze up at them, unworthy of his concern. Now, little sister, let us discuss serious matters. Are there any new challenges regarding the implementation of the Tao Ancestor Plan? Lin Mo shifted the conversation back to the crux of the matter. Some of the older brothers are indeed present. Upon mentioning serious matters, Xia's expression grew solemn. As you are aware, the cultivation of body refinement necessitates a substantial quantity of medicinal materials to yield noticeable progress. However, the supplies of medicinal herbs in the Great Xia are woefully inadequate to support the cultivation of the entire populace. And even provisioning a million-strong army proves to be quite challenging. Although my great-uncle and his associates have urgently sought to procure a batch of herbs globally, it ultimately amounts to little more than a drop in the bucket. The mention of a shortage of medicinal materials caused Lin Mo to furrow his brow. This truly presents a significant dilemma. Regarding the issue of resources, he felt rather helpless, as the system could only transport one item at a time. As for whether he could exploit loopholes using the storage ring, it was evident that his system did not possess such numerous bugs. We have assembled the nation's foremost agricultural experts, hoping to improve the variety of herbs or achieve rapid artificial cultivation. Yet this will require a considerable amount of time. Xianxia sighed. In the short term, we are unlikely to yield results. So, dear brother, do you happen to possess any miraculous spells that can expedite the growth of medicinal herbs? Spells to hasten the growth of herbs? Lin Mo suddenly slapped his thigh, realizing, of course, how did I not think of that? He felt as though he had been enlightened. Sister, leave this matter to me. Lin Mo immediately pledged. You seem rather fatigued. It is paramount that you rest well and restore your spiritual energy. I shall not disturb you further. All right, brother, do take care of yourself. Goodbye. Lin Mo watched as his sister waved her hand to bid farewell, momentarily mistaking it for a video call. He shook his head in amusement, then severed the communication and promptly exited, striding purposefully towards the main hall of the sect. Before long, Lin Mo found himself once again in the presence of Xianxia. Xianxia regarded his recently reunited disciple with a puzzled expression. Lin Mo wasted no time and directly inquired, Master, I wish to ask if there exist any methods within the sect, or from you personally, to rapidly mature spiritual herbs? Methods to hasten the growth of spiritual herbs? Xianxia was taken aback by the question. What do you need to know this for? Just as Lin Mo prepared to concoct an excuse, Xianxia waved his hand dismissively. Ah, never mind. You have your own opportunities and secrets. As your master, I shall refrain from further inquiries. After a moment of contemplation, he elaborated. Indeed, there are methods to hasten the growth of spiritual herbs, but they are typically the privilege of long-established major sections. The disciples of those sects often number in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, consuming vast resources, which necessitates the establishment of their own spiritual fields. Naturally, they have developed corresponding methods for cultivation and maintenance. At this point, Xianxia spread his hands and continued. As for our Xianxia sect, we are merely a small sect with so few members. We can procure the necessary resources externally and thus do not require spiritual fields, nor do we possess such spells. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's flickering hope was instantly extinguished. So, you mean to say there are none within the sect? Indeed, there are none, Xianxia affirmed. Moreover, such spells are considered closely guarded secrets among the major sections. Indeed, The methods of nurturing and cultivating spiritual herbs of varying grades and attributes differ vastly, revealing profound knowledge within. Such complexity? Lin Mo felt somewhat overwhelmed, yet he remained undeterred, pressing on. Master, what if it is merely a matter of ripening some low-grade spiritual herbs, even those of lesser significance? Upon hearing this, Xianxia's expression lightened considerably. That is much simpler. Any book focusing on this aspect of spells would suffice. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with hope. However, Xianxia's subsequent words dashed his excitement. Unfortunately, our sect lacks such functional spells. The scripture pavilion is stocked solely with combat techniques. My expertise lies in swordsmanship. Thus, I am rather uninformed in this regard. As Lin Mo's spirits began to sink again, Xianxia shifted the conversation. Nevertheless, such items are not difficult to procure. The nearby Tianyan City Commerce Guild should have them available for purchase. Allow me to make the trip personally and acquire it for you. With that, Xianxia indeed prepared to depart. Master, wait. Lin Mo hastily stepped forward to stop him. It will be prudent for you to refrain from venturing out. His expression turned serious. Though more than 2 decades have passed and both you and senior sister are safe, it is better to be cautious than to risk the unknown. This minor task should be undertaken by me. Indeed, Lin Mo was reluctant to allow Xianxia to venture outside, fearing that an untimely accident might occur. After all, he was his nominal master who had treated him well, and Lin Mo did not wish for any misfortune to befall him, especially not due to his own actions. Moreover, feeling the stirrings of restlessness, he too yearned to witness the world beyond. Xianxia regarded Lin Mo's concerned expression, momentarily taken aback, his heart warming slightly. He then chuckled softly, shaking his head. Very well, I shall heed your advice. He returned to his seat and retrieved a seemingly ordinary storage ring from his robe, presenting it to Lin Mo. Take this, it contains all my savings from these years, now entrusted to you. I hope it aids you in swiftly elevating your cultivation and achieving a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Lin Mo accepted the ring, instinctively scanning it with his consciousness, only to find himself frozen in astonishment. The ring was filled with a mountain of spiritual stones, radiating a luster and density of spiritual energy far surpassing any inferior grade stones he had previously encountered. Master, what is this? Xianxia explained in a calm tone. Within, there are 10,000 middle-grade spiritual stones and 100 upper-grade spiritual stones. The conversion ratio between these stones is 1 to 100. 1 to 100? Lin Mo swiftly calculated in his mind. 10,000 middle-grade stones equated to 1 million inferior-grade stones, while 100 upper-grade stones also amounted to 1 million inferior-grade stones. In total, that was a staggering 2 million inferior-grade spiritual stones. Good heavens! Such wealth was beyond imaginable. At that moment, he felt increasingly grateful for having such a master, one who was truly invaluable. This was no ordinary mentor. He was akin to an angelic benefactor. Chapter 47, A Surge in Power, Breakthrough to the Spiritual Sea Realm. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Mo swiftly departed with what could be deemed a substantial fortune in spirit stones. He returned to his humble abode, closed the door, and with his fingertips caressing the seemingly ordinary storage ring, he began to deliberate whether to set off immediately. The procurement of materials for the birthing elixir was a matter that should be addressed without delay. After all, the temporal disparity between the two realms loomed large. However, just as he was poised to embark, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Xianxia had mentioned earlier that in order to assist him in rapidly enhancing his abilities, the Great Xia was currently exerting considerable effort to promote cultivation within the military. This signified that within a span of a few days to a fortnight, he would experience a meteoric rise in strength. Presently, his cultivation, bolstered by Xianxia, who was at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, along with the 200 members of the Kunlun squad who had all entered the body refinement realm, had merely reached the second layer of the foundation establishment stage. Although this level of cultivation, coupled with his mastery of 40% of the Tai Bai sword intent and his perfected top-tier earth-grade techniques, rendered him capable of contending with peak spirit sea practitioners, even unleashing his full power would render ordinary peak spirit sea cultivators utterly powerless against him. Nonetheless, Lin Mo was always prudent. After all, while golden core experts were exceedingly rare in the vicinity of the Xianxia sect, their existence could not be entirely dismissed. He needed to possess the confidence to face golden core cultivators without fear, ensuring his peace of mind while venturing forth. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo extinguished the impulse to leave immediately, returning to his room to sit cross-legged and commence his cultivation. Indeed, he maintained a proactive approach to his training. Since attaining perfection in the earth-grade technique, the Gongjin Laikong Ju, his cultivation speed had increased exponentially, becoming remarkably efficient. Thus, it would be illogical to squander the time meant for cultivation. Consequently, Lin Mo cultivated diligently while awaiting the bountiful gifts of strength from the great Xia. Days passed, and finally, on the fourth day, while immersed in his training, Lin Mo felt a subtle shift within his body. He distinctly sensed a steady influx of weak, yet inexhaustible energy materializing within his dantian. This energy was extraordinarily pure, integrating seamlessly into his spiritual power without the need for refinement. His cultivation commenced a smooth and rapid advancement, mid-stage foundation establishment, late stage, and peak. The bottlenecks were virtually non-existent, easily surmounted. Foundation establishment third layer. Foundation establishment fourth layer. After 2 days, he perceived that his cultivation was in a constant state of growth, and the exhilarating sensation of becoming stronger was intoxicating. Another day passed, and he finally reached a critical juncture, the peak of foundation establishment ninth layer. Yet, the surging influx of power showed no signs of waning. Rather, it intensified. His liquid spiritual power within the dantian had reached its brim, causing waves of discomfort in his meridians. After a brief moment, Lin Mo felt a surge of spirit as he sensed the barrier leading to a higher realm beginning to loosen. With a thunderous roar, the ocean of spiritual power within him erupted, and on the foundation of his cultivation platform, all the liquid spiritual energy began to whirl violently, forming a colossal vortex that ultimately collapsed into a singular point, condensing. The Spirit Sea realm achieved the qualitative change in spiritual energy ushered in a transformative upheaval. Yet the torrent of enhancing power did not cease, propelling his cultivation to new heights. The first layer of the Spirit Sea, the second layer, the third layer. When his realm stabilized at the third layer of the Spirit Sea, the magnitude of that power finally began to diminish, settling into a gentle flow that continuously nourished his spiritual sea. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, feeling the vast spiritual energy within him surging like a mighty river. A mixture of excitement and reflection swelling in his heart. In just half a month, he had ascended from a struggling body refinement disciple at the bottom of the sect to a formidable Spirit Sea cultivator, now qualified to serve as an elder. And his true strength was formidable enough to challenge even the Golden Core. The magnitude of this transformation was beyond mere upheaval. Truthfully, he found it somewhat surreal. Yet, the undeniable sensation of immense power did not lie. That surging force affirmed the reality of his situation. After suppressing his exhilaration, Lin Mo swiftly turned his introspection inward. He soon discovered that, in addition to the explosive growth of his spiritual power, his physical strength had also reached an astonishing level. His entire being was brimming with vitality, almost ready to erupt into a fiery tempest, requiring the use of spiritual energy to keep it temporarily contained within. Observing this, he promptly accessed the system interface. National Cultivation Sharing System. Foundation, Blue Star, Great Xia. Agent, Xianxia. Current cultivation enhancement source. Chi refinement 9th layer cultivator, 1. Body refinement 1st layer cultivators, 50, 200, 50,000, and 200 body refinement 1st layer cultivators. This indicated that Great Xia had directly produced a formidable army of 50,000 body refinement cultivators. Lin Mo roughly calculated that the power bestowed upon him from these 50,000 cultivators amounted to an astonishing 18 million pounds. Converting that, it equated to 9,000 tons. This figure far surpassed the threshold required to cultivate the introductory volume of the imperial scripture, Indestructible Dominant Scripture. Good heavens! I am now undeniably akin to a humanoid beast of terror. This enhancement is utterly exhilarating. At last, I can begin to cultivate the introductory volume of the Indestructible Dominant Scripture. Lin Mo felt an overwhelming thrill. The power of this imperial scripture was terrifying beyond imagination. He had long coveted it, and now he finally possessed the qualification to cultivate it. However, before that, he must first address the issue of procuring medicinal herbs. With his current prowess at the third level of the Spirit Sea and in conjunction with the Tai Bai sword intent, He felt utterly fearless, even in the presence of golden core cultivators. It was time to set off for Tianyan City. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo no longer hesitated. He rose to his feet, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. In the next moment, he found himself liberated from the constraints of the ground, slowly ascending into the air. A cultivator at the spirit sea level could indeed traverse the skies. He quickly oriented himself and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Tianyan City. Chapter 48. Arrival at Tianyan City. An unexpected turn of events, Lin Mo's fury. Soaring through the air, his speed was nothing short of exhilarating. After merely 2 hours of swift travel, a grand city gradually came into view. It was evident that this was Tianyan City, considering that the city typically enforced flying restrictions. Lin Mo wisely descended at a considerable distance from the city gates to avoid any unnecessary complications, then proceeded on foot. Upon entering the city gates, the cacophony of voices and the vibrant scenery enveloped him. Remarkably, this was his first visit to Tianyan City, and he was witnessing firsthand what a city in this world truly resembled. Once, before joining the Xianxia sect, he had been an ordinary mortal living in a remote village. The nearest bustling area to that village was merely a commonplace small town. He had visited that town a couple of times, but in terms of scale and vibrancy, it paled in comparison to the magnificent Tianyan City before him. After joining the Xianxia sect, although he had shed his mortal identity, his lack of innate talent had left him struggling, and after 3 years of arduous training, he had only reached the body refinement stage. This level of cultivation was scarcely distinguishable from that of an ordinary person in the outside world. Thus, he had refrained from venturing out freely. Consequently, over the years, he had only heard of Tianyan City's name, but had never set foot in this place until today, when serendipity granted him this opportunity. So this is what a city in a fantastical realm looks like. Impressive indeed. Moreover, it seemed that anyone plucked from the streets possessed some level of cultivation. As Lin Mo strolled along the broad thoroughfare, wide enough for horses to gallop, he eagerly surveyed the bustling crowd and the array of shops lining the streets. He noticed an intriguing phenomenon. Nearly every individual exuded a wave of cultivation energy. However, the majority were body refinement cultivators, with the occasional chi refinement practitioner regarded as a skilled individual. As for foundation establishment cultivators, they were exceedingly rare. He spotted only 2 or 3 during his wanderings. And as for spirit sea cultivators, regrettably, he encountered none. This scenario aptly illustrated that in this region, spirit sea cultivators were indeed considered formidable figures. With this realization, Lin Mo felt a profound sense of assurance. Stability at last. In this city, he was virtually impervious to danger. As a practitioner at the 3rd level of the spirit sea, he could traverse the streets with an ease that left little room for concern. The city bustled with life. Vehicles flowed like a river. Vendors shouted their wares in a vibrant cacophony, reminiscent of the grandeur of the ancient Xianxia dynasty. Suddenly intrigued, Lin Mo decided to abandon his search for any trade guilds. With hands clasped behind his back, he strolled leisurely through the most prosperous streets, savoring the atmosphere. Eventually, he arrived at a resplendently adorned tavern, towering 5 stories high, Tianyan Tower, a name both simple and direct. He stepped inside, and amidst the astonished expressions of the attendants in the hall, he tossed down 10 low-grade spirit stones, requesting a private room by the window on the 2nd floor, along with a selection of the house's signature dishes. Soon, he found himself seated in an elegant chamber, pouring himself a fine wine while indulging in the culinary delights of this world, all the while enjoying the lively scenery below. Although practitioners at the spirit sea level could easily subsist without food, his curiosity had led him to indulge his palate. After all, what is life if not for a touch of enjoyment? Having devoted so much time to his cultivation, a little indulgence could do no harm. Thus, Lin Mo relished this rare moment of relaxation with a contented heart. Meanwhile, across the street at a bun shop, a sudden commotion erupted, drawing a crowd of onlookers. They witnessed a scene unfolding before them. A filthy girl was fiercely protecting a smaller girl in her embrace, the latter trembling in fear. The older girl was desperately comforting her sister while casting a glare filled with hatred at a man before them. The girl's left leg was grotesquely bent, clearly broken by force. The culprit was none other than the burly owner of the bun shop, who wore a sneer on his face. When the girl dared to glare back, the shop owner's irritation flared, and he kicked her already broken leg with brutal force. The girl shuddered violently, stifling a cry of pain through gritted teeth. Stubborn beggar, your spirit is commendable. He sneered. But let us see if you can remain so defiant if I break your other leg. At this, a flicker of fear crossed the girl's eyes. Yet she continued to shield her sister in silence. It was then that someone from the crowd could no longer bear the sight. Xianxia, have some decency. What kind of man takes pleasure in bullying two girls fleeing for their lives? Hearing this, the owner, Xianxia, glared at the onlookers. Bah, these two little wretches have dirty hands and feet. They dare to steal my buns. Is it wrong for me to teach them a lesson? Upon hearing such a twisted distortion of truth, the girl with the broken leg endured excruciating pain and immediately retorted loudly, "We did not steal. It is you who are untrustworthy." Trembling, she continued to shout, "We had agreed that my sister and I would work for a day in exchange for 2 buns. Yet, after completing our labor, not only did you give us nothing, but you also plotted to sell my sister off in secret. You are inhuman." At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The onlookers glanced at Xianxia, and their expressions shifted instantly. They were well aware that he was not a decent individual. His demeanor was arrogant, and he often engaged in coercive dealings. However, they had never anticipated that his malevolence could reach such depths. An uproar of indignation filled the air, with voices rising in protest. "Xianxia, are you even human? Is this what you call humanity?" Witnessing the crowd's outrage, Xianxia displayed no hint of fear. Instead, he cast a dark glare at the assembly. "What I do is none of your business. Who do you think you are, daring to lecture me? Do you want to call my cousin over to throw all of you meddlesome fools into prison?" As these words left his lips, the clamor abruptly ceased, plunging the scene into silence. Xianxia's audacity stemmed from having a cousin in the city guard of Tianyan City. Realizing that the once impassioned crowd had fallen mute, the girl with the broken leg seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. She ceased her protests, gritting her teeth as she struggled to rise on her injured leg, attempting to drag her frightened sister away from this perilous place. However, Xianxia had no intention of letting them go so easily. He forcefully kicked the girl, who had just managed to prop herself up, back down to the ground, a sinister grin plastered across his face. "You think you can steal my buns and just run away? It's not that easy, you filthy beggar. Take a good look at your own worth. Do you think you deserve my buns?" Faced with Xianxia's insults, the girl fell silent, fully aware that no words could alter their fate. She and her sister were mere destitute beggars, their lives as valueless as weeds. No one here truly cared about their existence. Yet, she still wished for her sister to survive. Thus, she relinquished her struggle and began to plead. "Please, spare my sister. She is still so young and clumsy at work. She is of no use to you. I can stay, do whatever you want with me." "Sister, no, don't. He is a bad man. Let's leave together, please." Upon hearing these words, the girl, once paralyzed by fear, finally reacted, her voice trembling as she clutched her sister's garment tightly. The onlookers, witnessing this heartbreaking scene, felt a pang of sympathy in their hearts, yet none dared to intervene. For Xianxia was indeed capable of fabricating baseless charges to imprison them. "Beg me? Ha, what a joke. A filthy beggar thinks he can ask me for mercy?" Xianxia seemed to have heard the most ludicrous of jokes. "Rest assured, once I shatter your legs, I shall sell your sister to the Spring Breeze Pavilion. At that moment, you'll be outside, begging for scraps while your sister lies within, earning money." Ha ha ha. As these words echoed, those around him silently cursed Xianxia, deeming him less than a beast. Meanwhile, Xianxia, amidst the profound silence, approached the two sisters with a sinister grin. In their eyes, he appeared as a demon risen from the depths of hell, instilling in them an overwhelming sense of despair. At last, Xianxia stood before them, disregarding the girl's gaze filled with hatred. He slowly lifted his foot, poised to crush the unblemished leg of the young girl. Witnessing the scene, some compassionate souls nearby could no longer bear it and shut their eyes. The girl was but an ordinary person, while Xianxia was a practitioner of the 5th level of body refinement. It was evident that this blow would reduce her leg to mere pulp. The girl understood this fate all too well, and with a heart full of sorrow, she closed her eyes. "Brother Mo, you were right. The world is filled with wicked souls. Alas, I am powerless, unable to protect my sister. I have disappointed our parents." A stream of tears trickled down her dirt-streaked cheeks, falling upon her younger sister's forehead. This ignited a fierce wave of determination within the little girl. "No, no one can harm my sister. No one can." As she gazed at Xianxia's descending foot, No one noticed the peculiar glint of deep red light flickering in her terrified eyes. An indescribable, formidable power was brewing, seemingly ready to erupt from her frail body at any moment. However, before this force could fully manifest, a tremendous roar erupted from the nearby Tianyan Tower. The deafening sound startled everyone, drawing their attention. They beheld in astonishment as the wall facing the street was reduced to mere powder by an unfathomable force, with chips and bricks scattering in all directions. Once the wall vanished, the astonished patrons within the tavern were revealed. Yet no one focused on them. Instead, their attention was captivated by a figure at the second-floor window. This figure was enveloped in a terrifying aura, visible like smoke, instilling an immense sense of dread in all below. What struck fear into their hearts even more was the figure's grim gaze, which was now directed at them. In an instant, the crowd felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 49. A menacing intent. The terrified lord of Tianyun City. Lin Mo's mood was exceedingly poor, very poor indeed. Just a moment ago, he was relishing a fine drink and savoring delicious delicacies, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. The next moment, the commotion below shattered this serenity. Initially, he had merely intended to observe the unfolding events with a sense of curiosity. Yet, that fleeting glance ignited within him a tempest of seething rage. The vibrant energy within him, which had only just begun to settle, erupted uncontrollably, causing the very walls of the tavern to crumble into dust. Why was he so furious? The answer was painfully simple. On the ground lay two girls huddled together, filthy and engulfed in despair. He recognized them, and not merely recognized. To say they were his kin in this lifetime would not be an exaggeration. At the onset of his journey in this new world, he had been an abandoned infant, rescued and raised by a solitary elder in the village. Following the elder's passing, it was the family of Uncle Lu and Aunt Wu who provided for him, treating him as one of their own. Uncle Lu, a humble hunter, possessed a heart of gold, while Aunt Wu was industrious and nurturing. They had two daughters, Lu Qingyao and Lu Qingyu, who had been his devoted companions since childhood, incessantly calling him Brother Mo with their sweet, melodic voices, evoking memories of his sister back on Blue Star. Unbeknownst to him, he had come to regard these two girls as his own sisters, a source of spiritual solace. Indeed, those days spent in their company constituted his warmest memories in this world. It was only 3 years ago, in pursuit of his cultivation path, that he was compelled to part ways with this cherished family. The images from their farewell remained vividly etched in his mind. Uncle Lu and Aunt Wu had selflessly offered him the majority of their meager savings as travel funds. His two sisters had wept inconsolably, chasing him for what seemed like an eternity. Brother Mo, will you return to see us? They had pleaded. Of course, once I become an immortal, I shall return to take you with me, and you will live a good life. This was the promise he had made to those little girls. He could still picture their tear-streaked faces, adorned with adorable dimples, lighting up at his words. Yet, the harsh reality that followed dealt him a grievous blow. The 3 years at the Xianxia sect subjected him to scorn and hardship, and he found it difficult to even ensure his own survival, forcing him to bury that promise deep within his heart. Now, however, fate had conspired to reunite him with them in such a tragic manner. How could this not incite his wrath? The shards of his memories collided with the harrowing scene before him, intertwining anger and guilt, which swiftly morphed into a chilling intent to kill. He slowly rose, stepping out from the second floor, treading upon the void with deliberate strides towards the street below. This spectacle left all onlookers below in sheer terror. He was soaring through the air, a formidable cultivator of the spirit sea realm. How could such a powerhouse appear here? The crowd gasped, instinctively retreating, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, the owner of the bun shop, Chun Er, was already paralyzed with fear, his trousers soaked in a warm dread. He was not a fool. Upon witnessing the descending figure, his heart ached profoundly as he gazed at the two little beggars on the ground. How could he not realize the magnitude of the trouble he had stirred? It was over, utterly over. An overwhelming dread seized his heart, and the instinct for survival compelled him to speak, to plead for mercy. My lord, please listen to me. But before he could utter his words, an irresistible aura of terror descended from above, striking him with unrelenting force. Crack! His knees shattered instantaneously, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground, the hard stone beneath him fracturing under the impact. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged from his throat. Even breathing became a Herculean task, as he could only watch helplessly as the harbinger of doom approached step by step. Lin Mo paid no heed to Xianxia, who knelt there, not even casting a glance in his direction. He disregarded the fearful gazes surrounding him and walked straight to the two young maidens, slowly crouching down before them. He reached out, intending to brush away the grime from his sister Lu Qingyao's face, yet hesitated, fearing to startle her. His hand lingering in midair. "It's all right now," he tenderly murmured, pouring forth all his gentleness. "I'm sorry for being late." The Lu sisters, Lu Qingyao and Lu Qingyu, were utterly stunned by this sudden turn of events. They stared blankly at the familiar yet slightly alien visage before them, unable to utter a single word. Seeing their dazed expressions only deepened Lin Mo's anguish. With a flicker of his consciousness, a pill radiating vibrant vitality materialized at his fingertips. A Tier 3 healing elixir, the Vitality Pill. This was a precious remedy gifted to him by Su Qinghan, worth its weight in gold. Without a moment's hesitation, he gently placed the pill into Lu Qingyao's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that surged through her limbs and body. To the astonishment of all present, Lu Qingyao's broken left leg began to mend at an observable pace, shattered bones regenerating, wounds healing. Only then did Lin Mo breathe a sigh of relief. He paid no mind to the dirt upon the sisters' forms, lifting the newly restored Lu Qingyao onto his back, then bending down to scoop up the somewhat dazed Lu Qingyu into his embrace. After performing these acts of kindness, he finally turned his gaze toward the culprit who knelt on the ground. Xianxia's legs lay utterly incapacitated beneath the weight of the earlier pressure, and he trembled helplessly on the ground. He longed to beg for mercy, yet the invisible force continued to bind him, rendering him unable even to emit a whimper. Naturally, Lin Mo would not afford him the opportunity to speak. With a mere thought, a sword of pure, solidified metal materialized from thin air, silently cutting through the air. With a sickening thud, both arms were severed at the shoulders, blood gushing forth. Xianxia's expression contorted in agony, terror magnifying within his eyes to an unbearable extent. He finally comprehended the despair that the sisters had felt not long before. No, this was far more desperate, as he beheld the lethal gleam of the sword, poised dangerously before his throat, its tip exuding a chilling aura of death. Xianxia's heart screamed in terror. No, he truly intends to kill me. With every ounce of strength, he struggled in vain, unable even to twitch. Just as the situation seemed utterly dire, a resonant bellow echoed from afar, revitalizing his spirit instantaneously. "Old scoundrel, killing is forbidden within Tianyan City. Cease this at once." To Xianxia, this voice was akin to celestial music. His cousin had arrived. However, Lin Mo remained unfazed, not even raising an eyebrow. The blade shimmered, and in a heartbeat, a noble head soared into the air, spinning before it landed heavily on the ground, the expression still bearing remnants of a narrow escape from death. "Damn it, how dare you?" A burly man, clad in the attire of the city guards, was enraged at the sight of his cousin being slain before his very eyes. He drew his blade and, without hesitation, charged towards Lin Mo, wielding a fierce gust of wind. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Lin Mo continued to hold his sister, unperturbed, not even raising a hand. The sword that had claimed Xianxia's life traced a graceful arc in the air, meeting the descending blade head-on. Clang! A sharp sound echoed as the burly man's weapon shattered into pieces. The sword's momentum remained unyielding, piercing through his body in an instant. The man's forward momentum ceased abruptly. The fury on his face never dissipated before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In his final moments, he could not comprehend why he, a practitioner of the foundational realm, had perished so effortlessly. If only he had witnessed Lin Mo's earlier descent, his confusion would have been alleviated. "Brother Mo, is it truly you? Am I dreaming?" At that moment, Lu Qingyao, who had been on Lin Mo's back, finally regained her senses. She extended a trembling hand, gently caressing Lin Mo's cheek, her voice laced with disbelief. "It is no dream. It is I," Lin Mo replied softly, turning his head to comfort her. "Everything is all right now. I will protect you from now on. Such events shall never transpire again. Enough of this chaos. We must leave," he insisted. "Leave?" A commanding voice interjected. "You dare to commit murder in Tianyan City and expect to depart unscathed? You hold me in contempt." A middle-aged man, resplendent in a brocade robe and emanating a profound aura, arrived just in time. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his words were abruptly cut off, caught in his throat. This was due to an indescribable terror emanating from Lin Mo, a sword intent that erupted with a deafening force. Boom! This power descended with an air of divine authority, enveloping the surrounding area for miles. Above the sky, the winds and clouds shifted ominously, as the clouds were torn asunder into a colossal vortex. An invisible, sharp aura permeated every corner of the realm, pressing down upon the cultivators of Heavenly Cloud City, leaving them gasping for breath. Lin Mo slowly lifted his gaze, his indifferent eyes resting upon the city lord of Heavenly Cloud City. What did you just say? Chapter 50. The heartfelt Xianxia. Predecessor, having just taken a life, will you not cleanse your hands at my lord's mansion before departing? The terrifying sword intent grew ever more intense, firmly locking onto the city lord, Xianxia. Xianxia felt as if he were no longer standing above Heavenly Cloud City, but rather adrift in a tempestuous sea of blades, a solitary boat amidst the storm. With a mere wave from that fearsome tempest, he could be torn to shreds, reduced to nothing but remnants. Is this the legendary sword intent? Goodness, which formidable being has comprehended such power? Moreover, the vastness of this aura is unfathomable. Could be a golden core true person in person. A golden core true person who has grasped sword intent. It's over. How could Heavenly Cloud City provoke such an existence? This is merely a remote, small town, sensing that awe-inspiring sword intent akin to heavenly might. Xiaochuan's throat bobbed as he swallowed nervously. He had rushed here upon sensing an aura within the city that rivaled that of the Spirit Sea realm. Yet, upon arrival, he witnessed Lin Mo committing murder in broad daylight, claiming 2 lives, one of whom was even a member of his own city guard. What a calamity! As a city lord, how could he allow such audacity on his turf? It was tantamount to having his face ground into the dirt. He must strike back fiercely to uphold the dignity of a lord. But who could have anticipated that before he could even complete his threatening declaration, the other party would unleash their full power? Though he held the title of city lord, his own cultivation was merely at the Spirit Sea realm. He had never encountered such a level of confrontation. To speak candidly, locked by that sword intent, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Moreover, the question posed by Lin Mo nearly halted his heart. What to do? Should he choose to confront this boldly, maintaining his lordly dignity, or? Xiaochuan's gaze swept over the crowd of onlookers below, his mind in turmoil. After all, he was the lord of the city. Even if the other truly was a golden core true person, could they not afford him some respect? How could he continue to exist in Heavenly Cloud City thereafter? Perhaps he should attempt to be more assertive. However, this brave thought lingered in his mind for merely a fraction of a second before he decisively extinguished it. For he noticed that the formidable figure before him seemed to twitch slightly in response to his hesitation. This nearly sent Xiaochuan's soul fleeing in terror. Under the shadow of the departed souls, an epiphany struck him, prompting a sudden shift in his discourse. With a tone bordering on obsequiousness, he proclaimed loudly, What I mean is, esteemed senior, you have just taken a life in Tianyan City and are about to depart. Such an act surely honors me too greatly. This cannot be permitted. Xiaochuan's expression was one of utmost sincerity. Having just committed an act of violence, your hands may indeed bear some taint. I, being the lord of Tianyan City, humbly suggest that if you do not find it beneath you, you might accompany me back to the city lord's mansion to cleanse your hands before you leave. As for the 2 individuals on the ground, splendidly executed, truly remarkable. He gestured towards the lifeless bodies, feigning a look of deep sorrow. I have long found these scoundrels intolerable. Even had you not intervened today, I would have sought an excuse to execute them myself in the coming days. Yet, to my astonishment, before I could act, you took the initiative to rid us of this menace. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your righteous intervention. With that, Xiaochuan actually descended from the heavens and, from a considerable distance, bowed deeply to Lin Mo. His expression of profound gratitude left the onlookers nearly agape with astonishment. My goodness, is it not? Esteemed lord of the city? Your rapid transformation of demeanor seems rather excessive. We all remember your fierce approach as you flew over just moments ago. How can one change their face so swiftly? Do you not care for your dignity? This thought flickered through the minds of all present, yet silence reigned. For none dared voice their musings. They understood all too well the reason behind the Lord's sudden humility. It was a matter of survival when faced with the terrifying sword intent capable of stirring the heavens and earth. To defy, it was to court death. The individual before them was truly one who would not hesitate to act violently at the slightest provocation, sparing no words for pleasantries. The two still warm corpses on the ground served as undeniable testament to this reality. Listening to Zhao Chuan's disjointed ramblings, Lin Mo felt a twinge of surprise. Logically, he had anticipated a more drawn-out exchange from Zhao Chuan. Otherwise, he would not have revealed his sword intent so readily. In terms of cultivation, Zhao Chuan was merely at the Spirit Sea realm, making it impossible for him to be a match. However, the identity of his opponent was far from ordinary. The Lord of Tianyan City held a legitimate title conferred by the ancient Spirit Dynasty, representing the dignity of the entire dynasty. The ancient Spirit Dynasty was one of the three foremost powers in the Zhonglin region, vast in territory and abundant in formidable beings. Strictly speaking, even the Xianxia sect fell within its jurisdiction. This foundational knowledge had been gleaned from his prior studies with Xikong. Thus, Lin Mo believed that while Zhao Chuan's strength was lacking, he should not exhibit such cowardice given his backing from the mighty ancient Spirit Dynasty. However, he was unaware that the Golden Core True Man was a figure revered as a guest of honor throughout the ancient Spirit Dynasty. At that moment, Zhao Chuan regarded him as a Golden Core True Man, for he could not fathom Lin Mo's profound cultivation. A Golden Core True Man who had mastered the sword intent was, to him, a terrifying entity that only existed in legends. Coupled with the immense pressure of his precarious existence, it was no wonder he chose to kneel with the speed of light. After all, he was merely a city lord, receiving a meager salary once a month. Was it worth risking his life for such a trivial position? Zhao Chuan was quite convinced of this notion. Having heard tales of obstinate city lords in the dynasty who believed they could act tyrannically under the protection of a great power, only to inadvertently provoke even more formidable beings, leading to their utter annihilation, while the dynasty itself dared not utter a word in their defense. He was now confronted with a similar predicament. Thus, he understood well the path he should choose. Since Zhao Chuan had voluntarily shown weakness, Lin Mo had no intention of truly taking his life. After all, if possible, he did not wish to become an enemy of an entire dynasty just yet. He was still in his developmental stage and preferred to survive as long as he could. Of course, should this city lord of Tianyan truly fail to appreciate the gravity of the situation, Lin Mo would not hesitate to act decisively. He favored a stable approach, but would never allow himself to be trampled upon. That would be akin to becoming a mere shell of a ninja turtle. Therefore, had Zhao Chuan dared to utter even a single defiant word, he would have swiftly made the other party comprehend the sheer terror of a sword cultivator who grasped the sword intent. These two have insulted my sister, and I have killed them on the spot. Do you have any objections? Lin Mo retracted his sword intent, yet his words remained devoid of warmth. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chuan shuddered. What on earth? Insulting the sister of a Golden Core expert? What kind of imbeciles were these two deceased fools? Had they lost their minds? Zhao Chuan was bewildered. He never imagined the truth of the matter would be such. To be honest, he had just arrived and had not grasped what had transpired. But now, hearing Lin Mo speak, he had no doubt a dignified Golden Core True Man would not resort to deceiving him with such matters. Moreover, given that the other party was indeed carrying two young ladies, both in a pitiful state, the credibility of this incident increased manifold. This was outrageous. Enraged, Zhao Chuan wore an expression filled with righteous indignation. Were these two despicable creatures truly so bold as to insult the sister of a senior expert? The senior merely killed them. It was far too lenient. I am absolutely infuriated. I shall rend their bodies to pieces to vent my pent-up resentment. With that, Zhao Chuan unleashed two blasts of energy from afar, obliterating the two corpses into a cloud of flesh and blood. Furthermore, he thoughtfully conjured a barrier of spiritual energy to shield Lin Mo from the splattering gore. As for the nearby onlookers, they were not so fortunate. The stench of blood and minced flesh splattered all over them, yet they dared not utter a word, resigning themselves to their misfortune. Observing Zhao Chuan's eyes, which were reddened with fury, one might mistakenly believe that these two had slain his parents. Lin Mo, however, found himself speechless. He had not anticipated that this lord of the city was such a master of theatrics, albeit rather exaggerated in his performance. Moreover, had it not been for the lord's inability to govern and his indulgence of his subordinates, such a scene would not have transpired. Thus, despite the other's obsequiousness, Lin Mo harbored no favorable sentiments towards him. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Chuan was, in fact, quite wronged himself. He was the newly appointed lord of the ancient spirit dynasty. Having taken office for less than a week, he had yet to fully familiarize himself with the myriad affairs of Tianjin City, let alone comprehend the nature of his subordinates. Consequently, his recent outburst was tinged with personal grievances. After all, it was due to these two imbeciles that he had nearly lost his life in the line of duty within mere days of his appointment. Though he had narrowly escaped death, his reputation had suffered considerably. It was inevitable that news of a new lord bowing and scraping before a golden elixir expert would spread throughout the city by the following day, marking a dismal beginning to his tenure. Chapter 51. The exceptionally considerate Xianxia Chamber of Commerce, an indispensable force not to be overlooked. Disregarding Zhao Chuan's outburst, Lin Mo swiftly departed with the two sisters. Before leaving, he made a remark. "This tavern has been affected by my previous actions. Ensure it is properly repaired." As soon as he spoke, the tavern owner, who had rushed out to witness the spectacle, displayed a look of astonished compliance. He wished to refuse, but, recalling the authority of the one before him, swallowed his words and listened attentively. "Rest assured, esteemed senior, this is a trivial matter. I guarantee that within half a day, the tavern will be restored to its former glory," Zhao Chuan declared, his enthusiasm palpable. Lin Mo merely nodded slightly, shouldering one sister and taking the other by the arm as he departed without further ado. Once Lin Mo's figure disappeared around the corner, Zhao Chuan's expression darkened immediately. He surveyed the onlookers still gathered and spoke in a tone that brooked no dissent. "I expect all of you to keep today's events to yourselves. Is that understood?" The crowd, daunted, nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at grain. "Very well. Furthermore, from this moment forth, should any similar incidents of bullying occur in Tianjin City, you are to report directly to the Lord's residence. I shall not tolerate such behavior." Zhao Chuan's voice shifted, now imbued with undeniable authority. "We shall obey the Lord's commands," came the chorus of agreement. "That's more like it." Upon witnessing the individuals recalling his words, Zhao Chuan felt a sense of relief wash over him, nodding in satisfaction. This incident had profoundly enlightened him regarding the challenges faced by his city lord. Should he neglect his duties, calamity could very well befall him while he remained idle in his manner. Thus, to prevent a recurrence of such occurrences, he resolved to rigorously rectify the myriad of undesirable customs within Tianjin City. His foremost task upon returning would be to thoroughly investigate whether there remained any imbeciles among his subordinates who dared to confront a golden core master. Lin Mo, entirely unaware that his actions today would herald a significant transformation in the ethos of Tianjin City, remained indifferent even if he had known. At this moment, he stood before an opulent door, behind which lay the largest commerce guild in Tianjin City, the Xianxia Guild. After glancing at the guild sign, he did not hesitate to proceed with his two sisters. However, before he could take a step, the grand door swung open on its own, and a figure rushed out from within. "Unaware of your esteemed presence, I deeply apologize for not extending a proper welcome." The newcomer, a middle-aged man emanating a palpable aura of power akin to that of the city lord, addressed Lin Mo with utmost reverence. "Oh, you recognize me?" Lin Mo was taken aback by the man's demeanor. This was his first visit to this establishment, and there was no conceivable way this individual could know him. The events of mere minutes prior should not have spread so swiftly. "Forgive my jest, esteemed senior. In our line of work, information is paramount. I have already learned of your recent outburst in the city. I express my heartfelt regret regarding the plight of the two young ladies. To aid in soothing their spirits, I have prepared a tranquil chamber, awaiting your gracious presence," the guild's supervisor continued, bowing slightly and gesturing for Lin Mo to enter. Lin Mo paused, momentarily taken aback. Setting aside the astonishing speed at which the information had circulated, he had not publicly declared his intent to visit the guild. Yet, they had prepared a room in advance. Was this service not a tad excessive? Were they wagering on his arrival? Or had they merely taken precautions to ensure a favorable impression upon him? The privileges that strength bestows. Indeed, in a fantastical world, all else may be illusory, but only strength holds true. Reflecting on today's events, had I lacked the formidable power to dominate the situation, the outcome would have been entirely different. Fortunately, my prowess exceeds theirs. Such a situation indeed compels these individuals to bow before me. As Lin Mo gazed upon the humble figure of the Chamber of Commerce supervisor, a wave of reflection surged within him. There exists no circumstance more illustrative of the advantages conferred by formidable strength. Without even having articulated my intentions, They are compelled to prepare in advance. This, indeed, epitomizes an undeniable power. Thank you. Your consideration is much appreciated. Please lead the way. Given the courtesy extended, Lin Mo eschewed any pretense and promptly entered alongside his two sisters. Before long, he found himself in a remarkably tranquil and elegant private room. Here, a fragrant bath had been prepared, and within the inner sanctum, a lavish feast awaited. It was evident that the supervisor had not merely been placating him. Everything had been meticulously arranged in advance. With this realization, a smile crept upon his face, and his fondness for the Chamber of Commerce surged significantly. Senior, the esteemed ladies have just emerged from their tribulations and are still in a state of shock. You undoubtedly have much to discuss with them, so I shall take my leave for the time being. Should anything arise, you may simply instruct the maid at the door, and I shall attend to your needs. The supervisor adopted a notably humble demeanor, his words imbued with such eloquence that Lin Mo found no fault to discern. Thank you, Lin Mo replied, reflecting for a moment before producing a mid-grade spirit stone from his pocket, offering it as recompense for the room. Since the supervisor had demonstrated such thoughtfulness, he felt inclined to bestow a token of appreciation. As for whether a single mid-grade spirit stone sufficed, it could only be said that such an expenditure for a mere room was exceedingly extravagant. No, senior, it is merely a trifling assistance. We cannot accept your remuneration. If you find yourself in need of our services in the future, that would truly be our privilege. The clarity of this statement was unmistakable, almost implicitly suggesting that the Xianxia Chamber of Commerce was eager to curry favor with him. Consequently, Lin Mo did not press the matter further and reclaimed the spirit stone. Senior, I shall take my leave now. The supervisor, displaying remarkable tact, exited the room. Within the confines of the chamber, only Lin Mo and his two sisters, Lu Qingyao and Lu Qingyu, remained. Brother Mo, you are so impressive now. Those celestial beings seem to be afraid of you. Throughout their journey, the sisters had remained silent. Yet they had keenly observed everything that transpired. They noted that after 3 years apart, their brother had become somewhat of a stranger to them. Those who had once seemed like legendary figures now trembled before him, and even a casual word from him could induce shivers. This realization ignited an inexplicable sense of anxiety within the sisters. They wondered if their brother, now so powerful, would still recognize them. Two sisters who felt as insignificant as beggars. No matter how formidable I become, I will always be your brother. Qingyao, Qingyu, do not worry. Your brother is here, and from now on, no one shall bully you. Observing the unease in the eyes of the two sisters, Lin Mo enveloped them in his embrace, holding them tightly, much like he did in their childhood days. As they felt the warmth radiating from his chest, the sisters gradually found solace. They understood that even though their brother had grown immensely powerful, transforming into a legendary figure, he remained the tall and warm-hearted brother they cherished in their hearts. Reflecting on this, the sisters instinctively nestled closer to Lin Mo. However, at that moment, it seemed that Lu Qingyao recalled something, her face suddenly flushing slightly as she released Lin Mo. Lu Qingyu, on the other hand, remained snugly wrapped in Lin Mo's embrace. What is it, Qingyao? Lin Mo inquired, puzzled by her downcast demeanor. Brother Mo, we are rather dirty and do not wish to soil your clothes. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyu hurriedly wriggled out of Lin Mo's arms. It's all right. I do not mind such things, Lin Mo replied, feeling a pang of tenderness for the two girls. Brother Mo, we haven't bathed in quite some time. May we take a bath first? Lu Qingyao murmured, shaking her head. Of course, that's no problem. Lin Mo responded promptly, instructing a maid outside the door. Shortly thereafter, several maids arrived to escort the sisters to another room for their cleansing. After approximately half an hour, the sisters emerged, each adorned in a fresh and beautiful dress. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback by their transformed appearance, suddenly realizing that these two girls had blossomed into young ladies, especially Lu Qingyao, who, upon calculation, was nearly 15 years old, far from the little girl she once was. Moreover, the sisters' beauty had flourished remarkably, though their long-standing malnutrition had left them looking pale and emaciated. However, once their nourishment was restored, their allure would undoubtedly be exceptional. Thinking of this, Lin Mo felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, the sisters had previously looked so disheveled that no one had taken notice of them. Otherwise, had anyone discovered these two girls were so strikingly beautiful yet possessed no cultivation, the outcome would have been dire indeed. Xianxia and Qingyu grown into lovely young ladies. Come now, we shall talk later. You must be famished after having gone so long without a proper meal. Let's eat first. Without further ado, Lin Mo led the sisters to the dining table, watching as they indulged in their meal. Once the sisters had thoroughly satisfied their hunger, he began to inquire about what had transpired, why they had fled from the village and found themselves in such dire straits. However, when the sisters tearfully recounted the reasons, a surge of murderous intent surged within Lin Mo. The chilling intent of murder permeated the entire merchant guild, startling the recently departed supervisor to the point of nearly toppling from his chair. Chapter 52. The Black Shaman, who have already found the path to death. Having secured the spell, they returned to the Xianxia sect. As the two sisters tearfully divulged all that had transpired, the temperature within the private room plummeted to freezing levels. A wave of terrifying killing intent then spread forth. 2 months prior, a brilliant light had suddenly erupted from the mountain behind our village, revealing an immense gate. Shortly thereafter, a group of nefarious individuals clad in black arrived, declaring themselves as members of the Black Shaman. Without hesitation, they surrounded the entire village, forbidding us from leaving for fear we would disclose their secrets. These men attempted to enter the luminous gate, yet something unseen seemed to obstruct their passage. Consequently, they began to seize villagers to chart a path. Lu Qingyao recounted the harrowing events in a quavering voice, laden with fear and sorrow. Uncle Wang was the first to be thrust forward, but before he could approach the gate, he was engulfed in a mist of blood. Aunt Li, along with many others, met a similar fate. Overwhelmed by her sister's recounting of the past, Lu Qingyu had long since been reduced to tears. Curled within her sister's embrace, her small frame trembled incessantly, and within her glistening eyes, a faint, ominous red light flickered. Unfortunately, Lin Mo's attention was not directed towards this peculiarity, leaving him oblivious to Lu Qingyu's strange condition. Soon thereafter, they encountered an unknown force, and the light before the gate erupted violently, causing many of the assailants to perish in an instant. It was during this chaos that our parents, with all their might, urged us to flee, insisting we not look back. However, they never emerged again. Boom! Before the echoes of her words faded, an invisible shockwave erupted from Lin Mo's center. This was not mere spiritual energy, but an overwhelming surge of vital force, uncontrollably surging outward. Crack! Crack! Within the private room, the table, crafted from exquisite spiritual wood, was instantly reduced to dust, followed by the chairs, the screens, and the paintings adorning the walls. In a mere breath, the opulent room transformed into a chaotic ruin, leaving only the space occupied by Lin Mo and the two sisters intact. This sudden upheaval startled Lu Qingyao and Lu Qingyu. They lifted their gazes to find Lin Mo, surrounded by a tumultuous surge of vital energy, resembling a primordial beast poised to strike. The terrifying aura elicited an instinctual fear within them. Yet the next moment, they instinctively approached him, one on each side, grasping his hands tightly. Montak Giga, please don't be this way. We are frightened. The worried entreaties of the sisters flowed forth like crystalline springs, extinguishing the burgeoning wrath within Lin Mo. The violent surge of his vital energy gradually subsided, reining itself back within him. Afterward, gazing at the furniture reduced to mere splinters around him, Lin Mo exhibited a trace of helplessness. His physical prowess was overwhelmingly potent, and his vital energy surged excessively, compounded by his lack of training in corresponding body refinement techniques. This resulted in uncontrollable fluctuations of emotion, causing his immense strength to spill forth uncontrollably. Such was the case earlier at the tavern. To address this predicament, the solution was rather straightforward. He merely needed to diligently cultivate the introductory scroll of the indestructible sovereign scripture. However, before that, there was another matter of utmost importance to attend to. Xianxia's sect, Lin Mo uttered coldly, each syllable laced with chilling intent. Uncle Lu and Aunt Wu held a place in his heart akin to that of family. As for the other villagers in the hamlet, he regarded them as benefactors. For in his youth, he had been nourished by their kindness and clothed in their garments. The faces of those simple and benevolent souls who had aided him remained vividly etched in his memory. Yet now, they had met with such a horrific fate. How could he not be enraged? This debt of blood must be repaid in kind. So the Xianxia sect, is it? You have paved your own path to demise. Just wait. I shall soon make you understand the consequences of your actions against that village. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo promptly commanded the maid outside. Shortly thereafter, the manager of the Xuanxing Chamber of Commerce, a middle-aged man of the Spirit Sea realm, entered with trepidation. Upon witnessing the room's devastation, as if ravaged by a monstrous beast, cold sweat broke out upon his brow. He had sensed the fleeting yet terrifying aura that had just emanated from Lin Mo, yet he could not detect a hint of spiritual energy within that overwhelming pressure. What kind of technique was this? Who was this elder? Out of caution, Lin Mo had changed his attire before leaving, discarding the garb of a disciple of the Xianxia sect. Thus, the manager had no inkling that he was merely an inner disciple of the Xianxia sect. Two questions lingered in his mind, yet he dared not voice them. Collecting himself, he bowed respectfully. Elder, what is your command? Are you aware of the Xianxia sect? Lin Mo inquired directly. The chamber manager paused in surprise before nodding. I am indeed familiar. The Xianxia sect is somewhat notorious in the eastern region of the Zhonglin domain, though is infamous rather than famous. This sect is not a legitimate organization. Rather, it is composed of a band of ruthless rogue cultivators and desperate outlaws, with its disciples known for their lawlessness. At this juncture, he hesitated, his expression suddenly turning grave. However, few dare to provoke this sect. According to our chamber's intelligence, there are as many as 3 golden core true masters stationed within the Xianxia sect. 3 golden core true masters? Upon hearing this, even Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. What did it mean for a sect to be guarded by 3 golden core masters? It is worth noting that in this vicinity, including his own Xianxia sect, there are only 4 sects in total. Aside from the unique presence of Xianxia, the 3 sects each have a solitary golden core true person presiding over them. However, within the entire realm of the ancient spirit dynasty, this arrangement is regarded as a second-tier power. Yet, a malevolent sect entrenched in a remote region boasts a staggering 3 golden core true persons. Such an opulent configuration undoubtedly constitutes a dimensional suppression within their limited territory. It is no wonder they act with such reckless abandon, trampling upon human lives without remorse. Nonetheless, this peculiar situation gives rise to an enigma. The Xianxia sect, possessing 3 golden core true persons, has opted to exercise caution and seal off a certain secret domain, refusing to allow even a whisper of information to escape. This is indicative of the extraordinary value that the secret domain holds, potentially attracting even more formidable forces. But what of it? No matter how extraordinary the secret domain may be, it holds no significance for him. His singular desire is to ensure the Xianxia sect vanishes completely from this world. The chamberlain of the Merchant Guild, perceptive and shrewd, observed Lin Mo's increasingly somber expression and quickly deduced that this mysterious powerhouse harbored a deep-seated vendetta against the Xianxia sect. With thoughts racing in his mind, he made a swift decision. Please, wait a moment, he implored Lin Mo, offering his apologies before hastily departing. Before long, he returned, visibly hurried, cradling several jade slips in his hands. Esteemed senior, these are all the intelligence we, the Xuanxing Merchant Guild, have gathered regarding the Xianxia sect, including their sect location, personnel composition, and detailed information on the 3 golden core true persons. With that, the chamberlain respectfully presented the jade slips. Lin Mo cast a glance at him, accepting the slips without hesitation. He would remember this favor. However, despite his desire to rush to the Xianxia sect and exact vengeance, Lin Mo remained composed, fully aware of the primary purpose of his visit to Tianyan City. Thus, he spoke directly. Does your guild possess any spells capable of hastening the growth of spiritual herbs? Hastening the growth of spiritual herbs? The chamberlain was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, nodding fervently. Yes, indeed, although such spells are somewhat obscure. We happen to have a collection. May I inquire what grade you require? The finest. Understood. The chamberlain retreated once more, and upon returning, he held in his hands an ancient tome emanating a greenish glow. Esteemed senior, this is the mid-tier Xian level spell, Qingmu transformation technique. The highest grade spell we can offer for the cultivation of spiritual herbs. Considered a gift for you. With that, the chamberlain handed the spell to Lin Mo. Thank you. I will remember this favor. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Mo accepted the tome without further ado. He merely nodded at the chamberlain, then took the hands of Lu Qingyao and Lu Qingyu and began to walk slowly toward the exit. Qingyao, Qingyu, let us depart. He intended to first escort the 2 sisters back to the Xianxia sect for their safety before confronting the detestable Xianxia sect. Otherwise, Bringing the sisters along would undoubtedly frighten them again. After Lin Mo and the two sisters vanished at the entrance of the Merchant Association, the supervisor exhaled deeply, feeling as if his back was drenched in cold sweat. He gazed in the direction Lin Mo had departed, and within him, tumultuous waves began to rise. A formidable figure, seemingly possessing profound mastery over sword intent, was now poised to confront the Xianxia sect, which was notorious for its 3 golden core practitioners. The skies over Tianyan City, and perhaps the entire eastern region of the Songlin domain, were bound to change. The invaluable intelligence and spells he had imparted freely today might prove to be the most prudent investment ever made by the Xianxia Merchant Association. It could even assist his enigmatic patron in achieving monumental success. Chapter 53. The bond with the sisters seems to be shifting. The Xianxia sect has backing. Within the Xianxia Merchant Association, the supervisor swiftly returned to his chamber, his pen dancing across the parchment as he rapidly penned a confidential message, sealing it with a unique, arcane method. "Come here." A shadow materialized silently behind him. "Quickly deliver this letter to the young lady." His voice was low, tinged with an uncontrollable excitement. "Ensure you convey to her that this may be an unprecedented opportunity." The shadow uttered no words, accepting the envelope and vanishing seamlessly into the darkness. The supervisor approached the window, gazing toward the east, the direction of the capital of the ancient Ling dynasty. His expression a tapestry of complexity. If a master who comprehended sword intent could indeed single-handedly annihilate the Xianxia sect, he would undoubtedly possess the capability to aid the young lady in her grand ambitions. However, what price would be required to enlist such an existence? He understood clearly that to have a being of such caliber act on one's behalf would demand an astronomical cost. Well, this is not a concern for me. He shook his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. I should first tidy up that shattered private room. It's quite a headache. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, cradling both Lu Qingyao and Lu Qingyu, soared into the skies as they exited Tianyan City, transforming into a streak of light racing toward the Xianxia sect. Admittedly, the posture was somewhat awkward as he held one sister in each arm, a quintessential image of a life winner, albeit a bit taxing on his arms. The two sisters displayed starkly contrasting reactions to their inaugural experience of flight. Lu Qingyu, the younger sister, was exceedingly bold, exclaiming in exhilaration. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as her curious, glistening eyes surveyed the swiftly retreating mountains and rivers below. She pointed at the distant clouds, chattering incessantly. "Wow, Brother Mo, we are flying above the clouds. It's so high. Those houses look like tiny dots." In contrast, her elder sister, Lu Qingyao, remained notably more composed. She tightly clung to Lin Mo's arm, burying her head in the crook of his elbow, remaining silent. Lin Mo sensed her unusual demeanor and initially assumed she was afraid of heights. "Qingyao, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" he asked with concern. The girl in his embrace shivered slightly, and after a considerable pause, she replied in a voice as faint as a whisper, "No, I'm fine. Mo, go. I am just a little excited. It's nothing serious." Lin Mo glanced down at her. Indeed, her cheeks were flushed, and her breath was somewhat rapid, clearly indicating heightened emotions. Once he confirmed that she was genuinely all right, he dismissed any further thoughts. Young girls, as they grow up, their thoughts become rather peculiar. Quite normal indeed. Seeing Lin Mo redirect his attention to the front, Lu Qingyao secretly sighed in relief. She herself was uncertain about what was happening. Being held by Mo Gu, feeling his masculine aura and warmth, made her heart race uncontrollably. That sensation left her with no courage to even glance up at him. Moreover, after 3 years apart, Mo Gu had changed significantly. His features had matured, becoming more defined and handsomely striking than before. Especially when he had displayed his dominance in the city, that formidable presence left her somewhat mesmerized. In a daze, childhood jesting from her parents inexplicably resurfaced in her mind. "You two girls, always sticking to Mo like a shadow. I reckon when you grow up, you might as well marry him." At that time, she and her sister had no understanding of marriage. They merely wished to remain with Mo Gu forever, clapping their hands in delight. Yes, we want to marry Mo Gu." Meanwhile, Mo Gu would always smile indulgently, ruffling their hair, yet never uttering a word. Now that she had grown up, she finally comprehended the meaning of marriage. However, that childhood jest had taken root in her heart, budding into something more profound. Did Mo Gu still remember those words from back then? Just if, would he ever be willing to marry her in the future? Pa pa pa. Lu Qingyao. What absurd thoughts are you entertaining? She chided herself. Mo Gu merely sees us as sisters. You must not entertain such inappropriate notions. Beside her, Lu Qinyu is still thoroughly enjoying the splendid scenery from the heights. In contrast, Lu Qinyao's face grew increasingly flushed, ultimately leading her to bury her entire face in Lin Mo's embrace, pretending to admire the view. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, one of the sisters in his arms had begun to subtly alter her feelings. His mind was preoccupied solely with how to manage the affairs of the Blackshaw sect, dismissing the lesser members of the Spirit Sea and Foundation establishment realms entirely. They were mere trifles, easily dispatched. His only concern lay with the 3 Golden Core realm sect leaders. According to the intelligence gleaned from the Xianxia Chamber's Jade Slip, the leader of the Black Shaman, a cultivator of the 6th level of the Golden Core stage, is accompanied by a second-in-command at the 4th level and a third-in-command at the 3rd level. This configuration is nothing short of extravagant. In the eastern region of the Songlin domain, where the average strength is notably lacking, such a formidable lineup constitutes a dimensional suppression. Apart from the Xianxia sect, under the leadership of Yang, the other sects collectively would likely not stand a chance against the Black Shaman. As for why the Xianxia sect is an exception, the answer is simple. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Despite Yang's current state of decline, he undoubtedly possesses a hidden card of desperation. Lin Mo has sensed on more than one occasion a faint yet lethal threat emanating from him. Should he be driven to the brink, Lin Mo has no doubt that he could showcase a fierce act akin to exchanging a Spirit Sea for a nascent soul powerhouse in an instant. With my current strength, unleashing my sword intent completely, I should have the upper hand against those 3 Golden Core cultivators. Storming directly to their lair, victory seems highly probable. However, recalling the final note attached to the Jade Slip, Lin Mo's brow furrowed. Behind the Black Shaman, there is suspected support from the Xianxia dynasty. The Xianxia dynasty. Just a few days ago, hearing this name would have left him utterly bewildered. Yet now, having gained insights from Yang, he comprehends the weight this name carries. It stands as the most powerful force in the entire Songlin domain, without exception. The overall strength of the Xianxia dynasty could easily surpass that of the Guling dynasty by a significant margin. The gap is indeed vast. This implies that behind the beastly Black Shaman, there's likely a much larger protective umbrella looming. This complicates matters. Lin Mo is not afraid. Rather, he finds it troublesome. Eliminate the lesser, only to face the greater. Vanquish the greater, and an even mightier foe may emerge. He has no desire to personally experience such a classic trope of web literature. A long-term strategy must be devised, with meticulous preparations made. For instance, he should first cultivate the introductory volume of the imperishable dominance scripture. Once his physical prowess surges, no matter the dynasty, he shall shatter them all with a single punch. Such an approach ensures absolute security. At the moment he reached this decision, the young girl, Lu Qingyu, nestled against him, suddenly trembled ever so slightly. Lin Mo glanced down. The little girl was quietly leaning against him, her large eyes curiously surveying the rapidly passing clouds below. Everything appeared normal. Yet in that fleeting instant, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a shadowy red glimmer deep within her innocent gaze. He blinked. When he looked again, nothing remained but the cherubic visage of the girl. Ah, it must have been a reflection of the sunset, he mused with a smile, dismissing the thought, and continued his swift journey toward the Xianxia sect. Chapter 54. Commencing the cultivation of the imperishable dominant scripture, strength surges once again. The majestic gates of the Xianxia sect loomed in the distance. Yet Lin Mo did not linger, even for a moment, swiftly transforming into a streak of light that descended directly into his courtyard. After gently placing the still somewhat dazed sisters, Lu Qingyao and Lu Qingyu, inside the house, he turned and made his way to Yang's residence. Upon his arrival, he fortuitously encountered his senior sister, Su Qinghan, who was also present. Master, senior sister, Lin Mo greeted. He then succinctly recounted the situation regarding the Lu sisters and entrusted them to watch over the two. To his astonishment, as soon as he finished speaking, both Yang and Su Qinghan gazed at him with expressions of sheer disbelief. Wait a moment. Yang suddenly sprang to his feet. Striding towards Lin Mo and scrutinizing him closely from head to toe, his eyes widening in astonishment. You have already reached the Spirit Sea realm? Yang distinctly remembered that just 6 or 7 days prior, this young man had approached him to inquire about birthing spells, and at that time, he had merely been at the initial stage of the Foundation establishment realm. How could such a transformation occur in such a brief span? From early Foundation establishment to the Spirit Sea realm, a vast chasm separated these stages. Such a pace of cultivation. Was he even human? Did he not feel the need to feign modesty? Moreover, Xianxia soon detected something that made his heart race. A staggering vitality surged within Lin Mo, reaching an astonishing level. That overwhelming power was as formidable as a slumbering ancient behemoth, leaving even him, a former transformation into divinity expert, utterly astounded. It was undeniable that within just 6 or 7 days, Lin Mo appeared to have undergone a complete metamorphosis. He began to wonder if Lin Mo might be a reincarnation of some supreme being. How else could one explain such an extraordinary transformation? Su Qinghan, standing beside him, was equally taken aback. This junior brother, who had been inferior to her not long ago, now exuded an invisible pressure that sent shivers down her spine as he stood there calmly. She sensed that Lin Mo, in his present state, could likely defeat her with a single strike. Furthermore, from Lin Mo's earlier words, it seemed he no longer regarded even golden core experts with reverence. Was this the terrifying nature of a special constitution? She truly felt enlightened. However, once the shock subsided, Su Qinghan's concern shifted to another matter. Junior brother, you mentioned wanting to confront the Black Shaman sect, but you also stated that there are 3 golden core masters stationed there. Furthermore, they are not novices. Each has long been renowned. Her worries were palpable. You are merely at the Spirit Sea realm now. Even if you possess unparalleled talent and have mastered the legendary sword intent, facing 3 golden core masters simultaneously seems exceedingly perilous. Fear not, Xianxia interjected, waving his hand dismissively, exhibiting no signs of concern. Honor, you do not grasp the terrifying nature of sword intent. As long as the 3 golden core practitioners of the Black Shaman have not comprehended any profound insights, it would not be a daunting task for Lin Mo to eliminate them. Having once been a transcendent sword cultivator, he possesses a profound understanding of the formidable power that insight embodies. It represents an extraordinary force from an entirely different realm. To wield 40% of his sword intent against 3 ordinary golden core practitioners, in Xianxia's eyes, it would be akin to an overwhelming victory. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan felt a slight sense of relief. However, Xianxia then shifted his tone, suggesting that if the Black Shaman were indeed connected to the Xianxia dynasty, a more cautious approach would be warranted. After casting a glance at the information jade slip handed to him by Lin Mo, Xianxia's expression grew solemn. The Xianxia dynasty. To my knowledge, this dynasty is protected by several nascent soul powerhouses. Moreover, according to some clandestine information I obtained years ago, it is highly probable that they are backed by a living transcendental ancestor. A living transcendental ancestor? At this revelation, Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine. Given his current strength, he should be able to escape from a nascent soul practitioner with all his might. However, if his opponent were a transcendental being, there would be no hope for survival. Fortunately, he had refrained from recklessly approaching them. Although it is improbable that the transcendental ancestor would personally intervene on behalf of the Black Shaman, one must always be prepared for the unexpected. Xianxia continued, stating that if he were still at his peak, he would harbor no fear. However, circumstances have changed, and even a nascent soul practitioner is formidable enough to warrant his full attention. Xianxia conveyed the terrifying strength of the Xianxia dynasty to Lin Mo, urging him to proceed with utmost caution. Lin Mo promptly nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Now that it became evident that their background might be far from ordinary, his previous plan seemed exceedingly prudent. He resolved to first enhance his power, growing stronger before confronting the Black Shaman. This way, he would be better prepared to face any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. With this thought in mind, he decided against any further delay and prepared to return to his cultivation of the imperishable scripture of dominance. Master, senior sister, I entrust those 2 girls to you. Lin Mo bowed earnestly. Xianxia and Su Qinghan readily agreed, assuring him they would take care of Lu Qingyao and Lu Qingyu. Subsequently, Lin Mo brought the 2 sisters from his courtyard and entrusted them to Su Qinghan. He needed to enter seclusion and could not afford to be distracted in caring for them. Although the sisters were reluctant to part with Lin Mo, the significant changes they had undergone made them remarkably understanding, and they obediently followed Su Qinghan. Once relieved of his worries, Lin Mo swiftly returned to his quiet chamber and commenced his seclusion. He sat cross-legged, producing the jade scroll containing the introductory teachings of the imperishable scripture of dominance. As his consciousness delved into it, the cultivation methods of the introductory scroll vividly manifested in his mind. This scroll is divided into two stages. The first stage is the blood chi refinement. The essence of this phase lies in harnessing one's formidable vitality and blood essence, envisioning it within, and condensing it into an ethereal furnace. Subsequently, this furnace serves as the foundation to further refine the vitality and blood essence, transforming it into a tangible form of blood energy. Depending on the practitioner's innate qualities, depth of understanding, and perceptual acuity, the resulting blood essence can be categorized into various ranks. The lowest tier manifests as a blood ox, characterized by enduring vitality and immense strength. The intermediate tier materializes as a blood elephant, with vitality as fluid as mercury, capable of shaking mountains. The highest tier emerges as a blood dragon, with vitality as profound as the abyss, exuding an overwhelming might. Upon mastering the technique, Lin Mo commenced his endeavor. Unfortunately, Xianxia, far away on Blue Star, currently lacks the physical strength required to cultivate this imperial scripture, rendering him unable to benefit from any shared enhancements. Hence, with the path to the heavens barred, he must rely solely on himself. Fortunately, the demands of this cultivation method regarding comprehension are not excessively high. It primarily tests the practitioner's fundamental physical foundation. The threshold for entry is a pure physical strength of 200,000 pounds. Yet, Lin Mo's current strength stands at an astonishing 9,000 tons. The disparity is nothing short of astronomical. Thus, the cultivation process should proceed with remarkable ease. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve within. Following the guidance of the technique, he began to mobilize the vast reservoir of vitality and blood essence within him. Boom! Almost instantaneously upon the emergence of his thought, the vitality surged forth like a volcano awakening, boiling and rushing forth. The entire process unfolded with an unexpected smoothness. An ancient, vast ethereal furnace nearly coalesced above his dantian in the blink of an eye. The first step was accomplished. Next came the second step, refining the blood essence. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mo directed the boiling vitality to surge frantically into the furnace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The furnace trembled violently, as the immense vitality within was rapidly compressed, purified, and refined. No semblance of a blood ox materialized, nor even the faintest hint of a blood elephant. Instead, at the center of the furnace, a strand of purest blood essence began to delineate a winding, formidable outline. It was a dragon. Roar. A sound akin to an ancient dragon's roar reverberated through his spiritual realm. Within the furnace, a vividly lifelike, blood-colored divine dragon coiled, its head held high, eyes closed, yet exuding an unparalleled majesty that suppressed the ages. The blood dragon had emerged. At the instant the blood dragon took form, an indescribable surge of terrifying power erupted from every corner of his limbs and bones. Crack, crack, crack. His bones creaked, his muscles writhed, and his fascia stretched. His corporeal form was undergoing an unprecedented and terrifying transformation. Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, and the surge of power coursing through him created an illusion. It felt as if with a mere fist he could shatter the very fabric of the world. He slowly raised his hand, fingers gently curling, and the air instantly emitted a mournful wail as if overwhelmed by his grasp. At this moment, his strength experienced yet another unprecedented surge. Chapter 55. The Tragedy in Hidden Dragon Valley. The Furious Leaf Fan. Meanwhile, as Lin Mo secluded himself in cultivation, preparing to deliver an astonishing surprise to the Black Shaman sect, a silent massacre unfolded in Hidden Dragon Valley, thousands of miles away. In the heart of the valley, a colossal portal stood silently, adorned with enigmatic runes that shimmered with an otherworldly glow, casting a bizarre spectrum across half the sky. Surrounding the portal, a throng of cultivators clad in blood-patterned black robes stood menacingly, their expressions twisted with cruelty as they herded throngs of ragged commoners, forcing them towards the portal. The eyes of these ordinary people were filled with despair and terror. Whenever they stepped onto a specific point within the portal, their bodies would explode without warning, transforming into a gory crimson mist, unable to utter even a cry of anguish. Yet, the black-clad cultivators remained indifferent to this hellish scene, mechanically driving the next group forward. Suspended in the air above the valley, three figures radiating formidable auras hovered, coldly observing everything below. I say, brother, it has been 2 months now. We must have captured at least 8,000 mortals, if not 10,000. Yet, the formation remains utterly unresponsive, and we cannot even ascertain its focal point. In my opinion, we should stop wasting our efforts and report this secret realm to our esteemed lord. At least we might receive some rewards. At this moment, a small, wiry man with an unsavory appearance could no longer contain himself and complained to the shadowy middle-aged leader. He was none other than the third master of the Black Shaman sect, Scorpion. The third's words hold merit. The second master, Black Wind, nodded in agreement. Brother, let's not prolong this. It is clear this secret realm is no ordinary matter. Should news leak and our esteemed lord learn of our intentions to keep it to ourselves, the consequences would be beyond our capacity to bear. Silence. The leading master, Blood Shaman, suddenly turned, his eagle-like eyes filled with fury and resentment. Fortune lies in danger. Do you comprehend nothing? Such a colossal opportunity stands before us. And you would have me report it? If I do, will there be anything left for us? At that point, we would be lucky to even sip a warm broth. He pointed toward the magnificent portal below, his breath growing heavy with intensity. It is merely a formation. I refuse to believe it has no weaknesses. If we can use lives to uncover its focal point, I will not be deterred from breaking it. Dispatch orders. Intensify our efforts. Sweep through every village and town around here. Continue capturing people. Even if rivers of blood flow, I will have this damned formation unraveled. The roar of bloodthirst echoed through the valley, laden with an undeniable ferocity. After finally discovering such an astonishing ancient secret realm, he would never be satisfied unless he could seize the treasures within for himself. Upon hearing these words, Hafing and Duxie exchanged glances, ultimately opting for silence. Indeed, such a monumental opportunity lay before them. None could bear to relinquish it. Thus, they promptly issued even harsher commands to the disciples below. Soon, more disciples of the Xianxia sect transformed into streaks of light, surging forth in all directions, poised to unleash a new wave of carnage. Not far from the scene of slaughter, on the mountainside, a strikingly handsome youth bore witness to it all. Concealed behind a massive boulder, he gritted his teeth, his body trembling slightly with intense rage. Damn these beasts in human guise, about to capture innocent citizens to meet their doom. How could they act thus? They were unworthy of being called cultivators. The boy's eyes blazed with fury, wishing he could charge out and confront those scoundrels head-on. Young one, why the fuss? At that moment, a voice tinged with age and sarcasm echoed in his mind. It was well known that in the vast Xianxia realm, scoundrels were plentiful. Did he find them cruel? Compared to those demonic behemoths who slaughter cities and refine souls at a whim, their methods were but child-esque play, unworthy of serious consideration. Listening to that familiar voice, the youth felt unsurprised, merely gazing down at the rusted iron sword cradled in his arms, unwillingly asking, Sword Elder, is there any way to eliminate those three leading figures? If the mastermind falls, the rest will surely not dare to act so recklessly. Alas, it is difficult. The ancient voice responded, laden with helplessness. Those three are indeed authentic Golden Core cultivators. In my prime, not to mention 3, even 300 could have been effortlessly dispatched with but a thought, leaving not a trace behind. But now, I am merely a fragment of a soul residing within this dilapidated relic. To confront even one requires meticulous calculation, should I exert too much force. I might shatter into nothingness. Now you see the folly of your actions. The Sword Elder shifted his tone, suddenly reproaching. Had you not insisted on exchanging our hard-earned resources for a third-grade elixir to give away half a month ago, will we be reduced to this sorry state? Now, we're trapped here by this so-called Xianxia sect, unable to escape. But master, the youth replied, unwavering, did you not teach me that we, as sword cultivators, must uphold our convictions and remain true to our hearts? Moreover, at that time, you did not dissuade me, which indicates that you believed my actions were just. You truly possess a spark reminiscent of my youth. Indeed, you are truly the successor I have chosen. Upon hearing these words, the aged voice erupted in hearty laughter, seemingly immensely pleased by the youth's remarks. In that moment, had Lin Mo been present, his jaw would have surely dropped in astonishment. For the young man before him was none other than Li Fan, who had once bestowed upon him a medicinal elixir before drifting away. At this juncture, Li Fan had metamorphosed entirely from the timid and unassuming figure he had been during his time as a lowly worker at Xianxia sect. The aura of meekness and trepidation that once enveloped him had vanished, replaced by a burgeoning sharpness that hinted at his potential. Furthermore, his cultivation had astonishingly ascended to the second level of qi refinement. It is worth noting that just half a month prior, upon his departure from Xianxia sect, he had only attained the 6th level of body refinement. Yet now, he had leapt directly into the 2nd level of qi refinement. Were this remarkable rate of advancement to become known, it would undoubtedly cause countless so-called geniuses to question their very existence. The source of this extraordinary transformation lay in the seemingly tattered iron sword cradled in his arms. This sword had an astonishing origin, being a completely ruined sacred weapon. Within the blade resided the remnant soul of a powerful sage. By a twist of fate, Li Fan had, under exceptional circumstances, taken this sage's lingering spirit as his mentor. It was this very guidance that propelled him to soar to such heights. Old sword, with my current level of cultivation, if I were to activate even a fraction of the sword intent, I should be nearly invincible within the qi refinement realm. Even a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage would find it challenging to withstand me for long. Li Fan mused for a moment before continuing. What do you think of the chances of my successful breakout, if I attempt it now? The odds? Old sword replied casually, let me calculate. The success rate is less than 10%. Those 3 nefarious individuals have stationed themselves personally, ensuring they monitor every movement in this vicinity with utmost diligence, fearing any leaks. The moment you make a move, you will instantly attract their attention. At that point, the fate that awaits you would be most dire. I shudder to even contemplate it. What then? Am I to remain trapped here indefinitely? Li Fan exclaimed, his frustration manifesting as he struck the ground with his fist. But this situation will inevitably be discovered. It is no different from awaiting death. Moreover, if I do not escape, I will be unable to expose the atrocities occurring here. Innocent lives will continue to perish. In a fit of exasperation, Li Fan realized he had ensnared himself in a deadlock. Ah, young one, there's no need for such despondency. Old Sword suddenly chuckled. Perhaps we could consider an alternative approach, such as collaborating with the young lady behind you? As Old Sword's words fell, an involuntary shiver coursed through Li Fan's body, and he swiftly turned around, his sharp sword intent instantly locking onto a particular direction. There, unbeknownst to him, stood a young girl, dressed in an eccentric and whimsical gown. She was observing him with a playful smile, or rather, scrutinizing the battered sword he held in his embrace. Oh my, this is quite extraordinary, the girl exclaimed, seemingly unfazed by Li Fan's reaction, dramatically placing her hand on her chest as her vivacious eyes twinkled. Young sir, I have just observed the celestial threads of fate and drawn an omen for you. A foreboding sense of impending calamity enveloped him. As she spoke with an air of gravity, her demeanor reminiscent of a fortune-teller lurking beneath a bridge. This was certainly no auspicious omen. Let us make a deal, she proposed, her smile enigmatic. You seem somewhat agreeable to me. I shall take a loss today. Hand over that wretched sword in your possession as remuneration, and I shall assist you in averting your misfortune. What do you say? However, as her words lingered in the air, a cold sweat began to bead on Li Fan's brow, an involuntary response to the chilling realization that had dawned upon him. Chapter 56. The Mysterious Array and the Astonishing Origins of the Young Woman. When did she arrive? How did she silently appear behind me? Li Fan felt utterly bewildered, his mind a tempest of turmoil. Had it not been for the abrupt warning from the Sword Elder, he would have remained blissfully unaware of the presence lurking just behind him. This realization struck terror into his heart. If she intended to strike him down, he would have no opportunity to defend himself and would meet his demise on the spot. Well, my friend, have you given it some thought? She inquired, her tone casual. For a mere piece of scrap metal, I could spare your life and save you from this impending doom. A most advantageous transaction indeed. The girl paid no heed to the tension radiating from Li Fan's rigid frame, seemingly indifferent to the faint yet sharp aura of sword intent that enveloped him. Instead, she regarded the rusted iron sword in his arms with keen interest, her bright eyes betraying a flicker of surprise as she discerned its unusual nature. Sword Elder, what shall I do? She appears to recognize the origin of my sword. Li Fan zanshiti etstanat. This unexpectedly enigmatic girl was proving to be a formidable presence. Not only had she stealthily approached him, but she had also instantly identified the extraordinary quality of his iron sword. This implied that her prowess might far surpass his own, rendering his situation exponentially more perilous. In desperate need of counsel, he turned to the sword elder for guidance. Yet, the elder's demeanor was surprisingly unperturbed. "Ah, fret not. Young one, this girl has been observing you for quite some time. If she truly wished to eliminate you, you would likely be cold by now," came the elder's teasing words, which echoed in Li Fan's mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. Goodness. So, she has been watching me all along, and you only just thought to warn me? How utterly unreliable. Li Fan mused, inwardly chastising the elder. Nevertheless, he was no fool. Realization struck him swiftly, and he couldn't help but inquire, "Sword Elder, do you imply that she has ulterior motives?" The Sword Elder's tone remained nonchalant. "Who can say? Perhaps you should simply ask her to clarify. In any case, let me give you a hint. This girl is no ordinary individual. She appears to be a skilled array master. Do not be deceived by her seemingly casual stance. She is enveloped in an imperceptible formation. Should you dare to make a rash move, the consequences may be dire." An array master? Li Fan was momentarily taken aback. During this period, Elder Jian had imparted much knowledge regarding the common lore of the Xianxia realm. He was now acutely aware that within this vast world, numerous distinct cultivation systems existed. For instance, he himself was a swordsman. Beyond that, there were those who specialized in physical cultivation, alchemists who attained enlightenment through elixirs, literati who articulated profound prose, and the ruthless demon cultivators, among others. An array master, therefore, was a practitioner of formation arts. These cultivators may not possess top-tier cultivation realms, yet they wield formidable and enigmatic power by deploying intricate formations that far exceed their own capabilities. They are universally recognized among cultivators as the most troublesome and least desirable individuals to provoke. However, array masters have always been exceedingly rare. To encounter one today, particularly one so youthful, was indeed surprising. Should he consider it a stroke of luck or misfortune? "Hey, young man, are you mute? Why have you not uttered a word?" the girl remarked, her tone laced with a hint of impatience. She had noticed Li Fan's presence long ago, and, sensing that this seemingly fortunate youth was likely ensnared by the ineptitude of the Xianxia sect, she had decided to reveal herself with the intention of enlisting his aid. The girl appeared suddenly behind him, demanding his ancestral relic. What was he to say? After a moment of contemplation, Li Fan adopted a serious demeanor and spoke. His nascent sword intent still firmly focused on the young woman without a hint of relaxation. "This battered sword is your ancestral relic? My apologies. I did not mean to intrude. I retract my interest in it." Upon hearing that the peculiar iron sword was indeed a relic, the girl was momentarily stunned, then sincerely offered her apologies. Yet, this display did nothing to ease Li Fan's vigilance. "Oh, do not be so tense, as if I were harboring ill intentions toward you. I merely jested to lighten the mood. Do not take it to heart." Observing Li Fan's continued icy and wary demeanor, the girl helplessly shrugged. You just threatened me with calamity and bloodshed. I do not perceive that as humor." Li Fan scoffed, indicating that he was not so easily deceived. "A threat? No, that was not a threat," she corrected, shaking her finger with a serious expression. "I merely stated a fact. Young man, you are unaware, aren't you? In truth, your movements had long been detected by the disciples of the Black Shaman sect. They had been diligently tracking your whereabouts. Had it not been for my benevolence in discreetly erasing those traces, you would likely have already fallen into the clutches of those three perverts, enduring their torment. So, you see, I have preemptively averted your impending calamity. No need for thanks." Li Fan, naturally skeptical of the maiden's seemingly altruistic intentions, was soon led to a nearby location by her playful demeanor. There, amidst the underbrush, lay several bodies clad in blood-stained black garments, their conditions varying drastically. Among them, two exuded the residual aura of foundational cultivation. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Fan could not help but concede to the reality before him. The site of these deaths was a mere 100 meters from where he had just concealed himself. Clearly, these individuals had come seeking him. Alas, they were intercepted by a formidable force before they could draw near, meeting a grim fate. According to the judgment of Sword Elder, it was evident that these individuals had perished due to the influence of a certain formation. Now, do you believe? Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. It is merely that, witnessing your rare talent for comprehending sword intent in this desolate place, I could not bear to see you captured by those aberrant individuals. Thus I sought to lend you aid. Noticing Li Fan's tense demeanor begin to relax, the maiden continued with a leisurely tone. There is no need for pretense. Let's speak plainly. What is it that you desire from me? Li Fan, ever the skeptic, remained unconvinced by her words, recognizing that such effort must surely conceal ulterior motives. Ah, conversing with an astute individual is indeed refreshing, the maiden remarked, clapping her hands. Very well, I shall be forthright. You wish to escape, do you not? However, with those 3 golden core aberrants present, given your modest cultivation, even with your sword intent, escape is utterly impossible. Yet, I can assist you. Li Fan, direct in his inquiries, pressed further. What is the cost? Cost. It hardly qualifies as such, she waved dismissively. Consider it a mutually beneficial exchange. To put it simply, I possess a formation disc that, when carried by you, will temporarily enhance your strength, enabling you to successfully break free. In return, I require you to divert the attention of those 3 aberrants, creating an opportunity for me to enter the secret realm. A secret realm? Is that your aim? The mysterious secret realm? Li Fan's eyes widened in surprise. Is there any other allure in this place that would captivate me? She retorted matter-of-factly. Oh, and let us not forget that wretched sword of yours. However, while this young lady may possess a hint of cunning, she has yet to stoop to the level of pilfering from the deceased. The girl shrugged her shoulders. Yet, the powerful formations guarding the entrance to that secret realm are impenetrable, even to those 3 golden core cultivators. How then do you intend to gain entry? Li Fan questioned. Perplexed. Leave that to me. I have my own ingenious strategies, the girl replied confidently, which only deepened Li Fan's intrigue. Unable to restrain himself, he tentatively probed. If you ensure my safe escape, I would not mind assisting you. But could you enlighten me on what exactly that secret realm entails? Of course, if you prefer not to share, then so be it. Li Fan inquired casually, having not genuinely expected the girl to divulge such sensitive information. To his astonishment, after a moment's contemplation, she indeed offered an explanation. You know nothing of formations, so it matters not to disclose this to you. The secret realm is not an ordinary one. It is a legacy left behind by an ancient emperor of formations. What? Upon hearing this, Li Fan was rendered speechless. Chapter 57. Li Fan agrees to the transaction. Has the scheme succeeded? A startling turn of events. An ancient emperor of formations legacy, secret realm. Old sword. Is what she said truly accurate? Li Fan exclaimed, hastily calling upon Old Sword in his mind. He was no longer the naive disciple he once was. The title of emperor was one he understood well. It denoted an unparalleled existence at the peak of the emperor realm. This realm represented the zenith of cultivation within the vast Xianxia world, a genuine pinnacle. Thus, if this truly was an emperor's legacy, its worth would be incalculable. Should this news leak, the entire world would surely descend into chaos. Indeed, the girl spoke no falsehood. There's indeed a faint flow of emperor-level laws circulating at the entrance. It is most likely an emperor's secret realm. Old Sword's assured voice echoed in his mind. Why didn't you inform me of this sooner? Li Fan exclaimed in disbelief. This is an emperor-level secret realm. Having received Old Sword's affirmative response, Li Fan was utterly bewildered. He had never imagined that he had been living in such close proximity to an emperor's secret realm for so long. And yet, such a monumental matter had not been mentioned even once by Old Sword. Listen, lad, what good would it have done to tell you? With your pitiful understanding of formations, do you truly believe you could enter? Old Sword scoffed, ruthlessly dispelling Li Fan's hopes. Moreover, do you genuinely think that the Emperor of Formations would stash all of their treasures within this one secret realm? Then what of it? Li Fan instinctively raturka. Isn't it called a legacy secret realm? Isn't it meant for finding a successor? Ha, naive, utterly naive. The methods those ancient beings employ to select their heirs are far more complex than you can imagine. To put it plainly, this realm serves merely as a preliminary selection ground. Even if one could pass the trials and gain entry, it is likely that they would obtain nothing more than an introductory volume of the imperial scriptures. However, it cannot be denied that, for the majority, even such a preliminary volume would represent an extraordinary opportunity. The Old Sword Master explained languidly, allowing Li Fan to finally grasp the situation. So this is how it is. But as you mentioned, even an introductory volume is a monumental blessing for me. Should I not take the plunge? Li Fan felt a flicker of temptation. The imperial scriptures. They are not mere cabbages found by the roadside. If you were to let this chance slip away, he might regret it for a lifetime. Take the plunge? If you plan to abandon your sword and become a formation master right now, I have no objections. Otherwise, as a sword cultivator, what can you possibly achieve inside? Youngster, stop pondering. This endeavor demands exceptional talent and comprehension. It is not suited for you. Merely the grand formation at the entrance serves as the first trial. With your complete ignorance of formations, entering would be futile. You might even find yourself trapped within. The old master's words fell upon Li Fan like a bucket of ice water, dousing his enthusiasm entirely. Indeed, he was a sword cultivator, utterly clueless about formations. What would be the purpose of entering? To offer himself as a sacrifice? He could not forsake his most adept path for the sake of an uncertain opportunity. As for branching out, he was not so naive. Throughout history, every formidable figure who ascended to greatness had walked a singular path to its zenith. As a mere chi refinement cultivator, what confidence did he possess to tread multiple paths simultaneously? The only outcome will be mediocrity in all. With this realization, his interest in the secret realm waned instantly. What a pity! If this were the legacy of some sword sovereign, I would do anything to explore it. Li Fan sighed with regret, then turned his gaze toward the girl before him. It dawned on him why she dared to divulge such a significant secret. Because he was simply not cut out for it. He could not gain entry. How do you feel? Surprised, I trust? But do not be overly excited. This is merely the elementary secret realm of the formation sovereign. Although such realms are indeed rare, they are not unique within the vast expanse of the Xianxia realm. Moreover, their value diminishes significantly for a sword cultivator like yourself. I, however, am a formation practitioner. Thus, you now understand why I must enter, do you not? Seeing Li Fan's expression shift from shock to disinterest at lightning speed, the girl found it amusing and elaborated further. Well, now you comprehend. Very well, I accept your proposition. What must we do specifically? Li Fan pondered for a moment, ultimately agreeing. Since this secret realm was beyond his reach, remaining here served no purpose. He must find a way to escape. Yet, relying solely on himself, he indeed lacked the capability. That's the spirit. Rest assured, I am a woman of my word. If I say I can help you escape, I undoubtedly will. By the way, after our lengthy conversation, I realize I do not yet know your name. I am Gu Zhiyun, and you are? The young girl shifted the topic seamlessly. Li Fan, he replied succinctly. All right, brotherly. Please wait a moment while I adjust the formation plate. With that, Gu Zhiyun retrieved a palm-sized, exquisite formation plate from her storage ring and began to tinker with it. After a brief moment, she handed the formation plate to Li Fan. How do I use this? The plate was inscribed with a multitude of intricate formation patterns, leaving Li Fan bewildered and unable to comprehend any of them. It's quite simple. Just channel your spiritual energy into it vigorously, and the formation will activate centered around you. With this, your attack power will rival that of a golden core expert, and your defense will be several times stronger. At the very least, those 3 golden core practitioners will not be able to stop you. Gu Zhiyun smiled confidently, proud of her creation. Well then, I hope it truly possesses such power. Shall we begin now? Li Fan tucked the formation plate away, his anticipation mounting. After all, the unfortunate members of the Black Shaman sect had just met their demise here, and it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Not yet. We must wait until nightfall. Gu Zhiyun shook her head. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. Thus, the two settled in to await the darkness. Soon, the night descended, enveloping the surroundings in a veil of shadows. The time is nigh. Brotherly, let us commence our actions. Remember, please buy me as much time as possible. Gu Zhiyun gazed intently towards the secret realm before suddenly addressing Li Fan. I will remember. Farewell, and may fortune favor you. Li Fan wasted no words, immediately following the prearranged route as he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance. No sooner had he departed than a booming voice, infused with overwhelming spiritual energy, reverberated throughout the valley. Members of the Black Shaman sect, step forth to meet your end. This unexpected outburst promptly alerted the trio of bloodthirsty cultivators. Damn it, someone has intruded. Brother 2, Brother 3, come with me to eliminate this scoundrel. He must not escape alive. Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 transformed into beams of light, racing towards Li Fan's direction. Success. Next, it is my turn to take the stage. With the most troublesome 3 already departed, Gu Zhiyun swiftly approached the massive luminous gate. Who goes there? Stand still, no wait. Several disciples of the Black Shaman sect were stationed around the gate. However, Gu Zhiyun merely cast another formation plate, unleashing a barrage of lethal energy that swept through them. In the blink of an eye, she had cleared the area of any disturbances. Now, there was no one left to interrupt her. I must swiftly discover the means to navigate through this array and enter. Otherwise, when those three perverts return, it should be quite unpleasant. Without further hesitation, Gu stowed away the array plate and stepped into the grand formation before the luminous gate, meticulously beginning her deciphering. It must be said, her mastery of array techniques was indeed extraordinary. The formation that had ensnared the black shaman for over 2 months under her feet was swiftly unraveled, allowing her to advance to within 20 meters of the light gate in no time. How fitting for me. Such a trivial test is simply child's play. Those foolish black shaman still delude themselves into using the lives of mortals to probe for the array's focal point. How laughably naive. Little do they realize, the position of the focal point is in a constant state of flux. Thus, even if they were to sacrifice tenfold more lives, no progress would be made. As she silently mocked, Gu pressed forward, now less than 5 or 6 meters from the radiant portal. However, just as she was on the brink of success, an unforeseen anomaly erupted. The once stable formation suddenly became violent, a terrifying force coalescing and striking towards her with ferocity. What is happening? This is bad. The accumulation of blood energy from those who perished here has transformed into a blood malice, disrupting the flow of the formation. Dreadful, I was so close. I cannot give up. Clenching her teeth, Gu attempted to force her way through, but the onslaught of power came too swiftly and ferociously. In a moment of crisis, she frantically retrieved a collection of defensive array plates to activate for protection. Yet ultimately, she was violently hurled away by the overwhelming force, ejected from the grand formation. Cough. A mouthful of blood was expelled as Gu collapsed to the ground, feeling as though her bones were on the verge of disintegration. Yet, it seemed misfortune did not befall her alone. Almost simultaneously, in the direction of Li Fan, an exceedingly terrifying aura erupted. Following was a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. And then, silence enveloped everything. Sensing this, Gu face paled instantly, for she recognized that fleeting aura, unmistakably emanating from a nascent soul realm expert. In an instant, her heart plummeted into despair. Chapter 58. The Summoning Spell for Transference. Lin Mo sets forth to Hidden Dragon Valley. 2 woeful unfortunate souls. Within the serene chamber of the Xianxia sect, Lin Mo was engaged in communication with his sister, Xianxia, who resided far away on Blue Star, through the system. He had successfully cultivated the first stage of the eternal dominant scripture, the blood chi furnace, with a blood dragon coalescing within him. His strength had undergone a monumental transformation compared to before. This newfound power finally emboldened him to seek retribution against the Black Shaman. However, he did not hasten his departure. Instead, he prepared to pass on the birthing spell he had acquired in Tianjin City to his sister. Aoki transformation technique. Brother, is this the birthing spell you discovered? How is the effect? On the other side of the light curtain, Xianxia gazed curiously at the spell she had just transcribed. Well, I'm not entirely sure. Lin Mo scratched his head awkwardly. The spell is merely of the mid-level Xian class, designed to hasten the growth of some spiritual herbs, and may not be particularly impressive. However, I believe it should suffice for accelerating ordinary medicinal materials found on Blue Star. Regarding Lin Xia's inquiry, Lin Mo was admittedly uncertain. After all, he had neither practiced this spell nor conducted any experiments. Nevertheless, he felt that for the purpose of hastening ordinary herbs, this spell should be adequate at this stage. Oh, a mid-level Xian class spell is still quite commendable. Very well, I shall practice it later. Upon hearing her brother's uncertain response, Xianxia understood that he had not tested it at all. Thus, the labor of acquiring true knowledge through practice would fall upon her. By the way, brother, the Tao Ancestors plan has been progressing smoothly lately, thanks to the efforts of our great-uncle and others. The military has recently produced an additional 50,000 soldiers at the first stage of body refinement. After tucking the transcribed technique into her pocket, Xianxia suddenly recalled something and hurriedly reported to Lin Mo. Yes, I'm aware of that. Thanks to you all. I recently made a breakthrough to the spiritual sea realm. Just moments ago, I also mastered the introductory volume of the Unyielding Dominance Sutra, significantly enhancing my strength. Conservatively speaking, my overall power now rivals that of a nascent soul. Upon hearing Xianxia mention this, a smile instantly spread across Lin Mo's face. It must be said that the support from the great Xia has been incredibly impressive. In just over half a month, they have propelled his strength from that of a mere ant in the body refinement stage to a level comparable to that of a nascent soul. If this were to be disclosed, It would undoubtedly astonish countless individuals. However, for him, this is merely the beginning. Once the conditions in Great Xia mature and the Tao Ancestors' plan progresses to the stage of universal cultivation, his strength will truly experience explosive growth. Goodness, brother, have you transformed into a nascent soul elder? How outrageous! Is this the power of a cheat? You are truly making your little sister envious. You cannot imagine the conditions I endured on Blue Star. The concentration of spiritual energy is appallingly thin. Hearing that her brother had now become a nascent soul elder left Lin Mo utterly envious. There was no denying that the cultivation conditions on Blue Star were far too inadequate, and despite her extraordinary talent, her progress had been undeniably slow. Even now, she was still half a step away from the foundation establishment stage. In her brother's world, she felt that achieving even the foundation establishment stage would take merely 2.5 days of practice. How could she possibly be stuck here for so long? Do not rush. Once I reach the nascent soul realm, I shall partake in the assessment of the flame sun holy land. At that point, I will find a way to obtain that imperial scripture, and you will no longer have to endure this indignity. Lin Mo understood how stifling it was for Xianxia to cultivate on Blue Star, hence he could only offer words of consolation. By the way, you all should exert yourselves a bit more. While I was out searching for birthing spells, I encountered some complications. Consequently, I may have attracted some formidable enemies. What, brother? Have you got yourself into trouble? Xianxia was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. It's not such a grave matter, really. Lin Mo did not conceal anything from Xianxia and briefly recounted his earlier experiences in Tianyan City. My goodness, brother, that's impressive. It hasn't been long, and you've already found me 2 sisters-in-law? Wow, even childhood betrothed ones. How remarkable. Haha, I'll share this delightful news with our parents. They will surely leap with joy. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing this news, Xia's thoughts took a rather mischievous turn. When will you ever think of something serious? I have already said, I regard them both merely as younger sisters. Lin Mo was utterly speechless. Did he truly appear so desperate? Oh, younger sisters, I understand. How does that lyric go? She's just my sister. The sister says purple is quite charming. Xianxia elongated her tone, striking a playful pose of disbelief, even humming a classic lyric that nearly broke Lin Mo's composure. I never mind. I shall not explain further. Lin Mo wished to continue clarifying, but he felt that whatever he said at this moment would seem so painfully inadequate, much like the situation described in that lyric. Thus, he resigned himself to the moment. Ah, brother, this is a good thing. Our parents previously mentioned they wouldn't mind you're having multiple wives over there. As long as your harem doesn't explode, you can take as many wives as you desire. They are merely waiting to hold their grandchildren. Upon witnessing her brother's choked response, Xianxia immediately teased him. Ha! They are quite open-minded. However, at this moment, my mind is solely focused on becoming stronger. Grandchildren are a distant prospect. Lin Mo sighed in resignation. Then, adopting a serious demeanor, he spoke. All right, little sister, let us leave it at this for now. I must go extinguish that black shaman sect. We will converse again when I return and have the time. Upon hearing this, Xianxia replied earnestly, Okay, brother. Anyone who dares to bring ruin to my sister-in-law's family is no ordinary beast. A heavy-handed response is imperative. I await your good news. Watching Xianxia clench her small fist, Lin Mo was both amused and exasperated. Without further hesitation, he ended the communication, exited the room, and soared in the direction of Hidden Dragon Valley. The village where he once lived, the very hometown of the 2 sisters, lay nestled in the vicinity of the valley. Meanwhile, within the confines of Hidden Dragon Valley, 2 rather disheveled figures were sprawled pitifully upon the ground. They were none other than Li Fan and Gu Zhiyun. Fei, Li. What on earth happened? How were you captured? Gu Zhiyun, equally battered and bloodied, could not restrain her curiosity as she gazed at Li Fan, who was also covered in blood, yet still clinging to life. Cough, cough. Let us not dwell on it. Li Fan rasped, his voice strained as he forced a smile. Everything was going smoothly, but I never imagined that those 3 fiends would possess a relic left behind by a nascent soul master. Your formation was indeed formidable, but... Cough, cough. I had truly intended to escape. However, the leader of the Blood Fiend sect, Bloodshaw, was ruthless and insisted on capturing me. Initially, I was unperturbed. After all, Gu Zhiyun's formation was genuine, and the Bloodshaw brothers were like frantic hounds, unable to breach its defenses. Yet, before I could celebrate my apparent safety, Bloodshaw suddenly crushed a talisman resembling a spirit jade. In an instant, a terrifying colossal hand, radiating an aura of devastation, came crashing down upon me. In a heartbeat, the formation was obliterated as if it were mere paper, and at the critical moment, I desperately fled, but the residual force nearly crushed me to death. Li, this is my fault. I failed to consider the situation thoroughly. I never anticipated that these perverts would have a nascent soul expert backing them. Alas, I have brought you great misfortune, Gu Zhiyun lamented, her expression frozen in shock, guilt washing over her. Never mind, it is not your fault. After all, I did not foresee this either, Li Fan replied, shaking his head, aware that the blame did not lie with Gu Zhiyun. By the way, how did you end up captured? Weren't you planning to enter the secret realm? Did you fail? He looked at Gu Zhiyun, noticing her pale face, a clear indication of her distress. Ah, I too have had my share of misfortune, Gu Zhiyun chuckled bitterly. The excessive deaths within the formation tainted its veins with bloodshot energy. I failed to notice in time and inadvertently triggered the grand formation. After that, she abruptly halted mid-sentence, sensing someone approaching them. Chapter 59, A Certain Death? Despairing Gu Zhiyun. A mere chi refinement ant, alongside a foundation establishment girl. How audacious to reach into our bowl. The three brothers of Bloodshaw approached slowly, their eyes gleaming with malice as they fixed their predatory gazes upon the weakened Gu Zhiyun and Li Fan. Bah, you three beasts, lacking all moral compass. Sooner or later, one will meet a fate worse than death. Upon seeing the three approaching figures, Li Fan's spirit surged, and he unleashed a torrent of curses. He believed that he was already trapped in a situation from which escape seemed impossible. In light of this, what was there to be courteous about? It would be far better to hurl insults at these three beasts before meeting his end. What audacity! Truly, he was a prodigy capable of comprehending the essence of the sword. Yet, alas, you shall soon experience my methods. Upon hearing Li Fan's defiance, the already irritable Bloodshaw was consumed by rage and prepared to inflict torment upon him. Wait, hold your horses. Killing us will not benefit you. As Bloodshaw advanced towards Li Fan, Gu Zhiyun, struggling to maintain her composure, called out to him. Oh, what do you mean? What are you trying to say? Bloodshaw's movements indeed halted, his dark gaze fixating on Gu Zhiyun, temporarily sparing Li Fan from peril. How about that formation earlier? Impressive, wasn't it? Bloodshaw's glare was venomous, yet Gu Zhiyun, undeterred, managed to muster a faint smile. Damn it, you wretched woman. How dare you say that? That formation was your doing? The mere mention of the formation nearly drove Bloodshaw into a frenzy. Had it not been for that contraption, a mere insect at the chi refinement stage, no matter how remarkably he had grasped the sword's essence, would have stood no chance against the three brothers. Yet, empowered by that bizarre formation, they had been made to dance like puppets. If he had not been ruthless enough to use the life-preserving talisman bestowed by that esteemed individual, that brat would have undoubtedly escaped unscathed. If news of the secret realm were to leak, all their efforts over the past 2 months would be rendered futile. The mere thought of this filled him with an intense desire to reduce these two individuals to ashes, to vent his pent-up fury. Gu Zhiyun keenly sensed the fleeting murderous intent emanating from Bloodshaw, prompting her to speak quickly. Indeed, that formation is my handiwork. I am a master of formations. You know what that implies, don't you? She did not elaborate further, fully aware that Bloodshaw would grasp her meaning. You mean to say you can assist me in unlocking the formations here? Bloodshaw's understanding was instantaneous. Eldest brother, we cannot trust her. Who knows what schemes this girl might be plotting? The scorpion, standing nearby, hastily interjected. Given the commotion we just caused, I fear someone may discover our situation. It matters little if others find out, but if it reaches the ears of that esteemed individual, then we would be in grave trouble. Thus, his heart raced with panic, and his interest in the secret realm began to wane once more. Calm down, my dear third brother. If there truly is no hope, it will not be too late to report it later. Rest assured, should any issues arise, I will take full responsibility. Observing the scorpion's wavering resolve, Bloodslaughter comprehended the underlying reasons. After offering some words of reassurance, he turned to Gu Zhiyun and demanded, "What reason do I have to trust you? Even without your assistance, I would eventually decipher the essence of this place." Huh, how amusing. Gu Zhiyun's laughter rang out, unrestrained by any pretense of mockery. What are you laughing at? Bloodslaughter clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. I find your ignorance utterly pitiable. You've languished in this secret realm for so long, and you still have not discerned its origins? Allow me to enlighten you. It is the ancestral domain of the ancient Tao Emperor, a sanctuary containing the legendary Emperor's scriptures. Upon hearing this, Bloodslaughter and his companions were rendered speechless. Indeed, Gu Xian's words held truth. After 2 months of guarding this place, they had yet to uncover the true lineage of the secret realm. Is what you say truly the case? Hei Feng, snapping back to reality, gasped, his breath heavy with urgency as he pressed for confirmation. What purpose would I have to deceive you? Have you noticed the patterns upon that grand door? They are a manifestation of the Emperor's laws. Following Gu Xian's lead, the trio hastily gazed at the intricate designs on the door. Yet, despite feeling an air of profound mystery, they could discern little more. Do you sense the enigmatic energy? Gu Xian continued. That is the very essence of the Emperor's secret realm. The array surrounding this realm serves as a trial. The focal point of this formation shifts incessantly. Even if you were to send 1,000 men to scout, or even 100,000, it would be of no avail. Witnessing their astonishment, Gu Xian seized the opportunity to drop another bombshell. Can you dismantle this formation? Bloodslaughter pondered for a considerable time before responding. Of course I can. Otherwise, why would I be here? Gu Xian spoke with an air of certainty. Very well. Then I shall grant you a chance at survival. Unravel this formation, and I shall spare your lives. After a moment of contemplation, Bloodslaughter acquiesced, recognizing that if the formation indeed shifted as Gu Xian described, no amount of effort on his part could break it. However, the presence of the fabled Emperor's scriptures within the realm was an opportunity he could not forsake. Thus, his only hope lay with Gu Xian. Of course, he was acutely aware that Gu Xian would not assist them without ulterior motives. Consequently, he raised his hand and captured Li Fan, who was barely clinging to life. What do you mean by this? Gu Xian frowned, regarding Bloodslaughter's sudden aggression. It's nothing, just a reminder for you to behave. Remember, if the formation is not unraveled within the hour, your companion may well meet his end. As the conversation reached this point, the malevolent aura of Blood Sha became palpable. He extended his hand and struck Li Fan's arm. You beast! Li Fan let out a piercing scream as Blood Sha had brutally shattered the bones in his right arm. That arm was now rendered useless. How dare you? This scene made Gu Xian's eyes widen in shock. Witnessing Li Fan's plight filled her with an unbearable sorrow, yet she found herself utterly powerless to save him. Do you understand? If you do, act swiftly. Do not let my patience wane. The chilling words of Blood Sha ignited a fierce anger within Gu Xian. Indeed, deceiving these ruthless and cunning fiends was no simple task. However, at this moment, her only recourse was to buy time, striving to secure a chance for both herself and Li Fan to survive. Thus, she spoke no further and turned to enter the formation. With my profound understanding of formations, successfully passing the trial to enter the secret realm was not particularly challenging. However, completely dismantling the entire grand array and allowing these fools to enter was an impossibility. Even bringing just one person along would be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, to escape this predicament, alternative methods must be considered. Perhaps I could do this. Swallowing a healing elixir, Gu Xian silently tended to her wounds while contemplating her escape. Reflecting on her recent failure, she quickly devised a plan. Seated at the periphery of the formation, she began to feign the process of unraveling it, muttering incantations that sounded profoundly esoteric to the ears of Blood Sha and his companions. Time passed swiftly, and soon an hour had nearly elapsed. Blood Sha, growing increasingly impatient, exclaimed, "Are you done yet? If not, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. Why the haste? This is a formation set by the Emperor himself. It cannot simply be unraveled by anyone." Gu Xian feigned annoyance in her response. "I shall grant you another hour. Should you fail again, you all shall perish." Blood Sha, finding some merit in her argument, conceded another hour. As time hurried on, the second hour approached its end. At that moment, Gu Xian, who had been seated at the formation's edge, suddenly stood up, her face lighting up with joy as she called out, "Quick, come here. I have successfully opened a path, but it will only last for a fleeting moment. Hurry." Upon hearing this, the 3 brothers of Blood Sha had no time to ponder. They hastily abandoned Li Fan and rushed forward. Yet, as they stepped into the formation, they were met with a cunning smile from Gu Xian, signaling her triumph. In the next instant, an overwhelming force surged toward the 3 of them. "This is dire. We have been outmaneuvered." The 3 regained their senses, their eyes wide with fury, and immediately summoned their spiritual energy for defense. However, Under the overwhelming force, they were still violently hurled outside the formation. In that fleeting moment, Gu Zhiyun swiftly approached Li Fan, intending to make a hasty escape. Yet before they could act, three figures, enveloped by a fierce wind, thunderously landed before them, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Amidst the swirling dust, the blood-fiend brothers re-emerged. At this moment, apart from their slightly tattered garments, they appeared utterly unharmed. How could this be? Witnessing this scene, Gu Zhiyun was struck with terror. Rooted in place, her complexion drained of color. She had meticulously plotted everything, intending to use the accumulated blood-fiend energy from the formation against them, a force potent enough to severely wound or even slay a golden core cultivator. Yet, how were these three unharmed? You vile wench, you have played us for fools twice. The blood-fiend was now consumed by rage. No longer inclined to utter another word, he stepped forward, gathering his immense spiritual power in his palm, prepared to strike down the woman who dared to toy with him. However, just as he was about to unleash his attack, a hand rested upon his shoulder. Big brother, wait. The voice belonged to Scorpion. What are you doing, third brother? Blood Fiend roared, his violent killing intent almost palpable. If we simply kill her now, wouldn't that be too merciful? Scorpion smirked, his gaze fixated on Gu Zhiyun, unabashedly scanning her from head to toe, filled with unmasked greed and lewdness. This little beauty is a rare formation master. Perhaps her physique is unlike any other. Scorpion licked his lips and slowly approached the utterly stunned Gu Zhiyun. Don't come any closer. Stay away from me. Gu Zhiyun instinctively took a step back, her voice trembling. She did not fear death, but she dreaded what this man intended to do next. The raw, objectifying gaze he cast upon her sent chills through her, awakening an unprecedented terror within her. Stay away? Scorpion seemed to have heard the greatest joke. He cackled, halting in his tracks, relishing the sight of Gu Zhiyun's despairing expression wrought by fear. Hee, soon you'll be begging me not to keep my distance. With that, he extended his hand, leisurely and with the thrill of a predator toying with its prey, reaching for Gu Zhiyun's face, which bore a hint of dust, yet remained strikingly beautiful. It's over. Gu Zhiyun's heart plummeted, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair in an instant. She contemplated ending her own life to preserve her innocence. At this moment, the oppressive aura emanating from the three blood fiends began to converge upon her, rendering her, already injured, utterly motionless and helpless, left to be slaughtered at will. Coming to terms with her dire predicament, Gu Zhiyun could only despairingly close her eyes, allowing the humiliating tears to cascade down her cheeks. However, just as the filthy fingers of the scorpion were about to make contact, a thunderous roar, imbued with an insatiable intent for slaughter, reverberated through the air like a bolt from the blue, echoing throughout the valley. You rabble of the Black Fiend sect, come forth and meet your demise. Chapter 60, The Uncertain Crowd. Elder Jian gasped, did I misjudge the situation? Having traversed the skies for nearly 2 hours, Lin Mo finally returned to this land he had not seen in 3 long years, his homeland, that warm little village. Yet, the sight before him caused his heart to sink. The once vibrant village, filled with the essence of simple, rustic life, now lay in devastating ruins. The laughter and chatter of the villagers had long since faded, replaced by a deathly silence, with dilapidated homes and scattered, disfigured corpses strewn about. Lin Mo, his expression grave, descended to the ground and approached one of the relatively intact bodies. It was that of a man, seemingly robust, yet his death was excruciatingly tragic, his bones appearing to have shattered and twisted into grotesque forms. One could only imagine the inhumane torment he had endured in life. Lin Mo recognized him, Uncle Wu, the blacksmith of the village, known for his warm-heartedness. In his youth, Lin Mo had even apprenticed under him to learn the craft, receiving his teachings without reservation. Yet now, he lay cold and lifeless. Uncle Wu, he lamented, you once promised that upon my return, you would unearth your cherished old wine from the yard to welcome me home. Alas, I have returned, but that wine I shall never taste. Gazing at the unblinking corpse on the ground, Lin Mo remained silent for a long time, feeling as though a massive stone lodged in his chest was suffocating him, though he had anticipated the cruelty of this fantastical world upon his arrival. It was only now that he truly grasped the weight of its brutality, merely because a so-called secret realm had appeared near the village. The once peaceful and ordinary hamlet had suffered such an unfathomable disaster. Had he not departed 3 years prior in pursuit of enlightenment, it was conceivable that his own corpse might now be among the wreckage. Oh, in times past, I lacked the power to prevent this calamity. Yet, I take solace in the strength I now possess to avenge you. Rest assured, Uncle Wu, I shall not spare a single one of those wretches who annihilated the village. I will honor your spirit with their blood. Lin Mo's fists tightened slightly, and a phantom of a blood dragon flickered behind him, manifesting the fury that surged within his heart. In the next moment, he suddenly directed a punch towards an empty patch of land. Boom! There was no cataclysmic surge of spiritual energy, only a profound pit silently emerging at that spot. Rest in peace, Uncle Wu. After gently closing the unyielding eyes of the blacksmith, Lin Mo waved his hand, lowering the body into the depths of the pit. He then proceeded to do the same for the scattered remains of others, each one interred in that somber grave. The bodies were scarcely recognizable as human. Lin Mo surmised that their demise was likely due to their fierce resistance, which had provoked the beasts of the Black Shaman sect, leading to their public execution as a warning to the remaining villagers. Once all were laid to rest, Lin Mo sought out a large stone. With his fingers poised like a sword, he summoned a fierce sword intent to carve out a rudimentary tombstone, which he erected in their memory. Only after completing this task did his gaze finally shift towards the depths of Hidden Dragon Valley. According to Xianxia, the village had been beset due to the emergence of a secret realm within Hidden Dragon Valley, drawing the attention of the Black Shaman sect. This meant that those miscreants were likely congregating around that very realm. Very well, let them gather. It saves me the trouble of searching for them. With that thought, Lin Mo felt no hesitation whatsoever. He surged forth, propelled by an overwhelming intent to kill, transforming into a crimson streak of light that darted deep into Hidden Dragon Valley. As he neared the area, he let out a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the valley, causing the earth to tremble. Meanwhile, deep within Hidden Dragon Valley, as this explosive shout echoed, the movements of the scorpion halted abruptly in midair. The lascivious grin on his face vanished, replaced by an expression of profound bewilderment. What the hell is happening? How could there be another one? Blood Slaughter and Black Wind also felt a tremor run through them, turning their gazes towards the source of the sound, an ominous premonition rising within their hearts. The pressure embedded within that roar was not to be trifled with. Could it be that the situation here has been exposed at last? Regardless of the uncertainty swirling in the minds of Blood Slaughter and his companions, Gu Zhiyun, whose heart felt like ashes and had closed her eyes in despair, found a resonant shout laden with an insatiable intent for slaughter to be nothing short of divine. Just a moment longer, and she would have been sullied by this abhorrent pervert. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, a miracle truly unfolded. This filled her with overwhelming joy, nearly bringing her to tears of ecstasy. If Gu Zhiyun's current emotion was one of elation, then the ailing Li Fan was left in a state of utter bewilderment. Just moments ago, he was consumed by righteous indignation over Gu Zhiyun's imminent peril, and yet, in the blink of an eye, the situation had taken a turn. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that voice of reprimand, which felt eerily familiar. Montake, am I on the verge of death, experiencing auditory hallucinations? Or has Mo Gu truly arrived? But how could that be? Even if he had consumed the elixir I once gifted him, he could only reach the chi refinement stage at best. Yet, judging by the commanding presence of that voice, the newcomer must be at least a golden core cultivator, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I must be overthinking it. Perhaps it is merely a powerful individual passing by with a strikingly similar voice. Yet this is still an opportunity. I must seize it. With that thought, Li Fan summoned the last remnants of his strength and shouted with all his might, "Senior, here lies the emergence of the Emperor's secret realm, and these ruffians from the Black Sha sect seek to monopolize it. They even resort to abducting mortals, conducting blood sacrifices to test the formation. This is unequivocally an act of demonic cultivation. I implore you, Senior, to eradicate these beasts." Hearing Li Fan, almost out of breath, daring to speak up, Shueisha's face turned an ashen shade, and he immediately raised his hand to crush this ignorant ant. However, just as he lifted his hand, his entire form froze in place. At that very instant, as Li Fan's words echoed, he distinctly felt an overwhelming and unfathomable pressure bearing down upon him. Damn it! An unyielding presence has arrived. This is troublesome. Shueisha's heart sank. Although this aura had not reached the level of the nascent soul stage, it was not far off. This indicated that the newcomer was at least at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. This was decidedly problematic. Meanwhile, in an unseen corner. Sword Elder was also filled with uncertainty. It seems I need not intervene. This lad is indeed unfortunate, encountering such circumstances at the Qi refinement stage. Just moments ago, he had resolved to assist Li Fan and Gu Zhiyun through this tribulation, though he had previously claimed that, against these 3 golden core cultivators, his current state of residual soul would be insufficient. That was merely a ruse to dissuade Li Fan. In truth, as a former sage, even in his diminished state, he was not to be trifled with by mere trifles of the golden core realm. His intention in saying so was to instill a sense of pressure in Li Fan, ensuring that he would not always seek him out in times of crisis. The path of the sword cultivator lies in unwavering resolve, advancing fearlessly. If Li Fan constantly relies on the notion of having someone to shield him, he is destined to achieve nothing of great significance. Therefore, in order to avoid nurturing a worthless apprentice, the old sword master falsely claimed his current condition, barely managing to resolve a golden core issue. However, witnessing Li Fan trapped in an insurmountable predicament, the old sword master was compelled to intervene. Yet, before he could act, an avenger appeared from outside. Strangely, the avenger sounded familiar. Wasn't this the useless servant disciple from the Xianxia sect from half a month ago? How could a seemingly inept servant disciple transform into a figure capable of intimidating 3 golden core cultivators in such a short span? This was utterly irrational. If this were the case, had the old man misjudged the situation previously? Chapitre 61. Na seule manifestation? What on earth is being said? A single punch could obliterate. Shortly after the resounding shout, a crimson beam of light tore through the heavens, accompanied by overwhelming murderous intent, crashing down not far from the group. Boom! The earth trembled, and a palpable, terrifying aura enveloped the area. All present, including Xianxia and the barely conscious Li Fan and Gu Zhiyun, felt as if a colossal mountain had suddenly descended upon them. The weight of the oppressive presence rendered them nearly breathless. Montake, is it really you? Li Fan was utterly dumbfounded. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he struggled to turn his head toward the figure, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could scarcely imagine that the visitor was indeed Lin Mo. Yet could such a fearsome aura, capable of dominating the scene, truly belong to his former brother-in-arms, who had once been unable to even enter the outer sect? He felt as though he must be dreaming. But why did this dream feel so vividly real? That voice just now truly belongs to you. Brother, it has been a long time. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting upon Li Fan. Upon seeing a familiar face, a flicker of joy arose within him. However, when he beheld Li Fan's blood-soaked, broken form, his brows knitted tightly in concern. What a joke. This was one of the few brothers he had come to recognize since his reincarnation, even considered a half-savior. Now, to see him so brutally tormented? Well. The Black Shaman sect is truly remarkable. As the saying goes, a dragon has its reverse scales, touch them, and one must die. If he were a dragon, then the actions of the Black Shaman sect these days had gone beyond merely touching his reverse scales. They were dancing wildly upon them. How could this be tolerated? Today, they must be ground to dust. What is happening? Li Xiaoge, do you know this esteemed figure? Gu Zhiyun, upon hearing Lin Mo's familiar greeting, was momentarily taken aback and quickly leaned toward Li Fan, whispering urgently, Do I know him? He is my senior brother. Once we were part of sect. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's gaze remained fixated on Lin Mo's figure, and he responded somewhat dazedly, Wow, if you have such an impressive senior brother, why didn't you mention it earlier? How wonderful. We are saved. Ha ha ha. This lady won't have to perish. The moment she learned that the newcomer was Li Fan's senior brother, Gu Zhiyun was instantly filled with elation. After all, she and Li Fan were now allies in this dire situation. Thus, Li Fan's senior brother could be considered her senior brother as well. They were kin in this struggle. Moreover, he appeared to possess formidable strength, while it might be uncertain whether he could vanquish all 3 of the Golden Core freaks. Surely he could lead them out of danger with ease. However, as she reveled in joy, a bittersweet smile crept onto Li Fan's face. It is true that I have a senior brother, he mused. But according to the usual narrative, he should still be at the nascent stage of energy cultivation now. His prowess ought to be far inferior to mine, having comprehended a fraction of sword intent. Who could have anticipated that reality would play such a cruel jest upon him? Yet, in the next moment, Li Fan's spirits were rekindled. He had always hoped that Lin Mo could escape the shackles of mediocrity and rise as a true powerhouse. He had even lamented the injustice of fate for this reason. Now, things appeared to have changed for the better. Although he remained oblivious to the extraordinary transformation Lin Mo had undergone, the magnitude of this change felt almost surreal. Nevertheless, he was genuinely delighted for Lin Mo, for he was not only his benefactor, but also a brother in his heart. While the two were lost in their respective thoughts, the hearts of the Blood Fiend Brotherhood sank to despair. They watched helplessly as Lin Mo cast a cold, emotionless glance in their direction and heard the lowly insect beside him admit that the newcomer was his senior brother. It was over. This matter could hardly end well. However, Blood Fiend still desired to make one last desperate attempt. He forced a smile, bowed slightly to Lin Mo, and cautiously proposed, "Esteemed sir, this is all a misunderstanding. We were not aware that this individual is your junior brother. Therefore, since you have personally intervened, we shall naturally extend you the courtesy. You may take these two away, and I'm willing to offer generous compensation for their losses. What do you think?" Blood Fiend believed that his words conveyed sufficient sincerity and an olive branch. Yet, to Lin Mo's ears, it was nothing short of laughable. What nonsense was this? Not only had he come here specifically to eradicate them, but even if he had merely chanced upon them, could a meager compensation suffice to dismiss him? Did they think he was just some stray cat or dog? These three fools, could they not comprehend the gravity of their predicament? Absurd. Had their minds been devoured by dogs? How could they utter such words? Lin Mo scoffed without reservation, instantly darkening the expressions of the three Blood Slaughter members. Blood Slaughter, suppressing the fury within, continued, "I concede that you are formidable, yet you are but one individual. Moreover, we have no grievances from the past, nor enmity in recent days. There is no need to escalate a trivial matter into something so unpleasant. The lives of these two are not in jeopardy, and you have not suffered any loss. Have you? However, should you persist in your obstinacy and choose to oppose us, know that my brothers and I are not to be trifled with." Blood Slaughter employed both soft and hard tactics, attempting to dissuade Lin Mo's hostility. His final trump card was reserved for confronting the formidable Yuanying experts. He truly did not wish to squander it on a mere Jindan cultivator. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Lin Mo had no intention of letting them off the hook from the very beginning, for he was there to exact vengeance. "Li, could you persuade your senior brother? Let's depart from here," Gu Zhiyun quietly urged Li Fan. "These three deviants are not to be underestimated. They may possess hidden cards left by Yuanying cultivators. There is no need to engage in a futile struggle." Observing the tense standoff before them, Li Fan, agreeing with her, prepared to speak. However, Lin Mo's chilling words preempted him. "Was it you who slaughtered the village outside the valley?" Upon hearing this, the three Blood Slaughter members were taken aback. "There are so many villages outside the valley. Which one do you mean?" The scorpion, reacting instinctively, retorted, then impatiently waved his hand. Regardless of which one, it was likely our doing. So what? A mere group of mortal ants, whether killed or not. "Do you truly intend to oppose my Black Slaughter sect over a handful of dead?" The scorpion spoke without thinking. Yet, the moment the words left his lips, he regretted them, for he saw the excessively youthful man before him undergo a drastic shift in aura. A sharp, chilling energy surged forth, causing their very souls to tremble. "Ah, splendid. To have killed without remorse. Oppose your Black Slaughter sect? Huh, do you even deserve it? Prepare to die." As the words fell, Lin Mo unsheathed the sword at his waist. In an instant, a celestial sword intent cascaded down from the heavens. This sword intent was resplendent and lofty, divine and vast, as if the sword of the heavenly path hung in the firmament, judging all beings. Its might was formidable, impossible to gaze upon or defy. Merely a wisp of its aura caused the earth to fracture and the void to mourn. At the moment this unparalleled sword intent erupted, Li Fan, Gu Zhiyun, and even the Sword Elder felt their minds buzz and go blank once more. Gu Zhiyun, born of noble lineage, had indeed encountered sword cultivators who had comprehended sword intent. However, those who could grasp sword intent to such an extraordinary degree were exceedingly rare. Each was a precious gem within the grand sects. She never anticipated that in such a remote and desolate place, she would encounter someone so remarkably young. Could this individual possibly be a direct descendant of a formidable sect? It seems utterly surreal. Indeed, Lin Mo's comprehension of the Tai-Bai sword intent has astonishingly reached an impressive 60%. Such rapid advancement is undoubtedly attributed to Lin Xie's diligent efforts over the course of more than a month in the Great Xia. What would be an insurmountable challenge for others is trivial for Xianxia, who possesses an extraordinary level of understanding. Thus, by the time Lin Mo set forth towards Tianyan City, his sword intent had already attained this astonishing caliber. Without mentioning Gu Zhiyun's astonishment, Li Fan felt as though his eyes were about to pop from their sockets upon sensing that overwhelming sword intent. As a practitioner who had only grasped 10% of sword intent himself, how could he possibly fathom the sheer terror of Lin Mo's prowess? Is this truly real? Sword Master. Li Fan was nearly rendered speechless, his mind racing with disbelief. After a prolonged silence, the Sword Master finally responded in a somber tone. Did you not already have an inkling? Indeed, this formidable realm is unequivocally 60% sword intent. How utterly unbelievable. A mere servant disciple. This young man conceals far more than you realize. The Sword Master no longer dared to regard Lin Mo as some inconsequential waste. What a preposterous notion. What kind of failure could grasp such profound sword intent at the tender age of 18? Such monstrous talent, even when considering the entirety of Shenyang Prefecture, stands unrivaled. Save for those extraordinary outliers, he could hardly comprehend how such genius could emerge from this barren region. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, his sword intent had nearly rendered the entire assembly speechless. He merely fixed a cold gaze upon the three blood fiends, preparing to eliminate them with a single stroke. Impossible. How could this be? He is also a sword practitioner. Is such terrifying sword intent even within the grasp of a mere mortal? The three blood fiends were paralyzed with horror, unable to muster even the slightest thought of resistance beneath the overwhelming aura of Lin Mo's sword intent. Without affording them further time to react, Lin Mo elegantly swung his sword. A dazzling beam of light, radiant beyond measure, cleaved through the air, hurtling towards the trio. No! The scorpion and black wind could only emit a desperate cry as their protective spiritual energy was effortlessly pierced, rendering their bodies and souls into nothingness. Obliterated by the unmatched sword intent, only Blood Fiend remained. Witnessing this, Blood Fiend was seized by terror, abandoning all thoughts of the secret scriptures, and transformed into a streak of crimson light, employing every ounce of his strength to flee into the distance. Lin Mo offered him no opportunity. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade of light, hurtling towards Xianxia with lethal intent. Sensing the imminent danger behind him, Xianxia's eyes brimmed with despair. In that critical moment, he resolutely shattered his final life-saving artifact, a crystalline statue, glistening with brilliance. At the instant of its shattering, a colossal embodiment of law erupted into existence. Clad in a dark royal robe, its visage imposing, a projection of a formidable nascent soul. Master, save me. Upon witnessing the apparition, Xianxia exclaimed with overwhelming joy. The nascent soul slowly opened its eyes, casting a detached glance at the pursuing blade of light, and with a mere gesture of 2 fingers, effortlessly crushed it. Subsequently, it turned its gaze toward Lin Mo, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. Young man, grant me this favor and spare him. However, before it could finish, Lin Mo, filled with impatience, interrupted. What nonsense are you babbling? All of you shall perish. As his words faded, the energy within Lin Mo erupted violently, and a vivid, blood-colored dragon phantom materialized behind him. Sheathing his sword, he slowly raised his right arm. Instantly, the blood dragon behind him roared towards the heavens, its massive form contracting into intricate crimson dragon patterns that coiled around his entire arm, culminating at his fist. Then, with no embellishment, he thrust that fist directly towards the towering embodiment of law. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed at that moment. The majestic visage of the nascent soul, which had just begun to register shock, was obliterated along with its entire form beneath the might of that ruthless punch, disintegrating into a celestial shower of light. The ferocious shockwave began to radiate outward, sweeping away everything in its path. Xianxia, fleeing in terror, couldn't he even manage a scream before being reduced to dust by this overwhelming force. At this moment, the hidden Dragon Valley felt as though a colossal invisible hand had struck down, causing the earth to cave in, rocks to shatter, and the secret gate to tremble violently. Silence. An oppressive silence. Witnessing this cataclysmic event, Gu Zhiyun and Li Fan stood agape, unable to utter a single coherent word. Chapter 62. Sword Body Dual Cultivation. The Sword Elder was perplexed. The super-gathering spirit array, the grand array of 10,000 sources returning to one. The dreadful aftershocks gradually subsided. Yet, within Li Fan and Gu Zhiyun's hearts, a tempest of emotions raged on. A massacre. This was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. 3 golden core realms. In the entire Songlin domain, such beings were awe-inspiring powers. Yet now, they had been effortlessly crushed, even in his dying moments. That bloodthirsty fiend had summoned his final trump card for survival, a projection of the Dharma form left behind by a formidable nascent soul cultivator. Such an artifact is not to be trifled with. Its power undoubtedly reached the authentic realm of the nascent soul. Yet, from the moment it manifested to the instant it was obliterated, it scarcely endured for 3 seconds. Neither Li Fan nor Gu Zhiyun had ever witnessed such a ferocious and tyrannical spectacle. It nearly left them utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, this lad is actually a body cultivator? Absurd. A dual cultivator of sword and body? Moreover, he has achieved such astonishing feats in their respective domains at such a tender age. How is this even possible? It is not only Li Fan and Gu Zhiyun who were rendered speechless. Even the seasoned Jian Lao found himself profoundly shaken. Lin Mo's overwhelmingly powerful punch, while terrifying, should not have stirred a ripple in the heart of one who had once been a sage. He had seen countless scenes far more horrifying than this. To be frank, in his eyes, this level of power was hardly more than a trivial occurrence. In fact, he mused if he had truly been at his peak. Even a mere fart would have caused the entire Songlin domain to tremble thrice. However, the sheer essence exhibited by Lin Mo's punch sent a jolt through his heart. With his keen perception, he discerned that Lin Mo's cultivation was merely at the spirit sea realm as soon as he harnessed his spiritual energy. Yet, this seemingly insignificant level of cultivation, combined with a mastery of 60% of sword intent, effortlessly dispatched a golden core practitioner. Such a display was already astounding. Across the entire Xinjiang prefecture, while there were many prodigies who grasped sword intent, those who could reach 60% at Lin Mo's age could be counted on one hand. Yet the terrifying vitality that erupted from Lin Mo next left him even more astonished. Compared to sword cultivators, the path of body cultivation is far more arduous. With few achieving notable successes, Lin Mo not only succeeded, but possessed combat prowess rivaling that of a nascent soul solely through his physical strength. Most crucially, he was a dual cultivator of sword and body. This left Jian Lao utterly perplexed. It is well known that body cultivators require not only extraordinary perseverance, but also vast amounts of time to refine their skills. In contrast, sword cultivators largely depend on that ethereal quality of comprehension. Nonetheless, for most individuals, a lifetime is often spent pursuing one of these distinctly different paths. To traverse both roads is to dilute one's focus, making it difficult to attain mastery. Yet this youth, could he be of the sacred body lineage? Why? With all his experience, can the old man not discern this? Jian Lao found himself in a state of confusion. Logically, with his extensive experience, even as a remnant soul, he should not be unable to see through the intentions of a junior with such a relatively low cultivation level. However, in the case of Lin Mo, he misjudged him entirely. Even if Lin Mo did not actively reveal his strength, it would be impossible for him to discern any of his true capabilities. The implications of this are profoundly intriguing. Alas, this young man is undoubtedly extraordinary. Indeed, he might be even more than that. The sword master seemed to contemplate a certain possibility, causing even his remnant soul to tremble, a rare gravitas appearing upon his face. Afterward, he exhaled deeply in relief. Fortunately, my foolish disciple has already befriended him. If he truly is as I suspect, then it is imperative to forge an alliance, never to become an adversary. With this thought, a wave of immense gratitude surged within the swordmaster. For no one understands better than he that if Lin Mo truly embodies the existence he conjectures, then the terrifying display just witnessed is merely the tip of the iceberg. Lin Mo remained blissfully unaware of the astonishing secrets the swordmaster had envisioned. At present, he felt only a slight astonishment at the power he had just demonstrated. Goodness, is this the might of the Imperial Sutra? Having merely grasped the introductory scroll, he was able to shatter a projection of a nascent soul with sheer physical strength. Remarkable, far more formidable than he had anticipated. Clenching his fist, an overwhelming sense of power surged through his arm. In truth, against that sudden appearance of the nascent soul projection, he could have effortlessly slain it with a full release of 60% of his Tai Bai sword intent. However, He desired to ascertain the extent of his current physical prowess, which is why he had sheathed his sword. Yet, unaware of what awaited him, he was astounded by the results. His pure physical strength could indeed annihilate a nascent soul projection with a single punch. This realization confirmed that his strength had genuinely reached the nascent soul realm. And not just any version, but a formidable one. With a body of the spiritual sea realm, he rivaled the great powers of the nascent soul. The only word that encapsulated Lin Mo's feeling was exhilaration. After thoroughly annihilating the 3 leaders of the Blackshaw sect, Lin Mo had ostensibly completed his quest for vengeance. For a moment, he felt a tinge of ennui. At that moment, he caught sight of Li Fan and Gu Jiun, both still in a state of shock. After a moment's thought, he dissipated the blood-red dragon patterns coiling around his right arm and flew directly towards them. Soon, Lin Mo landed before the two. Observing Li Fan's pitiful state, as if he could perish at any moment, Lin Mo furrowed his brow and retrieved a medicinal pill from his storage ring. The Vitality Pill, a 3rd-tier elixir, was from the batch previously gifted to him by Su Qinghan. There were 10 in total, and after giving one to Lu Qingyao earlier, only 9 remained. Without hesitation, he took out another, preparing to heal Li Fan. "Brother, here, take this." Lin Mo flicked his fingers, and the elixir exuded a rich aura of vitality, gently floating to Li Fan's lips. "Is this a 3rd-grade elixir?" "Mo good, you mustn't." Li Fan immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the pill and was about to decline. However, in the next moment, the elixir floated directly into his mouth, dissolving upon entry. Instantly, a torrent of pure life force surged within him, swiftly mending his battered body. "No more words. Mo good. I owe you another favor." The effects of the elixir were immediate. Before long, Li Fan was able to stand, albeit unsteadily. "Oh, what favor? Did you not gift me an elixir before?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. The elixir Li Fan had previously given him had been of immense assistance. In his eyes, a mere 3rd-grade vitality elixir was far from sufficient to repay the favor. "It's different, Mo good." Li Fan shook his head, his expression exceedingly solemn. "That elixir was my token of gratitude. Now, you have saved my life once more. Mo good, such kindness cannot go unacknowledged. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to command me." Li Fan felt overwhelmed by the debt of gratitude and bowed deeply to Lin Mo. "Enough with the formalities. I see you're gravely injured. Let me take you away from this perilous place." Observing Li Fan's frail state, Lin Mo decided to first lead him to safety. Just then, Gu Jiun, who had been waiting for an opportunity to speak, suddenly interjected. "Wait, big shot. This secret realm is still here, and now that no one is contesting it, we cannot simply walk away." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo directed his gaze towards the somewhat disheveled young woman. "And who might you be?" After assessing her for a moment, Lin Mo noticed an unusual aura about her and couldn't help but inquire. "Mo gu, allow me to introduce. This young lady is Gu Jiun," Li Fan explained succinctly, recounting the events that had transpired. "Oh, a formation master?" Lin Mo's interest was piqued. Like alchemists, formation masters are rare and skilled individuals. However, he wondered how useful she would be to him. Yes, I am indeed a formation master." Noticing Lin Mo's apparent interest, Gu Jiun blinked her clever eyes and eagerly stepped forward, continuing, "Moreover, this secret realm is a legacy of an emperor of formations. Are you not intrigued? A true emperor's legacy?" Lin Mo pointed towards the ancient, resplendent portal that had ceased trembling, skepticism flickering in his eyes. "Is the legacy of an emperor truly so undervalued now? Why is it that when a secret realm emerges into the world, it is so quiet?" Logically speaking, in the novels he had perused in his past life, whenever a supreme emperor's secret realm appeared, it would inevitably be accompanied by celestial phenomena, attracting countless formidable forces to clash with one another. Yet, this secret realm before him appeared rather modest. "My dear friend, you may not be aware," Gu Jiun hastily elucidated. "This is merely an elementary inheritance realm of an emperor. When it manifests, it is naturally not as earth-shattering as you might envision." "Oh, I see." Lin Mo nodded in understanding, then shook his head. "However, I am not well-versed in formations, so this secret realm holds little value for me. It would be a waste of time." He had little interest in this so-called inheritance of the formation emperor, as he was entirely ignorant of formations. Were it a legacy of sword cultivation or body cultivation, he would have been intrigued. Upon hearing this, Gu Jiun grew anxious. Her current condition was far from ideal. Yet she was unwilling to relinquish this secret realm. If she could secure Lin Mo, a colossal ally, she would be confident in obtaining the inheritance within this realm. Oh, by the way, just as Gu Yun was eager to persuade him further, Lin Mo, who was already turning to leave, abruptly inquired, "Since this is the inheritance of the Formation Emperor, does this secret realm contain any profound gathering formations?" The reason for his question was that he suddenly thought of his sister far away on Blue Star. The spiritual energy there was sparse, causing Lin Xia's cultivation to progress slowly. However, if a powerful gathering formation could be established, would that not improve her situation significantly? At this question, Gu Yun was momentarily taken aback. Yet, she quickly recovered and replied, "Of course. Gathering formations are fundamental for formation cultivators, so there must certainly be some." However, she felt this was hardly impressive. Seemingly fearing that Lin Mo might find the gathering formation unappealing, she then presented an astonishing revelation. "To my knowledge, an ancient formation emperor named Xianxia even developed an extraordinarily unique super gathering formation, known as the Wanyuan Gi Great Formation. The extraordinary aspect of this formation is that it not only gathers spiritual energy, but also extracts and refines all other forms of energy present in the world, such as geomantic malevolence, the gale of the nine heavens, the power of thunder, and even the light of the stars, ultimately transforming them into the purest earthly spiritual energy." Unbeknownst to Gu Yun, the moment her words fell, a remarkable brilliance ignited in Lin Mo's eyes.